A tragic car accident led Ruoruo to unexpectedly become the protagonist of a melodramatic novel. The most critical twist? She found herself as the empress of a tyrant afflicted with paranoia. The tyrant sought to eliminate her, subjecting her to gruesome fates. How could she escape this dire predicament? This young woman, adept at both submission and resilience, embraced her innate theatricality, skillfully manipulating the situation to her advantage. However, she soon discovered that the tyrant possessed the ability to read minds and could hear her innermost thoughts. In the dead of night, Ruoruo found herself ensnared within the opulent palace of Honghua, confronted by an advancing figure. "My empress, your beauty is most delectable, I yearn to taste it," he declared. This tyrant was rather peculiar. He harbored no intentions of killing her, but instead desired to bear children with her. Chapter 1. Resurrection. What is happening? Ruoruo grimaced against the blinding light, tightly shutting her eyes. Wait, did I not die in a car accident? Her heart raced as she abruptly opened her eyes, an ominous premonition swelling within her. Propping herself up, she felt the softness of a cushion beneath her and caught a whiff of delicate floral fragrance. What on earth? She gasped, glancing down to discover the luxurious coffin she lay in. Yet, was she not supposed to be dead from that accident? Hastily, she scrambled out of the coffin, her face scrunched in confusion and disbelief. Nearby, a kneeling figure observed her actions in silence. After a moment, Ruoruo sensed something amiss. Ceasing her movements to survey her surroundings, her pupils gradually widening. Golden dragon-patterned pillars, intricately carved couches, and the ground strewn with chrysanthemum candles, she stood amidst a sea of flowers. Ruoruo froze, her neck stiffening as she regarded the onlookers, both parties gasping in astonishment. Why are there palace maids and eunuchs? Before she could process the situation, a eunuch's high-pitched voice pierced the air. The empress has risen from the dead. The palace staff huddled at the entrance, their faces etched with fear as they gazed at Ruoruo. Moments later, a throng of individuals rushed in. Ruoruo scrutinized the leading woman, resplendent in brocade attire, her beauty striking, with gently arched brows that exuded tenderness. Upon entering, the woman spotted Ruoruo examining her surroundings and turned pale, whispering to the eunuchs and maids beside her before fixing her gaze back on Ruoruo. Though the empress has committed grave offenses of sorcery, her life must be preserved. Therefore, summon Dr. Lin to attend to her, the woman ordered. Ruoruo's eyes widened. Empress? Sorcery? Dr. Lin? Wasn't this the very storyline she had just read? Staring incredulously, she approached the woman, who stepped back in fright. Xu Fei, what is the meaning of this? A timid palace maid trailed behind the woman, and her words confirmed Ruoruo's realization. She had indeed transmigrated into the novel, becoming the Empress Ruoruo herself. With an appearance of delicate beauty and an aura of fragility, she fit the role of a green tea antagonist perfectly. Recalling the woman's words, Ruoruo smirked coldly. Inviting Dr. Lin for a diagnosis was merely a guise to ensure she was truly dead, a treacherous intent hidden behind a facade. Ruoruo's gaze sharpened as she devised a plan. Suddenly, she trembled, raising her arms dramatically, lowering her head to let her hair cascade over her face. Xu Fei, you conspired with Lin Yi to bring about my demise. How cruel of you! Her voice was low and hoarse, mingling with the chilling breeze that swept through the palace doors. Xu Fei turned pale, her eyes wide as she stared at the advancing figure. Empress, you speak nonsense. It was you who used witchcraft to poison His Majesty, leading to your own death. How could I be implicated? Xu Fei stammered, but Ruoruo found her desperation amusing. With a roll of her eyes, she lunged forward. A cacophony of screams erupted within the palace as those surrounding Xu Fei scattered in terror, providing Ruoruo with the opportunity to dart away. As she fled, Ruoruo stuck her tongue out at the panicked crowd, relying on the original owner's memories to navigate through secret passages until she reached the emperor's chamber. Bursting in, she was met with surprise. Who dares the empress? The guards and eunuchs gasped as Ruoruo stood before Li Jing, their eyes locked in disbelief. Li Jing furrowed his brow, confused as to why she was alive when she had been sentenced to death. I have something to tell you. I did not poison you. I was framed by Xu Fei and Lin Yi, and the poison you received was not the Jinshan curse, but rather Duanhuan grass. Su spoke without pausing, taking a deep breath afterward. Li Jing lay on the golden dragon bed, his complexion a ghastly shade of green. Despite his imposing demeanor, his illness was evident, revealing his weakened state. Ruoruo felt a surge of anger as she exclaimed, "You think I would deceive you? I would not have returned from the dead to seek vindication if I had not been wronged." Li Jing scrutinized her, noting the change in her demeanor. "How am I to trust a woman known for her treachery?" He retorted coldly, disdain evident in his voice. Before Ruoruo could further defend herself, he commanded the guards standing behind her, "This deceitful woman has repeatedly lied to me. Take her away and execute her." "Understood." "What?" Ruoruo's protest rang out sharply amidst the guards' responses. Pointing at Li Jing with outrage, she declared, "My survival is a sign from heaven. The heavens know I was wronged, which is why I am back. Yet you seek to condemn me again." Li Jing dismissed her with a casual glance. "If it is heaven's decree, then take your grievances to the heavens. Ensure a master is summoned tomorrow to perform rites for the empress." Ruoruo was aghast. "Rites for you?" Just as she contemplated how to persuade the stubborn, a soft voice echoed from outside, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Ruoruo's heart sank. Chen Shufei's pursuers had arrived. With danger closing in from all sides, Ruoruo gritted her teeth, glaring at the man on the bed. Indeed, she had despised him in the novel, and standing before him now, her feelings remained unchanged. "You wretched man." As the commotion at the door grew louder, Ruoruo envisioned her escape routes flashing through her mind like a cartoon. Stealing a glance at the guards, she bit her lip, contemplating how to flee. With a fierce glare at Li Jing, she thought, "You tyrant. You deserve to be poisoned by the very green tea you cherish." Li Jing, catching her gaze, turned slightly, seeming to hear her inner thoughts. Was she cursing him? Chapter 2. Mind reading. Li Jing, bewildered by the possibility, struggled to sit up, his eyes filled with astonishment as he regarded Ruoruo. Unbeknownst to him, she was too preoccupied, mentally berating him. Li Jing is nothing short of a wretched man. Using the pretext of witchcraft to bestow death upon Su Huangho, he dismantled the Su family's influence. Subsequently, under the guise of treason, he eradicated the entire Su clan. Ultimately, having lost his power, he was surrounded by sycophants, poisoned and schemed against by Lin Yi, while the Qin family and the Empress Dowager harbored rebellious intentions, leading to the downfall of the Dali dynasty. In the end, he succumbed to madness and was confined until his death. Upon hearing this, Li Jing was further astonished. He cast a gaze upon Ruoruo, his eyes dark and profound, imbued with a palpable disbelief. Why did her thoughts instill a sense of fear within him? If she were unaware that he could hear her innermost thoughts, then what she contemplated must indeed be true. It was inconceivable. Li Jing abruptly closed his eyes, yet he was soon inundated with revelations concerning Chen Shufei and Lin Yi. After the two had assisted him in detoxification and received his esteem, they subsequently aligned themselves with the Empress Dowager's faction. The tumultuous waves of realization surged beneath his tightly shut eyelids, leaving him somewhat disoriented by the newfound knowledge of the future. As he listened to Ruoruo's tentative plans for escape, Li Jing slowly opened his eyes to meet her gaze. If she remained oblivious to his ability to hear her thoughts, then what she pondered must indeed be a reality. Hence, she was the sole individual capable of resolving his current predicament. Clearing his throat lightly, he gestured subtly, "I have changed my mind, you may withdraw for now." The guards paused momentarily, then knelt before excusing themselves from the chamber. Ruoruo stared in astonishment as they departed, momentarily at a loss for words. The Empress's words hold some merit. Perhaps this is a divine indication granting you an opportunity to prove your innocence. As he spoke, Li Jing's cough intensified, and a faint flush crept onto his pallid face. His long, jade-like fingers clenched slightly, poised before his lips, resembling a figure on the brink of death. Noticing this, Ruoruo's expression tightened. Would he not succumb to his cough here? Would she then be mistaken for his murderer? Li Jing caught her unvoiced thoughts, his brow twitching slightly as he struggled to steady his breath. "Lin Quan, go see what Shufei intends to do, yes." Li Jing raised his gaze to meet Ruoruo's eyes. "Does the Empress know why Shufei has come to my chamber?" Ruoruo hesitated, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as she replied, Shu Fei, upon realizing I survived, wanted Lin Yi to examine me. However, knowing they were the ones who harmed me, I could not accept it. Thus, I feigned ghostly terror to escape the palace. A faint smile tugged at Li Jing's lips, as he could easily envision Shu Fei's reaction at the time. Your Majesty, Shu Fei is waiting outside with guards, reportedly to apprehend the empress. Ruoruo pouted, casting a pleading glance at Li Jing. Your Majesty, please allow me to prove my innocence. I cannot be captured by Shu Fei at this moment. Indeed. Li Jing's side Shu Fei was the only person he trusted within the palace. Yet Ruoruo, very well, he gently rubbed his brow. I shall trust you this once. Hearing Shu Fei's retreating footsteps, Ruoruo approached Li Jing, raising her delicate brows in suspicion. Just moments ago, he spoke of execution and summoning sorcerers, yet now he was aiding her? Was his mind truly unwell? Li Jing furrowed his brow, striving to disregard her inner musings. Since you claim I have been poisoned by Duanhu Chao, can you provide the antidote? I should be able to. Li Jing's phoenix eyes darkened, exuding an aura befitting a sovereign. Despite his ailing condition, he still radiated the regal presence characteristic of ancient monarchs. You recognize that I am afflicted by Duanhu Chao, yet you cannot concoct the antidote? Empress, do you not find this absurd? Ruoruo scratched her nose and evaded his gaze. If you are indeed lying, I shall hold you accountable for treason, executing you in public and annihilating the Su family. Li Jing's tone was measured and deliberate, his eyes filled with an unsettling coldness that made one shudder involuntarily. Ruoruo pressed her lips together. The monarch before her was gravely ill, yet maintained an unwavering posture, refusing to show weakness. She recalled the male protagonist's character from the original text, moody and unpredictable, letting out a sigh. Well then, to survive, I should acquiesce to him for the time being. Otherwise, what if he calls Shu Fei back? Li Jing raised an eyebrow, clearly attuned to the shifts in her thoughts. Indeed, the next moment, Ruoruo broke into a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Since I know the poison you have ingested, I shall certainly provide the antidote. Do not resort to punishing countless innocents without cause. It is disheartening. With a playful grin, Ruoruo sidled up to Li Jing. May I offer you a massage, Your Majesty? She reached out her hand. Unnecessary. Li Jing shot her a sidelong glance. There are paper and ink on the desk. Jot down the antidote. You Eshin Chao Zi, you what else? Oh yes, Huang Lian and Qingma. As she scribbled, Ruoruo stole glances at Li Jing, meeting his enigmatic gaze with a flattering smile. The original prescription could indeed neutralize the Duanhu Chao poison, yet she had added a few exceedingly bitter herbs, which, while not affecting the efficacy, would certainly cause Li Jing some distress. Li Jing. He inhaled deeply, silently gritting his teeth, choosing not to dwell on her little antics. All done. Ruoruo blew on the ink of the prescription, her eyes inquiringly seeking Li Jing's approval. Lin Quan, deliver the prescription to Huang Tai and have him accompany you back. Yes, Lin Quan was about to leave. Li Jing added, proceed, discreetly ensure no one discovers this, especially Shu Fei and Lin Tai. Lin Quan paused, glancing at Ruoruo with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Once Lin Quan exited, Li Jing fell silent, ignoring any words Ruoruo might utter. Frustrated, Ruoruo rolled her eyes and paced within his chamber, wishing to pilfer some of his antique treasures for silver. Before long, two figures entered the loyal eunuch Lin Quan and Huang Tai. Your Majesty, be at ease, cough cough. As he spoke, Li Jing was seized by a fit of coughing again. No matter, he halted Huang Tai's attempt to take his pulse, inquiring, how did Lin Quan fare with the prescription? Out of the corner of his eye, Li Jing noticed Ruoruo peeking from behind the screen, her lips curling into a cold smirk. She was quite clever, successfully hiding herself. What is it? Li Jing raised an eyebrow, his gaze darkening imperceptibly. It is merely that this prescription neutralizes the Duanhu Chao poison. Chapter 3. Detoxification and Cooperation. Duanhu Chao. Li Jing pondered deeply. Since his childhood, Huang Tai had always been diligent and was one of the few individuals he trusted. Given that he claimed this was the remedy for Duanhu Chao, it must be correct. Therefore, Huang Tai, prepare the medicine according to this prescription. and let no one else know. Understood. Huang Tai bowed and withdrew. At that moment, Ruoruo emerged from behind the screen, a hint of pride gracing her features. Li Jing subtly raised his gaze, observing the woman before him, who was markedly different from before, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. If that is the case, then what Ruoruo spoke of must be the truth. Unexpectedly, the Empress Dowager and the Lin family harbored ulterior motives, intending to usurp the throne. Your Majesty, do you now believe me? Ruoruo stepped forward, her brows curved gently. Li Jing shot her a mocking glance. For now, I can only confirm that you know how to counteract the poison of Duanhu and Chao. Whether you can alleviate my predicament remains to be seen. Ruoruo, damn man. For some reason, Ruoruo sensed that the expression on the man's face had soured significantly, as if he had shot her a glare. Could it be that he heard her insult? Ruoruo furorit herberais, scrutinizing Li Jing suspiciously. Li Jing contemplated, deciding not to reveal that he could hear her thoughts. Damn man? Damn emperor? Cursed invalid. Just as Ruoruo was secretly cursing Li Jing, hoping to discern if he could hear her thoughts, he suddenly spoke, catching her off guard. What? Lin Quan, bring the empress a garment. Li Jing gritted his teeth, striving to suppress his anger over Ruoruo's earlier thoughts. Understood. Ruoruo tilted her head, assessing her attire, a garment adorned with intricate patterns and made of high-quality fabric. Indeed, the empress's ceremonial robe was quite exquisite. Wait, ceremonial robe? Ruoruo's expression stiffened as she realized she had been transmigrated into the body of a deceased empress. Just as she was at a loss, Lin Quan returned with the empress's regular attire. Ahem, your majesty, may I request a palace made to assist me with dressing? Ruoruo sighed in relief, cautiously addressing Li Jing while clutching the garment. Li Jing's face was a canvas of exasperation. Someone, assist the empress with her change of attire. As Ruoruo prepared to leave the sleeping quarters, Li Jing remarked coolly, before the medicine is ready, the empress shall remain in my palace, not permitted to step outside. Else, Li Jing smiled faintly, a hint of menace in his tone. Ruoruo, this is absurd. Soon, Huang Tai entered, carrying a food box containing a steaming bowl of dark brown medicinal soup. Li Jing took the bowl, casting a glance at the visibly anxious Ruoruo, and with a slight smile, drank it all in one gulp. Ruoruo clicked her tongue. She had added 2 extremely bitter herbs, yet this man drank it without flinching. Truly terrifying. After drinking the medicine, Li Jing felt a tumultuous surge within him, his internal organs in disarray. Your Majesty, your Majesty. Lin Quan called out anxiously from his side. Witnessing Li Jing's torment, he could not help but loudly question Ruoruo. Empress, do you intend to help His Majesty with the detoxification or to harm him? I must inform you, the Imperial Guards are stationed outside His Majesty's chambers. Should you bring harm to him, you shall not leave unscathed. Lin Quan's voice was shrill, his expression grim with an undercurrent of urgency. Ruoruo was also startled by Li Jing's reaction, feeling somewhat flustered. Why is there such a reaction after taking the antidote? Your Majesty? Li Jing? Ruoruo rushed to Li Jing's bedside, calling out urgently. Li Jing suppressed his internal agony, speaking in a hoarse voice. I am fine. The vast chamber was now filled solely with Li Jing's labored breaths. Half an hour later, Li Jing gradually regained his composure, his complexion returning to normal. Your Majesty's pulse is steady and harmonious. There is no serious issue. You need only to rest peacefully. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your recovery. Ruoruo finally sighed in relief. Donning a sycophantic smile, Li Jing lowered his gaze, ignoring her. You insufferable man, acting all profound. If it weren't for my prescription, you would have long been in the underworld as your emperor, strutting about like this. Li Jing's eyes twitched slightly, his gaze shifting to Ruoruo. She sat on a soft stool by the bedside, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at him with a playful smile, appearing quite obedient. Yet, who could have imagined she was cursing him internally? Empress, your words of congratulations make me feel somewhat insincere. Do you not flatter me on the surface while secretly cursing me in your heart? Li Jing's dark, profound eyes swept over Ruoruo's face, capturing her subtle expressions. A slight smile playing at his lips, tinged with mockery. What is your Majesty implying? I wholeheartedly wish well for you. How could I possibly curse you? You have wronged me. Your Majesty, Ruoruo pouted, appearing quite aggrieved, just as Your Majesty wronged me concerning the witchcraft incident. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's expression darkened. The poison within him has been dispelled. The matter of witchcraft must be thoroughly investigated. Given the current circumstances, there are hidden truths regarding the witchcraft incident, and it is inextricably linked to the Lin family. Ruoruo's eyes widened in shock. You investigate the case, but why confine me in the palace? Emprisonnement? Li Jing's brows lifted slightly, acknowledging her inner thoughts. Ruoruo furrowed her brows, about to negotiate when Lin Quan approached. Your Majesty, Xu Fei is outside requesting to see you, expressing concern for your well-being. Ruoruo and Li Jing exchanged glances. Let her in. If the Empress does not wish to encounter Xu Fei, she may leave from there. Remember to keep your lips sealed. Li Jing cast a glance at the window behind the bed, his meaning unmistakable. Ruoruo sighed in relief. Indeed, she was now tied to the same fate as the Emperor. For my sake. No, for Your Majesty's sake, I shall certainly keep my mouth shut. Should I hear anything inappropriate, you are aware of the consequences, Empress. Li Jing's tone was chilly. I know, extermination of the 9 clans. Ruoruo chuckled, assuring him, rest assured, Your Majesty. I will certainly uncover the truth within 3 days, providing an explanation for both you and myself. Chapter 4. Testing the waters. Li Jing watched as she cautiously climbed out the window, her long eyelashes fluttering, concealing the tumultuous thoughts within her eyes. Elena Guan. You understand what needs to be done regarding today's events. Li Jing turned his head to him, his expression cold. Understood. Let Xu Fei enter. Li Jing sighed deeply, then suddenly recalled something. Right. Summon a few trusted eunuchs to investigate Baiyun Temple. I am curious to know what the Empress has truly said. Ruoruo is now on my side. It seems necessary to delve into this Baiyun Temple matter. After Lin Quan acknowledged and departed, soon, Xu Fei entered the chamber alone. She was graceful, with delicate and soft features, her eyes brimming with tenderness as she approached Li Jing. Your Majesty, how do you fare now? I am truly worried. Xu Fei took a seat beside the dragon bed, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she unconsciously dabbed at them with a silk handkerchief. Ahem, I'm fine. There is no need for such concern. Li Jing coughed heavily. His complexion, while improved from before, still bore traces of illness, making his speech somewhat labored. Your Majesty, how could the Empress be so heartless as to cast a curse upon you? I have considered this. The Empress possesses a gentle and tranquil disposition, incapable of such actions. There may be other circumstances at play. As he spoke, Li Jing withdrew his hand beneath the blankets, leaving Xu Fei's hand grasping at nothing. Upon hearing this, Xu Fei was taken aback, not expecting Li Jing to speak in favor of Ruoruo. Her long lashes trembled, concealing the probing intent in her eyes. Your Majesty, please drink some water. Xu Fei stood to pour him a cup, adding, the Empress just fled from Weiyang Palace. One cannot predict where she may have gone. The palace folk believe that if she sees him, she might cause a scene. The Empress's survival is divine providence. She would not frighten anyone. Li Jing replied coolly. Oh. Xu Fei's gaze flickered slightly. How could His Majesty be certain that the Empress would not frighten others? Could it be that His Majesty has seen her? Li Jing's eyes were deep and turbulent, like a thick fog that lingered for ages. What was Xu Fei implying? Did she think the Empress had entered the palace and that I had hidden her away? Xu Fei was taken aback, meeting his cold gaze, a chill creeping up her spine. Your Majesty jest. How could I possibly think such a thing? With a stiff smile, she continued, the Empress would never harm His Majesty. So why would you protect her? Ah, it seems I have misunderstood. Li Jing cast her a meaningful glance, clouds of suspicion beginning to form in his heart. Xu Fei, the daughter of his tutor, had grown up alongside him, the one he trusted most. Yet, her recent probing had instilled a sense of caution and melancholy within him. Was there truly no one he could trust in the palace anymore? In Weiyang Palace, as Ruoruo stepped inside, she noticed the palace maids and eunuchs standing at a distance, huddled together in fear. Sighing, she thought, I'm not dead, I'm still alive. What? The palace maids and eunuchs gasped in shock, and the next moment, Ruoruo was knocked to the ground. Warmth enveloped her heart. Although the original owner was at odds with the Emperor, at least there were those who genuinely cared for her. Ruoruo ushered everyone inside and informed them of her confinement. The Empress is so gentle. How could she possibly harm His Majesty? His Majesty is being unreasonable, a maid named Qingyu exclaimed indignantly. Ruoruo, however, was indifferent. It was better for Li Jing to investigate himself. You all will have to stay with me in the palace for the next few days. Your Majesty, a eunuch named Xiao Ying entered, announcing, Dr. Lin has arrived to examine you. Dr. Lin, Ruoruo murmured, a cold glint suddenly flashing in her bright eyes. Lin Yi, the original owner's childhood sweetheart. Her white moonlight. The original owner had trusted him wholeheartedly within the depths of the palace, yet he had conspired with outsiders to bring her to ruin. Empress, how could you be so foolish? So naive as to trust a wolf that would eventually turn on you? What? Qingyu did not catch her words clearly, but she frowned slightly, expressing concern. Your health is of utmost importance. It would be wise to let Dr. Lin take a look. No need. Huh? Letting Lin Yi treat me? I would surely be doomed. Go ahead. Upon hearing Hong Yu's words at the door, Lin Yi's expression shifted slightly. Why would Ruoruo refuse his examination? After dismissing Lin Yi, Ruoruo roamed Wei Yong Palace. Sighing, she collapsed onto a soft couch, disregarding her image. Your Majesty, how can you be so careless? As the Empress, you must maintain dignity and elegance. Hong Yu incessantly chided her. Enough, enough. Ruoruo wearily waved her hand. I am so hungry, Hong Yu. Is there anything to eat? Since waking, she had not eaten a single bite and felt famished. Hong Yu bit her lip, searching but finding nothing edible. Ever since Ruoruo was falsely accused of witchcraft, Wei Yong Palace had fallen from grace, offering only meager rations to the servants. Just as Ruoruo's stomach growled, Xiao Ying entered with a meal box. Your Majesty, the Imperial Kitchen has sent lunch. Lunch? Ruoruo's eyes brightened, instantly springing up from the couch. However, upon seeing the meal laid out, her expression darkened. Watered-down vegetable leaves, blackened pickled stems, and cold rice soup. Is this what the Imperial Kitchen provides for me? Ruoruo's brows furrowed as she scanned the faces of the palace attendants, her heart sinking. It seemed this was not merely today's meal. Ever since the Empress had been falsely accused, everyone in Wei Yong Palace had been subsisting on such scraps. Your Majesty, I shall go to the Imperial Kitchen to see if there is anything else. Hong Yu's eyes brimmed with tears as she turned to leave. To serve the Empress such food, aside from those who would curry favor, the Emperor's tacit approval played the most significant role. That wretched Emperor. The Su family has toiled for his dynasty, and yet he first harms the Empress and then confiscates their household. Truly despicable. At that moment, Li Jing stood at the entrance of Wei Yong Palace, hearing her heartfelt words clearly. If he were here now, I would let him taste the rancid food himself. After all, he is not far from madness and would not even notice the difference. Li Jing's expression darkened instantly. He had merely come to see if he could still hear Ruoruo's thoughts, yet unexpectedly, she wished to feed him spoiled food. Chapter 5, The Truth. That damned woman. Li Jing silently gritted his teeth, his face now marred by a cold fury. How is the Empress faring in the palace? Stepping into Wei Yong Palace, Qingyu and the others gasped, quickly kneeling to pay their respects. Cough, cough. Ruoruo was lost in her thoughts, cursing him when his voice startled her. Turning, she immediately donned a docile smile. Your Majesty, what brings you to Wei Yong Palace? Why is this man wandering around after just detoxifying? Is he worried I might escape? I can't see if my Empress harbors any grievances against me. Li Jing flicked his sleeve and strode to the main seat, his phoenix eyes darkly fixed on Ruoruo, revealing a hint of anger. Ah, Ruoruo's face stiffened, and she turned to feign innocence. Your Majesty, what do you mean? How could I possibly harbor any grievances? You are truly a dragon among men. I could only admire you. You must have some grievances. It would be a miracle to be satisfied with such a wretched man. Leaning back in his chair, Li Jing scoffed, ignoring her. Had it not been for the need to conceal his ability to hear her thoughts, her previous musings would have warranted severe punishment. Li Jing's gaze swept across the table, landing on the lunch spread before him. Ruoruo, aware of his gaze on her meal, quickly squeezed out a couple of tears, rushing to grasp Li Jing's arm, crying out, Your Majesty, look, the Imperial Kitchen has no regard for me as your Empress. With so many of us in Wei Yong Palace, they only bring a few bowls of spoiled food. Are they trying to starve us alive? Your Majesty, you must stand up for us. Seeing Li Jing's lack of response, Ruoruo shot a glance at Qingyu, who immediately knelt down, joining Ruoruo in tears. Li Jing nearly choked on his breath, leaning forward to grip Ruoruo's chin. Gritting his teeth, if you cannot uncover the truth of this matter, you may find yourself buried underground as the Empress, so why concern yourself with food? You truly are a wicked man. Ruoruo blinked, her expression earnest. Your Majesty, your words, while true, let us not forget that I will surely uncover the truth. Regardless, it is shameful for so many in the Empress's palace to only receive a few bowls of spoiled food. The scandal would tarnish your reputation. Even if we claim it is the Imperial Kitchen's fault, your tacit approval is what matters most. Should we become ill from this wretched food, your reputation will surely suffer. Would you not agree? If I reach that point, I will shove the spoiled food into your mouth. Had Li Jing not been able to hear her thoughts, he might have believed her. The corner of Li Jing's mouth twitched, his grip on Ruoruo's chin tightening. His phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. The Empress need not trouble herself with my reputation. She need only understand that if you fail to uncover the truth of the Jin Kingu, not only will you face the crime of witchcraft, but you will also be implicated in framing the physician and other concubines. The penalties will accumulate, and it will be more than just spoiled food. Ruoruo's smile faltered, her eyes burning with suppressed anger. I understand, and I will not betray your Majesty's trust. I will show you the truth of my words, and let you experience the taste of being slapped in the face. Ugh. The Empress leisurely enjoyed her lunch while I still had memorials to peruse. Ruoruo sniffed at his departing figure, suddenly speaking, Your Majesty. Why must you be in such a hurry? Why not remain in the palace and dine with me? Li Jing paused momentarily, then quickened his pace. How dare this wretched woman suggest that he partake in spoiled food? In Jingqing Palace, Your Majesty, the items have arrived. Lin Quan stood solemnly in the grand hall, a little eunuch following behind him, carrying a tray. What is that? Li Jing, seated upon the dragon throne, felt an ominous sensation surge within him upon seeing the object in the eunuch's hands. Lin Quan replied in a low voice, turning to approach Li Jing. The tray held a glass vial containing a small golden insect that was slowly wriggling. Li Jing's gaze sharpened, his hand resting on the throne tightening, veins bulging against his pale skin, starkly contrasting its color. Could this truly be what was obtained from Baiyun Temple? Anger welled up within Li Jing. Ruoruo had prompted him to investigate, indicating she was aware of this matter. These were all little monks from Baiyun Temple, and according to them, they were summoned by the Shuyi Empress specifically to handle the golden silkworm poison. Li Jing abruptly closed his eyes, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. After a long pause, he spoke again. Lin Quan, seal the palace. I shall personally interrogate the matter of the golden silkworm poison. Yes, once the palace was sealed, only Li Jing, Lin Quan, and a few little monks remained in Jingqing Palace. As the little monk trembled and began to speak, Li Jing's expression grew increasingly grave. Half a month ago, the Shuyi Empress visited the temple, requesting to use our golden silkworm poison. This poison is a closely guarded secret of Baiyun Temple, known to very few, and we do not know how the Shuyi Empress became aware of it. The abbot, fully aware of the poison's dangers, initially refused to produce it. However, the Shuyi Empress threatened the lives of everyone in the temple, leaving the abbot no choice but to comply. Once the golden silkworm poison was revealed, it required offerings from the mortal realm to survive, so the Shuyi Empress personally placed it on the altar. The little monk trembled and could say no more. But by this point, Li Jing already grasped the entire situation. Leaning back in his throne, he wore a heavy expression, a chilling malice flickering in his eyes. The Shuyi Empress, the one he trusted most, had colluded with outsiders to poison him for her own selfish gains. Had it not been for Ruoruo, he might have truly fallen into their trap, jeopardizing the Su family and handing the entire Dalit dynasty to outsiders. After a moment, Li Jing rose, looking down at the trembling little monk, and coldly declared, Lin Quan, convey my decree. The Shuyi Empress Chun has conspired with Imperial Physician Lin Yi to poison the Emperor and frame the Empress. This is a heinous crime. Imperial Physician Lin Yi is to be executed publicly at noon tomorrow, while Shuyi Empress Chun is to be cast into the cold palace, never to step out for the rest of her life. Li Jing slowly closed his eyes. Exiling the Shui Empress to the cold palace was his final act of gratitude towards his teacher. Chapter 6. Justice served. Upon hearing this, Empress Chun wept uncontrollably. Your Majesty, I am innocent. This matter has nothing to do with me. As death approached, Chun Guifei was in tears. Yet these tears did not transform into an invincible weapon. Li Jing's icy gaze fell upon Empress Chun. With irrefutable evidence, she could only blame her own lack of foresight as he had nearly been deceived by her. He dismissively waved his hand, and the palace guards stepped forward, dragging Empress Chun away. Li Jing ordered the execution of Lin Yi, declaring him a criminal deserving of 1,000 deaths. Everything unfolded seamlessly. Their cries for mercy were of no consequence. Li Jing rose and slowly exited. At this moment, in Weiyang Palace, Ruoruo felt lost. She had protested for the 100th time to go out for a walk. The original text she had read was well ingrained in her mind. The Empress's lifelong downfall was imminent, and she had to tread carefully. It seemed that whatever she intended to do, Li Jing had already foreseen it. Ruoruo understood she could not sit idle. Seeing a maid bringing food, she hurriedly followed behind. However, as soon as she reached the doorway, a guard intercepted her. The eunuch mockingly inquired, "Where are you off to, Your Highness?" "Oh, I thought you were too lofty to even acknowledge me. Since you recognize me as Your Highness, why not allow me to go out instead of trapping me here?" The eunuch, with a pained expression, knelt and replied, "Your Highness, please spare us. Without the Emperor's special permission, you cannot go anywhere." This morning, Ruoruo had already been persuaded to return multiple times, and after sitting for a while, her mind was once again ignited with ideas. Moments later, Qingyu rushed in, her face a mixture of joy and tears. "Your Highness, we found the golden silkworm poison in Baiyun Temple. Your grievances have finally been cleared." Ruoruo scoffed. "How will they be judged? These two wretched individuals truly deserve what they brought upon themselves. But I still wish to know how Li Jing will handle the aftermath." "Well, I couldn't gather much information, as I'm but a lowly servant." "Oh, is that so?" Ruoruo smirked, beckoning Qingyu closer. "Come here. Were you scheming, Your Highness?" Qingyu shivered, and in the next moment, a sharp pain struck her neck, plunging her into darkness. Ruoruo hoisted Qingyu and tossed her onto the couch, explaining as she removed Qingyu's garments, "I'm terribly sorry, but I must go out and take a look." She couldn't miss the opportunity to send off these two wretched individuals herself. 15 minutes later, dressed in coarse linen, Ruoruo arrived near Qiankuan Hall. After the trial concluded, Li Jing prepared to head to Weiyang Palace. He was perplexed as to how Ruoruo had learned about the golden silkworm poison. Coincidentally, just as Li Jing crossed Fengyao Bridge, Ruoruo entered Langyuan. Upon hearing that Empress Chun had been cast into the cold palace, Ruoruo could hardly contain her joy and stealthily made her way to the prison where Chun Guifei was confined. Chun Guifei wept bitterly, her sobs echoing. Earlier, while reading, Ruoruo had discovered this location and was now ready to put her knowledge to use. "I am Qingyu, a handmaiden of the Empress. Your Highness has a question for you." The eunuch, noticing the slightly higher-ranking maid, permitted Ruoruo to enter the prison. The place was dimly lit, with flickering candlelight that could extinguish at any moment. "Empress?" Ruoruo's voice lowered conspiratorially. Chun Guifei was taken aback. Her eyes narrowed as she focused on Ruoruo, who suddenly felt as if a demon was lunging at her from outside the prison. Ruoruo clicked her tongue. "Empress, how does it feel to reap what you have sown?" "You." Chun Guifei gritted her teeth, her eyes wide with rage. "How do you know it's me?" "Deduction," Ruoruo replied, a triumphant gleam in her youthful eyes. "You thought you could strike first, but look how well my counterattack has worked." Chun Guifei was infuriated, her face flushed with anger. "You little wretch. Go ahead, insult me. I'm all ears and eager to hear you vent." Ruoruo remained unfazed, and then pulled out a sticky substance from her sleeve, slamming it against the wall behind Chun Guifei. "You." Chun Guifei was enraged, wishing she could tear Ruoruo apart. The jailer, alerted by the commotion, hurried over. Ruoruo gracefully curtsied, saying, "Sir, I've asked everything I needed. The Empress seems to be somewhat disoriented. I haven't learned anything, so I shall take my leave." How could she not seize the opportunity to intimidate Chun Guifei a little? Exiting the prison, Ruoruo felt invigorated. Before she could even reach Weiyang Palace, she saw a girl rushing towards her, who glanced at her and suddenly doubled over, clutching her stomach. "Hey, what are you doing?" "This young lady. I am in great pain. Could you please deliver this to Qian Kuan Hall?" The girl handed over a tray while taking deep breaths. Ruoruo watched as the girl fled in a panic. "Pray, you have not elucidated your words clearly." With a resigned sigh, he decided it was of little consequence. After all, he had arrived at Qingkuandian. He might as well seek out Li Jing. Should he wait for the emperor to visit him? It would be akin to waiting for the withering of flowers. Observing the elegant garment of Zhangyi Yunshe within the tray, he found it peculiar that the sovereign would don such plain attire. As he pondered this, an elderly eunuch approached with palpable impatience. "Hurry, why was this delivered only now?" Ruoruo, sensing the urgency, followed behind the eunuch in a daze. Trailing the eunuch, Ruoruo navigated through one corridor after another. Little did she know that the maid at the palace entrance had hesitated out of fear that the emperor, in a fit of rage, would unleash his wrath. The garment had been handed to her solely to avoid the calamity of the emperor's fury. At this moment, Ruoruo found herself in a precarious situation. The sound of bubbling spring water resonated around her, with mist swirling gently, creating an ethereal atmosphere reminiscent of celestial mountains and pavilions. The eunuch halted, gesturing towards the interior. "May I inquire, where is this place?" Ruoruo felt a disquieting atmosphere, yet the eunuch appeared relieved, declaring, "This is the warm spring palace. The emperor is currently bathing. Do not delay any longer." "Bathing?" Ruoruo stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. Chapter 7. All misfortunes arise from ambiguities. The eunuch, witnessing Ruoruo's immobility, let out an exasperated growl and gave her a firm push from behind. Ruoruo stumbled forward, falling into the misty realm of exquisite flowers and lush grass. The floor beneath her slick and reflective. The warm spring palace exuded a unique fragrance akin to orchids in a secluded valley, enveloped in an eerie silence, seemingly devoid of life. "Since I am here, I must make the best of it. What else can I do?" Ruoruo took a deep breath and timidly advanced. This scenario reminded her of a child's game of hide-and-seek. "Your Majesty?" Suppressing her rising panic and fear, she called out tentatively. Biting her lower lip, she pressed on, the sulphurous vapors stinging her eyes and bringing forth tears. At this moment, Ruoruo longed to locate Li Jing and deliver the garments. The ground beneath her feet transformed, becoming uneven. What is this? Has it turned into a non-slip surface? While lost in thought, she suddenly heard a melodic chime. A delightful fragrance wafted towards her. Ruoruo glanced across the room. The daylight had dimmed, and the interior was shrouded in shadows. The palace typically relied on candles and torches for illumination, but the warm spring palace, being damp, had replaced them with a luxurious mineral known as crystal stone. Ruoruo, well versed in the original text, recognized that this extravagant mineral was resplendent, casting a soft, enchanting glow. Though not as bright as candles or torches, it possessed a poetic charm. At this juncture, she stealthily peered towards the source of the sound, catching sight of someone bathing. His damp hair appeared darker than ink, and the muscles on his shoulders resembled coiled dragons. Ruoruo, a connoisseur of beauty, was taken aback by the Emperor Li Jing's sculpted physique. She swallowed hard, her appetite awakened by the sight of male beauty. Although she understood the impropriety of spying, a fleeting glance seemed to be a natural inclination. Suddenly, Li Jing reached out, seemingly requesting something. Ruoruo hurriedly approached him. She delicately maneuvered her body closer to the edge of the pool. Though the items he needed were merely an arm's length away, he appeared reluctant to retrieve them himself. Ruoruo promptly offered him the bath bean, and he gracefully combined his hands, gently lathering, creating a frothy foam reminiscent of snowflakes in his palms. To her astonishment, he then stood up. Ruoruo dared not look further, fearing she might witness something scandalous. The sound of splashing water filled the air. Shortly after, footsteps approached the shore. Ruoruo timidly opened her eyes, turning her back towards him. Upon glancing back, she realized the emperor possessed a flawless physique, neither overly muscular nor too slender. His balanced form was a testament to both scholarly and martial prowess. She had never attended to someone during their bath before. Fortunately, There were plenty of luxurious towels nearby. She hastily retrieved them one by one. While bathing, Li Jing was also lost in thought, his mind muddled with a flurry of concerns. Like bamboo shoots sprouting after a rainstorm. Let us change, he mused. This girl serves with such disarray. He preferred those who conducted their tasks with precision. Today, this girl was flustered and careless. Ruoruo noticed Li Jing standing before her with his arms crossed, prompting her to hurriedly present the clothing. As objects piled up on the floor in the dim light, she failed to see clearly and inadvertently pushed Li Jing. This was entirely unintentional. Li Jing, lost in thought, was suddenly thrown off balance by her unexpected shove. The slick floor caused him to tumble into the warm spring water with a loud splash. Seeing the situation unfold, Ruoruo gasped, rushing to the edge of the pond. "Your Majesty, where have you gone?" she exclaimed, astonished. Could it be that the spring's depths were unfathomable? Had the leading man, Li Jing, just perished so tragically after their planned encounter? The very thought of being responsible for his demise was unbearable. The water rippled, and the eunuchs outside hastened to enter. Ruoruo felt overwhelmed, gazing at the still surface of the water, at a loss for words. "Oh, Li Jing, you are a paragon among men. You cannot depart so soon." She yearned to plunge into the water and rescue him, yet she was a poor swimmer. In her previous life, she had taken swimming lessons, believing that her innate talent would make her a proficient swimmer in no time. However, she soon realized that her efforts had been in vain. Weeks of lessons left her exhausted, and she had swallowed more than her fair share of pool water. From then on, she accepted that swimming was not her forte. In truth, her inability stemmed solely from her inner fears. At this moment, she was in a state of panic. She could not bear the thought of being accused of murdering her husband. If the palace guard arrived, she would be unable to explain herself amidst the chaos. "Your Majesty?" "Oh, Emperor." Beneath the water, Li Jing remained concealed. Unlike Ruoruo, he was exceptionally gifted. He not only quickly learned how to navigate through the water, but also mastered the art of diving. The maid who had attended him earlier was clearly flustered, and her erratic breathing had raised his suspicions that she might be an assassin. When she had inadvertently struck him, he cleverly used the opportunity to conceal himself beneath the water, leaving his opponent bewildered. A ruler who faced constant assassination attempts could not help but develop a frail disposition. As he aged, his paranoia intensified. At this moment, he surfaced, dimly perceiving a writhing shadow beneath the water. Surely, it must be the would-be assassin masquerading as a maid. Li Jing sprang from the water with remarkable agility, swiftly gripping Ruoruo by the throat. He then dragged her beneath the warm waters. Ruoruo felt the vice-like grip around her throat, and just as suddenly, he released her. The water flowed ceaselessly around her, and she struggled to breathe, her survival instincts kicking in as she pushed and kicked at him. Yet, he effortlessly subdued her. This cycle continued until, just as she was about to lose consciousness, he forcefully tossed her onto the shore. Gasping for air, she coughed violently, her back aching from the impact. "Speak. Who sent you to assassinate me? How foolish of you to think you could succeed with such meager skills." In her dazed state, Ruoruo noticed his piercing gaze, sharp as an eagle's, fixated upon her face. Ruoruo wished to explain herself, yet her throat was sore, and as she opened her mouth, she was met with an incessant fit of coughing. Chapter 8. Self-inflicted suffering. Li Jing had always been ruthless toward assassins. Observing Ruoruo gasping for breath and trembling, he tossed aside his garments, and, as he descended, they were perfectly draped upon him. Ruoruo had never endured such torment. At this moment, the air invading her respiratory tract felt like sharp blades, nearly severing her lungs. She timidly retreated, wishing to vanish into thin air. Li Jing fixed his gaze upon her through the mist, deep in thought. "What kind of fool sent you to your demise? Were you not informed of my martial prowess?" Cough, cough, cough. Ruoruo had no time to clarify. Yet Li Jing perceived her inner thoughts. "You wretched man, who dared to assassinate you. Am I foolish enough to attempt your assassination? I merely stumbled in here by mistake." Li Jing was taken aback. What was happening lately? Why was he frequently hearing such peculiar thoughts? A mind as astute as his had already concluded that this voice belonged to Ruoruo. But why had he suddenly acquired such a gift? Moreover, he could hear no other voices, leaving him utterly perplexed. He drifted closer to Ruoruo, crouching before her. In his dark, stormy eyes, a tempest raged. The intensity of his gaze sending chills down her spine. Ruoruo pouted, feeling aggrieved that he treated her this way despite her good intentions to serve him. Her clear eyes brimmed with sorrow. Since the political marriage was arranged, their encounters had been few and far between. He was a revered dragon emperor within Qiankuan Hall, while she was the pitiful victim of the Weiyang Palace, languishing in melancholic reverie. The bond between the host and the emperor was incredibly pure. Previously, Li Jing had seldom regarded Ruoruo. To him, she had merely been a lifeless shell, and he even doubted whether she possessed any genuine emotions. After all, in their rare meetings, he had never witnessed her smile. Now, as he crouched before Ruoruo, he scrutinized her clear eyes. "You intend to assassinate me, Empress? Your methods are as cruel as a bone-scraping steel knife. Moreover, I keep my distance from these unfamiliar girls. You have failed. Oh dear." Ruoruo exclaimed as she sprang to her feet, questioning, "When did I ever plot against you?" "Just now." Li Jing lowered his gaze, visibly displeased. Ruoruo, rather than growing angry, laughed. "Why would I attempt to assassinate you? It is precisely because you're discerning I can distinguish truth from falsehood that I have a chance at vindication. I should be thanking you, not plotting your demise. Then why did you come here to find me?" Li Jing Desa. He suddenly realized that the Empress was quite eloquent. How had he not noticed her silver tongue before? "At that time, I lived with utmost seriousness, consumed with anxiety, believing that caution would ensure my safety. Yet little did I know." Li Jing sighed upon hearing this. "What brings you here?" "That matter was not my doing. I came to express my gratitude," Ruoruo replied, forcing a smile. Li Jing's gaze fell upon her. The young woman's alluring figure, recently emerged from the water, clad in damp garments clinging to her, only heightened her captivating charm. "What are you staring at, you filthy man? Keep looking, and I will pluck out your eyes." Curse it! Why did he hear that voice again? Li Jing shot her a sidelong glance. Gratitude need not be repaid with one's body, or perhaps, after all these years, you have been waiting for this day. Just then, several oblivious guards burst into the room. It was then that everyone realized there were no assassins within the hot spring palace, only the tender exchanges between the emperor and empress. Unfortunately, the reality was less than satisfactory. A quarter of an hour later, Ruoruo was escorted out by several eunuchs. Enraged, she stamped her foot and muttered a curse, leaving the eunuchs terrified. "What did you say, your highness?" "Me?" Ruoruo smiled, her lips curling upwards. "I wish for Li Jing's reign to be everlasting, for the prosperity of Huaxia, and may you sycophant, enjoy a long life." The eunuch chuckled. "I shall take your good wishes to heart." On her way back, Ruoruo pondered repeatedly. Alas, the protagonist of this tale was timid and meek, accepting her fate, the epitome of a virtuous wife and mother. It was precisely this trait that led to her family's downfall. Had she been selfish or adept at managing her emotions? Would the situation have spiraled into chaos? As the narrative unfolded, she had scarcely paid attention to the later developments, merely skimming through the pages. As for what dramatic events transpired thereafter, her interest had waned. While lost in thought, the eunuch nodded. "We have arrived, your highness." Ruoruo held a fondness for her two loyal handmaidens. Qingyu was perceptive and adept at navigating situations, with a sweet tongue and commendable logical reasoning. As for Hongyu, she was honest and simple-minded, lacking the quick reflexes of Qingyu, yet she possessed martial skills and unwavering loyalty. With these two by her side, Ruoruo felt a sense of security. Unable to devise a plan, she resigned herself to her confinement, all the while secretly plotting her escape at the first opportunity. At that moment, the elderly eunuch spoke in a mocking tone. "The emperor has decreed that from today onwards, the empress is to be confined within Weiyang Palace. Today in the Hot Spring Palace, you know well what you have done." In this public setting, the old servant maintained a fade of discretion. "I merely sought to speak with him. The emperor is a wise ruler. How can he be so indiscriminate?" She radiated authority, preparing to confront Li Jing. However, the old eunuch sighed. "Your highness, these are extraordinary times. Concubine Shun has been cast into the cold palace, and Lin Yi is to lose his head tomorrow. You two have been implicated. It is better to avoid trouble." Fearing that she might provoke Li Jing further, she conceded, What is the duration of this confinement? Oh, Your Highness, if you do not resort to deception or cause a ruckus, it may only last 3 to 5 days. But if you misbehave further, it could stretch indefinitely. Upon hearing this, Ruoruo's heart sank. Chapter 9. Palace Regulations. She pointed at the old eunuch. The eunuch raised his eyebrows, seemingly unafraid. Ruoruo understood that arguing with these officials was futile, so she waved her hand in resignation, watching him depart. Once the eunuch had left, Qingyu reminded her, Your Highness, do not stoop to their level. They are narrow-minded and delight in gossip. If they say something unfavorable to the emperor, you may find yourself in trouble tomorrow. From this, Ruoruo gleaned something significant. Despite the Su family's current prosperity, Ruoruo was suffering within the palace, needing to protect herself while safeguarding her family. An immense pressure weighing upon her. The following day, Hongyu brought out some needlework. Ruoruo felt a wave of boredom wash over her. Imitating Qingyu's deft stitching, she attempted to learn, yet after just an hour, she felt sore and fatigued. I tend to procrastinate. I shall pause here for today and continue tomorrow. Very well, Qingyu replied, regarding her with astonishment. Earlier, Qingyu had suggested making shoes for the old general, but Ruoruo had insisted on abandoning the task after just a cup of tea. Qingyu found this puzzling. The empress seemed to have undergone a transformation. Noticing Ruoruo's boredom, Hongyu remarked, Your Highness should practice martial arts. In recent years, there have been frequent assassins within the palace. Knowing some martial skills will be a safeguard for you. I have zero foundation. What should I learn? Ruoruo asked, unashamed to seek guidance. Hongyu assessed her. Your Highness is slender. Large weapons would be unwieldy for you, and your agility may not suffice. My suggestion is for you to learn some concealed weapons. Alas, the treachery of hidden weapons elicited a disdainful expression from Ruoruo, yet her words betrayed her fascination as she implored for knowledge. Your Highness, there exists a myriad of concealed weapons, replied Hongyu, who had previously urged Ruoruo to learn martial arts, only to be met with her stubborn retorts that, as empress, such skills were unnecessary. Strangely, today, without any admonitions from Hongyu, Ruoruo appeared thoroughly intrigued. Hongyu, a skilled individual from the Yaya Gate, had accompanied Ruoruo to the palace. During her time at home, she had received considerable martial training from an esteemed general. Upon entering the palace, she feigned a foolish demeanor alongside Chun Tongwang, while in truth, she possessed great cunning. Regarding her martial prowess, she rarely revealed her abilities, resulting in few being aware of her secret. These are the traditional concealed weapons. Your Highness, Hongyu presented a collection, including iron thorns, hemp leaves, silver needles, and linked beads. While these weapons were commendable, concealing them in her sleeves or retrieving them swiftly for a surprise attack proved exceedingly challenging. Are there any unconventional concealed weapons? Indicating her desire for something beyond the traditional. A spark of admiration flickered in Hongyu's eyes. Ruoruo nodded. These items cannot accompany me outside. Just yesterday, the emperor suspected me of plotting his demise. Carrying such items would only provide grounds for suspicion. With a bright smile, Hongyu replied, in truth, many everyday items can serve as concealed weapons unbeknownst to most. Take paper, for instance. With a flick of her wrist, Hongyu tore a triangular edge from a sheet and flung it swiftly. The once delicate paper transformed into a formidable projectile, striking the door with a resounding thud. This is it, teach me. Ruoruo's interest was genuine. She truly wished to acquire martial skills. In this tumultuous era, possessing additional abilities was undoubtedly advantageous. Do not rush. Your Highness, mastering my technique will require over a year. There are no shortcuts to this endeavor. You will need to embrace the challenges ahead. Many would have recoiled at the prospect of a year-long learning period, yet Ruoruo defied expectations. Then I shall study every day. Without hesitation, the morning passed as Ruoruo diligently absorbed the essence of the teachings. Observing her industriousness and insightful inquiries, Hongyu was astonished. I must admit, I underestimated you, Your Highness. At this rate, you could master it in roughly 3 months. Mastery is one aspect. Truly comprehending and integrating the knowledge is another. Thus, one must not be hasty. Ruoruo, restless with inactivity, urged, what other activities could be arranged? I cannot bear this stagnant existence. Qingyu brought forth the Julianwen. Your Highness, would you like to solve the linked rings? It is said that during Emperor Xuanzong's reign, the concubines engaged in this while lamenting past tales. The Julianwen was a cleverly designed toy, favored by the women of the inner palace. To Ruoruo, it was evident that the designer was likely a woman, hoping that such a toy could serve as a distraction, allowing the girls to escape their petty rivalries. Today was unbearably dull, so Ruoruo was eager to explore this diversion. When the Julianwen arrived, she marveled at its exquisite craftsmanship. The artistry is truly remarkable. Such refinement is astonishing for this era. Both Qingyu and Hongyu sighed in admiration. Yes, indeed. Suzuo not that ferventin. In under a quarter of an hour, the astute Ruoruo grasped the design concept and, with a swift motion, unraveled the rings. Hongyu and Qingyu stood in stunned silence. Your Highness, you are truly remarkable, they exclaimed. Ruoruo dismissed the toy's simplicity with a scoff. Just then, the eunuchs and maids delivering lunch entered, prompting Ruoruo to lean closer. I seek Fuxing. I must see him at once. Fuxing, the emperor's trusted senior eunuch, was cunning and known for his deceptive charm. The young eunuch soon returned, announcing, Your Highness, I have heard you seek the old servant. Enough of the pleasantries. I wish to meet the emperor. Today is the day Lin Yi faces execution, and I cannot miss the spectacle at the marketplace. The emperor remarked that while the audience was permissible, certain conditions must be met. Fuxing, with an insidious smile, presented a box to her. Ruoruo observed closely, noting the box's lustrous surface, crafted from exquisite white jade. What is this? She pondered, perplexed. Fuxing exhaled, explaining. This is a puzzling enigma left by a prince from the Wusun kingdom 3 years ago. Officials and concubines alike have attempted to open it, yet none have succeeded. Since you have ample leisure time, perhaps you could give it a try. Ruoruo smirked, pointing at herself. You mean if I succeed, I may venture to the marketplace? Indeed, those who commit crimes are taken to the marketplace for execution, a spectacle that captivates the common folk, who revel in the downfall of officials. Ruoruo scrutinized the box, curiosity piqued. She lifted it, feeling its substantial weight, and noticed a find seemed barely perceptible to the touch. Understanding dawned upon her. So, if I can open this, I can leave? Correct. No one has managed to do so in 3 years. Various methods have been attempted, from soaking it in water to heating it with fire. A reward has been offered for anyone who can open it, yet all efforts have been in vain. I shall give it a try. Ruoruo gazed at the sky, noting the time. There were still 2.5 hours until noon, providing ample opportunity to witness Lin Yi's fate if all went well. As the eunuch prepared to depart, Ruoruo called out, Fuxing, wait. Did a Wusun prince leave any clues? He mentioned that brute force would not suffice, and that it is a numerical game. Fuxing glanced at Ruoruo, who smiled knowingly. Leave now. Fuxing bowed. I shall await your good news. As he exited, Ruoruo inhaled deeply. This is a mystery box, Qingyu noted, astonished that no one had managed to open it for years. Your Highness, you should not. Just because others could not, does not mean I cannot. I refuse to limit myself. Ruoruo instructed Qingyu to fetch a basin of water. Your Highness, this is futile. Who said I intend to use water to open it? I merely wish to test both sides. Historically, boxes and chests have thicker bases than lids. Thus, dropping it to see which side lands first would reveal the base. Once determined, attempting to open it would be more efficient. Once established, Qingyu carefully retrieved the mystery box from the water. Ruoruo dried it off, closed her eyes, and felt the surface. The tactile feedback revealed that the panel was composed of 9 equally sized pieces of white jade. Each piece was firmly embedded, and as she reached out to touch it, she noticed faint knife marks on the surface. At first, Ruoruo believed these marks were letters, but soon realized they were merely totems or decorations. As she continued her examination, she was astonished to discover that each piece was engraved with crisscrossing lines, ranging from 1 to 9, all present. The knife. Ruoruo's expression turned serious as she reached out for the Qingyu. Qingyu, surprised, stuck out her tongue and said, Your Highness, I feel it necessary to remind you that the rules of the game prohibit the use of knives. Enough with the trivialities. This small square is sealed with wax. Without a knife, it cannot move, and how can it be opened if it cannot move? Small square? Qingyu was astonished. To be honest, not only did I not notice the marks on the small square, but I didn't even see the small square itself. Nevertheless, Qingyu still handed over the knife. Ruoruo began scraping around the number 1 small square, and indeed extracted quite a bit of candle wax. Seeing this, Hongyu approached, realizing that the secret of the puzzle box lay here. But it can't be so simple, Ruoruo thought as she moved the first small square, which made a grinding noise. Once the first small square rotated, the others could also move freely. She arranged the small squares, with the first row as 1, 2, 3, and the second row as 4, 5, 6, and so on. Yet the box remained immovable. Next, she attempted to arrange them in reverse order. But the box still did not respond. She was utterly perplexed. "Your Highness, how about having a snack first?" Qingyu suggested, noticing Ruoruo's distress and presenting her with a chestnut pastry. As Ruoruo ate and contemplated, she thought, since this is a numerical game, it surely cannot be so simple. I must have overlooked something. Continuing her observation, she soon discovered a clue. There were actually 15 knife marks on the sides of the cube, neatly aligned, almost indistinguishable from the surface of the white jade. "I understand now. How simple!" Ruoruo exclaimed with delight. Meanwhile, Fuxing had entered the Qianquan Hall, where Li Jing was reviewing memorials, a stack already arranged beside him. Upon seeing Fuxing, Li Jing set down his brush and asked, "What was the Empress doing when you left?" From what this old servant observed, the Empress neither wept nor showed sorrow. She argued her case to leave, and her words left this old servant speechless. Li Jing pondered for a moment, sighing. The Empress has always been taciturn, as you know. However, Fuxing felt astonished. He was unaware when the Empress had seemingly changed her temperament. Today, she was indeed quite loquacious, almost like a spokesperson. "No matter," Li Jing said, rising. "Has the puzzle box been delivered? It may not be so easy for Ruoruo to open it. The main purpose of sending it was to waste her time." Recently, regarding this case, Li Jing intended to meticulously analyze every clue, leaving no stone unturned. Upon hearing this, Li Jing nodded, preparing to take his seat when a joyful maid entered. Li Jing focused and realized it was Qingyu. Chapter 11. The incident. How could this be possible? That puzzle box was crafted by the finest artisans of the Wusun Kingdom. The most intelligent people of the kingdom had studied it for a long time without success. How could a woman from the inner palace open it? Violence? Li Jing's eyes darkened, seeming to cast blame. Qingyu was terrified and hurriedly knelt, saying, "Your Majesty." It was the Empress who used her intellect to open it. She first defined the front and back, then removed the wax from the small pieces, and began to move them. But seeing Li Jing's displeased expression, Qingyu stammered and fell silent. Li Jing glanced at Fuxing, who was equally perplexed. "She truly opened it? Your Majesty, treason against the sovereign warrants the extermination of 9 generations. I have 33 family members, and I dare not risk their lives." Upon hearing this, Li Jing nodded. "Proceed." According to Ruoruo's original plan, she intended to open the puzzle box within 2 hours, leaving time to send Lin Yi a message. In the original text, Lin Yi was cunning and duplicitous, presenting a facade while harboring malicious intent. Because the Empress Ruoruo and Lin Yi had known each other since their youth. They had established a friendship before she entered the palace, and after her arrival, they met frequently, becoming good friends. Unfortunately, she regarded him as a confidant in adversity, while he was always ready to exploit her. When reading, she felt it was unfair to the Empress. A quarter of an hour earlier, she had deduced that the puzzle box was essentially a magic square. In simpler terms, each small piece on the puzzle box represented a number, and each number could only be used once. The pieces needed to be moved to their corresponding positions, such that the sums in all directions equaled 15 for the box to open. During her youth, she had heard of magic squares but had never delved into them. Now, Ruoruo took out some paper and calculated multiple times, finally placing 5 at the center. One by one, she began to move the pieces, and when the correct combination emerged, there was a crisp sound and the box opened. Hongyu immediately stepped protectively in front of Ruoruo, seeing Hongyu stand up for her. Ruoruo crouched down, fearing to complicate matters for her. Everyone expected the puzzle box to contain hidden weapons, but to their surprise, it was completely empty. At that moment, Li Jing had arrived at the Weiyang Palace, unable to fathom how quickly the puzzle box had been opened. When the emperor entered, he saw Ruoruo sitting upright. Shouldn't the empress be bowing to a sovereign? Thus, she had forgotten to perform her greeting. Li Jing scoffed, "Ruoruo, you're truly a child of a wealthy family. Now you even disregard me." Hearing this, Hong Yu broke into a cold sweat and quickly pulled Ruoruo to bow. Only then did Ruoruo perform her greeting. The emperor glanced at her, then at the puzzle box. Noticing it remained closed, she shot a glare at Qingyu, who bowed her head and dared not speak. Fortunately, the emperor did not hold it against her. "It has been opened?" Indeed, Li Jing pointed at the box, his gaze revealing fatigue and impatience. Internally, he mused, "Is this not deceiving me? Clearly, it has not opened." Ruoruo took a deep breath, explaining that the reason it had closed again was to prove her ability to open it. "Hong Yu, bring me a blindfold." Ruoruo intended to show off. Increasing the difficulty of the game, the upgraded game resembled a blindfolded person touching an elephant. Li Jing was left confused, yet Ruoruo was confident. Before commencing, she repeatedly asked, "Your Majesty, if I am able to open it, you will allow me to go to the market to witness the execution, correct?" "I have spoken. A sovereign's words are not to be taken lightly," Li Jing replied emphatically. Upon hearing this, Ruoruo felt reassured. Her nimble fingers danced like butterflies as she moved this piece and that, with the patterns and clues eluding the ordinary observer. After a while, her fingers paused on the surface of a white jade. With a crisp sound, the audience witnessed the box indeed opening. Li Jing, intrigued, straightened up. "Your Majesty, it is completely empty inside." As she spoke, Ruoruo glanced at the sky, noting the sun was nearly at its zenith. And the sundial in the courtyard indicated the time, with only a little while remaining before the execution. "Your Majesty, you promised me. You must not be untrustworthy." She felt a twinge of urgency. Li Jing sighed, "What do you like?" Ruoruo found this question puzzling. "What is the emperor asking about?" Li Jing smirka. "I grant you an hour, but while I allow you to send him off, I did not say I would lift your confinement. Do you understand my meaning?" Li Jing gently nodded and instructed the nearby guards, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, "You will watch over the empress and protect her." Protect? Ruoruo understood that these two were there to monitor her. Yet, time was of the essence, and she had little inclination to converse with Li Jing. Exiting the imperial palace, the landscape outside was picturesque. In stark contrast to the formidable walls of Zihua City, the outside world was a veritable realm of human activity. Along the lengthy street, children frolicked in playful pursuit. Elderly individuals ambled leisurely while holding bird cages, and couples sauntered hand in hand, adorned in vibrant hues. The atmosphere was lively and harmonious. As for the palace, the carriage wheels rolled on, swiftly bringing the cart to Kaishiku, a bustling marketplace teeming with people. Were it not for Ruoruo's privileges, she would not be able to sit in the audience alongside the executioner, known as Zhang Jianhou. This Zhang Jianhou, Pei Yin, was a ruthless figure within the Ministry of Justice. He was strict with his colleagues, kind to the emperor and empress, and cold-hearted towards prisoners. When the executioner nearby signaled that the empress had arrived, Pei Yin felt a wave of unease. "Your Highness, what brings you out today?" "The winds from all directions. The winds that take heads, the time has come. Let us proceed with the execution, lest the night be long and fraught with dreams." In the original text, Lin Yi had quite a following, and with his noble lineage and prestigious connections, his cousin was a general, and his uncle was a high-ranking official. Interference from these powerful figures would complicate matters significantly. Pei Yin, known for his impartiality, declared the execution to commence at noon. Just then, an unforeseen turn of events erupted unexpectedly. Chapter 12, The Imperial Gold Medal. "Spare him," a commanding voice thundered from behind. At that moment, the crowd began to chatter excitedly. Ruoruo, unaware of the identity of the newcomer, sensed that the intent was far from benevolent. Her mind raced rapidly. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the individual donned in a deep blue court robe, adorned with an intricately embroidered red-crowned crane on the chest. Ruoruo recalled that, in the original narrative, the rank of officials was determined by the patterns on their robes. A first-rank civil official wore a white crane, while a first-rank military official donned a chilin. Who could this person be? The text described a prominent family known for producing talented individuals, with Lin Yi being one among them. During his 2 years as a medical officer, he had skillfully navigated the political landscape, cultivating relationships with numerous influential figures. Though a physician, he wielded considerable power. Within this family, Lin Jinyuan served as the current minister of the Central Secretariat, a distinguished member of the Lin clan. Upon his arrival, he saluted Zhang Jinho, saying, "Sir Pei, spare him." Pei Yin sighed. Feeling helpless, Minister Lin, I find it difficult to comply. Lin Yi has plotted against the emperor, and the evidence is irrefutable. I cannot allow personal connections to cloud my judgment. From the tense exchange, Ruoruo realized the strained relationship between Zhang Jianho and Lin Jinyuan. Such familial misfortune was indeed lamentable. As they spoke, Lin Jinyuan clutched his chest in anguish. "Oh dear!" Ruoruo felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her as Lin Jinyuan knelt before the gathered crowd. Addressing them, "Dear elders, I, Lin, have served in the court for many years without committing any crimes. Today, my cousin has committed an unpardonable act against the throne and deserves the severest punishment." At that moment, Ruoruo tugged at Pei Yan's sleeve, urging him not to let this theatrical performance derail their plans. "Proceed with the execution." Pei Yan dismissed Lin Jinyuan's pleas, gesturing for the executioner to prepare once more. Just then, Lin Jinyuan shielded Lin Yi with his body. Tears welled in Lin Yi's eyes as he implored, "Cousin, please flee. Why do this for me?" "Lin Yi, a man must acknowledge his mistakes. I believe the world will grant you a chance." Such foolishness. In that critical moment, Lin Jinyuan slowly revealed a gold medal of exemption from death from his sleeve. The medal gleamed brightly, reflecting the sunlight in a stunning display. "Zhang Jinho," Lin Jinyuan announced as he rose, "this is a gold medal bestowed by the late emperor. My ancestor rescued him from certain death, and in gratitude, the emperor conferred upon him the title of protector of the nation, along with this medal. I now use it to absolve my cousin of his crimes." After making this declaration, he reverently bowed towards the east. What a ridiculous turn of events. Ruoruo gritted her teeth. "Pei Yin, bring me that gold medal. I must examine it." Pei Yin respectfully retrieved the medal and whisked it away behind a screen with her. Ruoruo observed that the medal was exquisitely crafted. One side depicting a phoenix in flight, while the other bore the inscription exemption from death in elegant characters. Under the sunlight, it shimmered with a captivating brilliance. Does this truly grant immunity from death? Ruoruo inquit. Pei Yin, caught off guard, hesitated. This is a reward from the late emperor, hence it can surely absolve him. Ruoruo frowned. You must keep him in check while I seek an audience with the emperor. If Lin Yi is not executed today, future troubles will abound. At that moment, her two sisters unwillingly approached Ruoruo. In the original text, they were also cunning and treacherous, and Ruoruo kept her distance from them. The sisters, confused but compliant, departed. Ruoruo entered Qiankuan Hall and laid bare the situation at Kaishiku. The emperor cast a sidelong glance at her. "You harbor a deep-seated hatred for Lin Yi. You have known him for a long time. I thought you would plead for his clemency." The emperor's imagination was quite fanciful. Though she had known him for ages, the depths of his heart were unfathomable. This man had plotted against her. She now wished for nothing more than his swift execution. After the incident with the mysterious box, the emperor regards Ruoruo with newfound respect. How shall this matter be resolved? Ruoruo replied soon. This situation will become increasingly complex. I merely seek the authority to enforce my plan. As for the execution, I assure you I will present you with a satisfactory outcome. At that moment, Li Jing, unbeknownst to her, heard her innermost thoughts. Damn man, damn emperor, hurry up and grant me the execution authority. Why are you dawdling? As the ruler of a nation, why are you hesitating? Ruoruo, are you cursing me? Li Jing's gaza darkanat, murmuring softly. Ruoruo was taken aback. She had just internally expressed her frustration, but how could he possibly hear her? Damn emperor, do you possess some supernatural hearing? Li Jing himself was bewildered as to why he could hear Ruoruo's thoughts. His earlier question had merely been a test. Ruoruo forced a smile. A lowly servant. How could I ever speak ill of you? She hoped he had not heard her, that it was merely his wild imagination. But I do wish to know how you plan to execute this. Like I would tell you, she muttered inwardly. Ruoruo spoke once more. Your Majesty desires Lin Yi's head. I shall deliver it to you within the hour. What do you think? Agreed? Li Jing took a sip of Biluakan tea, gazing at Ruoruo with an air of leisure. Ruoruo felt a sense of urgency. Indeed, it was settled. I grant you permission. If you, Ruoruo, can successfully resolve this thorny issue, it would bode well for future collaboration. If not, I shall still remain. Ruoruo, seeing that Li Jing had consented, felt a surge of joy. I require an imperial gold medal. What do you need that for? The emperor asked, stating that he would only focus on the outcome. Ruoruo shot a reproachful glance at Li Jing. Li Jing chuckled softly. If you fail, I shall punish you and confine you forever. What a ludicrous wager. Ruoruo was on the verge of tears. Chapter 13. The Empress's Strategy. Yet, she reluctantly nodded. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Ruoruo gritted her teeth. She recalled the story vividly and did not believe that with her omniscient perspective, she could not navigate this narrative with ease. I have one last, reluctant request. Ruoruo began to strategize. The more leverage she had, the simpler the matter would become. She spoke candidly. Li Jing glanced at Ruoruo, his expression one of irritation, akin to that of an anorexic person confronted with unappetizing food. If you glare at me again, you might be pregnant. I humbly beseech your majesty to remain indoors for the next half-day and feign illness. Otherwise, if the Minister of the Interior creates a disturbance here, my plans will be utterly ruined. Granted, the minister has even produced the golden tablet of reprieve. Ruoruo rose to depart. As she exited the Qian Kuan Palace, Li Jing ordered General Cheng to stealthily follow Ruoruo. What could she possibly want of the Ministry of Justice? That remained a mystery. Upon reaching the prison of the Ministry of Justice, Ruoruo requested a list from the Chief Justice of 10 well-behaved prisoners, insisting that none be absent and to bring them forth with haste. Moments later, 10 robust men appeared before her. These men, having worked on a farm, were disheveled. The one at the front possessed a piercing gaze. Ruoruo pointed at him. You're Chao Shangfei, are you not? It is said that in a fit of rage for a beauty named Ruiji, you killed the son of Zhang Yuanwei. The man chuckled arrogantly. I would not regret killing him 100 times. That scoundrel was a rogue. I mistakenly thought he was a good man, but he turned out to be utterly untrustworthy. I had given Ruiji to him, only to discover he cast her aside 2 months into her pregnancy. Inafito fanjir, yaktid. This man laughed heartily. The story is clearly documented in the records. Escape? How laughable, Chao Shangfei scoffed. Do you think I lack the capability to leave? You are mistaken. I remain here because I genuinely wish to reform myself. Killing is wrong, yet I do not regret it. Very well, Ruoruo stood. I respect your fortitude. You dare to act and bear the consequences. Splendid. Now, come here, I have a task for you. If you accomplish it with unity and precision, I shall grant you amnesty and provide you with capital to start anew. What say you? Chao Shangfei and the others exchanged glances, eager to accept. Surely the empress would not deceive them. Ruoruo nodded, stipulating that their execution of her request must be flawless. Rest assured, your highness. We shall see to it without hesitation, they assured her. Ruoruo muttered a few words, though the nature of her arrangement remained a mystery. Yet, the expressions of the men were peculiar and difficult to interpret. Having finally heard your plans, Chao Shangfei retreated hastily. This is against the law. I dare not. Fear not, for I am here. Now, hurry along with the arrangements. Having said all that was necessary, she also provided them with a final push. After a moment of contemplation, they unanimously decided to assist Ruoruo. With everything in place, Ruoruo had Hong Yu and Qing Yu prepare her attire. Soon, she donned her court robes. Where's the empress off to? Qing Yu inquired curiously. Ruoruo smiled slyly. To the execution ground at the marketplace. You're going there? Qing Yu sighed. In these tumultuous times, even Pei Yin is preparing to hide. Why would you willingly seek out such danger? Worry not. Lin, you will not survive the day. Qing Yu and Hong Yu remained perplexed by Ruoruo's unwavering confidence. Once inside the carriage, Ruoruo unfurled a topographic map of the capital, discovering that the shortest route from the Ministry of Justice to her destination required traversing only 2 streets. Heading north, after exiting the Qinglong Gate and the Hongguang Gate, a swift gallop of 2 miles would lead to the capital's foremost stronghold, Furong Pass, a notorious site for executions. Not rushing to the marketplace, she first directed her course to Hongguang Gate, followed by Qinglong Gate. The carriage swiftly arrived at Hongguang Gate, where Ruoruo disembarked and, upon entering the guardhouse, issued orders to the soldiers, leaving them in stunned silence. Next, she proceeded to Qinglong Gate. Once all was arranged, they finally reached the marketplace. At this moment, the verbal duel between Pei Yin and Lin Jinyuan had reached a boiling point, with Pei Yin robustly countering. So, according to your logic, as long as we possess the golden tablet of reprieve, we may act with impunity? Lin Yi attempted to assassinate the emperor. Such heinous crimes warrant the punishment of 9 generations. The emperor, mindful of your family's illustrious contributions, merely seeks to make an example. Do not hasten towards your own demise. Lord Lin, from the opposing side, Lin Jinyin retorted defiantly. Lord Pei, this is indeed an authentic golden tablet of reprieve, earned through our family's blood and sweat. Why can we not exchange it for my cousin's life? Times have changed. What was once valid is now obsolete, Pei Yin firmly replied, clearly unwilling to comply with Lin Jinyuan's demands. Fearing that time was not on his side, Lin Jinyuan decided to seek an audience with the emperor. Little did he know that fortune was not in his favor that day, as the emperor was unwell. Should he choose to proceed with the execution, it would certainly offend Lin Jinyuan, making future endeavors perilous. After all, Lin Jinyuan was the Minister of the Interior, and he could easily make life difficult for him. Should he refrain from executing Lin Yi, he would struggle to explain himself before the emperor and risk accusations of favoritism. Both men found themselves at an impasse. Just then, Ruoruo arrived. The crowd, witnessing her presence, fell to their knees in unison, chanting blessings for the empress. Ruoruo observed the sea of faces. Noting how none dared to look up, a fervent vanity blooming in her heart. Indeed, the feeling of being empress was rather delightful. Enjoying the privilege while advancing forward, Pei Yin recognized Ruoruo's return in her court attire, understanding she was there to address the matter. Your Highness, you have arrived. This issue requires your intervention. Can this golden tablet of reprieve truly be utilized? Pei Yin pointed toward the tablet in Lin Jinyuan's grasp. Pei Yin was left speechless, nearly believing he had misheard. Chapter 14. Using a knife to kill. The emperor is ill. This matter should be addressed by his majesty, yet has fallen to me. Her tone conveyed a sense of resignation. Lin Jinyuan, having previously interacted with Ruoruo, understood her to be a benevolent ruler, and experience taught him that she was soft-hearted. If he performed well, she would surely extend her assistance. Furthermore, as the empress had known Lin Yi since his youth, it was unlikely she would seek his total destruction. Your Majesty, you have arrived. May you be at peace. Lin Jinyin bowed deeply, sorrow enveloping him. Ruoruo glanced down, noticing his enigmatic eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if lamenting the whims of fate. She gestured for Qingyu to assist Lin Jinyuan to his feet. The esteemed elder has dedicated 22 springs and autumns to the nation. How can he simply kneel? Pei Yin, how can you allow this? Why not bring a stool for the elder? As she spoke, Ruoruo cast a glance at Hongyu. Though surprised, Hongyu complied and begrudgingly fetched a stool, placing it in the center of the execution ground. The two exchanged glances, and Lin Jinyuan, recognizing the empress's warm and attentive arrangements, understood that Lin Yi would likely be saved today. Qingyu and Hongyu were baffled. Ruoruo had previously expressed deep animosity toward Lin Yi, declaring her intent to see him dead. How had her attitude changed so swiftly? Meanwhile, the palace eunuch Lin Quan had observed everything with keen clarity. Li Jing had just approved the official document, now rubbing his temples in discomfort. Lin Quan's hurried footsteps interrupted his thoughts. Li Jing, what are you doing? Are you being reckless? Despite Li Jing's repeated admonitions to Lin Quan to remain calm in any situation, Lin Quan remained anxious. He relayed Ruoruo's actions, prompting Li Jing to ponder. Is she not filled with hatred for Lin Yi, wanting to witness his demise? What does this mean? I too am perplexed. It is evident the empress is protecting Lin Yi, Lin Quan replied. Continue to investigate, Li Jing instructed, waving his hand. Lin Quan hurriedly took his leave. Once Lin Quan was gone, Li Jing leisurely rose to examine the geographical map hanging on the wall behind him. On the map of Kanyu, there is a mark indicating a location currently engulfed in battle. General Su is tirelessly working to eliminate the bandits, and reports of victories arrive frequently. In a reflexive gesture, he seized a peacock feather and hurled it towards the copper pot across from him. The sound of a clink indicated that the feather had found its mark. Meanwhile, Lin Jinyuan, trembling, presented a golden token. Ruoruo cautiously accepted it and examined it closely, confirming it to be the genuine life-saving golden token. Only then did she reproach Pei Yin, stating that the esteemed official had failed to recognize the precious legacy left by the late emperor. The very token that guarantees immunity from death. Your Highness, Pei Yin interjected anxiously. What era are we in now? And what era was the late emperor from? Ruoruo blinked, playfully admonishing him. After all, this is a relic of the royal family. If we consider it carefully, the late emperor was indeed the biological father of the current one. Therefore, I believe we should pardon Lin Yi. As she spoke, Ruoruo gracefully approached Lin Yi. Noticing the shadow enveloping him, Lin Yi slowly lifted his gaze and observed Ruoruo's peculiar eyes. She was smiling, but the smile did not reach the corners of her eyes. Lin Yi, she declared, I have come to save you. I repay kindness with kindness. What do you think of my character? Your Highness, Lin Yi clenched his fists. I was indeed reckless before. What does it matter, past and future? Ruoruo responded with a strange laugh. Lin Yi was horrified to realize that her expression was bizarre. Such a peculiar smile was something he had never witnessed on the queen's face before. This is merely a woman's perspective, Pei Yin argued. She is attempting to deceive us with this token. How can it be a deception? In my view, this token still holds power. If that is the case, let's pardon Lin Yi. Pei Yin sighed deeply. Your Highness, you cannot let the tiger out of its cage. The minister of the Central Secretariat had served in the court for 22 years, dedicating himself tirelessly. And even if there were no merits, there were certainly hardships. At this moment, even if the emperor were here, he would likely show Lin Yi some leniency. Pei Yin, this matter ends here. Pei Yin was taken aback. How can your Highness be so hasty and superficial? Ruoruo was startled. What do you mean, Pei Yin? Are you questioning my ability to handle matters? Is this not all being dealt with in an orderly fashion? Pei Yin was enraged, his face reddening as he trembled with anger. Thus she concluded, you have labored greatly, and Lin Yi has attended to the royal family's ailments over the years. He is pardoned. You may take Lin Yi away. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi sprang to his feet. He felt the queen's foolishness, despite having conspired with Chun Guifei against her. She not only chose to overlook the past, but also pardoned him. Lin Jinyuan, seeing Lin Yi rise, wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and rushed towards him. They murmured for a moment. Then Lin Jinyuan approached Ruoruo to bow, followed closely by Lin Yi. I am truly sorry for causing trouble for your Highness. This is no fun. Ruoruo waved her hand. Since you were pardoned, you may go. Pei Yin, witnessing this, was infuriated. Your Highness, you are abusing your power. This matter should await the emperor's judgment. Pei Yin was seething with rage. Lin Jinyuan was not well regarded in the community, and the public could hardly fathom that the current queen would handle this matter in such a manner, leading to a chorus of discontent. The crowd departed in anger. Ruoruo observed Lin Yi and Lin Jinyuan as they made their way to the carriage. At that moment, a strange smile crept onto her lips. Your Highness, you are acting recklessly. The emperor will hold you accountable. Once the crowd dispersed, Pei Yin approached, murmuring softly. Ruoruo, however, smirked coldly. He is my sworn enemy. I have a better plan. Chapter 15. The Queen's Capability. My queen, with everyone gone, what capability do you possess? Most importantly, you did not seize that life-saving token. Does this not encourage Lin Jinyuan's misdeeds? In the future, he may use this token to his advantage. Do not worry. Look over there. Ruoruo pointed towards Lin Jinyuan's carriage. Pei Yin cast a puzzled glance in that direction. Ruoruo smiled, counting 1, 2, 3. As her words fell, a group of men in black swiftly approached Lin Jinyuan. Realizing the danger, Lin Jinyuan hastily ordered his guards to protect him, unaware that these black-clad figures were exceptionally formidable. Swiftly dispatching the guards with a flurry of blows, Lin Yi had just stepped into the carriage when suddenly, a pair of hands grasped his shoulders. Get down. Lin Yi felt his heart race. In the next moment, the world spun around him, and he found himself tossed into a sack. As darkness enveloped him, he soon realized that the ruffians had stuffed him into the sack and tied it to the horse's tail. One of the thugs wielded a whip, lashing the horse's rear, dragging Lin Yi behind. The public had no time to react. In an instant, the horse-drawn carriage disappeared near Hongguang Gate. Not only the common folk, but even the soldiers were left dumbfounded. What are you doing in broad daylight? Stop! A few soldiers, armed with spears, sluggishly pursued. But the distance only widened. In fact, Ruoruo had just instructed them not to apprehend anyone involved in the ambush, since the queen had given her orders. Who would dare to provoke her? At that moment, Lin Jinyan regained consciousness as a servant in gray helped him out of the carriage, and the onlookers burst into laughter. What is Lin Darren doing? You truly are ignorant. This is the turtle school's technique, designed to transform into a giant turtle when a formidable foe approaches. Ha ha ha. The crowd mocked him. Lin Jingyuan commanded his guards to search for Lin Yi. At that moment, Ruoruo also approached him, feigning fear as she pressed her hand to her chest. This is terrifying. Who are these people? Could it be that Lin Yi has offended someone? I suspect they're the bandits from Erlong Mountain. Your Highness, you must order the capture of these ruffians. I have already given the order. Lin Darren need only await good news. At this moment, Lin Jinyuan began to grasp something. In the Emperor's territory, how could such a group of bandits exist? If they did, why had the soldiers not detected them earlier? He scrutinized Ruoruo across from him. Ruoruo maintained her usual expression, devoid of any smile. She then waved to Pei Yan. You must delay him, ensuring he has no chance to meet the Emperor or summon help, and obstruct those searching for him. I shall return shortly. Pei Yan understood that all of this was the Queen's meticulous scheme. Do not worry, Your Highness. I shall ensure he is left fuming. Thank you. Ruoruo patted Pei Yan's shoulder. As Lin Jinyuan saw Ruoruo depart, he hurried to pursue her, but Pei Yan blocked his path. Lin Darren. After leaving the execution site, Ruoruo entered a carriage prepared by Hong Yu. Furong Pass? Hong Yu asked, confused, gripping the reins. Are you certain we are heading to Furong Pass? Go. Ruoruo replied tersely. The group known as Kaoshang Fei had arrived at the agreed location, and his companions extracted the man from the sack. The previous galloping had left Lin Yi bruised and battered. The sack was severely torn, blood soaking the ground. Lin Yi glared at Kaoshang Fei. What are you doing? Can you not tell? Kaoshang Fei scoffed, the knife in his hand resting on Lin Yi's shoulder. This is a kidnapping. Kidnapping? Lin Yi cast a sidelong glance at the crowd, contemplating the idea of wealth preservation through financial sacrifice. How much silver do you desire? My family possesses ample wealth, but I implore you all not to inflict harm upon me. Lin Yi harbored a profound fear of physical suffering. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Cao Shangfei chuckled once more, stating that their leader would soon engage with him, while their responsibility was merely to escort him to this location. Lin Yi's heart raced, instinctively sensing impending danger. Just as he was about to utter another word, a hefty man approached and delivered a resounding slap across his face, warning him to wait. Lin Yi was so terrified that he could hardly breathe. Moments later, the client arrived. To Lin Yi's astonishment, the leader they mentioned turned out to be Ruoruo, the Empress. Upon Ruoruo's arrival, the group of ruffians knelt in unison. Ruoruo, with a beaming smile, acknowledged their efforts, informing them that they could depart later that afternoon. But for now, she needed their assistance, as she was averse to witnessing bloodshed. At this revelation, Lin Yi's face drained of color. What do you intend to do? Naturally, it is to return the favor in kind. Ruoruo innocently blinked her clever eyes. Lin Yi, over the years, has risen to prominence within the royal palace, all thanks to my assistance. I regarded you as an esteemed confidant and even made an exception to allow you to learn the Jitian Jinkui technique. It is truly unexpected, Lin Yi, that you have betrayed my expectations and plotted against me. Lin Yi felt utterly defeated, wishing he could flee, yet a group of men had already surrounded him. Someone stepped on Lin Yi's fingers, and with the heartstrings connected to his 10 fingers, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ruoruo maintained her smile, showing no mercy toward her adversaries. She recalled the narrative that without the Empress's aid, Lin Yi would not have emerged victorious. Little did she know that Lin Yi had turned against her. In agonizing pain, Lin Yi cried out, prompting Ruoruo to approach him. Cao Shangfei, today I require you to resume your former trade. Remember how you tortured Lu Yuanwai's son to death? Now, you shall apply the same treatment to him, and I shall wait nearby. Ah, "Your Highness, this individual is a criminal, ruthless and callous. Rest assured, I will bear any consequences." "Very well." Chao Shangfei gradually advanced towards Lin Yi, a sinister smile gracing his lips, his twisted expression instilling fear within Lin Yi. Terrified, Lin Yi prostrated himself, pleading for mercy, begging not to be killed, offering his wealth as a bribe. Although Lin Yi was already begging for his life, Chao Shangfei continued to approach him with an air of confidence. Just as the weapon in his hand was poised to strike, the Empress spoke once more. "Chao Shangfei, indeed, I have additional requests." Uncertain of what further arrangements the Empress had, he hastily retreated to Ruoruo's side. Chapter 16. Fulfilling the promise, the Empress's orders are paramount. Do not allow him to perish so swiftly. Do you understand? Ruoruo's smile was cruel. The implication was unmistakable. To deal with such a duplicitous and hypocritical individual, it was essential to make him endure the utmost suffering, forcing him to struggle for life before slowly succumbing to death. Chao Shangfei nodded, assuring her that he would await her nearby, as this was merely his area of expertise. For the next half hour, Ruoruo ascended a derelict tower at Ferong Pass, gazing out over the vast imperial capital. To the west lay the endless expanse of forest, likely an uncharted new world. A sturdy, straight road led southward from Ferong Pass, slicing through the landscape, creating a picturesque scene. Ruoruo never anticipated that she would traverse 1,000 mountains and rivers in her lifetime. But that was a tale for another time. Remarkable. Ruoruo nodded, distributing the promised silver, instructing everyone to seek their own livelihoods and to refrain from wrongdoing. She presented the previously promised silver, and the crowd dispersed. Once the throng had scattered, Ruoruo approached Lin Yi, who was lifeless, having been severed by Chao Shangfei. Prior to her departure, Ruoruo had prepared a wooden box, having previously agreed with Li Jing that since he wished to see the corpse, she would have Chao Shangfei place Lin Yi's head inside this box. Upon opening the box, Lin Yi's unblinking eyes seemed to accuse Ruoruo. She remained unfazed. After all, the narrative had repeatedly depicted Lin Yi conspiring with others to plot against her. Now that Lin Yi was in pieces, it was a fitting consequence. This is what the Emperor desires. Do not tamper with it. Now, prepare to assist me in bathing. The warm spring water caressed her skin as Ruoruo closed her eyes in enjoyment. Meanwhile, Lin Quan had been fervently relaying the events to the Emperor, who raised an eyebrow in surprise, his eyes darkening. "What do you mean? You suspect that the ruffian leader was arranged by the Empress?" "I have investigated. The Empress and that ruffian merely played a farce, and thus Lin Yi was abducted." Upon hearing this, Li Jing clenched his fists. "Ha!" Li Jing scoffed. "It seems the Empress intends to flee with the brigand." Rising, he decided to take a look. However, before he could step outside, the wailing and lamentations from outside caught his attention. Upon focusing, he realized it was Lin Jinyuan, the minister of the Central Secretariat. The Emperor was already aware of the chaotic events unfolding outside, yet he feigned ignorance, reassuring the minister to speak at his leisure. "You mean to say Lin Yi was taken? Your Majesty, I implore you to be lenient. My ancestors served loyally to protect the late Emperor, and I have devoted my utmost efforts, which earned me a death exemption. Are you suggesting that all of this has been rendered null?" The old minister. "Do not be agitated. Li Jing is inherently cunning, fully aware of the situation's intricacies, yet he pretends to be dim-witted. I will arrange for this matter to be addressed immediately. Do not worry." Li Jing feigned complianza. Lin Jinyuan expressed his gratitude profusely. On the way to Weiyang Palace, Li Jing chuckled coldly. The Empress's sleight of hand is truly remarkable. Her plan is impeccably crafted. Lin Quan also looked on in envy. Within Weiyang Palace, Ruoruo felt immensely refreshed after a bath. The palace was replete with hot springs, with artisans channeling the spring waters to various chambers. Weiyang Palace also boasted bathing facilities designed with great consideration. "Is there anything to eat?" Ruoruo suddenly wondered, having become quite hungry after a day of busyness. Qingyu nodded, placing down a change of clothes, assuring her that she would fetch something. "Sweet treats, please." Ruoruo was a master of disguise, capable of being both fierce and sweet, humorous and aloof, seamlessly transitioning between identities and conversing with all. At this moment, Li Jing arrived. In truth, He held great admiration for Ruoruo, yet he was wary of her. The Su family was renowned, with her father Su Jinyang being a distinguished general who had fought valiantly for years, significantly expanding the empire's territory. How could Li Jing feel secure? Furthermore, Su Ruo's uncle, Su Duanming, was the nation's martial champion, having become the minister of war at the age of 21, adeptly managing military affairs. What troubled Li Jing the most were Su Ruo's two elder brothers. The eldest, Su, served as the deputy minister of war and was equally formidable in martial prowess. The second brother, Su Kai, was already a lieutenant colonel at a young age. In such a family of martial heroes, Li Jing remained on high alert, often hearing whispers from sycophants suggesting that the Su family was amassing troops in preparation for betrayal. Though Li Jing had thoroughly investigated and found no cause for concern, nevertheless, his vigilance only intensified. Lost in thought, he entered the palace. It had been previously established that Su Ruo was a novice swimmer. She preferred showers over baths, but the hot spring palace only offered such arrangements. After being submerged under the water by Li Jing earlier, she still felt anxious. She was preparing to ascend the shore, but stumbled, gasping in surprise as she fell back into the water. In truth, the deepest part of the hot spring was merely 1.5 meters. Ruoruo, standing at 1.67 meters, could have managed if she stood upright. However, how could someone with a fear of water possibly do so? Help! Save me! Ruoruo swallowed a mouthful of water, her panic causing her to flail and struggle. Outside the hall, Li Jing heard the commotion and, thinking Ruoruo had been attacked, rushed in only to find her thrashing about in the water. Stand up, quickly! Li Jing stood tall, exuding an air of confidence, unaffected by the situation. Chapter 17. The gift. Ruoruo's eyes rolled back as she sank, the sensation of impending doom enveloping her once more. Just as she thought she was nearing death, someone suddenly leaped in. He swiftly caught her in his arms. Ruoruo, usually composed, was taken aback by the peril she faced in this unfamiliar realm, having narrowly escaped death twice. Terrified, she instinctively clung to Li Jing. He sighed in exasperation. Not long ago, Lin Quan praised you. I nearly thought he was joking. Li Jing gazed at the girl in his embrace, while Ruoruo exhaled slowly, her fingers brushing against her wet face. It was then that she recognized her savior. It's you? Ruoruo nearly doubted her own eyes. Li Jing's chest heaved as he observed her mood, which seemed less than cheerful, his brows furrowed in anger. What are you glaring at me for, you scoundrel? Unbeknownst to her, Li Jing could hear her inner thoughts. He abruptly released Ruoruo, causing her to flail in panic, thinking, scoundrel, I am the empress, your wife. Would you really abandon me in my time of need? At that moment, the empress must be cursing me, right? To confirm whether he truly heard Ruoruo's thoughts, he provocatively asked, and the response was immediate. What is wrong with me scolding you? You heartless brute, unable to see that it was Chun Guifei who harmed you, and you even prepared to kill me. Hearing this, Li Jing's lips twitched. Yet Ruoruo clung desperately to his clothing, fearing that if he pushed her away, she would drown. Your Majesty, you are wise and unmatched in martial prowess. How could I ever scold you? She pouted adorably, a mix of charm and mischief. Li Jing found her behavior peculiar. Recently, especially in these past few days, Ruoruo seemed transformed. Previously known for her virtuous demeanor and adherence to propriety, she had become increasingly volatile in her emotions. Do not be afraid, Li Jing advised, pushing Ruoruo's hand gently. Ruoruo secretly resisted. If you try to push me away, I won't let you. Little did she know, Li Jing playfully swatted her hand away, and she let go in surprise. Your Majesty, help! Li Jing, her support, suddenly pushed her away, and she felt a wave of fear. Yet he mischievously smiled, saying, try to stand firm. The water is shallow. Upon hearing this, Ruoruo regained her composure. Ignoring all else, she attempted to stand, discovering that the water barely reached her chin. Even in the deepest part, it was shallower at the edges. She felt a surge of pride and intentionally walked into the shallow area. However, she soon let out a horrified scream. This cry attracted Qingyu and Hongyu, who rushed in. Hongyu leaped through the window, brandishing a knife, while Qingyu stumbled in, shouting, Bol d'assassin, comme fort. The two were stunned, witnessing the scene in the water. Li Jing and Ruoruo exchanged glances, Ruoruo, standing bare before him, fully exposed. Li Jing had seen her body clearly, while Ruoruo had never been so openly observed, having only experienced love in her past life without any physical intimacy. Ah, goodness. Qing Yu exchanged a glance with Hong Yu, and the two retreated in embarrassment. Ruoruo blushed, quickly crouching in the water. Oh no, they saw. My modesty is compromised. How will I ever face anyone again? This is mortifying. What should I do? Once again, Ruoruo's thoughts were audible to Li Jing. Clearing his throat, he called out, I am waiting outside for you. Hurry and come out. Your Majesty. Ruoruo timidly curled up in the shallow water, covering her chest. What's wrong? Li Jing prepared to approach, perplexed by her unusual behavior today. Did you see? Ruoruo stammered, her words fumbling. Li Jing was taken aback. What did the Empress mean? Had they been intimate? After contemplating for some time, he couldn't recall whether the author had mentioned it or merely glossed over it. However, judging by Li Jing's expression, it was evident that there was something between them. You rogue. As these thoughts occupied her mind, Li Jing had already exited. Lin Quan hurriedly brought clothes, and after Li Jing changed, he sat calmly. Meanwhile, Ru Guifei and Lu Xinfei arrived. They were surprised to find Li Jing in the Weiyang Palace. Given their unique statuses, especially Lu Xinfei, whose aunt was the Empress Dowager, Li Jing had to maintain a delicate balance with the two sisters. Having not seen Li Jing in a long while, they hurriedly performed their greetings. Recently, Ru Guifei mentioned wanting to learn the Huchuan dance to perform at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. Li Jing's inquiry was not genuine curiosity, but rather a hope that Ru Guifei would reconsider. However, Ru Guifei insisted on performing right then and there, spinning before falling, pushing Lu Xinfei aside in a comical manner. They exchanged complaints and retreated without further discussion. Li Jing sighed, noting that they seemed increasingly eager to impress. In this palace, understanding subtlety was crucial for survival. Li Jing Agjalat. Lin Quan concurred, noting that these concubines never grasped the principle of attracting attention and would only learn through hardship. Ru Guifei and Lu Xinfei had just left the hall when Ru Guifei, fuming, remarked, Yesterday my maid Chunlan said that at the Empress Dowager's banquet, the Empress will present a gift. I saw a wooden box on her table. Could that be the gift? What do you mean? Ru Guifei exclaimed, smacking Lu Xinfei's hand. Have a maid sneak a look? Let's see it first. The banquet is just 2 days away. Who knows what she will present? Should we allow her to offer something more pleasing than ours? Upon hearing this, Lu Xinfei nodded in agreement. You make a good point. I will instruct that little maid to take a peek. Shortly thereafter, the wooden box arrived as promised. The sisters circled it twice before Lu Xinfei commanded, Little maid, open it and see what's inside. Everyone assumed the box contained Ruoruo's gift for the Empress Dowager. As they gathered closer, the little maid pried it open with a tool, and with a loud snap, the lid flew open. Curious, Ru Guifei leaned in, but Lu Xinfei caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent, quickly followed by their united screams. Chapter 18. Secrets of the Palace. Ru Guifei pushed the wooden box aside in shock. What is this? A human head? Lu Xinfei, trembling, cautiously peeked inside, confirming her fears. How could there be a head in the palace? The sisters were utterly bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, Ru Guifei was at a loss for what to do. Lu Xinfei, increasingly terrified, could not tear her gaze away from the bloody head, her curiosity compelling her to look closer. Sister. Finally, Lu Xinfei spoke. We should dispose of it. It's too frightening. In the imperial palace, Lu Guifei possesses significantly greater intelligence than Lu Xinfei, who has long regarded Lu Guifei as her superior. Over the years, Lu Xinfei has fostered amicable relations and shown deference to Lu Guifei, obediently following her counsel. While Lu Guifei has tirelessly safeguarded Lu Xinfei amidst various tumultuous challenges. Their relationship is one of mutual benefit and assistance. As time passes in the palace, encounters with death become frequent. One evening in July of last year, a eunuch fished a female corpse from the Tay pool, prompting Lu Guifei to approach with keen interest. Stealing a glance at the head, she then tossed a silk handkerchief to Qiujuan, her maid. Clean the face and identify her, Lu Guifei commanded. Qiujuan, trembling with fear, fell to her knees, exclaiming, Your Highness, I am frightened, truly frightened. Hurry and clean it. How can a living person fear the dead? Lu Guifei retorted sharply. Xiujuan, compelled by duty, suppressed her dread and, after several attempts, managed to wipe the blood from the corpse's face. Lu Guifei pondered aloud. Sister, does this not resemble Lin? Lin Yi, a physician, often traverses the depths of the palace. Lu Xianfei, too, deduced it was Lin Yi, trembling as she murmured. Wasn't Lin Yi supposed to be executed today at Kaishiku? How'd her head end up here? This revelation left them both perplexed. Whenever the sisters faced perplexing dilemmas, they would seek counsel from the Empress Dowager in Funkuan Palace. Although the Empress Dowager seldom ventured out, she remained well informed about affairs within the palace. At that moment, she was gently tapping a large wooden fish before the Buddha, while the matron Meisho waited patiently. The Empress Dowager had a habit of not addressing significant matters during her prayers, a practice she had adhered to for years. The Chancellor requests an audience, Your Highness, Meisho announced, offering her assistance. The Empress Dowager scoffed, her tone laced with sarcasm. It has been a year and a half since I last saw the Chancellor. What could he possibly want from me now? He seeks your aid, Meisho began, but the Empress Dowager's expression revealed her understanding. How could I not know? Lin Yi, that lawless scoundrel, deserves death for plotting against the Emperor. The Empress Dowager had already dispatched the Empress to meet the executioner when a group of brigands brazenly abducted Lin Yi before the eyes of many. Meisho succinctly relayed the events, and the Empress Dowager, unperturbed, acknowledged that with the Emperor's decree of clemency in place, the court would refrain from taking action against him. The brigands' intervention was a flawless cover. The court could merely pursue the imaginary criminals, while Lin Yi would likely meet his demise. Your Highness's foresight is impeccable, Meisho remarked as she assisted the Empress Dowager out of the prayer hall. The Empress Dowager was not the biological mother of Li Jing. Li Jing's mother, of humble origins, was an inconsequential concubine. One fateful day, the Emperor, inebriated, unexpectedly favored Li Jing, who soon thereafter became pregnant. Within the harem, this unfortunate woman gained prestige through her son, yet her fortune was short-lived. Upon learning of her pregnancy, numerous rivals conspired against her. Fortunately, Li Jing's mother evaded their plots and gave birth to him a year later. It was hoped that the birth of a male child would alter their fates. However, her son became a target for jealousy, and in Li Jing's 7th year, his mother perished while protecting him. Yet, even in his youth, Li Jing understood this was merely a transaction orchestrated by the Empress. The Empress, aware of her own declining beauty, feared abandonment as she aged, for many concubines faced neglect in their twilight years, a tormenting existence within the palace. 11 years later, on a summer's day, the Emperor passed away, and from that day forth, Li Jing transformed into the true Dragon Emperor, while the former Empress became the Dowager Empress. Across the realm, everyone praised the Dowager Empress. She treated Li Jing as her own, diligently nurturing him, leading to his ascension to the throne. Yet their relationship soured. The Dowager Empress, a cunning manipulator, began to cultivate her own faction upon realizing the discord between her and Li Jing. The remnants of the old court loyally followed the Dowager Empress, and over the years, she amassed significant power. Li Jing found himself increasingly unable to act against her. At times, he even had to heed her counsel. For years, the Dowager Empress had introduced many enchanting women to Li Jing's side, yet curiously, these beauties perished within 2 years of entering the palace. Eventually, the Dowager Empress sent her own kin, Lu Guifei and Lu Xianfei, to the palace. As the Dowager Empress contemplated her schemes, Meisho assisted her into the warm chamber. Outside, Lin Jinyan knelt, the sun casting a gentle glow upon him, accentuating the age upon his graying head. You have arrived, the Dowager Empress said, taking a seat and idly inquiring. Lin Jinyuan nodded slowly. My cousin has been murdered. His body was discovered at Furong Pass. I implore your highness to investigate this matter, for I seek to capture the true culprit. Now you remember me, Lin Darin. The Dowager Empress sighed. I am old and prefer to avoid matters of the past. Her words implied a rejection of his plea. Lin Jinyuan remained kneeling, pleading, Your Highness, I beseech you for your assistance. I will send someone to investigate, Lin Darin, but you have grown increasingly distant from me, the Dowager Empress chided, casting a reproachful glance at him. Chapter 19. The decapitation case Lin Jinyuan pressed at the corners of his eyes, his expression one of despair. This was the perfect opportunity to sway him. The gruesome murder of his brother weighed heavily on him. Your Highness, Lin Jinyuan and Lin Yi share a deep bond. They grew up together and supported each other in their official capacities. Now that Lin Jinyuan has failed to save Lin Yi, he is tormented by guilt. He found today's events unfathomable. How could the emperor fall ill just as I sought his aid? How could a band of brigands appear under the emperor's very feet? Initially, he believed it was merely a case of banditry, but privately, he began to suspect otherwise. This was a carefully orchestrated scheme. The Dowager Empress waved her hand dismissively. Lin Jinyuan, in a daze, nodded and took his leave. Once he was gone, Meisho sighed. For years, the emperor has dealt with those who oppose you. And now our ranks have grown thin. The Dowager Empress frowned. I must cultivate alliances. In your view, this matter. Meisho began, but the Dowager Empress interrupted with a cold laugh. This must be the work of the emperor or the empress. Just as they conversed, Lu Guifei and Lu Xianfei arrived. Lu Xianfei appeared distressed, babbling incoherently about her discoveries within Weiyang Palace. Lu Guifei allowed Lu Xianfei to ramble on. The Dowager Empress, displeased with Lu Xianfei, cast a glance at the composed Lu Guifei and incisively inquired, "Have you brought the head? Please allow my aunt to examine it." Lu Guifei had been prepared, awaiting the question. As she spoke, she presented a wooden box. The Dowager Empress rose to inspect the box, revealing the lifeless Lin Yi within. The case is solved. Indeed, it was she. Your Highness, although the court has sentenced Lin Yi to death, the Chancellor has used his decree of clemency to protect her. Yet, Lin Yi was still killed by the Empress, and thus, she is guilty. Lu Guifei articulated with sharp intelligence, deliberately withholding half of her insights. The Dowager Empress clenched her fist. I am aware, but this is not the time for punitive measures. Nearby, Lu Xianfei interjected, Aunt, your birthday celebration is approaching. It would be best to. For once, Lu Xianfei displayed wisdom. She leaned close to the Dowager Empress, whispering suggestions, while Lu Guifei remained indifferent. L Xianfei relished in showing off, yet often found herself in a predicament. Ru Guifei remained unperturbed, while the Empress Dowager frequently engaged her in conversation. Ultimately, the Empress Dowager adopted L Xianfei's suggestion. Meanwhile, within the Weiyang Palace, Ruoruo eloquently recounted the day's events, asserting that the emperor did not seek a head, which she had left outside. Ruoruo instructed Qingyu to bring the wooden box. The two maidservants searched for quite some time, only to discover that the wooden box had mysteriously vanished. How could this be? Ruoruo, who was meticulous and never careless in her affairs, was perplexed. The box had clearly been placed on the table outside. After inquiring with the duty eunuchs and maidservants, nobody seemed to know where the box had gone. Li Jing cast a sidelong glance at Ruoruo. Did the Empress understand the consequences of deceiving the Emperor? Ruoruo's tale had been filled with twists and turns, sounding somewhat unrealistic and extravagant. As she prepared to present her evidence, she found the head missing, which only heightened her anxiety. Do you truly not believe me? Fumet silenti. Li Jing could hear her thoughts. Your Majesty, I have indeed procured Lin Yiren's head. How could I deceive you? Ruoruo was in a frenzy. Although she was a performer and appeared visibly distressed, her mind was filled with unflattering thoughts. Li Jing, would I have any reason to deceive you? Oh heavens! How shall I explain this to him? Curse it! Who has stolen my evidence? Upon hearing this, Li Jing confirmed that he could indeed perceive Ruoruo's inner voice. After Li Jing departed, Ruoruo was left in despair. She pointed toward Li Jing's distant figure, wondering if it was appropriate for him to be confined. Qingyu sighed. Your Highness, perhaps you should immerse yourself in your studies. Indeed, the ocean of knowledge awaited her. Ruoruo was incensed. The two women pondered deeply. After a while, a eunuch entered and claimed to have seen Chunlan, a maidservant by L Xianfei's side, sneak into the inner palace, only to emerge looking around furtively. It must be them. Yet Ruoruo found it bewildering that while the box had been stolen, the secrets within it had seemingly been revealed. Yet neither Ru Guifei nor L Xianfei had come to investigate. In the original text, these two sisters had long contested against the Empress, proving to be her formidable adversaries. However, today was peculiar. Ruoruo could not afford to sit idly, urgently sending Qingyu to find Li Jing. At that moment, Li Jing was in discussion with Lin Quan. Qingyu, being of lesser stature, could only wait outside. She did not encounter the emperor, but instead a throng of officials, ever diligent in their duties. Qingyu, feeling helpless, wandered around the Qian Kuan Hall before ultimately retreating. Meanwhile, within Weiyang Palace, several matrons were conversing about the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. Each year, the Empress Dowager hosted a lavish celebration, spending money as if it were water. Some officials had long since expressed their dissatisfaction. But due to the Empress Dowager's esteemed status as the emperor's mother, they dared not voice their grievances. This year's banquet preparations have been entrusted entirely to Ruoruo. In truth, the Empress Dowager merely made an appearance. It was always the same routine. The matrons chuckled, acknowledging Ruoruo's ability to delegate and win hearts through small favors. And since they held no ill will, she entrusted the remaining tasks to them. Fortunately, prior to each banquet, Li Jing's side would send assistance, alleviating her concerns. At that moment, Han Yu brought news. Your Highness, I just went searching for something and happened to see Lin Jinyuan entering Funkuan Palace. How strange it is for the Minister of the Central Secretariat to seek an audience with the Empress Dowager in the palace. Hearing this, Ruoruo stomped her foot, realizing the gravity of the situation. Quickly, Qingyu, hurry to find the Emperor and tell him I have suddenly fainted. Regardless of the circumstances, he must come. Qingyu, seeing Ruoruo struggling to stand, hurried to assist her to lie down. In a flash, she rushed to the Qiankuan Hall. In the Qiankuan Hall, Lin Quan had already taken his leave. No one knew what had transpired between the sovereign and his officials. Such matters were countless. Li Jing had just finished reviewing a stack of documents when Qingyu rushed in, her expression clouded with worry. Your Majesty, she nearly burst into the room, kneeling before Li Jing, who found her tearful demeanor peculiar. What troubles you? Li Jing inquired nonchalantly, continuing his work, implying that Qingyu understood his indifference. Desperate, she bowed her head. Your Majesty, please, I beseech you to come and take a look. Li Jing contemplated. He had not intended to visit Weiyang Palace. However, suddenly recalling General Su Duanyang, who was currently engaged in reclaiming Yanyun's 16 prefectures, he realized the dire consequences should he betray the emperor. Furthermore, recently he could hear Ruoruo's thoughts, rendering the situation both absurd and intriguing. 15 minutes later, Li Jing arrived at Ruoruo's Weiyang Palace. Several other concubines had also gathered, as Ruoruo was the legitimate empress, and her sudden illness warranted attention. Yet, Ruoruo was well aware that most had come not to check on her well-being, but rather to ascertain when she might depart this life to make room for them. She dismissed the gaggle of ladies. Just then, Li Jing arrived. Upon entering, he closed the door. Ruoruo sprang up. Does the empress dare to tread upon my boundaries? What is your purpose in deceiving me here? Her urgency was palpable, a rare sight for Li Jing. Does this scoundrel truly intend to ignore my plight? Ruoruo's thoughts raced. Li Jing chuckled. What nonsense is this? If you truly deliver the head, why not present it to me directly? Do you think I did not wish to? The words barely escaped her throat. She swallowed hard. I simply forgot. So, you desire my assistance in locating the head? Li Jing's gaze bore into Ruoruo. She nodded, but upon sensing something amiss in his expression, she shook her head. Your Majesty, our mutual benefit lies in assisting one another. Consider the ramifications of an additional head appearing in this palace. It is utterly terrifying. I too find it frightening. Hence one must bear the consequences of their own actions, Li Jing stated, preparing to depart. Ruoruo stepped forward, pleading, Your Majesty, you must help me. I implore you. Her eyes sparkled with urgency, yet her inner fury surged. Curse it, Li Jing, you scoundrel, are you trying to make things difficult for me? As Ruoruo cursed Li Jing, he drew closer, the atmosphere becoming somewhat intimate, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. Your Majesty, what are you doing? One must possess sincerity when making a request, he replied, his gaze fixed on her, causing Ruoruo to feel alarmed. Sincerity? Is my body not enough sincerity? She retorted, stepping back. Yet Li Jing advanced, finding amusement in her anger. In my encounters with other concubines, they eagerly vie for my attention, nearly throwing themselves at me. Ruoruo interrupted. Then go find them. What business do you have here? Empress. Li Jing warned, his gaze unwavering. Ruoruo refused to back down. What does curse it mean? Li Jing suddenly spoke, and Ruoruo was taken aback. How did he know her earlier muttering? It is a curse. Who would have thought the cultured empress would resort to foul language? Li Jing cast a sidelong glance at her, cautioning her not to insult him in the future, though the ominous warning remained unspoken. Often, unvoiced threats can wield greater power than those uttered aloud. At this moment, if Ruoruo were not in need of assistance, she would have already caused a commotion. Rising to her feet, she addressed the emperor, stating that since they both harbored disdain for one another, it would be best for him to allow her to depart. Was the palace a place one could enter and exit at will? Li Jing also stood, dignified and imposing. She appeared more diminutive, yet she showed no fear. You do not favor me, and I refuse to be your puppet of a queen, manipulated at your whim. Ruoruo would never have voiced such sentiments in the past. Since I am here, I shall make my peace, and further, do not deceive me again. Li Jing departa. Once Li Jing had left, Ruoruo completely unraveled. Not only had she failed to assist in the search for the stolen wooden box, but she had also faced insult and blame for deceiving him. Your Highness, we have searched everywhere and found nothing. Previously, Ruoruo had provided a map of the palace gardens belonging to concubine Lu and consort Lu to Hongyu for a clandestine search. The only ones who had visited here were concubine Lu and consort Lu. If they were not the culprits, then who could be? The existence of the map was not due to her connections with the Minister of Works, but rather detailed records in the original text. At this moment, Hongyu was at a loss. Your Highness, what shall we do? Ruoruo felt genuine anxiety. Should the secret of the life at stake be revealed, it would not be long before the consequences would trace back to her, leaving her with no means of escape. Qingyu followed closely behind, accompanied by a stout, grim-faced matron. Ruoruo had only been in this alternate time and space for a mere 7 or 8 days and was unfamiliar with many of the newly introduced characters. However, from Qingyu's frightened expression, it was evident that the newcomer bore ill intentions. The matron stepped forward to pay her respects. The dismissive demeanor of the matron indicated her disdain for Ruoruo. Ruoruo cleared her throat and asked, Who are you? The matron's gaze sent shivers down Ruoruo's spine. Chapter 21. Deliberate provocation. Ruoruo thought to herself, what manner of person is this, showing such disrespect towards the empress? She felt a strong desire to punish the matron. Does the esteemed lady not recognize this old servant? The matron grinned sinisterly. I am Meisho, in service to her majesty, the empress dowager. Meisho. Ruoruo's mind raced as she connected the dots. Meisho was the head maid in the Fengkuan palace, serving the empress dowager, and had long facilitated the flow of information, often meddling in the affairs of the concubines. It was safe to say that she was a nightmare for many in the harem. Yet, it was perplexing how she maintained a cordial relationship with concubine Lu and consort Lu. Realization dawned upon Ruoruo. At this juncture, she retreated, sinking into the armchair. You, a mere maid, dare not kneel before me? Meisho was taken aback by Ruoruo's audacity, for she was a favored attendant before the empress dowager. Kneel. Ruoruo raised her voice. Have your age and frailty rendered you deaf? Accustomed to a subservient role, Meisho had no choice but to kneel before Ruoruo. After asserting her dominance, Ruoruo felt somewhat relieved. Now speak. What does the empress dowager desire? The empress dowager wishes for this old servant to check on the empress's recovery. Should we summon a physician to have the empress dowager attend to the empress's ailments? That would provide ammunition for gossip. Ruoruo's mind raced, but she quickly formulated a response. I see your eyesight has dwindled with age. Have you not observed my recovery? Ruoruo plucked a red grape from the golden plate on the table, savoring it slowly. In the original text, Meisho was known for picking on the weak and rarely regarded the concubines with respect. Although she was the empress, Ruoruo's marriage to Li Jing was a matter of convenience, rendering her less significant in the eyes of those around her. Meisho gritted her teeth. The empress wishes to inquire about the arrangements for the upcoming banquet. Since you are feeling better, perhaps you could accompany this old servant to the Fengkuan palace? As expected, they awaited her arrival. Everything unfolded precisely as Ruoruo had anticipated. She nodded slightly. Let us go. The decision to visit the Funkoin Palace stemmed from Ruoruo's desire to investigate. Perhaps the item in question lay within. Additionally, the original text provided a detailed portrayal of the Empress Dowager's character, and Ruoruo understood her motives well. She had yet to fail in her endeavors. Very well, Ruoruo acquiesced. At that moment, Qingyu leaned in, advising, "Your Highness, typically you visit with the Emperor. Now that you go alone, the Empress Dowager may make things difficult for you. Should I seek the Emperor's counsel? You would consult that heartless pretender? I would rather face the challenge myself. We will meet eventually, so it may as well be today." In truth, Ruoruo had crossed swords with the Empress Dowager on numerous occasions. The Empress Dowager often sought to trouble the Empress, yet the formidable presence of the Empress left little room for difficulties. Although Hongyu offered to protect her, Ruoruo preferred to confront the situation head-on. Soon, they arrived at the Funkoin Palace. Upon entering, Ruoruo's eyes darted around, taking in the surroundings. The Empress Dowager had constructed a space resembling a Buddhist hall, adorned with numerous statues. Ruoruo was not a believer in Buddhism. After all, what use was it to offer a mere 50 cents in hopes of receiving 500,000? Even if a Buddha existed, it was unlikely he would aid the common folk in fulfilling such audacious desires. The Empress has arrived? Ruoruo hastily paid her respects, kneeling on the mat behind the Empress Dowager. "The day after tomorrow marks the anniversary of my birth. How have you arranged the festivities?" "With the Emperor's assistance. Everything is progressing splendidly. Today I experienced a sudden bout of angina, but I have only just recovered." Ruoruo spoke deftly, deflecting any blame onto Li Jing. Should the celebration fail to meet the Empress Dowager's expectations, it would be Li Jing's responsibility, leaving her with no culpability. After bowing, Ruoruo did not await the Empress Dowager's permission to rise. She stood up immediately. The Empress Dowager, displeased with Ruoruo's lack of deference, remained unsatisfied. "I have acquired a treasure here, and it appears to be of fine quality. I shall bestow it upon you." The Empress Dowager produced a 1-inch-long cicada made of white jade, exquisitely crafted and breathtakingly beautiful. According to the conventions of palace intrigue, accepting such a gift would ensure she could neither conceive nor thrive. Having watched numerous palace dramas, Ruoruo was well aware of the implications. She caressed it, unable to part with it. "Thank you, Mother. This is perhaps the most unique and treasured gift I have received this year. Therefore, you must carry it with you." The Empress Dowager approached Ruoruo, draping the pendant around her neck. Overjoyed, Ruoruo exclaimed, "Mother, such an unparalleled treasure should not be mine alone. It is your birthday celebration 2 days hence, and I have not prepared any gifts for you. It is truly embarrassing to accept your generosity, so I shall offer it to the Buddha, praying for the Emperor's reign to remain steadfast and prosperous." As she spoke, Ruoruo hung the cicada around the neck of the Buddha statue. She had long considered that if the Empress truly believed in Buddhism, she would not dare to take back the gift Ruoruo offered to the Buddha. The Empress Dowager clenched her fists. Under ordinary circumstances, Ruoruo would comply with whatever she said, but today was peculiar. Ruoruo's defiance was astonishing. "Mother seems to have no further matters to discuss. If so, I shall take my leave. The 36 stratagems suggest retreating is the best option." Just as she prepared to make her escape, the Empress Dowager cleared her throat. "Is the Empress anxious? There are still matters that require your attention, and surely this task is a mere trifle for someone as astute as you." "I'm all ears." Ruoruo cursed inwardly. "What schemes does this old witch have in store for me now?" The Empress Dowager walked slowly, approaching Ruoruo in an instant. "Empress, follow me." Chapter 22. Matters of the Qingwan. Ruoruo's heart raced, wondering what challenges this old hag would impose upon her. Nonetheless, she remained unafraid. She would face whatever came her way. She understood the Empress Dowager's intention was to establish her authority, and thus she calmly followed behind. Soon, they arrived at the courtyard, surrounded by a throng of people. In the courtyard, a colorful peacock appeared, but it seemed lethargic and on the verge of death. "Mother, why have you brought me here?" Ruoruo pondered in confusion. The unspoken implication was clear. "Ruoruo, if my Qingwan does not dance, you must devise a way to make it dance, or I shall find a reason to punish you." Ruoruo nodded. "I shall give it a try." "Very well," the Empress Dowager replied, taking a seat to observe. Ruoruo threw stones to scare the peacock, but it remained unfazed. She offered food, yet the peacock ignored it, even dancing briefly but still unresponsive. At that moment, she recalled an ancient text she had read. "Your Majesty, I have an idea. Please prepare a mercury mirror and hang it in midair from a tree trunk. The Qingwan will then begin to dance." This was the wisdom of the ancients. Whether it would indeed make the Qingwan dance remained uncertain. Nevertheless, she decided to give a shot. Soon, a eunuch brought the mercury mirror, hanging it as Ruoruo requested. Following this, the Qingwan began to wail and then danced. Its movements breathtakingly beautiful. Ruoruo sighed, fully aware that the peacock might exhaust itself to death. "May I take my leave now, mother? You have witnessed the dance." However, the Empress Dowager had other intentions. "Stop." She rose. "I have some intimate words to share with the Empress." "What is it?" Ruoruo inquired, turning to the Empress Dowager. In the original tale, the Empress Dowager and the Emperor were at odds, planning to support a certain foreign prince as the new ruler. After various events, the Empress Dowager felt that aligning with the Empress would be preferable to a mutual destruction. Now, she possessed a trump card. The matter of that person's head could serve as a bargaining chip. At that moment, however, an attendant named Fuxing arrived, stating that the Emperor urgently sought the Empress. Thus, Ruoruo was spared from the predicament. "Your Majesty indeed requires your presence." Fuxing glanced at Ruoruo. Ruoruo was taken aback, raising her thumb in disbelief. "Is that so?" "Indeed, Your Majesty. I heard you accompanied the Minister of War to the borders many years ago. Reaching the Persian frontier? This was a matter from long ago, mentioned in the original text. As a child, Ruoruo, like many girls in the capital, yearned for poetry in distant lands. At that time, her uncle Su Duoming was not yet the Minister of War, but merely a general. Their destination was the border, adjacent to Persia. Ruoruo had always exhibited a talent for languages, a gift she would only recognize much later. While studying, she discovered her remarkable ability to memorize various strange scripts, including the Khotanese script, Egyptian cuneiform, and the Oracle bone script of ancient China. Upon entering the Qingquan Hall, she encountered Li Jing. His face bore a troubled expression, and upon seeing Ruoruo, he did not require her to bow. He wearily waved his hand, indicating for her to sit. "Sit." Ruoruo gracefully settled onto the soft silk beside him. Li Jing appeared overwhelmed, stating that the Ministry of War had intercepted a trivial letter. He had been deciphering its contents for quite some time, but had yet to discern its meaning. He had consulted with the Grand Academicians of the Wenyuan Pavilion and the Guozijian, but after much deliberation, they too had found no clarity. What can a woman discern? Was the immediate dismissal. Yet, after such extensive examination, they had still come up empty-handed. Someone suggested that Li Jing sought Ruoruo out of sheer desperation. As Li Jing compared the letter to a book, Ruoruo unconsciously leaned closer. His mind was in turmoil, yet he feared that Ruoruo would uncover the truth. "I have interpreted the contents of this secret letter, but there may be some discrepancies. Please take a look. The people from the Wenyuan Pavilion speak highly of you. Yet I am unsure if the Empress is familiar with this." Initially, Ruoruo believed Li Jing was aware of her predicament with the Empress Dowager, leading him to summon Fuxing for her rescue. However, she soon realized that she had misinterpreted his intentions. He only sought her assistance with a perplexing issue. "What are your conditions?" Ruoruo crossed her arms, as she had already identified the problem. This matter was not beyond resolution for her. It was challenging, yes, but not insurmountable. In this perilous palace, she felt as though she walked on thin ice daily, especially as the Emperor did not favor her. Thus, she had to be particularly demanding. Seeing Ruoruo's stance, Li Jing was infuriated. "Can you truly discern what this means?" "Ah, it is quite simple. The content is clear. The Persians do not adhere to the tonal patterns of the Central Plains. Your Majesty, trust me to decipher it," Ruoruo replied with a smile. Li Jing cast her a sidelong glance. "What do you desire?" "To locate the head, or else I shall be in grave danger." Ruoruo touched her nose. Understanding her plight, Li Jing could only nod. "I will find it for you. One day. It must be found within a day. Otherwise, I remain in peril." Ruoruo raised a finger. Li Jing did not anticipate Ruoruo's opportunism and scoffed. "Very well, splendid indeed. The well-being of all is paramount." Ruoruo leaned in. "Should the secret of the head leak, the Emperor must protect me. Moreover, during the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet the day after tomorrow, regardless of any situation, the Emperor must ensure my safety. Just give your nod, and I shall decipher it for you. Chapter 23. Assisting seeing Suruo's audacity, Li Jing clenched his fists, feeling cornered, and could only reluctantly agree. Consider it my misfortune. Just decipher it correctly. Suruo had already stolen a glance at the paper. Familiar with social sciences, she solemnly nodded. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will provide the correct interpretation. Should I fail, you may execute me as you deem fit. Li Jing observed her confidence and gestured toward a nearby official's chair, indicating for Suruo to take a seat. Suruo was taken aback. Could she truly occupy such a position? His expression was stern, as if harboring resentment. Suruo dared not speak further and obediently sat beside Li Jing. To be precise, this was the language of the Ryukyu kingdom, characterized by its simple script with merely 20 or so letters, unlike their own language, which contained initials, finals, radicals, and homographs. Suruo articulated this, earning Li Jing's approving nod. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she took the paper from Li Jing's hand and turned it around. Your Majesty, hiv. You're holding it upside down. What do you discern from it like that? Li Jing found himself at a loss, his face paling. Suruo focused intently on decoding, quickly writing down a line of text. Li Jing looked on. You mean to say they plan to ambush me in the Sifong Pavilion? How many are there? While the letter did not specify, it was likely true. Suruo explained, this ink is from the Edo Pavilion, and judging by the state of the ink and the evaporation of the spices, this letter must have been sent 3 days ago. In other words, Ruoruo continued, the assassins have already infiltrated the Sifong Pavilion. As for their intended target, that remains uncertain. The Sifong Pavilion was a significant location in the capital, where the emperor could discreetly discuss state affairs with his ministers. It was also a place where scholars could indulge in poetry and leisure. In this place, there exists a person of great authority, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, a destitute vagabond, and the finest delicacies of exquisite wine and cuisine. Most importantly, there are the resplendent Huji. Li Jing inquired about the time, to which it was replied that it was roughly around the hour of you in the afternoon. In other words, the matters concerning the Huji and the internal and external strife had not been meticulously observed by Suruo. Li Jing glanced at the sundial at the entrance, estimating that there were still 2 hours remaining. The emperor's military arrangements would suffice. There was ample time. Suruo clenched her fist, suggesting that they lay in ambush, executing a strategy akin to capturing a turtle in a pot, ensuring their complete annihilation. Seeing Suruo's determination, Li Jing nodded. Could your deciphering be flawed? He questioned. This is merely the language of the Ryukyu kingdom. I am well versed in even more obscure characters. How could I be mistaken? Ruoruo asserted with conviction. Foolish man, trust those you employ, and do not employ those you distrust. If you doubt me, why consult me? Suruo silently cursed Li Jing in her heart. Li Jing, however, perceived her inner thoughts. Am I not aware of the principle of trusting those in service? He mused. Yet, your prompt resolution piques my curiosity. Curiosity, indeed. Specialization is key. I graduated in linguistics. What could I possibly not understand? Li Jing waved his hand, dismissing the mental chatter. Today was the Yulan Pen Festival, a day where dignitaries gathered at the Sifongwan to pay their respects to the year. This act, known as sending off the year, is a tradition in the imperial capital. Suruo continued, Your Majesty must make arrangements immediately, or it will be too late. He hesitated briefly. Better to believe than to disbelieve. I shall trust you this once. Believe it or not, despite Li Jing's reluctance to heed Suruo's thoughts, he found himself unable to expel her voice from his mind. This was not the time for such discussions. Order Generals Wu Wei and General Yu Xiaowei to mobilize together, focusing on those wearing masks. Relay the imperial signal to the officials, instructing them to conceal themselves. The winds are strong tonight. Be wary of fire hazards. Li Jing was taken aback. How could this impudent girl have considered everything that aligned with his own thoughts? Lin Quan summoned Generals Zhuo Wu Wei and Yu Xiaowei. Suruo smiled. Indeed, great minds think alike. Shortly after, 2 capable young generals entered. Both were robust, though the one on the left was slightly plumper than the leaner one on the right. Li Jing assigned 200 men to them before they withdrew. As the hour of view approached, the sun dipped below the horizon. The summer days in the imperial capital were long. Although the sun had set, it would be some time before complete darkness enveloped the sky. What? Your Majesty, those assailants will not linger after their mission. The Si Fongguan is in close proximity to the palace, and they will surely flee early. If tonight the Golden Guard does not maintain order, will they not escape freely? Upon hearing this, Li Jing gasped in astonishment. Are you suggesting we allow the citizens to be at risk tonight? Risk? If this continues, there will be no lives left to spare. This blunt remark was her internal monologue, leaving Li Jing perplexed about what more she wished to convey. Speak your mind. I shall consider it. They are likely to exit through the Hanguang Gate, which is nearest to the Qinglong Gate leading out of the city. The vicinity of Hanguang Gate is filled with workshops and residences. It would be relatively easy for them to escape. Therefore, Your Majesty must establish a perimeter here. Hearing this, Li Jing stroked his chin. Are you merely engaging in theoretical speculation? Foolish man, you will soon reap the consequences of your disbelief. I am but a mere woman, lacking knowledge in such matters. Yet Li Jing stood. Since you have devised a plan, I cannot disregard your arrangements. Let us proceed together. Chapter 24. Leaving the palace together? Me? Ruoruo pointed at herself in disbelief. Li Jing nodded. Have you not always sought to prove your worth? Do you not wish to leave my side? Today, you shall achieve merit. We share no emotional ties. Should I assist you in this matter? You will publicly announce that the empress has perished, and then we shall part ways. What do you think? That will depend on future circumstances. Ruoruo felt a surge of despair. She recalled the missing head. Your Majesty, I entrust you with the matter regarding the head. I suspect it lies within the F.N.K.N. palace of the Empress Dowager. As she spoke, her thoughts wandered. Hongyu, you must remain safe. She had meticulously memorized the layout and path to the F.N.K.N. palace during her visit today, sketching it out afterward. Hongyu had been assigned to search for the head. However, the F.N.K.N. palace was fraught with danger, and she hoped for Hongyu's safety. The palace was a treacherous place. Far from the simplicity it appeared to be, it resembled a den of dragons and tigers, best left unventured. Why did Li Jing always seem to discern her thoughts so quickly? Ruoruo found this perplexing, instinctively letting out a hum. Now, accompany me to the Si Fongguan. The two changed in a more casual attire before leaving. This was Ruoruo's first visit to the marketplace since her arrival. The atmosphere was lively on Juke Street, bustling with people on both sides selling fine silks and satins. Ruoruo was soon captivated, holding up fabrics to compare. Your Highness, which of these suits me better? Red? Li Jing replied nonchalantly. Ruoruo countered. I believe the blue is more appealing. It conveys a cooler tone, while red feels too warm for summer. And this shade is not the brightest. Li Jing had never shopped with a girl before, and this experience was far from satisfactory. Seeing Ruoruo dismiss the red with such disdain, he instructed the shopkeeper, wrap up the blue one. Just when he thought Ruoruo would be content, she smiled. I want both red and blue. Children make choices. Adults want everything. You. Li Jing was exasperated. Ruoruo skipped away, and within the palace, she was the dignified empress. With a solemn expression and cold gaze, adhering strictly to rules and decorum. Yet outside the palace, everything was different. She became an ordinary person. She relished the rare tranquility, with Li Jing trailing behind her. After walking a considerable distance, Ruoruo suddenly halted. Observing her touch her nose, Li Jing grew alert. What is it? Do you sense some danger? He inquired. It smells so good. What is that food? Let's go over and eat, she exclaimed. At the Sifong Pavilion, Li Jing's people had already made arrangements. Their arrival at this moment would be futile and could potentially alarm the enemy. So Ruoruo was not in a hurry to proceed. The enticing aroma wafted from the eel noodle dish. Li Jing had never tasted it before. The two ordered the eel noodles, and after Ruoruo savored the cilantro and scallions, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. As for Li Jing, he meticulously removed the bones. Before leaving, he witnessed the shopkeeper slaughtering eels, which instantly made him feel nauseous. Is this what we just ate? Indeed, esteemed guest. My eel noodles are renowned far and wide, Even the Empress Dowager desires them, the shopkeeper replied. Li Jing retorted that his mother would never wish to eat such a dish. Meanwhile, Ruoruo poked the head of an eel, engaging in conversation with the shopkeeper. The thought of having consumed an eel made Li Jing feel queasy, and he began to gag. The shopkeeper was bewildered by this. After settling the bill, the two were nearing the Sifong Pavilion. Li Jing planned to walk ahead, while Ruoruo continued to examine the bronze mirrors. Which one was more appealing? The one adorned with sea beast grapes or the one with nebula patterns? Both mirrors were polished to a mirror-like shine and exhibited exquisite craftsmanship. The ancient handicraft was remarkably advanced, a feat unattainable by modern standards. Ruoruo was still inquiring when Li Jing had vanished. Forget it. I will take this one with the sea beast grapes. It appears more attractive, she decided, purchasing the bronze mirror and tucking it into her sleeve. However, the mirror felt heavy, making her walk uncomfortable, so she had to adjust it deeper into her clothing before continuing on. Meanwhile, a group of masked figures clad in dark attire were heading towards the Sifong Pavilion. The establishment was currently bustling with patrons. The hour was approaching the evening. General Zuowei had arrived early and had already communicated in code. His men had disguised themselves as onlookers, ready to act should any danger arise, allowing the officials to retreat safely. At this moment, Ruoruo entered the Sifong Pavilion. On stage, several individuals were engaged in a heated debate, one asserting that the sun was as large as a cart cover, while another claimed it was only the size of a wash basin. Their argument was met with laughter and encouragement from the audience. Chapter 25. Blocking the blade soon. The two debaters became increasingly agitated. Ruoruo noticed Li Jing observing from a distance and hurried over. Have you thrown up? Ruoruo asked, assuming that such a delectable dish would surely please the emperor. Little did she know that Li Jing had not only failed to finish, but had also vomited considerably. Li Jing shot Ruoruo 2 looks, the first signifying her foolishness in asking. Undeterred, Ruoruo clutched his sleeve. You really did throw up. Such a waste. The broth for the eel noodles is not easy to prepare. One must savor the noodles slowly to honor the craftsmanship of the noodle maker. Li Jing's expression was one of exasperation. Be quiet. If the emperor does not enjoy it, I shall refrain from eating it again, but I dare say, quiet. Li Jing interjected, somewhat displeased. Why are you shouting at me? You are picky about such a delicious dish. Is the Manchu Han Imperial Feast the best cuisine in the world? Good heavens, what is your taste? A murmur of dissent began to circulate among the crowd. Although Li Jing heard the whispers, he chose to ignore them. Noticing Li Jing's serious demeanor as he focused on something across the room, Ruoruo followed his gaze and quickly discerned the situation. Your Majesty, those masked individuals must be the color-eyed people. They're surely colluding from within. Based on Ruoruo's deductions, the timing of their arrival was impeccable, and at this moment, Li Jing had begun to trust Ruoruo significantly. Hearing her continued reasoning, Li Jing asked, what makes you believe that? Look at them. They appear disconnected, yet upon closer inspection, you'll notice that they all have a small red dot on their sleeves. Ruoruo's keen observation was commendable. Upon seeing this detail, Li Jing noticed the small red dots on the left arms of the individuals, positioned similarly. He gently tapped the table, prompting a nearby waiter carrying a tray to approach eagerly. Sir, what would you like to eat? Li Jing gestured for the waiter to lower his head. He whispered his instructions, and soon the message about the mark was conveyed. Taking a deep breath, Ruoruo continued. Also, Your Majesty, observe their boots. They are all made by the same workshop, crafted from deer skin, which is softer and more conducive to running than cow or sheep leather. The color-eyed people hail from the grasslands and are accustomed to wearing short boots. Look at these so-called gentlemen. Their postures are all false. To discern the truth, one merely needed to glance down at their feet. At this revelation, Li Jing abruptly grasped Ruoruo's hand with a slight pressure, causing her to nearly yelp. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Why not collectively point out their features instead of making me relay everything? I assumed you'd already noticed, Ruoruo retorted. Besides, I had yet to finish my observations when you issued your commands. Is this my fault? Li Jing contemplated her words, realizing the logic in her argument, and released her hand. Having learned from this experience, Ruoruo chose to distance herself from Li Jing, creating a gap of 1 seat between them. Li Jing noticed Ruoruo's retreat and pointed to the space she had just vacated. Ruoruo was too apprehensive to refuse, pouting as she moved closer to sit down. She then prepared to reveal the bronze mirror, saying, "I bought a gift for your majesty today. Do I cherish this?" Before she could present it, Li Jing had already declined. Ruoruo scoffed, "Indeed, you do not cherish it." As the conversation shifted, Li Jing sensed Ruoruo's growing irritation. He inquired, "What do you think the actual size of the sun is? Is it as large as a cart cover, as one claims, or merely the size of a copper basin? As the other suggests? The sun? You are asking me, your majesty?" "Yes," he affirmed. Ruoruo laughed. "It is vast beyond measure, far larger than our Earth." She chose not to elaborate further. Just then, an official took the stage, presiding over the evening's activities. Li Jing, seldom a spectator, glanced at the speaker and smirked. Yin Shaoshan is silent in the Golden Hall yet here. He is a master of rhetoric. "Haha, who enjoys chatting with you?" Li Jing could hear Ruoruo's thoughts. "You truly do not like me at all, do you? Then what of them? They naturally admire you, your majesty. You are wise in selecting capable individuals and treat your subjects as your children." Ruoruo spoke these words, but internally thought, "Who would enjoy conversing with your stony face?" Moreover, the court is indeed a place where one must tread carefully. A poorly chosen word could cost a life. Li Jing's temper flared at her thoughts, but he soon realized that he could be excessively harsh, causing others to feel silenced. At that moment, a group of dignitaries ascended the stage, including individuals who appeared to be scholars, all bowing in respect. Leading the group, Yin Shaoshan knelt down and proclaimed, "This year is one of great fortune and prosperity." The crowd echoed his sentiments. As the recitation concluded, Li Jing suddenly stood up and hurled his wine cup to the ground. This action prompted the disguised assailants to reveal themselves, standing like a barricade. Yin Shaoshan led the officials and scholars in an orderly retreat. The group of color-eyed people was left dumbfounded, and chaos erupted, resembling a disturbed hornet's nest. At that moment, the crowd began to attack. Ruoruo, fearing for her safety, quickly sought refuge. A young boy ducked beneath a table, and Ruoruo followed suit. The two used the table as a makeshift shield, cautiously inching toward the exit. However, it was not long before a thief discovered Ruoruo, who was immediately attacked, resulting in the death of the young man. Ruoruo was in a state of utter despair. This young gentleman had come to attend the debate, never imagining that she, who sought to provoke no one, would find herself in such peril. As someone assailed Ruoruo, one could not help but wonder if General Su had ever imparted martial skills to her. At that moment, a man of foreign descent approached her brandishing a fierce blade. Terrified, Ruoruo desperately evaded him, but just as he laughed, believing himself to be the stronger predator, she suddenly aimed for his throat. The distance was minimal, making it nearly impossible to miss. Before he could utter a cry, he collapsed into a pool of his own blood. At that moment, Li Jing found himself in danger, flanked by two adversaries, effectively surrounded. Ruoruo considered fleeing, but was acutely aware that if Li Jing were to encounter peril, her future would be fraught with uncertainty. With this thought, she resolutely targeted one of the attackers. The distance was considerable, diminishing her chances, yet she felt compelled to assist Li Jing. The arrow flew forth like a swarm of locusts, striking the man on the left, who fell to the ground. Sensing Li Jing's safety, she had no time to catch her breath before aiming at the man on the right, but in that instant, danger struck. Chapter 26. Peril from the side, emerged a formidable figure. This man possessed commendable martial prowess and lunged at Li Jing with a keen dagger, targeting him for elimination. Li Jing dodged, but it was evident he was becoming overwhelmed. The group of foreign assailants, realizing the dire situation, muttered incomprehensible curses before retreating, leaving behind a few of their own to continue the skirmish with Ruoruo and Li Jing. The remaining assailants set the surroundings ablaze. Yet Ruoruo, possessing foresight, had made prior arrangements. Outside, General Ruoruo and his valiant soldiers confronted the attackers, delivering a devastating blow. The flames of battle spread within. Ruoruo, witnessing Li Jing besieged, released a crossbow bolt aimed at the assailant threatening him. The man retaliated with a swift strike, and Ruoruo, unable to evade in time, felt the dagger pierce her chest. The pain surged, and her vision faded to darkness. Ruoruo, Li Jing cried out in desperation. Following that, Ruoruo lost all awareness of her surroundings. She had intended to rise and reassure Li Jing, "Your Majesty, please do not be alarmed. I have always managed to turn misfortune into fortune." Yet, for reasons unknown, her heart ached and the wound felt numb. Subconsciously, she had thoughts to express, yet her conscious mind remained unresponsive. When Ruoruo finally opened her eyes, it was the following morning. She found herself gazing at a slumbering man, his hair disheveled, gripping her hand tightly. This bizarre gesture accompanied his sleep. "Your Majesty? Hey you." Ruoruo nudged Li Jing, only to be met with a sharp pain in her chest. Lowering her gaze, she realized her wound was swathed in layers of bandages. Oh dear, why such fuss over nothing? She was uncertain of the severity of her injury. Suddenly, she recalled the bronze mirror she had purchased, a gift for Li Jing. Now it lay upon the 8 immortals table before her, its reflective surface marred by scratches. Upon seeing those distressing marks, Ruoruo understood they were the result of an attack on her. Lost in thought, Li Jing stirred and slowly opened his eyes. "Is it you awake?" he asked, his tone devoid of the anticipated surprise. "Yes, I feel splendid, as if I could devour the world. Your Majesty need not worry." "Worry for you?" Li Jing rose, asserting, "I previously vowed to protect you. This is our pact. As a man of honor, I must uphold my word." With a sardonic smile, Ruoruo retorted, "Indeed, your Majesty is a man of his word. What are those miscreants? Have they been captured?" Li Jing's expression turned icy. "Most have met untimely ends, and those few imprisoned have yet to reveal their mastermind. I shall take my time in questioning them. Do not delay. Soon they may silence themselves." Li Jing shot Ruoruo a displeased glance. "Even now you argue?" The truth of the matter was clear to him. Ruoruo would not dispute it. "Your Majesty sees clearly, does he not? To extract the truth, we must isolate them and confront them one by one." Li Jing nodded, his dark, brooding eyes revealing his troubled thoughts. He scrutinized Ruoruo with a piercing gaze that filled her with trepidation. It was as if his eyes were an ocean, capable of absorbing all her emotions. Ruoruo could no longer bear to look at him. "Too perilous," Li Jing said, covering Ruoruo with a blanket. "Thank you for saving me." Did she save him? It was not from the depths of her heart. Yet Ruoruo recognized her precarious position. She was a mere guest in another's abode, reliant on the goodwill of others. If Li Jing faltered, would the Empress Dowager Lu show her mercy? In the original narrative, the Empress Dowager had countless enemies. Due to her unique background, she was at odds with concubine Chen, given her beauty and status. Concubine Lu and concubine Lu both harbored disdain for her. Ruoruo understood that should she falter, her family would face ruin. As she pondered, Ruoruo hurriedly bowed in respect. "Rest well." She herself felt somewhat unwell. As the emperor prepared to depart, this demeanor was unfamiliar to her. He turned to assist Ruoruo, leaving her astonished. Once he exited, she pinched her thigh, realizing everything was indeed real. What? Has the emperor changed? While her thoughts swirled, Li Jing had already left. General Yoxia awaited him at the gate of Weiyang Palace and rushed to greet him upon his emergence. He intended to pay his respects, but Li Jing pressed down on his hand, saying, "Your armor is cumbersome. It is best you refrain. Be mindful not to disturb her." Li Jing gestured towards Ruoruo. Remarkably, Li Jing had not held court that day. Strangely, after the incident last night, he had promptly summoned a physician to attend to Ruoruo and remained by her side to care for her. Even the imperial physician felt overshadowed by Li Jing's concern for the empress. "We have apprehended many. Several have committed suicide, refusing to yield," General Cheng asserted. "Continue the questioning until they speak." Li Jing clenched his fists. General Yoxiao Wei, known as Cheng Wanling, was a man of valor, but lacking in cunning. The reason Li Jing had not replaced him was due to Cheng's valor on the battlefield, often single-handedly overcoming 10 foes. In multiple covert encounters, this general had shielded Li Jing. Compared to Generals Wu Wei, Yi San, Cheng was far less astute, yet his merits outweighed his flaws. And Li Jing held him in high regard. "Your Majesty, they are men of unwavering resolve. Questioning them is futile," General Cheng remarked. Li Jing rebuked, "What a fool. Cannot you involve others in this?" Yes, General Cheng stammered, alarmed. After a lengthy pause, he hesitantly asked, "Your Majesty, will you truly forego court today?" This matter has become a tangled mess. I shall not hold court. Dismiss everyone. Li Jing waved his hand, and Chief Eunuch Lin Quan nodded promptly. At that moment, Li Jing glanced at General Cheng, who understood the urgency of the situation. Let us proceed to the prison. Inside the prison, numerous foreign captives were held. Some, unable to withstand the harsh interrogation, had taken their own lives, while others lay despondently in corners. Chapter 27. Captives. They appeared to be in extreme agony. Some were filled with rage, shouting, "Dog Emperor, I will kill the Dog Emperor. I will change the world." One man shouted, surprising Li Jing with his command of Han language. He pointed at the man. General Cheng, wielding his whip, struck the man twice, but he remained silent. General Cheng possesses immense strength. With just a couple of strikes, an ordinary person would have already been left battered and bruised. In truth, this individual is also covered in wounds, bloodied and battered, yet he remains silent. You wretched soul, what nonsense about changing days. If you refrain from shouting here, you might just escape with a few less blows. General Cheng spat in disdain. He had thought this person would have learned his lesson after enduring a beating, but to his surprise, the man, undeterred and fearless, began to stir once more after just 2 hits. General Cheng's whip fell like raindrops, and the man, having been thoroughly chastised, gradually quieted down. Li Jing approached him, declaring, "I am the emperor of this land. What do you these foreign bandits intend to do? Who orchestrated your rebellion from within? What is your ultimate goal?" The reply came, dripping with malice, "To slay you, you wretched emperor. Huh, you are merely a pawn for others. Do you think that by killing me, you can ascend to the throne?" Faced with the taunts of his adversary, Li Jing felt no tremor of fear. The man coldly chuckled and slowly closed his eyes. Li Jing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, pacing outside the prison. His gaze lingered on the man's tattered garments and wounds. "What promises have they made to you? I can offer you everything here, including your freedom. What do you say?" The man scoffed. "Do I need freedom? Huh, our purpose in this endeavor is solely to kill you. What do we care for freedom?" General Cheng was infuriated and approached, delivering 2 more lashes with his whip. The man fell silent, not out of fear, but because he had been sufficiently punished and could no longer cry out. Li Jing had gleaned some understanding of this individual. He continued to stride forward, while General Cheng, employing both soft and hard tactics, found no effect whatsoever. Indeed, from that day forth, General Cheng ceased to inquire about them. He preferred to wait until they were well-fed and robust before administering a more entertaining lesson. Due to this incident, Ruoruo had sustained injuries. She felt utterly unwell. In the afternoon, Consort Lu and Consort Lu arrived, bringing refreshments and entertainment. Consort Lu exclaimed, "I never expected the Empress to engage with these ruffians. You are truly formidable." Consort Lu giggled. "Indeed, the Empress is blessed and fated. Had this befallen us, we would surely be doomed." They presented food to Ruoruo, who refused to eat. Tossing it aside, Han Yu, noticing Ruoruo's injuries, expressed concern, but Ruoruo merely smiled. "It's nothing serious. What is the fuss? By the way, has there been any news on that one box? It must be with the Empress Dowager. I'm still investigating." Rest assured, although she said to be at ease, Ruoruo felt far from it. The two exchanged glances. Qingyu, with nothing to do, tested the items brought by Consort Lu and Consort Lu, finding no poison. "How peculiar. They did not attempt to poison you," she remarked. Ruoruo laughed. Who would be so foolish as to poison openly? Indeed, that evening, feeling unwell, Ruoruo heard rustling sounds near her window. Upon getting up, she thought she saw a snake slithering outside. Initially, she believed it to be a dream, but soon the venomous serpent began to climb through the window. She felt no fear, only disgust, and called for help. Han Yu burst in like a whirlwind, brandishing her sword, swiftly dispatching the snakes with a single stroke. Qingyu, though terrified, still approached Ruoruo. Han Yu was enraged. Qingyu prepared to assist Ruoruo in retreating when suddenly danger struck. Qingyu watched helplessly as a snake lunged toward Ruoruo's head. In that critical moment, Qingyu acted swiftly, seizing the snake. The serpent thrashed, striking Qingyu, while Ruoruo, anxious, felt powerless. Qingyu hastily flung the snake away, but soon afterward, she collapsed. The commotion attracted several guards, and soon the emperor was alerted, for she was, after all, The empress. When Li Jing arrived, the physician had already treated Qingyu. It was fortunate that Qingyu, quick-witted, had sucked the venom from her wound after being bitten. Otherwise, her organs would have begun to fail. The physician attended to her injuries. Ruoruo found it strange. Where had the snake come from? Surely someone intended to end her life by bringing the serpent here. Yet just moments ago, Ruoruo had spoken with Hongyu, who claimed no one had approached. How do you know? Ruoruo inquired. I observed, Hongyu replied. Ruoruo was astonished. Do you not sleep at night? You seldom see me during the day. I only rest after dawn. Typically, I keep watch on the rooftop of your Weiyang palace, allowing me to see everything clearly. Hearing this, Ruoruo squeezed Hongyu's hand in gratitude. But then she cautioned, given the recent storms, you ought to stay indoors. With Hongyu's exceptional skills, any malevolent forces lurking nearby would surely be deterred. Yet Hongyu insisted, I prefer not to stay inside. I can better protect you from outside. Let the heavens unleash their storms. I will remain undeterred. Ruoruo understood that this loyal Hongyu would remain vigilant on the roof, regardless of the weather. How could she not be moved? At that moment, seeing Ruoruo was unharmed and it was early morning, Li Jing, having already canceled court the previous day, could not neglect it again, so he departed early. Qingyu insisted on serving Ruoruo, but she was unwilling and sent her to rest, finding someone else to take her place. Swiftly, she indicated the number 2. Uncle number 2, without a doubt. At this moment, Ruoruo noticed the physician stealing glances at her, prompting her to nod. Physician Zhang, do you have something to say? Chapter 28, The 5-Step Viper. Physician Zhang indeed had something to convey, now kneeling before Ruoruo's couch. According to the customs and etiquette of ancient times, it was inappropriate for a physician to directly face the empress or concubines while treating them. Typically, a screen would be erected between them. Your Majesty, you must take your medicine regularly, he urged. I understand, Ruoruo nodded. 2 years prior, Zhang had peered through the sheer screen to examine Ruoruo. The screen was cleverly designed to allow light but not clarity, so from the outside, one could only discern a shadowy outline of a woman, while from within, everything was visible. Ruoruo looked at the earnest physician Zhang kneeling before her and took a deep breath. What happened 2 years ago? 2 years ago, your father was stationed at Jiaguan, where he was shot in the shoulder by the Tartars with a poisoned arrow. I was the one who treated him. I performed a bone-scraping procedure, and your father bore it in silence. Truly remarkable. He continued, since then, your father and I become close friends. Upon hearing this, she suddenly recalled the empress's capabilities from the original narrative. Initially, she had been puzzled, wondering how the empress, with her seemingly lifeless demeanor, could navigate the treacherous court so adeptly. However, she soon realized that the empress's current successes were largely due to the support of her maternal relatives. Thus, Ruoruo smiled. You wish to convey that the snake was released by a human, cautioning me to be wary in the future, correct? Upon hearing this, Zhang nodded, but quickly shook his head. This reaction left Ruoruo perplexed. Clearing his throat, Zhang requested, May I examine the matter further in your chamber, Your Majesty? The snake that attacked Qingyu yesterday was no ordinary serpent. It was a 5-step viper. This was a new term to Ruoruo. The Wubu Xiangwei is a hybrid of the Wubu Shi and the Xiangwei Shi, generally known for its potent venom and rarely seen in this vicinity. According to the esteemed Tai Yi, there are no such venomous snakes within the palace. 7 years ago, during a tribute from Tubo Zongpu, a snake of this kind was gifted, mistakenly regarded as a rare and exotic creature by the emperor, who subsequently raised these Wubu Xiangwei in the Wan Shengyuan. The Wan Shengyuan is a garden within the palace, among countless others, including the Chuang Chunyuan, renowned for its floral themes, the Yihe Yuan, celebrated for its landscapes, and the Lang Run Yuan, showcasing diverse plant life. In the Wan Shengyuan, numerous animals, sent as tributes from various nations, also include numerous venomous creatures. Thus, the poison is exceedingly potent, almost instantly fatal. Fortunately, thanks to your caution, my lady, the fortunate Qingyu was able to extract much of the venom. Otherwise, her life would have been in grave danger. Hearing this, Ruoruo furrowed her brow, recalling the peculiar behavior of the two from the previous day. It seemed they had meddled with something. The Tai Yi then rose. indicating his intention to conduct an investigation to ascertain whether anything suspicious was present. Ruoruo nodded in agreement, astonished that palace intrigue had unfolded so swiftly. Under Qing Yu's guidance, the Tai surveyed the surroundings, ultimately halting by Ruoruo's bedside. "My lady, what is it?" Ruoruo glanced at the bedside, noting nothing unusual among the previously arranged items. The two exchanged glances, and the Tai scrutinized the incense burner, gesturing towards it. Qing Yu promptly summoned a servant to bring it over. The Tai examined the incense burner meticulously and finally discerned clue. "My lady, it is now certain that someone is plotting against you. Take a look at this." As he spoke, the Tai extracted some unburned black specks from the incense burner. These small dots, akin to sesame seeds, were hard and unyielding upon pressure. Ruoruo failed to recognize them. The Tai opened his mouth. "These are the seeds of the zomachin." "Zomachin? What is that?" Zomachin resembles celery in appearance, but is distinct, as its seeds can germinate upon falling to the ground, hence its name, which translates to running horse celery. This plant is particularly adept at attracting venomous creatures, especially when burned. Upon hearing this, Ruoruo felt a chill run down her spine. Despite their vigilance in Weiyang Palace, they had never anticipated such treachery. They remained oblivious to the identity of their adversary. "Someone stealthily placed zomachin in my incense burner, and when I ignited it, it attracted the poisonous insects, correct?" "Indeed," the Tai affirmed. At this revelation, Ruoruo shivered, scrutinizing the seeds. Qing Yu and Hong Yu were unlikely to have poisoned her. The only visitors in recent days had been the Emperor, Consort Lu, and Consort Lu Xian, and it was clear that they were the culprits behind this scheme. She had made up her mind. "Therefore, my lady, you must exercise utmost caution, remaining vigilant of everyone, including myself," the Tai bowed. Ruoruo nodded, expressing her gratitude. "However, let this matter remain between us. I have a plan in mind." Observing her heightened vigilance, the Tai nodded in agreement. Unwilling to disclose this secret to others, as unmasking such plots could lead to significant consequences. "I shall return the favor in kind. By the way, Tai, I seek a particular herb. Please listen to its properties and see if you possess it." She elaborated on her request. After listening, the Tai presented a porcelain vial, advising her to mix this rosemary with her incense for burning, ensuring everything would soon be well. Ruoruo nodded, acknowledging the information. The mere thought of a venomous snake residing in the Empress's palace sent shivers through the court, causing anxiety among all. Meanwhile, Consort Lu and Consort Lu Xian appeared unervingly composed. Hong Yu, a capable aide to Consort Lu and Consort Lu Xian, was astute and clever. Her youth belied her remarkable acumen, rivaling even the seasoned matriarchs. As she departed, the narrative shifted to Chapter 29, Intimidation. The two ladies were elated. Hong Yu. "Let us proceed." "Yes, esteemed ladies, have you prepared any gift for today?" Hong Yu, accustomed to following their orders and showcasing her intelligence, inquired. Consort Lu smiled warmly, taking Consort Lu Xian's hand. "In these circumstances, we need not bring anything. A simple visit suffices." Agreed. They made their way swiftly to Weiyang Palace, where Ruoruo, having eaten, had lain down for an afternoon rest, unaware that she had drifted into a deep slumber. By the time she awakened, it was already late afternoon. Qing Yu entered quietly to attend to her grooming, but Ruoruo waved her off. "No need, I will not be stepping out. Guests will arrive shortly." Qing Yu, puzzled by her certainty, complied. In less than a quarter of an hour, Consort Lu and Consort Lu Xian arrived. Consort Lu casually remarked, "I heard that the Empress's old injuries have not yet healed, and now she suffers anew. Are you feeling any better?" Qing Yu sighed. "It is indeed strange. How do we come to have a rattlesnake here?" Following the awakening of spring, Consort Lu Xian exhibited unusual calmness, speaking while discreetly observing Ruoruo. Noticing her lack of response, she assumed Ruoruo's days were numbered and advised, "As long as you take precautions, it is not something to make a fuss about." Hearing this, Qing Yu quickly nodded in agreement as she prepared tea for the guests. Consort Lu leaned closer to the couch, calling softly, "Empress? Empress?" Ruoruo feigned ignorance, adopting a lethargic demeanor. Observing Ruoruo's state, Consort Lu scoffed, It appears her time is drawing near. Consort Lu Xian, noticing Qing Yu's delay in returning, reached out to check Ruoruo's breathing. Ruoruo held her breath, and Consort Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback. We should leave. If something happens to her, how can we explain ourselves? Sister, Consort Lu's eyes gleamed coldly as she remarked. It is more problematic for us to leave now. Let us remain and see her off. For too long, she has overshadowed us, has she not? Speaking of Ruoruo ignited Consort Lu Xian's ire. If Consort Lu had control over a third of the civil officials, then Su Duanyang commanded a third of the military. Years ago, Consort Lu had sought Su Duanyang with earnest intent, only for their conversation to devolve into conflict due to their differing principles. Though they maintained a faade of civility, Su Duanyang had since distanced himself from Consort Lu's confidants to avoid any hint of factionalism. 3 years prior, in a bid to stabilize the court, Li Jing, after much contemplation, chose to marry Su Ruoruo. This union, from its inception, was destined for disaster. The failed marriage brought ruin to two previously content individuals. Su Ruoruo wed with reluctance, bound by imperial authority, while he married her after weighing the pros and cons ultimately. It was Su Ruoruo's abilities and character that drove a wedge between them. Logically, as empress, Su Ruoruo should have enjoyed a life of luxury and honor. However, she was a woman of formidable will, excelling in managing the harem, leaving no room for criticism. This was not all. Her talents in politics and military affairs incited Li Jing's apprehension, as he never anticipated her prowess. Had they forged a true partnership, it might have been a different story. However, their lack of emotional connection over time soured into deep animosity. Consequently, Li Jing developed murderous intentions towards Su Ruoruo. Nevertheless, despite this, Su Ruoruo's position remains unshakable. Even with the favor bestowed upon her, Chen Guifei cannot replace Su Ruoruo. At this moment, Lu Guifei and Lu Xianfei gaze at the feeble Su Ruo with great delight. With the arrogant Chen Guifei no longer in the harem, the most brazen among them are undoubtedly these two sisters. Time passed, and finally, Qingyu delivered tea and snacks. Neither Lu Guifei nor Lu Xianfei partook. After a moment of lamentation, they prepared to depart, but as Lu Guifei stood, she felt unwell, and Lu Xianfei also experienced dizziness. Their maidservants hurried in to assist them. It felt as though heavy weights were shackled to their ankles, rendering them unable to walk. At this juncture, Su Ruo abruptly sat upright, as if resurrected. "Oh dear, my two sisters have arrived. What a coincidence. I too, in my dying state, have suddenly sat up." She chuckled mischievously. Lu Guifei shivered at that laughter, while Lu Xianfei felt a chill run down her spine. Su Ruo, now shot, approached the two, and as Lu Guifei attempted to leave, she found her limbs gradually numbing, rendering her unaware. Lu Xianfei struggled vehemently, only to stumble and fall with a cry. "Hongyu, quickly, help me leave." Su Ruo had previously known that one of their attendants was also named Hongyu, and since that day, she had developed an aversion to the name. At that moment, the other Hongyu appeared, ready to assist Lu Xianfei in her escape. However, another Hongyu emerged at the doorway, the loyal confidant of Su Ruo. "Where are you off to? It has been quite some time since the two of you visited our Weiyang Palace. Are you leaving without spending some time with us?" The Hongyu smiled ominously. Lu Xianfei, in a panic, retreated hastily. She had noticed the blood-red 5-step snake in Hongyu's hands, writhing as if relishing the affection it received. Hongyu kissed the snake gently. "My little darling, fear not." As she spoke, Hongyu released the snake, which darted forward and bit the other Hongyu on the knee, prompting her to flee in terror, crying for help. Su Ruo found the scene utterly amusing, wishing she could ask Qingyu for some seeds to snack on. The mere presence of the snake had rendered both women paralyzed with fear. Su Ruo was repaying them in kind, and the two were utterly terrified. Lu Xianfei burrowed into Lu Guifei's embrace, causing Lu Guifei to push her away in alarm. The fallen Hongyu lay still, convulsing briefly before becoming motionless. The other Hongyu approached her. "Oh dear sister, what has happened? Wake up." The 5-step snake, well trained by Hongyu, remained calm, awaiting her command. "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" Are you inciting your maidservants to intimidate us? Lu Guifei raised her voice. My aunt is the Empress Dowager. Hearing this, Ruoruo was astonished, realizing her earlier oversight. However, as for incitement, she retorted, you speak nonsense. There is no such occurrence. You. Lu Guifei was left speechless. Lu Xianfei began to chant numerous names, all of whom were her attendants. She had expected her call to summon them, but to her surprise, the outside remained silent, not a soul entering. The taciturn Qingyu finally spoke. I forgot to inform you, Your Majesty. I just went out to tell those guards that the two ladies wish to discuss a confidential matter with Our Lady. It is an ancient principle that secrets should not be shared with more than 6 ears, so they have all distanced themselves. Qingyu blinked mischievously. Lu Xianfei, trembling, asked, what are you planning to do? Ruoruo furrowed her brows slightly. I have yet to inquire what you intend to do, yet you retort so quickly? We came to visit you, Lu Xianfei murmured weakly. Ruoruo smirked. Ah, so you came to see if I had perished? Little did you know, I am blessed with a long life, and after hardship comes prosperity. At this, both women found themselves at a loss for words. Lu Guifei, understanding the situation, realized that Ruoruo was merely attempting to assert her dominance. Thus, she steadied herself. What do you truly intend? Naturally, I expect you to apologize. Do you believe such deceitful tricks can go unnoticed? I shall present this to the emperor. Can you guess his reaction? She nonchalantly took a porcelain spoon and extracted the burnt powder, as if in deep contemplation. Ruoruo approached Lu Guifei, her smile smug, bringing the spoon close to her nose as if savoring a fragrant broth, before sneezing violently. The black ash erupted into the air, catching Lu Guifei and Lu Xianfei unprepared, covering them entirely. They had anticipated Ruoruo would take evidence to the emperor to report them, but they were oblivious to her intentions for such a spectacle. Consequently, their fear intensified. Ruoruo had transformed. She no longer adhered to conventional norms, leaving the calculating Lu Guifei at a loss regarding Ruoruo's true motives. Ha ha! It was all a jest. How could I concern myself with such trivial matters when the emperor is already preoccupied with the affairs of Zhuge Erxilai? Zhuge Erxilai refers to a locality neighboring the imperial capital. For many years, Zhuge Er had paid tribute and pledged allegiance to the imperial capital, maintaining a cordial relationship, even apologizing in person for any skirmishes near the border. One could say their relationship was relatively stable. However, the situation with Erxilai was quite different. It bordered Jiong Pass, where the nomadic tribes had historically lived on the grasslands. Each autumn and winter, as food supplies dwindled, they would raid the border. This occurred almost annually. The court was beset by internal and external troubles, leaving little time to address such matters. Moreover, these nomads were elusive, moving with the seasons, making it exceedingly difficult to eliminate them, akin to lice attacking a lion. At this moment, Li Jing had just met with the envoy from Zhuge Er, and their discussion had gone smoothly. The envoy had expressed deep respect for Li Jing, bowing profusely as he departed. After bidding farewell to the envoy, Lin Quan entered once more. In recent years, they have been relatively obedient. The emperor's might keeps them in check, Lin Quan declared, his demeanor smug. Li Jing furrowed his brow. They are all Sui people. I cannot discern which tribe is so audacious as to commit such acts within the imperial capital. This matter was indeed difficult to define. Lin Quan remained tight-lipped. He was loquacious when it came to alleviating Li Jing's concerns, but when he found himself confused, he chose his words carefully. Li Jing appreciated Lin Quan's caution, which was why he had remained a prominent figure in the Qianquan Hall for many years. Changing the subject, Li Jing inquired, I have heard that the Weiyang Palace has been rather unclean of late. The old servant has investigated. There are snakes, but they have been cleared away, Lin Quan replied. Li Jing nodded. At that moment, Lin Quan added, this morning, Lu Guifei and Lu Xianfei went to Weiyang Palace to visit the empress. They have not yet emerged. Given their strained relations, how could they converse for so long? Let us see what they are doing. Come, we shall go and take a look. Recently, he had developed an interest in her, discovering many admirable traits within her. In Weiyang Palace, Ruoruo gazed at the snake on the ground and sighed. How peculiar it is that these snakes have come to my palace. Fortunate for me. I am blessed. Otherwise, you would be here to deliver my funeral. Release us, and let this girl take the snake away. Lu Guifei retorted insolently, spoke sternly. This palace has never plotted against anyone. However, the treachery within the imperial court is always intertwined with my existence. Today, I shall make an example to others, hoping that some individuals realize that I am not easily trifled with. Now, Hong Yu, quickly remove the poisonous snake and respectfully escort the two esteemed ladies out. Hong Yu, still hesitant, reluctantly picked up the snake, tossing it in the air as if it were merely a strand of grass. Qing Yu, fearing the snake might frighten Ruoruo, hurriedly urged her to sit down. The two ladies, Lu Guifei and Lu Xianfei, were utterly terrified. What? Why are you not leaving? Weren't you in a hurry to go? Ruoruo inquired, astonished by their inaction. Lu Guifei intended to depart, but a tingling sensation had spread from her knees to her thighs. As for Lu Xianfei, her situation was even worse. At this moment, Ruoruo herself was equally startled. What? Why aren't you leaving? Are you no longer in a rush? Your Majesty, why should we leave? Are you not well aware of the situation? Lu Guifei shot back with a cold glare. Ruoruo rubbed her temples, leaning wearily against the brocade couch. Do you wish to keep me company? That is not entirely unreasonable. After all, it is natural for sisters to bond. Just then, a report came from outside that the emperor had arrived. Ruoruo hurried to greet him. As Li Jing entered the hall, a multitude of individuals of all ranks knelt down, except for Lu Guifei and Lu Xianfei, who sat upright. Chapter 31. A minor punishment for a major lesson. Li Jing, noticing their indifference, smirked coldly. It seems the Guifei and Xianfei have grown quite arrogant, even in my presence. Your Majesty, it is not that I am indifferent, but rather that I cannot move. I suspect I have been poisoned. Please summon a physician to examine me. Lu Guifei lamented, tears streaming down her face. If this continued, she feared her heart would soon fail. Lu Xianfei was in a state of sheer panic, tears flowing freely. Li Jing observed the two, then turned to Ruoruo. From her expression, he discerned a mischievous intent, realizing that they had fallen victim to Ruoruo's spell. Summon the physician. Moments later, Physician Zhang arrived. After examining the two, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Zhang's reaction, Li Jing understood that Ruoruo was the instigator and, from Zhang's vague demeanor, guessed that this was a minor punishment for the two ladies. What is the diagnosis? How do we treat them? After a brief silence, Zhang prescribed a concoction. Upon inspection, Li Jing noted that the prescription included a bucket of Aristolochia, 3 pounds of Rinzhong Huang, and additional ingredients such as Rinzhong Bai and Yiming Sha. Ruoruo stroked her chin, pondering the peculiar names of these medicinal herbs. These ingredients are quite rare, she mused. However, their potency was undeniable. Your Majesty, if there are no objections, the lives of these two ladies are of utmost importance. I shall proceed with the prescription. Faced with the bizarre assortment of herbs, Lu Guifei felt apprehensive, burdened with doubts. Yet, sensing Zhang's urgency and stern expression, she understood that her ailment required immediate attention. Lu Xianfei whispered, "That wretched woman may be plotting our demise, sister. What should we do? She was wary of her aunt. I cannot believe she would go so far." Though she spoke with righteous indignation, Lu Guifei was visibly shaken. Moments later, an unbearable stench wafted into the room. Li Jing covered his nose, exclaiming, "What is that?" Yiming Sha was bat guano, a foul-smelling excrement from bats that consumed flies and other insects. Shortly after, the Aristolochia was brought forth, which was the urine of mules. Equally repugnant. Following, there was Rinzhong Huang, a substance produced by humans every day. Li Jing felt nauseated and turned to leave, saying, "Ruoruo, let us exit." Ruoruo rose to follow, but did not intend to leave, casting a sympathetic glance at the two distressed ladies. They were filled with deep resentment and bitterness. Once Li Jing had exited, the midday sun illuminated the pond, causing the lotus flowers to glow vibrantly, a refreshing fragrance wafting through the air, and Li Jing felt considerably more at ease. At that moment, Physician Zhang knelt, having inadvertently offended the emperor. "Rise," Li Jing gestured. "Are these indeed medicinal ingredients?" "Of course," Zhang elaborated, citing various texts. After listening, Li Jing smoothed his chest, No need for the scholarly references. Simply inform me of the conditions afflicting Lu Guifei and Lu Xianfei. What afflictions? He replied, this is not a mere ailment. It is rosemary poisoning. Upon learning that the two ladies had conspired against her, Ruoruo immediately sought out Zhang, who provided her with a variety of rosemary from the western regions, which, when ignited and inhaled, would induce dizziness and discomfort, but was not lethal and would resolve itself shortly thereafter. Ruoruo had prepared these peculiar remedies merely to humiliate Lu Guifei and Lu Xianfei. Their schemes against her were intolerable. Given the presence of Empress Dowager Lu, she refrained from being overly aggressive. Moments later, Ruoruo emerged and, after saluting, said, I had no idea they would be poisoned. It is truly unfortunate. I wish to enter and offer some comfort, as these medicines are indeed difficult to ingest. Go ahead. She was permitted. Several individuals approached Lu Guifei and Lu Xianfei, saying, ladies, consuming these is for your own good. Lu Guifei, fearing for her life, could only reluctantly close her eyes. Lu Xianfei cried out, but her protests went unheard, resulting in her consuming even more. Once both had taken a medicine, Ruoruo smiled, asking, have you both had enough to eat? Will you continue to plot against me? The emperor has arrived, and he is unaware that I orchestrated everything. And what of the emperor's arrival? As long as the plan is flawless, even if your aunt were to descend from the heavens, it would be futile. You two have been too insular and obstinate to understand that there are greater powers beyond your own. Today, I shall impart a lesson. Henceforth, you would do well to treat me with respect, lest your next meal be something far less palatable. Her words were sharp and pointed. Lu Guifei felt slightly better, puffing up in indignation as she departed. Lu Xianfei, however, was reluctant to leave, casting Ruoruo a sidelong glance. We shall see about this. As they exited, Ruoruo instructed for the room to be cleaned. This chamber had not been tidied for many years, following the previous incident with the snake. She had planned to have it thoroughly organized, and today presented a perfect opportunity. Watching the two ladies leave in frustration, Ruoruo approached Li Jing, who was holding a copper mirror. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I would have dealt with you today. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Li Jing had not anticipated Ruoruo's audacity, yet found it curious that, despite his displeasure, her attack struck at his vulnerabilities, leaving him speechless. I harbor no intention of blaming you. Your scheme was indeed innovative, playful yet not cruel. I have truly gained insight today. Upon hearing this, Ruoruo smiled. Shall I take you somewhere? Li Jing inquired, glancing at Ruoruo. She pointed to her ankle. Your Majesty, you have confined me. Where could I possibly go? I hereby revoke your confinement. You are free to go. Chapter 32. Interrogation. Ruoruo was elated, having longed to explore the palace. Previously, she had heard from Qingyu about the exquisite gardens within the palace, such as Changchun Garden and Langrun Garden. Merely hearing their names filled her with longing, and now she finally had the opportunity to experience them firsthand. How could she not be delighted? Li Jing led Ruoruo to the prison. The prison was shrouded in darkness and dampness. The corridor was dimly lit, with sporadic glimpses of fat, big-eared rats scurrying away into the shadows. Ruoruo, unfamiliar with this place, felt an eerie chill. The flickering torches along the walls cast an uncertain glow, creating an illusion as though she were traversing the gullet of a beast. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely followed Li Jing closely. The silence within the prison was palpable, and Ruoruo occasionally spotted the rats, which seemed to be welcoming them. Noting Ruoruo's lack of fear, Li Jing deliberately shouted from the position near the vent. Ruoruo remained steadfast. Why is the empress unafraid upon her arrival? Li Jing mused, eyeing Ruoruo with a mix of curiosity and amusement. In his memory, Ruoruo was a rigid individual, endowed with great wisdom yet lacking in cunning. However, the Ruoruo before him appeared markedly transformed. She exuded confidence and determination, willing to pursue her convictions with fervor. They exchanged glances, and Ruoruo smiled, remarking that as she had been by the emperor's side daily, perhaps one day she would find herself here in the prison. It was well known that the emperor held little affection for her. What more was there to say? Experiencing it firsthand was perhaps beneficial. I never claimed I would imprison you in the depths of the earth, Li Jing thought, taken aback by Ruoruo's biting sarcasm. Ruoruo chuckled. Who can predict the future? Li Jing stood still, his piercing gaze fixed on Ruoruo, noting her newfound defiance. There's a particular bone of contention here, which naturally leads to disobedience. The previous Ruoruo had always complied with Li Jing, yet now she seemed entirely resistant. Ah, this is simple enough, Ruoruo boasted. As they approached the prison, Ruoruo focused her gaze. The person inside appeared nearly lifeless, lying on dry straw, resembling a corpse. Ruoruo inquired, "Is he dead?" "How could that be? He has merely been severely beaten." Observing the man's labored breathing, Ruoruo gestured for the soldier to open the door. The jailer approached and unlocked the gate, but warned, "Your Highness, do not draw near. This man is ruthless." "Just look at my wrist," he gestured. Ruoruo examined the jailer's wrist, noticing a crescent-shaped bruise, and further observed the symmetrical puncture marks nearby, tinged with a noticeable blue hue. At this, Ruoruo grasped the underlying truth. "Can I claim reluctance?" Xiaohong dismissed the man and stood before Ruoruo. She crouched beside the man, smiling gently, and said, "I have a few questions for you." The man opened his eyes, astonished that they had resorted to such beauty as a tactic. "Indeed, I am not employing any such tricks. I am the empress of this land." The revelation that the empress herself was questioning him prompted laughter from a man, who replied, "Rest assured, I enjoy tormenting these jailers, but I have never laid a hand on a woman." Ruoruo nodded, expressing her respect for him as a man, and continued, "Therefore, a man deserves to die with honor. You speak my language, indicating you have lived here for quite some time. I can articulate this correctly. Do you have family?" Ruoruo recalled a senior peer, a seasoned psychologist, who enjoyed showcasing her knowledge, often sharing secrets about lie detection. When a person lies, their micro-expressions, subtle movements, and demeanor betray them. In other words, by adhering to a formula, one can swiftly discern whether someone is fabricating or speaking the truth. Secondly, you hold a red string. Judging by its length and thickness, it is likely intended for a pendant. Your son must possess a safety buckle, correct? The type made from Hetian jade. Based on your age, I surmise your mother is over 50 and with a larger family. You may have felt compelled to take this path. Am I correct? Ruoruo could not ascertain how much of her insight was fortuitous or mere conjecture. But judging by the man's expression, she had likely hit upon several truths. The man gritted his teeth, closing his eyes in anger. Ruoruo rose, taking note of the implements of torture hanging within the prison, each an archaic device far more sinister than mere whippings or finger clamps. The sight of bloodstains on the peculiar instruments sent a chill down her spine. After surveying the grim surroundings, Ruoruo once again crouched beside the man. She asked him another question, but he bit down on his lip, remaining silent. Ruoruo persisted. "So, you believe that once we uncover the secret, your life will be forfeit. Thus, the secret may serve as your talisman, correct? You are quite the little sorceress." "I appreciate the compliment," Ruoruo smiled, preparing to take her leave. The man, expecting further inquiries, was taken aback as she turned away. Chapter 33. The Crafting of Torture Devices. Li Jing felt perplexed. Despite having deduced so much, why did Ruoruo abruptly cease her questioning? As Ruoruo genuinely prepared to exit, Li Jing followed closely behind. Once inside the room, he took a seat and remarked, "Your recent deductions were quite impressive. They might all be correct or entirely wrong, but that is inconsequential." Ruoruo remained composed. Hearing this, Li Jing grasped his cup, taking a sip and gesturing for Ruoruo to sit. In truth, Ruoruo relished the sense of equality with Li Jing. This feeling bore no relation to vanity, but rather served as a testament to his trust and respect for her. In a society where male dominance prevailed, being treated in such a manner was an unexpected delight. What is truly important? As Ruoruo rambled, Li Jing interjected, stating that what mattered was that he had family. Many detainees had committed suicide, perhaps due to their isolation. Consequently, I have devised a plan which could prove quite beneficial. In reality, Li Jing had previously gathered information about this individual, but from a different perspective. He had no interest in exploring whether the man had family. He found it intriguing that, despite the harshest of punishments, the man exhibited no thoughts of self-harm. He was curious about the force that governed this man, the belief that rendered him so resolute and resilient. We shall release him, Ruoruo declared. Before Li Jing could respond, the head jailer interjected, Your Highness. We exerted immense effort to capture this man. To simply release him is. Ruoruo retorted with authority. The jailer turned crimson. Li Jing observed the jailer's discomfort and smiled, remarking, This is what you need to learn. Now, you will perform your roles while I send someone to pursue him. The man nodded and withdrew. Ruoruo felt uneasy in the oppressive atmosphere. The damp, foul air and an inexplicable sense of dread weighed heavily upon her. Though her injury was not severe, the subterranean chill soon made her feel unwell. Li Jing nodded, adding, I must trouble you with one more task. There is another individual here connected to the man we just questioned, and I wish to see how you will interrogate him. Ruoruo complied and followed Li Jing to the far end of the prison, where she encountered a disheveled foreigner. Although these foreigners hailed from distant lands, they spoke the local language fluently, indicating their long residence in the area. Ruoruo fixed her gaze upon the person across from her. Li Jing stood outside the cell, asking, Is this individual also unwilling to speak the truth? Li Jing sighed, stating the exact opposite. This person spoke of everything. The emperor summoned me? Yet every secret he uttered was a mere fabrication, costing me several loyal subjects. Li Jing gritted her teeth, and Ruoruo understood her intent. She needed her to discern truth from falsehood. Ruoruo gazed at the person in the prison. At that moment, he smiled slyly and cast a glance at Ruoruo. His eyes squinted, fixated on her upper body, and suddenly he uttered a lewd remark. Truly, this is a place where peach blossoms bloom abundantly. Ruoruo was teased, but remained silent. Li Jing grew furious and signaled the jailer to take action. The jailer seized a whip and struck. The man could not evade, crying out in pain, stating, I have revealed all I know. I only possess this information. I beg for my life. Please do not slaughter me entirely. I am in unbearable agony, feeling that living is worse than dying. Whatever you wish to know, please ask, feel free to inquire. Seeing his demeanor, Ruoruo coldly smirked. Enough, do not torment him further. Upon her words, the jailer finally stepped back. Fortunately, the empress arrived today. Otherwise, I would have taught you a proper lesson for your reckless words. Li Jing looked at her, puzzled. Why this time did you refrain from posing questions? When did you become capable of such actions? Li Jing gazed at Ruoruo in astonishment. Ruoruo smiled, just a moment ago. Upon returning to Weiyang Palace, Ruoruo plunged into her chamber. It was effortless to create something within the imperial palace. As the empress, with a mere command, what could not be delivered? Soon planks, iron blocks, and various materials were brought forth, ensuring Ruoruo could proceed smoothly. Li Jing even summoned the ministers of the Justice and Works departments. The two stared at each other in disbelief. My design has yet to be finalized. This instrument is relatively simple to construct, so your presence is not required. She sent the two esteemed guests away and then summoned a few eunuchs. Among them, one named Chi Hoer was particularly adept. At this moment, Ruoruo had completed the design. Chi Hoer, come take a look. I need you to use a ruler for this. Every component must match my design precisely, without error. No need to rush. Take your time and speak up if you require anything. Chi Hoer, having little to do, often sought to excel in this environment, smiled brightly and nodded, promptly asking questions whenever uncertain. Crafting this instrument was no simple task. Merely polishing the components required 3 pairs of hands, moving from coarse to fine, layer by layer, ensuring no mistakes. Ruoruo promised all the eunuchs that should the instrument succeed, each would receive a reward of 20 taels. After everything was arranged, Ruoruo commenced her rest. And what of the Empress Dowager? Li Jing's dark eyes fixated intensely on the eunuch. Chapter 34. The Curious Case of the Wooden Box. Lin Quan sighed. Tomorrow marks the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. Recently, the emperor has been busy. Today, I conferred with several elders in Wenchang Pavilion, finalizing arrangements much like before. What gifts have been prepared? Li Jing inquired. Li Jing selected several items from antiques and paintings to present. That was all. Tomorrow is indeed the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. How swiftly time passes. Li Jing had much to attend to the following day, so he retired early. Since ascending to the throne, he had cultivated a knack for resting, able to doze off whenever, while remaining vigilant. Ruoruo, however, as a newcomer from another timeline, was accustomed to late nights and leisurely mornings. The empress had to rise early to greet the concubines, but Ruoruo dismissed them entirely, refusing to allow those troublesome girls to disturb her. As she still needed to craft the instrument tonight, Ruoruo had not rested well. The next day, she inevitably awoke with a bit of irritation. Qingyu observed Ruoruo swaying and hastily draped clothing over her while muttering, "My dear lady, my ancestors from 18 generations ago. Today is the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. You would have already attended at this hour in previous years. Be careful, or the Empress Dowager may become furious." Ruoruo abruptly sat upright. "The birthday banquet? Why did you not remind me last night?" Ruoruo prepared to have Qingyu draft a reminder. "My lady, you truly are one who forgets easily. I mentioned it to you just before sleeping last night, yet you took no heed. Now hurry and get up." Upon Ruoruo's arrival at Funkuan Palace, the atmosphere was fragrant and bustling. When Road Guifei and Road Xianfei saw Ruoruo, they exchanged cold smiles, deliberately ignoring her as they gazed at the flowers in the garden. Ruoruo, undeterred, approached them and naively asked, "How are you two sisters feeling? It is said that those medications are highly effective, and you both seem to have improved. It must be nearly sufficient. Is it necessary for the Empress to mock us openly? It is indeed necessary. After all, I am the Empress. Besides, is it not customary to express concern for you?" Ruoruo scoffed. Road Guifei's expression darkened considerably. As for Road Guifei, she was equally displeased. The Empress Dowager had risen early today, adorned in resplendent attire. Ruoruo hurriedly approached to pay her respects. The Empress Dowager smiled, saying, "Rise, you are the last to arrive today. Indeed, I have been occupied with a murder case alongside the Emperor and nearly overslept." As this conversation unfolded, Empress Dowager Lu's benevolent smile was tinged with a cold edge. "The Empress is also quite busy with affairs of state," she remarked. Ruoruo discerned that Empress Dowager Lu, though appearing amiable, bore a gaze that betrayed her true feelings. As a former Special Forces soldier, her observational skills and judgment were finely honed. Thus, she understood that today would not be peaceful. Since the Empress Dowager held no affection for her, why should she feign cordiality? It would be better to confront the tension head-on. "Empress Dowager Lu, take heed. The Empress is no longer the same. I am ready to confront you." In the original narrative, the Empress Dowager harbored disdain for the Empress but did not dare act against her. The Empress's maternal family possessed formidable military power, holding significant sway over half the realm. However, the original Empress always yielded and endured, which only encouraged the Empress Dowager to further torment her. Alas, why must women make things difficult for one another? Road Guifei ingratiated herself by presenting an exquisitely embroidered garment, which the Empress Dowager lovingly admired, proclaiming it a masterpiece of craftsmanship, delighting her. Yet, do not become overly preoccupied with such matters. It is also essential to draw closer to the Emperor. "I understand," the concubine replied with a forced smile, retreating with an unpleased expression. Road Xianfei approached with a bright smile, recalling her previous gift of jade and presenting a new piece, a figurine of Diyu controlling the waters. As she drew near, she affectionately said, "Aunt, you are most sensitive to heat. This is an Emperor green jade formed from a millennium of ice. Placing this in your chamber will not only keep it cool, but also render it immune to poisons." Wow. Forgive Ruoruo for her ignorance. Is it truly possible to mine jade beneath a millennium of ice? Even if one could mine, how could it be related to immunity from poisons? Such a nonsensical connection. Everyone presented their gifts. Even Chan Guifei from the Cold Palace sent a clay figurine of an elderly woman, which the Empress Dowager seemed to cherish, praising Chan Guifei for her discernment and skill. The grand finale awaited Ruoruo. "And what has the Empress presented to the Empress Dowager?" the impatient Road Xianfei queried as she approached Ruoruo. Ruoruo extended her hand, and Qingyu delivered the gift, which was merely a display of brilliance, nothing extraordinary. Just as they engaged in conversation, a eunuch suddenly burst in. My lady, trouble is brewing." The Empress Dowager frowned, displeased, and asked, "What is with your frantic demeanor? Speak up, Your Highness. I have just discovered a dog hole in the rear wall of the Empress's Weiyang Palace. I intended to repair it, but upon bringing a servant to inspect it, A pungent odor wafted forth, leaving me utterly astonished. I hastily ordered an excavation, and to my surprise, we unearthed a wooden box. I dare not open it, planning to present it to His Majesty for inspection. However, as he is currently attending the morning court, I deemed it inappropriate to disturb him over such trivial matters. After considerable contemplation, I decided to bring the item here instead. Upon hearing this, Ruoruo's heart raced with anticipation. Here it comes. The inevitable has arrived. A glance at the familiar wooden box confirmed it was indeed the one she had lost within the Wei-Yang Palace. The revelation caused an uproar among the onlookers, who drew closer to the box and began to whisper among themselves. Qing Yu and Hong Yu sensed the gravity of the situation and prepared to argue. Meanwhile, Ruoruo readied herself to make a hasty exit. She feigned a gasp and slumped, prompting Qing Yu to rush to her side. One cannot deny the Empress's remarkable composure and theatrical performance. Mother, Ruoruo lamented, I am troubled. A few days ago, I was wounded by an assassin, and now, the foul stench overwhelms me. I fear I cannot remain here. Without hesitation, she prepared to depart, disregarding all else. Just then, Ru Guifei and Lu Xianfei stepped forward, signaling that it was finally time for the sisters to exact their revenge. In Chapter 35, Ruoruo found herself utterly unprepared for the unfolding events. She had anticipated that the Empress Dowager would remove the head, yet she never expected it to surface at this moment. Was the Empress eager to leave before the meal? Ru Guifei chuckled with satisfaction, while Lu Xianfei stood before Ruoruo with crossed arms. The two exchanged glances, and Lu Xianfei remarked, Your Highness, perhaps you should wait. This wooden box was excavated from your backyard. It may harbor some dark secret. Ruoruo felt isolated and at a loss for words. She understood that if she did not leave now, escape would soon become impossible. I'm unwell, she insisted. The Empress Dowager, intrigued, moved closer to the box, wondering if the Empress was not curious to see what lay inside. Ruoruo felt as though she were trapped. Meanwhile, in the Qiankuan Hall, the routine court meeting was underway. Li Jing rose, stating that the remaining matters would be addressed tomorrow, as today marked the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration, and he would be heading to Feng Kuan Palace. Li Jing departed hastily, though everyone was already aware of the significance of the day. Upon reaching Feng Kuan Palace, Li Jing spotted Ruoruo, who appeared pale and drenched in sweat. The box was said to have been discovered in her Wei-Yang Palace garden, and the head contained within belonged to Lin Yi, who had been kidnapped by bandits. When all these threads connected, her situation would be indefensible. Just as matters reached a critical point, Li Jing entered. Ruoruo approached him in silence, yet he understood her unspoken concerns. As the emperor arrived, the Empress Dowager smiled faintly, while Lu Xianfei hurriedly approached to pay her respects. Long live the emperor! The concubines performed their synchronized bows, astonished to witness the deepening bond between the emperor and empress as he embraced her affectionately, almost as if making a declaration. Observing this, the onlookers could not help but feel envious. As for the Empress Dowager, she had spent years attempting to undermine their relationship, and now it appeared her schemes were failing, as the two had forged a close alliance. What to do? She fretted, aware that revealing the truth could lead to unforeseen consequences. Meanwhile, Li Jing remained composed, gently reassuring Ruoruo with a soft touch on her back. Fear not, for I am here. Ruoruo could not have anticipated his gentle demeanor. At that moment, Lu Xianfei, incensed, could no longer contain herself and approached the Empress Dowager. Why not open the box for everyone to see what lies within? The Empress Dowager found this suggestion agreeable. She gestured, prompting an elderly eunuch to approach. He wielded a chisel, striking it repeatedly against the box. Each creak sent shivers down Ruoruo's spine, and with a resounding crack, the wooden box shattered. Curiosity piqued, the crowd leaned in, only to be met with a foul stench that compelled them to cover their mouths. The Empress Dowager, unfazed, moved closer, urging, let us see what lies within. She motioned for Mei Shou to investigate. Despite knowing the contents were grim, Mei Shou edged closer, inspecting the remains before collapsing in terror before the Empress Dowager. Your Highness, it appears to be a bloody head. Within the original text, there exists a law stating that the concubines of the three palaces have no authority to execute servants. No matter the circumstances, This matter was destined to spiral out of control. Ruoruo felt anxious, wondering if Li Jing would come to her defense. If he chose to follow the current, would it not serve as the perfect plot to eliminate her? Your Majesty, let us also take a look, Li Jing insisted, almost coercively leading Ruoruo closer to the box. As they approached, Ruoruo was struck by the chaotic darkness within. How could it have deteriorated so severely? While she pondered, Ru Guifei moved closer to the Empress Dowager, marveling at the bizarre occurrence of such a thing appearing in the Wei Yang Palace garden. Lu Xinfei, ever sharp, suggested, could it be that the Empress harmed someone? Li Jing scoffed, questioning if the Empress had committed murder. Why is there only a head? Why not the entire body? The implications were unclear, and Lu Xinfei maintained her righteous indignation. The Empress Dowager inhaled deeply, calling for a physician to examine the contents. Moments later, the physician arrived, scrutinizing the box for an extended period before bursting into laughter. Your Highness, you believe this to be a head? He chuckled. Ruoruo glanced at the object, recognizing it was the same size as when she had placed it inside, albeit now covered in fresh soil and altered in appearance due to decomposition, making identification difficult. You have served many years in the Imperial Medical Institute and are well versed in such matters. How could this not be a head? The physician requested an axe, prompting the crowd to retreat in anticipation of a gruesome display. Ruoruo, now calmer, noted the physician's confidence that this was not what it seemed. In an instant, amid the collective uncertainty, the physician swung the axe down, splitting the object in two, revealing a soft, white interior devoid of veins or bone. The stench intensified. Ru Guifei stood in shock, and Lu Xinfei gaped in disbelief. The Empress Dowager's brow furrowed in incredulity as she watched the scene unfold. What was once presumed to be a head had transformed into something else entirely. The Empress Dowager quickly adapted, pointing to the dark mass. The physician solemnly explained, "This is a type of konjac commonly found in the imperial kitchen. It thrives in muddy conditions and can rot easily, producing a foul odor. The confined space of the box is detrimental to its growth, hence the unpleasant smell. Your Highness, you have worried unnecessarily. This is merely konjac." The crowd exchanged glances, while Lu Xinfei seethed with frustration, eager to discern the truth. 1, 2, 3. As Lu Xinfei prepared to approach the box, Ruoruo deftly extended her left foot, causing Lu Xinfei to stumble unexpectedly. In Chapter 36, the atmosphere thickened with tension as Ruoruo plotted her next move, determined to confront Lu Xinfei. Despite his calm facade, a mischievous smile crept upon his lips. Lu Xinfei let out a gasp as she fell, colliding with Mei Shou, who, being elderly and frail, could hardly support her, and they both tumbled to the ground. Ruoruo noticed that she was relatively close to Lu Xinfei's landing point and rushed over to assist, kindly grasping Lu Xinfei's hand. The scene was chaotic, prompting Lu Guifei to hurry over. Ruoruo chuckled softly, lowering her voice, and warned, "Be a bit more prudent, or such incidents will become commonplace." Her words, though not loud, were clearly audible to both Lu Xinfei and Lu Guifei. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinfei visibly trembled, staring in astonishment at Ruoruo. The Empress had changed. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll pluck out your eyes." At this, Li Jing couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Meanwhile, Lu Guifei had managed to support Lu Xinfei, who rose slowly. Although warned, she was reluctant to remain subservient, especially with Lu Guifei and her aunt present. She could not afford to suffer in silence. Lu Xinfei was preparing to expose Ruoruo when a sudden, excruciating pain pierced through her, nearly causing her to scream. As Ruoruo's icy gaze fixed upon her, she had undergone rigorous training as a special forces soldier in her previous life. Tasked with survival on a deserted island, she had once smashed coconut shells with her bare hands, let alone contend with someone as delicate as Lu Xinfei. "Dear sister, what troubles you? No need to thank me," Ruoruo quipped. "What?" Lu Xinfei gasped, the pain overwhelming her. Today, she was unprepared and faced with treachery, leaving her no choice but to grit her teeth. Lu Guifei sensed the underlying tension but could hardly fathom the destructive impact of Ruoruo's seemingly innocuous handshake. She was left speechless, and the others dared not stir the pot further. Suddenly, an oblivious concubine murmured, Could it be that the empress pushed her on purpose? Upon hearing this, Li Jing shot her a fierce glare, prompting the concubine to hastily retreat. Though the banquet had not concluded, Li Jing was unwilling to linger any longer. Citing affairs from the previous dynasty, he smoothly escorted Ruoruo away. Once outside Fengkuan Palace, Ruoruo exhaled in relief, feeling the tightness in her chest ease. "Thank you," she offered with a professional smile, revealing her pearly whites. Li Jing observed her radiant smile and replied with a grin, "There's no need for gratitude. Even if you didn't seek me out, I would have found this matter out myself." After crossing the waist bridge, Ruoruo felt a sharp pain in her feet and gestured for him to proceed first. In the night, Li Jing's profound eyes were as still as a deep well, seemingly devoid of human emotions. "Oh my, such beautiful eyes," she thought. His eyes were almond-shaped, smooth, and glistening like glass, possessing a captivating quality that shone like agate. Unfathomable in depth, they were hollow and chilling, and she wished he could betray even a hint of emotion. "Indeed, my eyes are quite remarkable," Li Jing remarked candidly, praising himself without pretense. Ruoruo's heart raced. Could he truly hear her thoughts? "Please go ahead. I still need a moment to rest." Though she had barely managed to avoid being late, the day's events had left her utterly exhausted. Today, she donned ceremonial attire, which felt heavy and cumbersome. Not to mention the countless layers of clothing. "Why aren't you moving? My feet are hurting." Ruoruo shot a glance at Li Jing. Moments later, a guard returned, presenting her with a pair of flat shoes, leaving Ruoruo astonished. It defied logic and felt almost surreal. With Qing Yu's assistance, she changed into the shoes, which felt as clumsy as modern high heels in their own way, yet even more cumbersome than the ergonomic high heels of her time. She never quite adapted to walking comfortably. Once Ruoruo changed her shoes, Li Jing stepped closer, extending his hand. Ruoruo felt a bit flustered. Nature called, and having been preoccupied since the early morning, she had no time to attend to her personal needs. "Oh dear, I need to find a place to relieve myself." Just as she thought this, a fleeting notion arose that perhaps Li Jing could hear her thoughts, which made her anxious. "Li Jing Chocolat, I will be waiting for you in Qiankuan Hall." He granted her the freedom she sought. After Ruoruo took care of her needs, she leaned against Qing Yu, who smiled brightly, remarking, "It seems the emperor has fully accepted you. Your perseverance has finally paid off. Accompanying the emperor is akin to being with a tiger. I assist him in his duties." Ruoruo was acutely aware of her situation. He valued her and would surely aid her, but she knew the danger still loomed. "My dear, why you speak so ominously?" Meanwhile, within Fengkuan Palace, the Empress Dowager promptly concluded the banquet. Though she could manipulate gravitated toward her, while the neutral faction was left in disarray. The Empress Dowager paid no heed to certain powerful families, allowing them to fend for themselves. Lu Guifei and Lu Xianfei had colluded with the Empress Dowager for years, and even a simple glance between them conveyed unspoken understanding. The Empress Dowager retained the two, leading them into a warm chamber. Holding a hand warmer, she observed the incense burning steadily on the table, the fragrant smoke swirling upward, resembling a monstrous creature looming behind her. The three exchanged glances, and the Empress Dowager said, "I have been investigating. It seems the Empress is no longer what she once was. You both must be cautious." At this, Lu Guifei rose. "Aunt, could this involve the Emperor?" The Empress Dowager narrowed her eyes, unsure, but asserting, "I have summoned you both to discuss this. Do not let your guard down. She has become more formidable than before." Both nodded in agreement. The Empress Dowager wearily waved her hand, a reminder for the sisters and also a warning for herself. As they left Fengkuan Palace, Lu Xianfei was fuming. "My aunt is truly something." She was clearly outmaneuvered, yet she remained steadfast while focusing solely on us. Though Lu Guifei and Lu Xianfei shared a sense of empathy, the moment was not right for words. Once outside, Lu Guifei solemnly stated, "If we wish to eliminate her, we must devise a long-term plan, carefully orchestrating our moves without haste. The Emperor is currently very close to her, so be cautious not to provoke her, or you may regret it." Lu Guifei's words were a timely warning. Lu Xianfei's eyes shimmered with intense sorrow. If only the Emperor showed her even a modicum of kindness, she would serve him wholeheartedly. Yet, since her arrival in the palace, there had been no intimate moments shared with Li Jing. Even though he occasionally summoned Lu Xianfei and Lu Guifei to his chambers, he paid them no mind. As soon as he was in their presence, he became preoccupied, often engaging them with puzzles rather than affection. While Lu Guifei could easily solve the riddles, Lu Xianfei felt despondent, finding it easier to scheme against others. Lu Xianfei cursed under her breath, preparing to leave when Lu Guifei cleared her throat. What? Do you have any other plans? To harm that wretched woman. We must dismantle her relationship with the emperor. Dismantle? Lu Xianfei leaned in, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Please, dear sister, share insights. Lu Guifei, momentarily at a loss for strategy, promised to devise a plan within 3 to 5 days. On the other side, Ruoruo changed her attire and arrived at Qinquandian. Previously, whenever she entered Qinquandian, Li Jing was always preoccupied, and each time Ruoruo appeared, Li Jing would instinctively cover the documents before him with a silk cloth. At first, Ruoruo thought this was merely an unconscious act, but today she realized that without the silk cloth, it dawned on her that Li Jing had not trusted her at all. I possess the ability to read 10 lines at a glance, and I certainly do not harbor the audacity to scheme against the emperor. Li Jing, you are truly being overly cautious. Ruoruo smirked disdainfully. Li Jing, having overheard her inner thoughts, felt increasingly reassured about her. I encountered several issues today. There is a prince of a different surname currently in the southern frontier, rumored to be recruiting soldiers and may rebel at any moment. Do you have any suggestions on how to expose his intentions? Li Jing nodded. Indeed, we must take action. Li Jing continued, listening attentively. Ruoruo pondered for a moment and added, then you should station troops and prepare to eliminate him. We can make inexplicable visits twice a month and leave just as mysteriously. He will undoubtedly assume we are investigating him, and once he becomes flustered, we shall act. Li Jing suddenly realized the feasibility of Ruoruo's whimsical ideas. If the prince mistakenly believes that we are plotting against him, he will surely act out of desperation and reveal his true colors. If he does not adequately consider the north and south and sees us taking action, he will relinquish his power, right? A strategy that allows us to both attack and retreat, indeed. Observing Li Jing grasping her intentions, Ruoruo felt a sense of pride. Upon hearing this, Li Jing nodded. He resumed his previous position, deep in thought for a moment before hastily writing. Ruoruo casually picked up a document and noticed that Li Jing did not impede her. This made her burst into laughter. Li Jing had also intended to address these matters. The content of the documents was repetitive, with everyone either reiterating the same issues or submitting identical proposals. This not only diminished efficiency, but also greatly increased the emperor's workload, thus necessitating reform. What plans do you have? Submitting documents daily. Where could there possibly be that many matters? Hence, there is little critique of existing issues and much imitation and plagiarism. If we shift from daily submissions to every 3 days, the workload will surely increase. Li Jing frowned upon hearing this. This may be somewhat against the rules. The emperor immediately laughed. He continued, I also have a high-ranking minister from the previous dynasty who possesses considerable power. I have gathered substantial evidence against him, but he feigns virtue due to his age and status as an old minister. I find it challenging to take action. What do you suggest? Continuously promote him. Over time, he will inevitably err. For instance, if the emperor were to commission him to construct the 13 tombs with a generous budget, he would surely embezzle funds. At that point, it would not be you who punishes him, but rather the late emperor who would execute him. What do you think? Li Jing clapped his hands in delight. Excellent. What a brilliant plan. How did I not think of this? Ruoruo, being a woman of high emotional intelligence, quickly interjected. It is not that you could not think of it. Rather, you are preoccupied with too many matters. The two shared a laugh, and Li Jing pointed at Ruoruo, declaring, You are quite the clever one. Ruoruo chuckled in response. Throughout history, similar events have occurred. I am merely discussing strategies on paper. As for success or failure, that remains uncertain. Ruoruo chuckled, fully aware of the need to remain modest. The emperor cast a sidelong glance at Ruoruo and remarked, I increasingly feel that you are different from before. Ruoruo dared not delve deeper, fearing complications. Your Majesty, are you not curious about what I have invented? Here it is. What is it? Li Jing reached out to touch it. Ruoruo presented a simple device, a generator made evident by the myriad of wires and copper strands coiled upon a ceramic plate. Chapter 38. Artificial Respiration. This was Ruoruo's generator. However, before she could explain, the generator released a current, and unfortunately, Li Jing had just reached out to touch it. A scream escaped Li Jing as he collapsed. At that moment, Lin Quan burst in from outside. Upon entering, he saw Ruoruo and Li Jing sitting back to back, seemingly engrossed in conversation. The only perplexing sight was the strange object scattered across the floor. He hurried over to pick it up, but just as his hand made contact, he screamed, "Lin Quan!" By the time Ruoruo reacted, Lin Quan had already fainted. The generator, once adjusted, released a powerful current upon accidental contact with the coils. Ruoruo noticed that Lin Quan's hand was still gripping the iron ring, his body trembling. Realizing the urgency, she rushed to retrieve the generator. However, fate intervened. Before she could remove it, Qingyu entered and, upon seeing Lin Quan collapsed, rushed to assist. As a result, Qingyu was also electrocuted. The commotion attracted Hongyu, who soon followed suit. Thus, one after another, everyone succumbed to unconsciousness. Ruoruo felt a wave of despair as she picked up the source of this calamity. "Your Majesty," Lin Quan, Qingyu, and Hongyu. Ruoruo could only tend to Li Jing first. Li Jing had lost consciousness and required cardiopulmonary resuscitation. She knelt before him, beginning the procedure. When the initial attempts yielded little effect, Ruoruo leaned in closer and performed artificial respiration. After 2 tries, Li Jing awakened. You're awake?" Ruoruo felt a wave of shame wash over her. "Your Majesty, please do not blame me. I intended to alert you to a potential danger, but did not have the chance to speak." She felt frustrated, embarrassed, and regretful. The electric shock brought a sharp pain that was brief yet invigorating. Truly, serving the Emperor is akin to being with a tiger. Li Jing, you would not dismember me, would you? Rest assured I would not. Ruoruo had previously speculated that Li Jing could hear her thoughts, and now, hearing him articulate her fears left her feeling dreadfully uneasy. Is that even possible? How then am I to continue my small acts of mischief? Ruoruo trembled at the thought of the Emperor being privy to her inner musings. Naturally, durian, banana, papaya, black fungus. Durian, banana, papaya, black fungus? Is that correct? Ruoruo shuddered upon hearing this. Promotions, wealth, deceased wives, all wishes fulfilled, smooth sailing. He quickly echoed, promotions, wealth, deceased wives, all wishes fulfilled, smooth sailing. Ruoruo felt her heart racing uncontrollably. Am I dreaming? Instinctively, she pinched herself, causing her to shiver in pain. By the time she reacted, she saw Li Jing advancing towards her, his olive-shaped eyes gleaming with a hint of amusement, akin to a hunter observing its prey. "So how is it?" Li Jing, arms crossed, gazed at Ruoruo with a composed demeanor. Ruoruo scratched her head. "You truly are impressive. Your Majesty's extraordinary abilities are remarkable indeed. No wonder you command the realm." Just then, Li Jing gently brushed his finger across his crimson lips, his tone icy. "What were you attempting to do to me?" "Artificial respiration," Ruoruo replied. "What is its purpose?" Li Jing inquired, perplexed. Ruoruo began to explain. From a professional perspective, it is a life-saving measure. This generator is quite powerful. I have yet to fine-tune it, and yet I have tested it on myself, but the generator's power is rather formidable. If mishandled, it could easily cause one to lose consciousness. Li Jing's gaze darkened as he spoke. Ruoruo looked at Li Jing, who had now positioned his arm against the wall behind her, his eyes fixed on her with an assertive intensity. Ruoruo felt anxious and flustered. She made an attempt to break free from her shackles, but contrary to her wishes, just as she had begun to stir, Li Jing approached her with an uncanny foresight. The protagonist in the original tale was a tragic figure. Despite her gentle demeanor, virtuous nature, and skilled hands, she received not an ounce of favor from Emperor Li Jing. In other words, they were but a pair of feigned lovers. To put it differently, they had yet to cross the moral boundary of intimacy. At that moment, Lin Quan let out a muffled grunt and rose to his feet. Ruoruo seized the opportunity to nudge the situation along, yet Li Jing remained unperturbed, questioning whether a person could awaken from a stupor with such a simple maneuver. The Emperor seemed to think she was a sleeping beauty. but that was a matter of life and death. A kiss, he understood. Li Jing wore an expression of complete comprehension. Ruoruo appeared dazed, conceding that whatever he said must be true. Lin Quan scratched his head, his gaze vacant and bewildered, upon noticing that Xingyu had also regained consciousness. Ruoruo hurried to assist Hongyu. Unfortunately, Hongyu had met with misfortune, having struck her head against a wooden stool before losing consciousness. Now she lay sprawled on the rug. Yet the vigilance of a martial artist remained within her, her fists clenched in fury, ready to confront any adversary. At that moment, Ruoruo shook the still unconscious Hongyu, unaware that Hongyu's fist would come crashing back at her. In an instant, stars danced before Ruoruo's eyes as she was unable to evade the blow, landing solidly on her forehead. Darkness enveloped her, and when she opened her eyes again, she found Li Jing kissing her. Initially, it was but a gentle brush, quickly followed by a more assertive advance. Ruoruo, jolted from her stupor, immediately pushed the perpetrator away. What are you doing? Administering artificial respiration. You are taking advantage of a crisis, adding insult to injury. Ruoruo roared in outrage. Li Jing had indeed intended to save her, without any ulterior motives. At this moment, Ruoruo transformed into a fierce lioness, leaving Li Jing momentarily stunned. Over the years, he had occupied the highest echelons of power, commanding respect and admiration. Yet no one dared to raise their voice against him, except for Ruoruo, who was an exception. Could it be that he truly was saving me? After rising, Ruoruo quickly surveyed her surroundings and herself. The room was bright and clean, with open windows, not resembling a scene of wrongdoing. Moreover, the eunuchs passed by outside, making the environment too noisy for anything inappropriate to transpire. Furthermore, in her observations, Li Jing, with his arrogance and untainted demeanor, had always kept a respectful distance from women who sought his affections. How could he possibly lay a hand on her? You truly are saving me? She stammered, her words hesitant. Chapter 39. The power of the generator. Li Jing took a deep breath. Would I take advantage of someone else's misfortune? Do you think I need to incapacitate you beforehand? Ruoruo muttered, realizing the absurdity of her thoughts. At that moment, she felt a wave of embarrassment. Could it be that I have judged him too harshly? Lost in her thoughts, she couldn't help but steal glances at Li Jing, who shrugged in resignation, a faint smile of irony gracing his lips. Ruoruo thought to herself that she could not linger any longer. He might possess the ability to read her thoughts, and allowing him to delve deeper would be disastrous. With that thought in mind, Ruoruo hastily made her exit. I shall improve the generator, she declared, fleeing in a flurry. Watching her retreating figure, Li Jing let out a scoff. Lin Quan, standing nearby, was left dumbfounded. Not only had the empress changed, but the emperor had as well. Your Majesty, it is as if a parched farmer has encountered a refreshing rain. You have not laughed so heartily in ages. Do you not find the empress to be quite the source of amusement lately? Ruoruo, brimming with humor, had arrived at Weiyang Palace. In the future, her freedom to imagine would be stripped away. The moment any impractical thought crossed her mind, Li Jing would decipher it without fail. How troublesome. She pressed the generator against the door. Outside, the maidservants knocked urgently. Your Highness, are you well? I am fine. You may enter, she replied. Xingyu, ever so understanding, had brought food for Ruoruo, who found it tasteless. Hongyu approached, but upon noticing the generator in Ruoruo's hands, she hurriedly backed away. A victim of past traumas, Ruoruo fiddled with the tools, making adjustments to the generator, creating a series of buttons that could either amplify or diminish its power, the highest setting promising immense strength. Having completed her work, she exhaled in relief. In the afternoon, Li Jing came to visit. Weiyang Palace was mere steps away from Qiankuan Hall. Yet for years, despite the bustling activity in other palaces, this place remained desolate, permeated with an air of melancholy. At this moment, Ruoruo presented her creation to Li Jing. Observing the gleeful expression on her face, he understood she had perfected it. How do we use it? He inquired, curiosity piqued, yet maintaining a respectful distance. Seeing his interest, Ruoruo grasped the coil and pressed the first button. A faint electric current surged through. Observing her nonchalance, Li Jing reached out to test it himself but found it unclear, prompting a smile from him. The second setting proved slightly more powerful, and as Ruoruo explained, she pinched the coil with her thumb, the current this time indeed much stronger. Li Jing tried it as well, but hesitated to attempt the third level of current. They exchanged glances, and Li Jing chuckled. You truly possess both beauty and intellect. Nay, I'm a viper in disguise. What kind-hearted girl would create such a device? Ruoruo laughed self-deprecatingly. Li Jing could not suppress his amusement. Together, they carried the generator to the dungeon. Inside, the disheveled prisoner lay in a state of near collapse. Hearing the shuffling footsteps outside his cell, he finally opened his eyes, lazily gazing outside, and upon recognizing the emperor and empress, he closed his eyes once more, disinterested. His apathy revealed he still harbored some attachment to life. Look at you. Even in your feeble state, you refuse to end your own life, demonstrating that you still have something to cling to. I have come here today to ask you a few questions. Speak the truth, and I shall grant you the chance for rebirth. If you choose to hide or speak nonsense, I shall show no mercy. This man had been subjected to countless threats in similar fashion by the guards, leaving him unfazed. When he saw the current empress delivering her serious yet gentle intimidation, he felt no fear, even sneering, in response. Is there no one left in the Dali Temple or the Ministry of Punishment? Is it a disgrace for a mere girl like you to come and interrogate me? His outburst prompted Ruoruo to rise calmly. The opportunity has been given. Your obstinacy leaves me no choice but to be ruthless. The phrase ruthless struck a chord, revealing to him that the empress was not to be trifled with. He prepared to speak, but several guards rushed forward, restraining him, fearful he might harm himself, while others shoved a bamboo tube into his mouth. They then bound him to the iron bars. He continued to struggle and shout. Ruoruo approached with an air of composure, wrapping the coil around his wrist before pressing a button. Initially, he felt nothing, but as the intensity increased, he let out a piercing scream. Your Highness, shall I increase it? Oh, he fancies himself a hero. This pain is nothing to him. Continue, Ruoruo ordered nonchalantly. Li Jing stood by, observing coldly, refraining from intervening. Eventually, the man succumbed to unconsciousness. Ruoruo approached a bucket of water, splashing a ladle of cold water over him, prompting him to awaken in a daze. Once vociferous, he now appeared utterly defeated. Seeing him in such a state, Ruoruo could not help but smile. Continue. The prison guards continued their work without uttering a word, as the previous process had become second nature to them. As the second wave commenced, the man trembled uncontrollably, struggling to free himself from his restraints, yet found himself utterly incapable of movement. This cycle persisted, repeating itself endlessly. After half an hour, the man was left weak and feeble. Once the ropes were untied, he collapsed with a thud. The guards, fearing for the man's life at the hands of the empress, hurriedly checked for signs of life. He still breathed. Ruoruo asked no questions as she and Li Jing stepped outside. How did you create this device? It appears quite formidable, Li Jing remarked, a hint of trepidation evident in her voice. Ruoruo smiled. I've dabbled in various studies and must have encountered this design in some book, replicating it without expecting such a powerful outcome. Excellent, Li Jing replied with an approving smile before inquiring, what comes next? This is merely the beginning. We shall torment him for an entire week until he is utterly disoriented, Ruoruo declared, gritting her teeth. This man had nearly brought her to her demise, and she could not afford to show any mercy. Li Jing stroked her chin, gazing at the water's surface, where a koi fish with a magnificent tail swam gracefully, its tail resembling delicate red silk. And then, Li Jing asked. Ruoruo teased, just wait for the emperor's anticipation. Not only will I extract the truth from him, but I shall also ensure his allegiance to us. Upon hearing this, Li Jing sighed wistfully. The heart of a woman is the most treacherous of all. Both women erupted into laughter. At that moment, Lin Quan rushed in, flustered, urgently addressing the emperor as he knelt on the ground. His expression a mix of shock and joy. Rise, Li Jing commanded, disapproving of such hasty behavior. She valued composure and wisdom over impulsiveness. Lin Quan stood and reported, Your Majesty, we have tracked down the individual we previously released. Many have been captured in this case. Yet these resolute men would rather take their own lives than become the ultimate captives, yielding minimal results for Li Jing. The individuals in the Dali Temple, along with the executioners from the Ministry of Justice, are ruthless, and within just a few days, most captives have perished. That day, as Li Jing and Ruoruo discussed the captives, Ruoruo smiled knowingly, formulating a plan. "What are you smiling about?" Li Jing probed. "To seize something, one must first offer something in return. Our relentless torment may cause an ordinary person to spill the truth. But we are dealing with a group of well-trained and fearless individuals. What can we expect?" Li Jing nodded slightly. "Speak your mind freely. Release him, then secretly follow him. That is how you trace the root of the vine," Ruoruo suggested. On that day, a guard purposely dropped the key, leaving the door ajar. The captive assumed it was mere carelessness. As he stepped out, a group stealthily followed him. He was exposed. The information was confirmed. As they spoke, Lin Quan felt something was amiss and corrected himself. "Forget it. I shall take matters into my own hands." "Count me in," Ruoruo insisted, pointing to herself. Li Jing replied, "It's dangerous outside. What purpose do you serve there? Who says women are inferior to men? Besides, your majesty, you will surely ensure my safety, won't you?" In truth, Ruoruo's primary motivation for venturing out was to witness the beauty of nature and to find a sanctuary for herself in the event of a future separation from Li Jing. This third reason was to assist Li Jing. Li Jing felt a flicker of emotion. "Ruoruo, I have always harbored doubts about you. I may indeed be suspect, given my family's military background. Yet I must remind you," Ruoruo smiled, "history reveals that those who appear to overturn the status quo are often military leaders, while the true masterminds behind rebellions are predominantly civil officials. Therefore, you might consider focusing your vigilance on others." Ruoruo hesitated to continue. Li Jing's expression darkened. "You are suggesting that I should be cautious of the Empress Dowager." Ruoruo chuckled awkwardly, knowing well from the original text that the formidable Empress Dowager, Lu Taiho, was a significant player in the court's intrigues. However, the figure from the original text had yet to appear, while Ruoruo had already arrived. Li Jing nodded slightly. By afternoon, the two women ventured out. After changing into more casual attire, Ruoruo glanced at Li Jing, marveling at her beauty. What a stunning figure. Where in the world can one find such an alluring man? "What did you say?" "Ah, nothing." Ruoruo deflected. "We should be on our way." Exiting Zihua City, they found the outside bustling with activity. As the sun reached its zenith, vendors set up stalls, and the two were in no rush to pursue their quarry. Given that several generals would periodically relay updates, information about the man's activities, plans, and whereabouts flowed in. At this moment, Ruoruo produced items from her sleeve, inventions of her own making. "What is this?" Li Jing cautiously took a bamboo tube, recalling how he had once nearly lost his life due to Ruoruo's experimental device. "It's a wolf repellent spray." "What? A wolf repellent spray? Your Majesty, just watch." Ruoruo sprayed the concoction into the air, causing Li Jing's eyes to sting painfully for a prolonged moment. "What is this?" "It's made from chili oil and mustard water." Ruoruo laughed heartily. Following this, she presented an almost identical bamboo tube, the only difference being its darker hue. "And this?" a curious Li Jing inquired. "It's a facial toner. Is it harmful?" Ruoruo shook her head vigorously, explaining that it was dew collected from lotus flowers by her attendants, Qing Yu and Hong Yu, who believed Ruoruo was concocting something extraordinary. Over time, they had gathered a considerable amount, and the results were remarkable. Ruoruo sprayed it, and a mist filled the carriage, creating a rainbow effect. Fearing a prank, Li Jing stepped back, causing the carriage to jolt slightly. Ruoruo, slender in frame, was jolted forward, inadvertently pressing her lips against Li Jing's. Both froze in surprise. With a gasp, Ruoruo retreated, her cheeks flushed as she looked at Li Jing, who touched her lips in disbelief. "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Ruoruo coughed awkwardly, wishing for a hole to hide in, as the carriage had come to a stop at the roadside. Lin Quan lifted the curtain only to find Ruoruo's hand resting suggestively on Li Jing's chest, and the two exchanged wide-eyed glances. "Oh heavens, this is my first kiss. How could it have been taken so clumsily?" "Your first kiss?" Li Jing chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. "You are my empress. It was only a matter of time." "Get it to you? I would rather not," Ruoruo exclaimed, fearing Li Jing might attempt a repeat of the incident. At that moment, they were aware of the lively tavern ahead. As they alighted from the carriage, Ruoruo's heart raced. "I'm hungry," she murmured. As they prepared to enter, Lin Quan hastened to catch up. "Your Highness, the person is inside." "Excellent. Let us proceed." They found a table by the wall and window, where Ruoruo opened the menu, bewildered by the unfamiliar script. "Goodness, what are these hieroglyphs? I can't read them." At that moment, she implored, "Your Majesty, I beseech you to refrain from employing your mind-reading abilities. I cannot bear it any longer." Ruoruo lamented, tears welling in her eyes. Li Jing observed Ruoruo's expression and demeanor, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you think I yearn to employ mind-reading techniques? It is only recently that I discovered my ability to discern your thoughts." Ruoruo nodded, inquiring if he could hear the thoughts of others as well. "Alas, I cannot." Li Jing selected a few dishes he fancied. Ruoruo noticed that his choices were light and refreshing, which posed a dilemma for her as she preferred more robust flavors. "Bring me the menu. I shall take another look." As she gestured, the waiter hurried over, beaming as he introduced the signature dishes. Truthfully, Ruoruo felt a tinge of embarrassment. "I shall choose for myself." The waiter, perceptive and amiable, stood by with a grin while she made her selections. Just as she was about to finalize her order, Li Jing interjected, "You may order as you wish. It has been ages since I dined out." Shortly after, Li Jing's dishes arrived, appearing quite plain. Ruoruo gazed at the food with little appetite, yet Li Jing had already begun to eat. As he indulged, Ruoruo discreetly glanced at the assassin lurking in the shadows, alert and vigilant, occasionally scanning the surroundings. Fortunately, they had changed their attire. Upon noticing the man's sidelong glance, Ruoruo quickly raised a hand to shield her face from the sunlight, making it appear as though she was merely blocking the rays. "A bowl of Yanshan noodles, please," came the man's order. His eloquent Zhongjing dialect revealed to both that he had lived in the capital for many years. However, where he would go next remained a mystery. Thankfully, they were accompanied by guards outside, alleviating their fears of the target vanishing unexpectedly. Moments later, Ruoruo's own dishes were served. The first dish made her stomach churn. Li Jing scoffed, "What is this pumpkin dish?" Mixing glutinous rice with pumpkin leaves one speechless. Before Ruoruo could take a bite, Li Jing had already tasted it. It was a delicate pumpkin pastry, quite costly, made from July pumpkins, requiring meticulous preparation with glutinous rice soaked in spring water and brown sugar, reputed to beautify the skin. Hearing this, Ruoruo gave a thumbs up, surprised that the emperor possessed such knowledge. 7 years prior, Li Jing had succumbed to emotional turmoil, reminiscing about a time when his mother had sent him this dish. In his youth, he had clumsily spilled it, feeling regretful and instructing a eunuch to feed it to the dogs, resulting in his loyal hound being the recipient. Ruoruo felt a wave of sadness wash over her. Thus, she concluded, one must never trust anyone, for the world has grown increasingly treacherous. Even the Empress Dowager's cruelty was beyond comprehension. Why dwell on this? He redirected the conversation. Soon after, Ruoruo's second dish arrived. Li Jing could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Why did you order 2 servings?" Ruoruo glanced at the second dish, which also contained rice, but with an array of colorful ingredients such as wheat, millet, red rice, and mung beans. She braced herself to eat it. They barely had time to savor their remaining dishes when the assassin finished his Yanshan noodles and departed. Li Jing, sans signe danger, abruptly set down his chopsticks, and Ruoruo rose as well. They followed him into an inconspicuous alley, where he entered a courtyard, leaving the two of them in a precarious position. "You wait here. I shall return shortly," Li Jing instructed. "How will you proceed?" she asked. "I can scale walls with ease," he replied, leaping onto the wall. Ruoruo marveled at his agility and resolved to wait in place. Upon entering, Li Jing discovered a hideout bustling with various individuals communicating in unfamiliar tongues, a language he often heard but could not comprehend. Ruoruo would have been invaluable at this moment. During her 3rd year at university, she had suddenly developed a keen interest in linguistics, diligently studying for 2 months. Her lack of novelty in many matters and her good memory enabled her to learn numerous languages swiftly. This was the reason she had previously understood their conversations. As Li Jing prepared to exit, he inadvertently drew attention, prompting alarmed shouts from within. Ruoruo sensed the danger. she felt trapped, knowing that if Li Jing emerged and could not find her, he would certainly seek her out, complicating matters. Conversely, should he find her, how would they escape? While lost in thought, she noticed a large shadow closing in on her, casting a dark veil over her presence. Turning around, she saw a burly man, muscular and formidable. Ruoruo scrutinized him as he spoke. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" "My name is Shagu. I heard someone found 200 taels of silver, so I came to try my luck." "Shagu, where are you from?" The man relaxed upon realizing Ruoruo was Na'vi. "I live in Dong, San Hutong." Ruoruo contemplated fleeing. After her arrival, she had also hastily learned some martial arts. Although Hong Yu had been diligent in teaching her, mastery of martial arts was not something one could achieve overnight. Even if she had memorized a few moves, integrating them into practice was a daunting challenge. In short, she had only acquired a minimal amount of self-defense skills, which would be futile against this imposing figure. Thus, Ruoruo devised a plan. "Here we have." The man advanced menacingly. "Only Dong Air Hutong exists. There is no Dong Sen Hutong. You are lying." Ruoruo retreated, feigning innocence. "Big brother, I." She pretended to appear pitiful while discreetly gripping her pepper spray. In a swift motion, she sprayed it directly at him. The man was momentarily stunned. Heavens! What? He remained unmoved, yet the air was filled with a faint fragrance of lotus. Under the moonlight, their surroundings became infused with a delicate aroma, causing Ruoruo to shiver. The man approached, seizing her effortlessly. "You little wench, do you think I'm a fool? Tell me where you're from, and why did you spray perfume at me?" "Big brother, it was a mistake." Ruoruo felt pain in her shoulder and chest. "Big brother, I swear. I am." Chapter 42, A Savage Game. An anxious hand had slipped into her sleeve. One of them was certainly not pepper spray. Yet the man offered no opportunity for Ruoruo to respond, delivering a resounding slap. Ruoruo gazed at his enormous hand and towering physique, realizing that this blow could very well be her end. She attempted to struggle, but found herself powerless. Just as she teetered on the brink, the man was unexpectedly attacked. Li Jing had arrived. He stood against the light, wielding an oddly shaped weapon. It was a farming tool, now brandished by Li Jing with fierce intent, causing the man to cry out as he collapsed. Only then did Li Jing rush to embrace Ruoruo. The two, in a panic, fled, covering a mere distance of a few paces when shouts erupted behind them, arms flailing as they summoned reinforcements. Ruoruo felt utterly exhausted. "Your Majesty, you go ahead. They won't harm me." Breathless, she felt a burning sensation in her throat, her heart racing from the exertion, the strain overwhelming her senses. Ruoruo collapsed to the ground. Li Jing crouched before her, gesturing towards Ruoruo. "Shall I go up?" But he is the revered emperor. Even amidst the urgent situation, Ruoruo could not help but ask, "Oh dear, how can I accept such an honor?" Ruoruo murmured with feigned sincerity and leaned against Li Jing. The footsteps behind them followed closely. Li Jing leaped, and Ruoruo felt the world spin. Everything before her transformed into a blur of flowing light. Panic surged within her. Yet Li Jing landed gracefully on the rooftop. He dared not move. From their elevated position, they had a clear view of everything below, where soldiers were shouting and pointing, while another group of soldiers cursed loudly. Everyone was heading away, oblivious to their presence. Once the crowd dispersed, both of them exhaled in relief. Ruoruo thought, "How perilous. Thank heavens for Li Jing's brilliance. Otherwise, I would surely be facing death at this moment." Li Jing intended to set her down for a brief respite. "Of course, I am brilliant, but I nearly got caught. If that had happened, it would have been a tremendous disgrace." He gasped and then lowered Ruoruo to the ground, surprised by her weight. His words pierced like a dagger. Ruoruo felt astonished, confused, and ultimately reconciled with the situation. He, the most straightforward man in the universe. "You're fortunate indeed to be a true dragon's son. Otherwise, who would willingly take a liking to you?" "Are you cursing me?" he retorted. "I would not dare." At that moment, Ruoruo felt a renewed sense of fear. She realized the building was quite tall, likely constructed to deter theft, rising like an enormous, flourishing mushroom. "Let us descend. We have already startled the snake in the grass tonight. It would be unwise to continue." This was Li Jing's plan. Danger lurked closely. He moved nearer to Ruoruo. Although she was a woman, she resolutely masked her trepidation. Swallowing hard, she rose to her feet, intending to ask Li Jing to carry her, but unexpectedly slipped, nearly falling. In that critical moment, Li Jing caught her, yet they both lost their footing and tumbled down, landing with a thud in a storage room filled with a mountain of clutter. Fortunately, they landed on hay, sparing Ruoruo's small frame from potential fractures or worse injuries. Li Jing quickly scrambled to his feet and draped his clothing over Ruoruo. She cautiously glanced at herself, bewildered. What does this mean? She had just stood when she suddenly screamed, realizing a nail or something had torn her clothes during their fall. Did you see that? Did you see or not? This was her inner monologue. Hearing her repetitive questioning, Li Jing could only reply, "From my position, I naturally saw everything." "Then forget it," she retorted. "How could I possibly forget the soft jade and delicate fragrance? Besides, you are my empress. Such intimacy is commonplace, even if you have not yet experienced it," Li Jing asserted with righteous emphasis. Ruoruo felt like crying without tears. "Let's South leave this place," she urged. "This truly is a sight of misfortune. Indeed, I should not have ventured out with Li Jing." They opened the door and stepped outside, only to discover they were in a quadrangle. Ruoruo had taken only 2 steps when she heard someone knocking urgently, accompanied by a familiar voice. "Open the door, you rascals! Why have you captured my little sister? I will not let this go." The knocking grew frantic. Li Jing interjected, "They're going door to door for an inspection. We must conceal ourselves." "To the rooftop?" Li Jing scrutinized Ruoruo, seemingly emphasizing her weight, leaving her speechless. Noticing a candle flickering in the adjacent room, Li Jing seized Ruoruo's hand. "When this person emerges, we will hide inside." "Very well," she acquiesced. Circumstances left them no choice. The one holding the candlestick was a young man, moving swiftly. He shielded the flame with his left hand as he approached the door. The outside party grew anxious, leading to the following exchange. "What are you doing, sir? Disturbing us at this late hour? We shall report you." The man outside replied courteously, "Sir, it is not our intention to disturb you. My little sister went missing this afternoon, and witnesses claim she was lured into this village by a trafficker. I have official authorization from the court to search house by house." As he spoke, he slipped a piece of paper inside. The man in the courtyard examined the document, confirming it was indeed a search warrant from the court before slowly opening the door. They exchanged bows, displaying even greater humility. As the visitor stepped outside, Ruoruo and Li Jing quickly slipped into the room. The interior was dim, and a woman's soft gasps filled the air, likely alerted by the sudden shadow. "Husband, where are you?" From the man's demeanor, he did not appear to be a villain, allowing the scholar-like young man to feel at ease. Meanwhile, Ruoruo and Li Jing had hidden beneath the bed. Ancient beds were crafted from fragrant camphor wood with ample space beneath, kept remarkably clean. Chapter 43. Seizing the opportunity amidst chaos, the space was pristine, exuding a subtle camphor scent. They curled up within. Moments later, the uninvited guest began his search. He had suspected that Li Jing had used his agility to evade capture, and upon entering the storage room, his assumption was validated. He requested to see the inner chambers, prompting the girl to shyly hide in her husband's embrace, who indicated that the visitor could enter. From Ruoruo's vantage point, she could see everything clearly. She noticed the young man's short suede boots as he approached, and Li Jing clenched his fists, bracing for a sudden move. "Why is the emperor's hand on my waist?" Who would have thought a self-proclaimed virtuous man would resort to such underhanded tactics? Truly outrageous. Li Jing naturally heard Ruoruo's thoughts. Without hesitation, he lowered his hand slightly. Ruoruo continued, "Li Jing, this is not merely taking advantage of the situation. You are exploiting someone in danger." She felt her breathing quicken, her throat dry, and though it was dark, she could not help but blush. At that moment, Li Jing's hand, Ruoruo's heart raced as the young man completed his search and finally left, maintaining his polite demeanor, even offering to allow the visitor to search him before departing. Ruoruo had never encountered such a genteel scoundrel, particularly as the one deceived remained blissfully unaware of the trickery. Finally, the man departed, and the flush on Ruoruo's face receded. She took a deep breath, seizing the opportunity to pinch Li Jing hard as the man turned to close the door. "What are you doing?" Li Jing asked in a hoarse voice. "What do you think, Emperor?" Your opportunistic behavior amidst chaos warrants punishment. At this, Ruoruo huffed indignantly, worried that the girl on the bed might overhear. Li Jing fell silent. The girl, frightened, curled up in her husband's embrace, and the newlyweds, deeply affectionate, unwittingly made things difficult for the two hidden beneath. The girl murmured softly, "Husband, you must cherish and protect me. It hurts." The atmosphere was undeniably awkward. Eventually, the couple on the bed concluded their intimate encounter, both exhausted and nestled together in slumber. It was only then that Ruoruo and Li Jing, feeling wronged, emerged. Li Jing wore a mischievous grin. Ruoruo stealthily approached the door, unlatched it, and slipped out. Li Jing, swift as the wind, closed the distance between them. They exchanged glances. Recognizing the day had not gone well, their luck lacking. As long as there is no bloodshed, that is all that matters, Ruoruo mused, stroking her chin. Li Jing led Ruoruo away. Half an hour had passed. The searchers must have grown weary and departed, unaware that their pursuer still lingered outside, continuing the search. The two exchanged glances, and Li Jing sighed. He embraced her once more before entering another house. The architectural layout of the buildings along this street was largely similar. They had now entered the fourth establishment in a row. Upon entering, they discovered that this residence was deserted. The knocking from outside was quite loud. Li Jing was taken aback, realizing the meticulousness of the searcher. He had accurately deduced their uncle's location on this street. Alternatively, it seemed that the network of roads had been entirely encircled, so there was no rush to catch them. Li Jing prepared to answer the door, but it creaked open from the outside, followed by the booming voice of the man repeating the nonsensical phrases they had heard at the first house. The man moved from door to door, failing to uncover any secrets. Soon enough, he arrived at the bedroom. Li Jing glanced at Ruoruo, questioning whether they should perform or not. She clutched the bedsheet, exclaiming, "Husband, do you not understand the fragility of beauty?" This was followed by a heart-wrenching scream. The bed creaked ominously, and the man hesitated, knowing he could not enter to witness such a scandal. "Husband, oh husband!" Although Ruoruo was not a performer by trade, she had meticulously prepared for every aspect, compelling the man to retreat. Once he had departed, Ruoruo sighed in relief. Her face flushed with embarrassment. "We might as well go out and kill him. You underestimate this man. Did you not notice how silently he walked? I believe his martial prowess rivals my own." They dared not venture outside, choosing instead to rest within the unfamiliar residence. Ruoruo, exhausted, suggested that Li Jing keep watch during the first half of the night, while she would take over in the latter half. However, when her turn arrived, she found herself unwilling to trade places. Consequently, Li Jing barely slept throughout the night. The next day, Ruoruo peered through the door crack and noticed that the alley was tranquil, with only a few mysterious figures passing by, their footsteps as silent as the man from the previous night. She scrutinized their short boots, realizing they bore an uncanny resemblance to those of the man from yesterday. A sudden understanding dawned upon her. Retreating, Ruoruo recognized that the outside was swarming with their people, undoubtedly in collusion with someone in the government. Otherwise, how could they have sealed off these streets? Li Jing shared her realization. There were far too many bad apples within the court. He resolved to deal with them slowly in due time. "Your Majesty, I have methods to handle them. Allow me to offer you a few suggestions, and they shall soon meet their end," Ruoruo said with a mischievous smile. Li Jing nodded, displaying an expression of keen interest. However, Ruoruo grinned and said, "I just inspected the kitchen. There are plenty of ingredients available. If you could assist me in preparing a meal, I promise to provide you with some exquisite suggestions. I require genuine advice from you. I wish to eliminate them with fabricated charges at will." Li Jing was not well versed in cooking, while Ruoruo had a natural deficiency in culinary skills. Li Jing cleverly coaxed her into joining him in the kitchen under the pretense of teamwork. Ruoruo had no choice but to assist. Once all preparations were complete, Li Jing looked at Ruoruo and asked, "Will you ignite the fire?" Ruoruo searched for a fire starter, but found none. Nor could she locate a fire striker. How are we to start a fire? Shall we drill wood? In truth, Li Jing was equally incapable of igniting a fire without assistance. At that moment, Ruoruo stumbled upon a piece of white stone, which emitted a distinctive sulfuric scent. This was nitrate, a substance favored by locals, also known as flint. A simple strike with iron would produce sparks. Intrigued, she noticed burn marks on the nearby iron rod, deducing that it had been struck. She then discovered another substance, bringing it closer to her nose, only to find it had a strong gunpowder scent. This was a material known as fire wool, which ignites upon contact with sparks. Unaware of its significance, Ruoruo curiously rubbed the fire wool against the flint. In an instant, flames erupted. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she hurriedly attempted to extinguish the fire, but it was too late. The fire wool ignited rapidly, engulfing the room in thick smoke. Seeing Ruoruo grab a bucket of water to combat the flames, Li Jing seized her hand. Safety first. We must leave this place. But how can we allow this to happen? Ruoruo exclaimed joyfully, if this house burns, the neighboring ones will suffer too. The consequences of such an action would lead to utter devastation. Observing her determination, Li Jing scooped her up and fled, both coughing as they escaped the inferno. Grateful for their quickness, otherwise they would have perished. At that moment, a group of soldiers burst through the door. Upon noticing Li Jing and Ruoruo, they roared in fury as a horde of armed men surged into the room. Ruoruo's meager martial skills were no match for them, and Li Jing exerted all his strength to protect her. She was often pushed forward, only to be pulled back again, navigating through the chaos. She occasionally found ways to strike back, causing several men to collapse in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Li Jing dragged Ruoruo away. Just as they emerged from the alley, soldiers swarmed from both sides. Thankfully, Li Jing's exceptional martial prowess saved them from certain death. They finally reached a safe place. Ahead lay a vast river, and Li Jing leaped into the air, Ruoruo clinging tightly to him in fright. With a few graceful movements, they reached the opposite shore. Once set down, Ruoruo felt her limbs turn to jelly. Your Majesty, I must say, your martial skills are impressive. Mediocre at best, he replied. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the opposite side were in disarray, pulling at their hair in frustration. Before departing, Ruoruo even stuck out her tongue at them. The other side was chaotic, filled with street vendors, and both were famished. As the pursuers vanished without a trace, Ruoruo sighed in relief, rummaging through her belongings to produce a handful of silver coins. Let me treat you to something to eat. What do you desire? We uncovered nothing last night. Li Jing replied with a grimace. Ruoruo, however, chuckled. This adventure has been quite entertaining. Entertaining? Li Jing pointed to his shoulder and then to his calf. Ruoruo focused her gaze, noticing the injuries on his shoulder and calf, a testament to his efforts to protect her. Unaware of this, she exclaimed, "You are hurt." In the original text, the emperor and empress were often at odds, engaging in daily disputes over matters both great and trivial. Yet now, with Ruoruo having experienced life anew, she had managed to transform their relationship. Seeing Li Jing wounded, she hurried to tend to his injuries. Although her touch was gentle, she lacked the necessary skills. Does it hurt? I am made of flesh and blood. How could it not? Li Jing remarked, finally understanding the importance of basic first aid knowledge. Such words were redundant. Li Jing remained silent. After negotiating the price, Ruoruo assisted Li Jing onto a boat, and they dared not remain on the deck, retreating inside a covered boat. The boatmen began to row, and the water was tranquil as they traveled upstream. However, after a short distance, Ruoruo sensed something amiss. So we're supposed to ascend, not drift downstream, she said, rising to confront him angrily. It became clear that since they boarded, the boat had been heading downstream, completely contrary to their intentions. Li Jing was also frustrated, but maintained his composure, not showing his anger. It is well that with Ruoruo, this fiery pepper, there is no need for him to utter another word. The boatman is a man in his 50s. Young lady, esteemed guest, how could you possibly know this? Up ahead, you'll find Yanzi Ji. What? The two exclaimed in unison. The boatman, noticing their inquiry, slowly explained, Yanzi Ji is a perilous place. How shall I put it? The previous dynasty's emperor crafted a Zitong beast of gold to suppress the riverbed. Every year, does our imperial capital not experience the Taowa flood? Over time, great stones from upstream have been washed down and now lie stranded nearby. You see those swallows flitting about. When they land on the stones, the uninformed might think they are merely small rocks, but we old boatmen know better. Those stones are dangerous. A slight misstep could split a boat in two. and at worst, we would all perish together. The area is riddled with water pools that appear tranquil, but are treacherous indeed. Upon hearing this, Ruoruo began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. You are indeed knowledgeable. As long as you ensure we arrive in the city promptly, all is well. Rest assured, I have been a boatman for over 20 years without a single mishap. Ruoruo nodded in acknowledgement. The vessel continued downstream, approaching a thicket of reeds. At this moment, Li Jing rose to the deck. Ah, esteemed guest, what brings you out here? Quickly, return inside. The wind is strong and quite chilly, the boatman urged. Suddenly, Li Jing moved closer to the elder, and when Ruoruo emerged, she saw the elder frozen like a statue at the bow of the boat, while Li Jing held a dagger in hand. Do not play tricks on me here. I see through your malicious intent, the boatman said with a pained expression. I assure you, esteemed guest, I am but a kind-hearted man. Chapter 45. The Den of Wolves. At this juncture, the elder pushed Li Jing. Having grown up in the palace, Li Jing had little experience with boats. The instability caused her to stumble, prompting Ruoruo to rush to her aid. Meanwhile, the boatman laughed heartily and leaped into the river. Ruoruo, who harbored a deep fear of water, instinctively clutched Li Jing. She had realized that something was amiss with the boat. The bottom of the vessel had holes and water was gushing in. In that critical moment, Li Jing embraced Ruoruo. This is the work of river bandits. We have fallen into their trap. At that moment, several boats emerged from the surrounding reeds, filled with burly men. Ruoruo gazed upon them, noting their robust physiques and immense strength. Ah, we have captured a pair of ill-fated lovebirds today. A bearded man brandished a sharp knife. We demand silver. Silver or gold, we shall give it to you. Just let us go. We bear no grievances against you. Ruoruo stammered, her fear of water intensifying as the water rose to her thighs. Li Jing, however, remained composed. Come forth, she beckoned. One man tossed a lasso, swiftly binding the two of them. They were dragged onto the opposite deck, where Ruoruo had never seen Li Jing in such a disheveled state, leaving her momentarily speechless. Li Jing offered no resistance. How much silver do you want? Let us speak with your leader, the man said as he secured their bindings. Another approached to search them, confiscating Ruoruo's cosmetics and jewelry. Upon reaching their lair, the two were imprisoned in a room. Strangely, their captors also stripped them of their clothing. Now clad in coarse garments, Ruoruo fumed. Soon after, someone entered, dropping off writing materials. Contact your families for ransom. We do not require much, just 500 taels. Understood. Li Jing wrote a letter, stating their location beneath Yinzi Ji and requesting 500 taels for their release. The bandit was quite accommodating, advising her family not to hesitate. Ruoruo realized the emperor indeed condoned such villainy. Read the first character of each sentence, Li Jing instructed. I'm being held captive? Ruoruo grasped the implication. But we have already been captured, yet you compose poetry? If they discover this, it would spell disaster. These ruffians were uncouth, seeking only silver, and they believed we would not contact the authorities, for we were entirely within their grasp, free to be dealt with as they pleased. Therefore, rest assured. Ruoruo found this line of reasoning questionable. It was best for the emperor to refrain from clever tactics. You possess great wisdom. Do tell what your plan is. You are being rude, Ruoruo retorted, her demeanor fierce, but she thought better of it, knowing they needed to cooperate. Who is this for? She inquired. There is a Zue Chunlu outside, Li Jing replied. Just as she spoke, Ruoruo smirked. The courtesan of Zue Chunlu is named Rue Ji. Is it for her? I must commend the emperor for his cunning. But will he come? Ruoruo mused. He has collected my works. He will know at a glance. As they continued their discussion, a soldier arrived to urge them on. Li Jing sent the letter, detailing their exact location, and then prepared to rest. Ruoruo, seeing the soldier about to depart, seized his sleeve. I want sweet and sour fish. I had planned to enjoy it this morning, but your intrusion has thwarted my plans. I also prefer fine silks. What are these garments? They appear to have been worn by stray animals. Hearing this, the soldier sneered. Do you think you're the empress playing house? We do not serve sweet and sour fish here. Yet, they still delivered sweet and sour fish, and the two enjoyed their meal immensely. By afternoon, however, Old Wang had not yet arrived. Ruoruo felt a twinge of anxiety. Your Majesty, are we to remain idle? In truth, Li Jing could have escaped alone, but with Ruoruo's fear of water, he had to choose the safest course of action. Sitting upright, he began to intone something with gravity. Noticing Li Jing's reluctance to engage, Ruoruo furrowed her brow. Cursing them will be of no use. This is the Mingxin Baojian. For calming the spirit. In the afternoon, Ruoruo finally had something to eat. The man who delivered their meal returned, followed by a gentleman who appeared quite amiable. Not at all like a villain. Li Jing assumed old Wang had sent someone and prepared to greet him, but the man simply nodded. Looking at you, you would not be disgraced as a banditess wife. Ruoruo gasped in horror. If we are to traverse time, must I also become a banditess wife? I am unattractive and a crude, materialistic woman. I possess no redeeming qualities. I implore you, esteemed leader, to show mercy. The man, however, approached Ruoruo. She cast a pleading glance at Li Jing. Help me, your majesty. Li Jing stood up. The silver could be increased. She is my wife. You are overstepping. Oh, overstepping. Indeed. The man laughed. Listen to what he says. He shoved Li Jing. Li Jing did not retaliate. You, this weakling, she is your wife? Huh. You cannot even protect yourself. Li Jing endured the taunts and provocations, maintaining his composure. The man pressed further, declaring, I shall take this young lady as our banditess wife. Come along. Let her go. Li Jing's voice, though not loud, resonated with strength, startling Ruoruo and puzzling the two men across from them. The ruffian fixed his gaze on Li Jing, recognizing the fierce, cold fire in his eyes. Let her go? You must be dreaming. We shall take her to our leader for inspection. Li Jing was still calculating the situation. Back then, when Ruoruo saw the tense atmosphere, fearing for Li Jing's safety, she boldly stepped forward. I will go with you all. Husband, please wait a moment. Chapter 46. The lady of the stronghold, Ruoruo, was adept at adapting to circumstances, and Li Jing could only watch helplessly as Ruoruo was taken away. Following close behind the two men, Ruoruo soon arrived at the assembly hall. There were already a few individuals waiting for her inside, and as Ruoruo entered, all eyes were drawn to her. Perhaps Ruoruo was not the kind of person who would leave a lasting impression at first glance. But her innate beauty was sufficiently captivating, and her fearless demeanor made her arrival amusing to the onlookers. How rare! The previous girls who came here were so frightened they nearly fainted. Aren't you scared? One man, gripping a copper ring, pointed at Ruoruo. Ruoruo scoffed, Oh, I'm utterly terrified. Just look at me. I'm trembling all over. It's truly terrifying. The man stood up, and upon seeing his fierce appearance, resembling a martial general, Ruoruo wondered how someone with such a visage had ended up as a bandit. Am I allowed to sit? Make yourself at home. He waved his hand. Ruoruo settled into a seat in the assembly hall. She glanced around and asked, Why don't you all become bodyguards? You speak as if it's easy. Everyone thinks we're notorious criminals. How do we be bodyguards? It's like saying no girl from a respectable family has ever been seen with a man at night. We are infamous. Listening to you, it sounds like you haven't done much wrong, Ruoruo remarked, observing the man leisurely. He sighed. That was in the past. In reality, we're planning to turn over a new leaf. Recently, we spotted a lucrative opportunity, and we just needed to grab it. You and he are merely distractions for our amusement. Ruoruo chuckled coldly. So I'm just here for your entertainment? One could say that. Before Ruoruo arrived, she had assumed this group of ruffians was formidable. Now, she realized they were no different from ordinary folk. I hope you can reform and not squander your potential, she said. Her naivety was striking, as she genuinely believed she could inspire these men to abandon their wicked ways. Someone brought food, and when Ruoruo saw it was braised beef, she sat down to eat. The man resembling a general watched her devour the food with surprise. Aren't you afraid at all? I am, but I intend to enjoy my meal before I meet my fate, Ruoruo replied, carefree. Once she had eaten her fill and wiped her hands with a towel, she approached the man. You must be the boss here. Am I to be your lady of the stronghold? How short-sighted, he sneered. I am a second in command. The leader is still outside. Ruoruo could only sulk in her spot. After a while, she suddenly thought of something. Can you arrange for my departure? I can pay you. Just take me anywhere but the capital. Upon hearing this, the man raised an eyebrow and smiled. Money? You are penniless. Where would you get any? What is this? Ruoruo extended her hand. This is the means to create wealth. Otherwise, why would one have hands? You, a woman, can create wealth? Isn't Hua Mulan a woman? What about Mu Guiying? Empress Wu Zetian and Li Qingzhao could certainly do it too, he shouted angrily. Shut up and wait for our leader. Seeing the man furious, Su Ruo wisely fell silent. Meanwhile, Li Jing had prepared for an escape. Initially, he harbored prejudice against Su Ruo, believing her arrival was part of Su Duanyang's machinations. However, as time passed, he realized that Su Ruo was not as he thought. At the very least, he had never seen any correspondence between Su Ruo and the Su family. Su Duanyang, aware of his high position and the potential for suspicion of favoritism, had never written to Su Ruoruo during his military campaigns. He had thought he would never develop feelings for her, yet unexpectedly, he found himself deeply entangled. He was unsure if it was love or simple concern, but he was well aware of her kindness towards him. Someone noticed Li Jing's stillness, finding it odd. Hey, what are you doing? A guard called from outside. The guard approached in surprise, only for Li Jing to spring up and seize him, crashing the man against the iron bars. Li Jing swiftly struck him, causing the guard to cry out and lose consciousness. He took the man's keys. Su Ruoruo, growing bored of waiting, began to jest. Your leader hasn't been captured by the court, has he? Is he now imprisoned, awaiting trial? Shut your mouth, the general-like man roared. Faced with that fierce roar, Su Ruoruo wisely retreated. Hearing the commotion, several individuals rushed out to investigate. Outside, many had been attacked, and they were lamenting and protecting their wounds. Amidst the chaos, Li Jing descended from above, wielding a crescent-shaped blade to shield Su Ruoruo. Neither in her past life nor this existence had Su Ruoruo ever been so fiercely protected. She looked at Li Jing with joy. Li Jing found himself beset on all sides, realizing his earlier recklessness. He had assumed that only a handful of people occupied this small stronghold, but he soon discovered that there were at least 50 to 60 guards on duty. The situation had escalated, and he needed to rendezvous with Su Ruoruo quickly. They exchanged glances, and Su Ruoruo felt a surge of happiness, leaning into Li Jing's side. Li Jing had to remain vigilant both behind and in front, feeling utterly beleaguered. Are you trying to get yourself killed by charging in here? The second-in-command shouted. Li Jing smirked. Your traps may ensnare others, but to me, they are child's play. Taste my blade. A fierce struggle ensued between Li Jing and the man, both equally matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Su Ruoruo, fearing Li Jing would suffer a disadvantage, urgently pulled him back, advising him to conserve his energy against their overwhelming numbers. Li Jing ratrata. The man cast a sidelong glance at Li Jing. Not bad, kid. If you agree to work with us, I guarantee you won't be harmed. As for this lady of the stronghold, we'll consider the matter settled. This was an olive branch extended to them. Su Ruoruo thought how wonderful it would be if she were Li Jing. He nodded in feigned agreement while secretly planning for the future. Unfortunately, she was not Li Jing, and even more regrettably, Li Jing was not a man who could easily betray his principles. Chapter 47. Unexpected developments in the mountains. Night fell early. The day concluded as the sun set, and someone slipped food through the cracks of the door. The woman spoke with a heavy nasal tone, her voice trembling. My lords, please don't starve yourselves. Eat quickly. Su Ruoruo looked at the food, finding it quite satisfactory, and without hesitation began to eat. It was unclear whether they had other matters to attend to or simply deemed it beneath them to confront Su Ruoruo and Li Jing, or perhaps they feared mutual destruction. Regardless, this group of people left, but the area remained heavily guarded. The two sat on the ground, with Li Jing gazing at the moon. Su Ruoruo sat cross-legged beside him, remarking that the moon from her hometown was bright, yet the moon in Shanghai seemed even more beautiful. The moon is especially lovely on the 15th of August, Li Jing defended. Su Ruoruo felt drowsy, closing her eyes and resting her head on Li Jing's shoulder. After a brief moment of rest, she heard a commotion outside. Quick, the leader! What are you all doing? Hurry and find a doctor for the leader. Outsiders were in an uproar. Su Ruoruo could no longer remain seated. Slowly standing, she leaned against the window and suddenly spotted a group gathering around someone, evidently someone injured. Although we are situated in a mountain stronghold, reaching this place necessitates a waterway journey, and it seems they are still navigating through uncertainties. A suggestion arose to relocate the injured to the backyard, while another advocated for placing them in a nearby location. Ultimately, the latter opinion prevailed. Su Ruoruo, piercing through the shroud of ignorance, was instantly taken aback. It was him. Who? From the startled expression in Ruoruo's eyes, it was apparent that she recognized this individual. It was Chao Shangfei. In that moment, Ruoruo succinctly recounted how she had rescued Chao Shangfei from the prison, and how he had assisted her in resolving various predicaments, leaving Li Jing utterly astounded. Previously, he had only known part of the story, and now it all became clear. The situation was indeed as such. Earlier, he had advised finding another task after her escape, never anticipating that this man, notorious as he was, had returned to his former ways. Outside, several individuals tended to Chao Shangfei's wounds. Ruoruo fixed her gaze and discovered that Chao Shangfei had sustained an injury to his shoulder. It appeared that he had not received timely and effective treatment post-injury, and, as he drifted downstream, the wound had likely been soaked in water, resulting in considerable swelling. A visit to a medical clinic yielded a contemplative physician. The second-in-command urged, "Speak up. What are we to do now?" The physician replied, "This swelling requires prompt intervention. The chief likely has already applied cold and hot compresses, but that may not be the best solution. Let me think." The second-in-command, growing increasingly frustrated, retorted, "Our chief is in this condition, and you still hesitate to act." The physician, not trained in this field, could only await a decision. Meanwhile, Ruoruo could hardly contain her restlessness within the room. Li Jing was analyzing the situation, arranging teacups on the table at various angles, then shifting them slightly, suddenly realizing that the north was their best escape route. Ruoruo paced the room when she caught a whiff of a sour odor. Upon inspection, she discovered a pile of moldy citrus fruits in a corner, which the careless maidservant had neglected to dispose of. In that instant, enlightenment struck her. "I shall venture out to treat the chief. This way, we can turn foes into allies." Li Jing was not convinced. "They're suspicious. Are you certain you can persuade them to cooperate?" To be honest, she was not entirely sure, but she felt compelled to try. Ruoruo boldly declared her intentions and pushed the door open. The second-in-command, noticing her emergence, sternly inquired, "What are you doing out here?" "Ruoruo zipli. I see your chief is injured, and I have come to lend my assistance in his healing." The second-in-command scoffed with a sinister smile. "You can heal? Do you think all women from the imperial capital are devoid of talent?" She seemed to be the only one daring enough to confront him so boldly. However, he was unwilling to let Ruoruo approach the chief. "How can you prove your medical skills?" Ruoruo retorted, "Believe me or not, trust in my abilities, and I shall not be able to convince you otherwise." At this, the second-in-command cast a cold glance at Li Jing. "If you can truly heal him, we shall let you go. If you are merely spouting nonsense or harboring ill intentions, I will have him killed." With no other choice, Ruoruo moved closer to Li Jing, murmuring, "I am sorry, my husband." Li Jing sensed that Ruoruo was being somewhat presumptuous, but she assured him with fervent confidence that she would heal him. With no turning back, Li Jing could only hope that Ruoruo's treatment would succeed. As Ruoruo approached Chao Shangfei, the second-in-command restrained Li Jing, implying that any ulterior motives would result in immediate action. After examining the injury, Ruoruo determined that it was an arrow wound, and the swelling was a result of prior mishandling. Her immediate task was to reduce the inflammation. She glanced at the second-in-command and asked, "Do you mind if I use my own concoction?" "What could I possibly mind? If your invention proves effective, I will be grateful," he replied. Ruoruo entered the room, retrieved the rotten citrus, and explained that through distillation, she could extract a highly potent penicillin. "We can inject your chief with penicillin, and he will recover swiftly." Although there were no syringes available, it was of little consequence. Oral administration would yield similar effects. The second-in-command looked skeptically at the moldy citrus and then at Ruoruo. "You speak nonsense. Do you not fear I will kill him?" She insisted that the citrus contained penicillin, the best remedy for swelling and pain. Seeing her unwavering confidence, the second-in-command reluctantly nodded. "You may proceed, but remember, do not take this lightly, or it will cost you dearly." Without hesitation, Ruoruo extracted a concentrated penicillin solution, dividing it into two portions, one for topical application on the wound and the other for oral consumption. The onlookers gathered around Ruoruo, eagerly awaiting a miracle. However, a quarter of an hour passed, and the chief remained silent. Another half-hour elapsed, and Chao Shangfei still did not awaken. The second-in-command erupted in fury, You deceiver. Our chief shows no signs of regaining consciousness. Ruoruo explained. Not so. Penicillin requires time to circulate through the bloodstream to heal the body. It does not work instantaneously. We must wait. She too felt a tinge of anxiety, yet there was little she could do. The crowd grew restless, their impatience palpable. Taking a deep breath, Ruoruo urged calmness. Let us wait. She observed that the swelling at the wound site had noticeably diminished. Though she spoke with assurance, the crowd remained agitated, each person more anxious than the last. Ruoruo silently cursed. Please do not leave us in despair. If anything goes awry, I would be the scapegoat. Fraud. A charlatan. How outrageous. Someone shouted, seize her. As he gestured, several individuals moved to restrain Ruoruo and Li Jing. Kill them. The second-in-command seethed with rage, feeling utterly duped. The glinting blade was raised above their heads. Help! Save me! Ruoruo cried out. Just as the blade was about to descend, she noticed the previously unconscious chief stirring. And then he opened his eyes. Spare her. With that, a weapon stood defiantly before Ruoruo, a narrow escape from peril. The second-in-command rushed to Cao Shangfei's side. Half squatting before him, brother, you are awake. Do not harm her. Cao Shangfei struggled to sit upright, fixing his gaze on the second-in-command. I know her. Brother, have you lost your senses? The second-in-command exclaimed in disbelief, instinctively testing Cao Shangfei's temperature. Are you delirious? How could you recognize this girl? Cao Shangfei, disinterested in explanations, growled authoritatively. I said I know her. The second-in-command, humbled, stepped back, while Ruoruo nudged the man beside her. Let me through. She approached Cao Shangfei, who sighed deeply. Ruoruo frowned, beginning to admonish him. How much silver did I give you to ensure your safe departure? Only for you to play this game of hiding dragons and crouching tigers? The second-in-command was left speechless. From their brief exchange, he grasped that Cao Shangfei indeed recognized Ruoruo. Their leader, known for his fiery temperament and strictness, now found himself at a loss for words under her reproach. Will you not release him? Ruoruo pointed at Li Jing. Cao Shangfei, without hesitation, commanded, release him. Li Jing struggled slightly, but moved closer to Ruoruo. She simply remarked, an old acquaintance. Li Jingxin remarked, Ruoruo, you should refrain from conspiring with the tiger. Are these bandits easy to deal with? Unfortunately, her heartfelt words went unheard. Ruoruo had naturally investigated this individual's criminal past, yet she believed him to possess the potential for reform, confident that his release would lead him to mend his ways. However, what was the current situation? Ruoruo herself was taken aback. Cao Shangfei sighed, stating that this matter was lengthy. The empress should first eat. By the way, who is this? The table was adorned with exquisite dishes and fine wine, and Ruoruo indulged herself. Upon hearing Cao Shangfei's inquiry, she quickly responded, this person is my Lan Yanjiji, my closest companion. We were simply out shopping, and now you have captured us all. Li Jing, all Li Jing, sincerely apologiza. Your identity is unique, and should others discover that you are the true dragon among men, it may lead to endless troubles. Understand, my dear. Li Jing pouted, grateful that Ruoruo did not reveal that he was her brother. After all, the identity of the emperor was indeed special, and such an introduction was not without merit. Eat quickly, eat. Ruoruo worried that Li Jing might speak the truth, and hastily served him food, while Li Jing feigned ignorance and continued to eat. I shall continue speaking, you merely listen. She has a good relationship with me, but previously, the court's Long Jin Wei captured him. He harbors resentment, and if he learns of your true identity, he may take action against you. Ruoruo thought to herself. He buried his head in his food. Soon after, Cao Shangfei sighed. Empress, it's not that I have let you down, but since the incident with Lin Yi, changes have occurred here. I initially planned to take the silver you provided and flee far away, but we encountered bandits. Continue fabricating your tale. Ruoruo scoffed, easily seeing through his ruse. You are already a bandit. What bandits could be more formidable than you? Moreover, even bandits adhere to a code. Surely, they are acquainted with you. It is said that snakes and mice share the same den. How could they not be familiar? Ruoruo sneered. Enough. I understand you won't believe me. Once you are well fed and hydrated, I shall send you on your way. I asked the empress to show mercy regarding today's events. Cao Shangfei bowed deeply. 5 years? 10? 20? If you're currently in your prime, it may be well, but when you grow old, those you offended in your youth will return to settle scores, and problems will arise over time. The chastised Chao Shangfei fell silent, resembling a turtle hiding in its shell. I hope you can mend your ways. It will be beneficial for you and everyone. Little did she know that Chao Shangfei stubbornly retorted, I truly did not let them rob and plunder, nor would I allow anyone to do so. Then how did you end up here? You, Ruoruo, have put this question to Chao Shangfei's face. How do you explain this? A man of honor must uphold his words and actions. How could one speak inconsistently? It must be that the second in command found himself out of options, leading to such foolishness. I ask for your forgiveness, my lady. Ruoruo glanced toward the door. Fine. This shall not happen again. Since you are prepared to leave, please ensure we depart by tomorrow. Rest assured, my lady, we shall see you off at dawn. Ruoruo nodded in agreement. All right, then let us rest. Upon returning to her quarters, Li Jing spoke. Who is your friend? If he is not a friend, how do we explain our relationship? Ruoruo shrugged. Li Jing leaned closer, exasperated. Could you not tell him we are husband and wife? Husband and wife? Ruoruo chuckled. She was well aware of the history of emperors and empresses, knowing that such unions were merely sacrifices to power struggles. Were it not for her martial lineage, Li Jing would not have willingly married her. And what of her? Once in the palace, she felt as though she were a treasured jewel collected by Li Jing, kept high upon a shelf. Where in the world could one find such a marital relationship? Their conversation thus turned sour. The following day, Chao Shangfei indeed assigned the second-in-command to see them off, who regarded Ruoruo with newfound respect. Is your father Su Duanyang? Yes, Ruoruo responded with a smile. Your second uncle is the Minister of War? Oh, you are quite bothersome. Your eldest brother is the Deputy Minister of War, and your second brother serves as a middle general in the military council? Ruoruo frowned, noting his relentless investigation into her background. Years ago, the second-in-command side, a plague broke out in my hometown, and I set out in tattered straw sandals, begging my way here. I intended to seek refuge with General He, but at that time, General Su was stationed at the borders. By the time I reached Jiaguan, I discovered that the forces of King Jin had begun to create turmoil. One thing led to another, and I missed my opportunity to ally with him. Upon hearing this, the man nodded eagerly. She bid them farewell. When Li Jing arrived at the palace, the former court was in disarray, but fortunately, a few elder officials were managing the situation. At this moment, they publicly announced that the emperor was ill, successfully deflecting attention. However, these officials were not easily appeased and immediately chastised the emperor. Li Jing sighed. I must take care of my health daily. I am merely prolonging my life, yet the nation is on the verge of collapse. As a sovereign, Li Jing felt quite aggrieved. After changing into clean garments, Ruoruo wrote a note and entrusted it to Qingyu, instructing her to relay it to the emperor in Qiankuan Hall. Tell him that General Wang's father, Old Wang, is unreliable, or perhaps he is simply too old. In short, there is no need to seek him for our affairs. Understood. Qingyu had a good memory. Ruoruo then sighed in relief. After changing into clean clothes, she felt entirely at ease and dozed off beneath a cherry blossom tree. Li Jing harbored a faint hope that Ruoruo might join him for lunch. However, noon passed without incident, and the afternoon arrived swiftly, with Ruoruo remaining unmoved. Li Jing dined alone, feeling somewhat despondent. The next day, the two met again. Li Jing analyzed the group of assassins, but Ruoruo appeared utterly disinterested. Li Jing mused, could it be that your courage has diminished since your imprisonment? Shall we go for a stroll? Again? That previous thrilling outing has turned into an adventure, leaving Ruoruo with a lingering sense of incompleteness. Seeing Li Jing take the initiative to invite her, she readily agreed. The two found great joy in their outing the following day, exploring the city and indulging in many delightful and novel experiences. At that moment, Ruoruo stood before a maltose vendor, grabbing a dark green piece to savor. Does the emperor eat as well? Upon noticing that Li Jing was not partaking and regarded her with a look of incredulity, Ruoruo quickly urged him. This is sweet. She offered him a cut piece of the treat. Li Jing reluctantly took a bite, discovering a sweet liquid that spread across his tongue. He had never tasted such delicious candy before. How is it? Ruoruo observed as Li Jing's eyes lit up and giving him a light pat on the shoulder, remarked, "You are truly pitiful. Being an emperor is not necessarily a blessing. Perhaps it is akin to being a canary in a gilded cage. I have enjoyed maltose since childhood. Though modern versions contain many additives, this is different. The red one is said to be made from roses and the yellow from papaya." Ruoruo spoke with familiarity, and the vendor chuckled, surprised that an adult could enjoy such treats. Adults, having endured hardships, also long for sweet flavors. Ruoruo pointed to the items before the vendor. "I would like this pack to take away. I want to share it with Qingyu and Hongyu." The vendor nodded repeatedly, cheerfully packaging the treats for Ruoruo. Just at that moment, a carriage sped by, kicking up clouds of dust. Ruoruo could not dodge in time, and the vendor hastily shielded the treats with cloth. But it was too late. The air was soon filled with dust. Once the carriage departed and the dust settled, Ruoruo looked closely to find a layer of grimy dust coating her maltose, which completely ruined her appetite. The vendor gritted his teeth in frustration. The maltose was exceedingly sticky, merging seamlessly with the dust. The shopkeeper pointed furiously at the retreating cart, cursing vehemently. Nearby, the vegetable vendor and several other shopkeepers emerged, gesturing and grumbling at the distant vehicle. Yet, the horse-drawn cart had already vanished from sight. Ruoruo, observing the crowd's fervor and the tainted maltose, felt a surge of anger. Her family relied on this maltose for their livelihood, and they had already been bullied twice this month by those coal merchants. Coal! Ruoruo picked up a piece of maltose and brought it close to her nose. It was not merely charcoal dust. The dark substance bore a dry scent reminiscent of charcoal, mingled with a trace of sulfur. She rubbed the black ash between her thumb and forefinger and inhaled again. Li Jing, hearing the elder's grievances, generously offered 2 taels of silver. "All right, just remake it," he said, although he was initially intrigued by the maltose. His true motivation for purchasing it was to please Ruoruo. At this moment, Ruoruo had discerned the substance's nature. She extended her finger towards Li Jing and asked, "What do you think this scent is?" Li Jing brought Ruoruo's soft hand closer to his nose and was greeted by an invigorating aroma. Yet upon further inhalation, the scent began to take on an odd quality. "What is this?" Li Jing rummaged through his memory, but found no relevant information. However, Ruoruo felt a strange familiarity with it. Chapter 50. The aroma. It is said that Ruoruo had a penchant for unusual scents in childhood, such as the odor of sun-dried bedding, diesel fumes, and gunpowder. Gunpowder, a primary material of one of China's 4 great inventions, is created by grinding charcoal. Mixing in 1% clay, 30% sulfur, and 30% nitrate, which when ignited by a detonator can transform into a formidable weapon. A weapon? Clearly, Li Jing was oblivious to the nature of gunpowder. Observing his perplexed expression, Ruoruo took a deep breath. Indeed, in this alternate reality, it was natural for him to be unfamiliar with such matters. "Have you ever seen fireworks?" she inquired, seizing the opportunity. She explained that fireworks and gunpowder were quite similar, differing only in their proportions. A slight miscalculation could turn a toy into a weapon. "How should I put this?" Ruoruo scratched her head, noting Li Jing's confusion. "Shall I make one for you? What do you think?" "Very well." The two of them then purchased the remaining maltose from a stall owner and moved away. Naturally, this maltose was no longer fit for consumption, and Ruoruo discarded it into the city moat. They visited several workshops, acquiring the necessary materials. Ruoruo found a bamboo tube and proportioned everything accordingly before heading to the back mountain. Li Jing had not played so freely in a long time. Within the palace, he lived each day with a stern demeanor, serious and humorless, enduring a life of hardship. However, everything changed in Ruoruo's company. She genuinely enjoyed playful activities and had a multitude of creative ideas. Li Jing, following her lead, engaged in her antics. At this moment, Ruoruo tossed a bamboo tube to Li Jing. He weighed it in his hands, feeling its substantial heft. They exchanged glances, and before Ruoruo could explain, Li Jing pressed at his temple, questioning, "Is this gunpowder?" "Your Majesty, step back a bit. Allow me to demonstrate," Ruoruo replied. Li Jing, uncertain of her intentions, retreated to the cart to observe her flurry of activity. Ruoruo moved this way and that, and after a moment, gestured towards him. Li Jing was puzzled by the meaning of her signal. Then, Ruoruo ignited the dry weeds she had arranged on the ground and sprinted back into the cart. Li Jing watched as the flames blazed higher, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Will it explode? He wondered, half convinced. But in the next instant, a muffled bang echoed, shaking the earth and sending dust and debris flying. Despite their distance, fragments still hurled towards them. A heated shockwave propelled the granules dangerously close to Ruoruo's face. But Li Jing, quick-witted, shielded her with his sleeves. They exchanged astonished glances. Is it truly that powerful? Li Jing shivered instinctively, while Ruoruo felt granules slip inside her collar, settling awkwardly. It is indeed impressive, she replied, blushing. But I need to shake these out. Be my guest. Li Jing turned his head away. He gazed outside, reflecting on how the explosion had rendered the area desolate. He pondered the implications had the cart been laden with such materials. The capital would be in grave peril. The air was tinged with a faint sulfurous scent, almost identical to that which clung to the maltose. His thoughts began to spiral. He then recalled their relationship. Ruoruo noticed his predatory gaze and let out a sharp gasp. To Li Jing, her scream was far more deafening than the explosion. It felt as though her voice shattered his eardrums, and he instinctively dug his pinky into his ear. At that moment, Ruoruo hurriedly shielded herself. Were you spying on me? I was merely observing, Li Jing retorted, though his playful demeanor suggested otherwise. Perverse scoundrel, get out. You dog, how outrageous. I'll have you know. Li Jing had no choice but to step outside. After some time, Ruoruo finished changing. Your Majesty, why were you peeking? There is nothing worth seeing in a disrobing. Have I not seen it before? Li Jing desa, smirking. Ruoruo was once again tempted to flee. Now, Li Jing resolved to inspect the site of the explosion as they made their way there together. Ruoruo knelt down to grab some soil, finding the clumps and pebbles still scalding to the touch. Li Jing squatted beside the charred pit, filled with doubt. Can you really do this? Your Majesty, this isn't excessive. You witnessed me create it, Ruoruo replied proudly. The proportions were still off. It shouldn't have had such a powerful effect. Yet, that was not her main intention. She needed Li Jing to comprehend the ferocity and might of this secret weapon. Li Jing continued to inquire, but did General Su teach you this? Which General Su are you referring to? My father is indeed General Su, and my second uncle, though he is now Minister of War, also rose from the ranks and is called General Su. As for my two brothers, they're also General Su. Which General Su are you speaking of? Ruoruo, are you provoking me? Li Jing's gaze turned icy, sharp like a hawk's. Ruoruo felt as if she had become the prey, and her spirits plummeted. Fearing further exposure of her cleverness, she boarded the cart first, sensing a discord between them that could not continue. Upon returning to Wei Yong Palace, Qing Yu and Hong Yu hurried to attend to her. Qing Yu recounted events that transpired in her absence, mentioning that the Empress Dowager had also come to see her, while Concubine Lu and Concubine Lu Xian had sought her out separately. But Ruoruo paid no heed. The next day, after the morning court session, Li Jing sought her out while Ruoruo practiced calligraphy. She was determined to study diligently. Why do your characters differ from ours? Qing Yu pointed to some of Ruoruo's writing. Ruoruo explained, well, this character, both in form and in radicals, has been simplified. It's affectionately termed Simplified Characters. Chapter 51. An apology from the Emperor. Such characters are quick to learn and easy to promote. Qing Yu nodded in agreement after comparing. If I were the Emperor, I would advocate for these characters. Ruoruo set her brush aside. It was then that Li Jing arrived. Under normal circumstances, Ruoruo would have already come looking for him by this hour, yet she had yet to appear. He had no choice but to come and seek her out. Who would promote this? Unfortunately, I am not an emperor. Since ancient times, those who feast on meat have been contemptuous and unable to strategize far ahead. Li Jing patted his backside, claiming he had no tail. Indeed, the emperor enjoys engaging in matters without heads or tails. Li Jing initially intended to reconcile, but he was unaware that Ruoruo was armed with barbs in her words. It was well known that he had a temper that flared easily. Strangely, despite his volatile disposition, he found himself able to restrain and suppress it when facing Ruoruo. I believe you. You. Li Jing was enraged. Do you wish to quarrel with me? What is there to quarrel about? Your Majesty, you are lofty and exalted. Yet with a single word, my family could be completely destroyed. Seeing that Ruoruo was still angry, Li Jing prepared to leave. Just as he exited the Weiyang Palace, concubine Lu arrived. Concubine Lu often came to wait for an opportunity. Today, seeing Li Jing, she was naturally overjoyed. Your Majesty, the night blooming cereus by the butterfly spring behind the Zhaoyang Palace has blossomed. The beauty is truly stunning yet fleeting. I invite you to come and see. Concubine Lu gazed at Li Jing with starry eyes. However, Li Jing had no desire to go. At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Ruoruo stared blankly as Li Jing walked away, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing the twitch at the corner of Ruoruo's mouth, Qingyu hastily comforted her. Your Highness, do not be angry. You are the empress, the unrivaled one in the harem. She had no interest in playing or eating, and spent the day in a daze. Li Jing went to Zhaoyang Palace, where concubine Lu attended to him with exquisite food and drink, but he lacked enthusiasm. Feeling too lethargic to eat or even look around, his heart still lingering in Weiyang Palace. Seeing Li Jing's distracted demeanor, concubine Lu wondered if she had done something wrong. Does the emperor not enjoy condensed milk? No. Li Jing grabbed something to eat. As the night deepened and the red candles burned high, concubine Lu approached Li Jing, her cheeks flushed. Your Majesty, shall we? No, I must rise early tomorrow. I shall take my leave first. Concubine Lu pondered deeply, unable to discern where she had faltered, leading to Li Jing's abrupt departure. Witnessing Li Jing's displeasure, concubine Lu dared not speak further. The following day, Ruoruo had a pastry for breakfast before burying herself in writing. She learned quickly and was now able to proficiently use a brush. She also planned to visit the Yuan Pavilion to seek guidance from several grand academicians. Upon leaving Weiyang Palace, she unexpectedly encountered Li Jing. Your Majesty, will you not attend morning court today? Ruoruo offered a perfunctory greeting and continued toward the Yuan Pavilion. Someone has provided me with a clue. Li Jing spoke slowly, his voice low. I thought you would be interested. Ruoruo scoffed. What is there to be interested in? If I expose myself to assist you in these matters, I will inevitably fall victim once the game is over. Today, Li Jing was resolute in his calmness. I apologize, I have been wronged. My talents are self-taught, with no connection to my father or family. You should refrain from fabricating charges against him. Though my father holds a high position, he has achieved his status through his own efforts. You cannot dismiss that. Li Jing overheard her inner thoughts clearly. I should not have doubted you before. Ruoruo nearly thought she was hearing things, stunned into silence. I apologize to you. Since I have asked for your assistance, I should wholeheartedly trust you. Li Jing glanced at Ruoruo. She could not refuse his olive branch. All right, what do you know? I conducted an investigation, and recently, at least several hundred pounds of sulfur and charcoal have been transported to the imperial capital. I merely inquired casually, but I stumbled upon such shocking data. This matter is of utmost importance to me. Upon hearing this, Ruoruo nodded. I now understand the meaning of serving a king is like accompanying a tiger. Therefore, if I assist you this time, I expect an equivalent exchange. What do you desire? Li Jing Siga. Ruoruo teased. Let us not rush. According to Li Jing, sending someone to investigate would suffice, but Ruoruo believed those dispatched would either be ineffective or easily exposed. This matter was too significant, and it was better for her to leave the palace herself. She named several court officials, one of whom was Han Qi. Han Qi was a favored general of Ruoruo's father, Su Duanyang, and was also his disciple. Ruoruo had conversed with Han Qi privately on 2 occasions and found him to be both scholarly and martial, astute and principled. However, when Ruoruo expressed her intentions, Li Jing appeared displeased. I will not allow it. Why not? Ruoruo's brows furrowed. Han Qi is the best candidate. Suddenly, he realized, pointing at Li Jing. Your Majesty is concerned because Han Qi is my father's favored general, thus you do not trust him? This reasoning ignited Ruoruo's anger once more. Li Jing, your pettiness is truly unreasonable. Only I can protect you, Li Jing declared. Ruoruo, uninterested in further debate, said, let us go. The two changed their attire and stepped outside. Ruoruo had grown indifferent to such matters. She cut straight to the chase. What has your investigation revealed? They likely hoarded those several hundred pounds of goods somewhere. Charcoal has large pores and differs from coal. 100 pounds of charcoal requires a significant amount of space. He explained. In Chapter 52, Liu Jun, Ruoruo inquired, "Are we going to find a warehouse?" She needed to know precisely what plans and actions Li Jing had in mind. Yes. Li Jing nodded. Ruoruo prepared to leave, but at that moment, her stomach growled embarrassingly. "I have been at odds with you lately and haven't eaten much. I'm hungry. I am also hungry. We truly share a connection." Li Jing replied. Ruoruo nodded and pointed to a nearby eatery, but Li Jing pointed toward another direction. Ruoruo sighed. "Is this your idea of a connection?" Li Jing was quite accommodating towards Ruoruo, at least today. However, Ruoruo perceived his tolerance as a means to utilize her. They entered an inn. The breakfast crowd had dispersed, leaving few patrons. After placing their order, Ruoruo waited, feeling bored, when she suddenly noticed a man across the room carving wood. His hands were steady and strong, skillfully shaping a lifelike bird. Observing the man's attire, it was entirely different from the popular styles of the imperial capital, featuring simple geometric patterns and narrower sleeves. "What a handsome man. Can I go over and greet him?" Ruoruo felt drawn to the enigmatic figure. As the food arrived, Li Jing prepared to eat, unaware that Ruoruo had inexplicably approached the man. "Ruoruo." The man's demeanor shifted, and he cast a fierce glance her way. Ruoruo was astonished. "What you have made is truly remarkable." The man ignored her. Ruoruo felt rebuffed, thinking, "Indeed, handsome men are hard to approach. It's like offering a warm face to a cold backside." At that moment, she had a realization. Why bother speaking elegantly to him? Could he even understand? Ruoruo cleared her throat and spoke in the dialect of the East, and upon hearing her, the man suddenly understood, a smile breaking across his face, his eyes brightening. An Eastern person? In the imperial capital, Ruoruo had encountered someone from a foreign land, akin to meeting a time traveler, and they quickly struck up a lively conversation. She completely overlooked the spread of delicious food before her and Li Jing's piercing gaze. The man smiled serenely, his voice low like a gentle breeze. And Ruoruo thought to herself, if only he could speak the language of the capital, his voice would surely be magnetic, a person from Kamakura. Hearing this, Ruoruo nodded. "May I take a look at your wood carving?" "Why not?" A man presented a wooden carving to Ruoruo. Upon inspection, she discovered the sculpture was incredibly lifelike, depicting a doll with long hair. Unlike the wood carvings made by the people of Daijing, this one appeared plump and endearing. Truly a sight to behold. "Is the young lady from the East?" the man inquired. Ruoruo sighed. "You might be disappointed. I am from Daijing. However, many years ago, I visited your homeland, which boasts Kanagawa, Mount Fuji, and cherry blossoms." Ah, the cherry blossoms bloom in unison during late spring. To her surprise, the man began to recite a verse. At that moment, Li Jing arrived, casting a fierce glance at Ruoruo, prompting her to hastily rise. "This is my friend. We are off to get something to eat," she stated as she left the wooden carving behind, following Li Jing with a downcast demeanor. As they took their seats, Li Jing frowned, questioning, is she truly a feast for the eyes? Ruoruo thought to herself, it is not merely about beauty. She possesses a gentle temperament. Li Jing scoffed. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. If only I could hear his thoughts, I would gladly translate them for you. With a sigh, Ruoruo prepared to leave after their meal, only for the man to approach her once more. Li Jing, somewhat considerate, allowed them a moment to converse. Taking a breath, Ruoruo gestured toward Li Jing's receding figure. He is a good person. His temper is simply unyielding. "This is for you," the man, known as Li Jun, presented her with the doll. Ruoruo smiled and returned the gesture, intending to offer a token in return, but hesitated upon seeing Li Jing's watchful eyes. She ultimately bid farewell. Upon exiting, Li Jing expressed his frustration. "Do not associate with such lowly individuals." "What makes them lowly?" Ruoruo countered. "I am the emperor. Do you dare to oppose me?" Li Jing clenched his fists. Ruoruo nodded, stating, "Then take my head, just kill me, Li Jing. Living with you fills me with dread. I often feel as though I'm chatting with you one moment, and the next, I could lose my head." Li Jing was taken aback by her earnestness. Understanding that Li Jing would not approve of her accepting gifts, especially from men, Ruoruo hesitated but ultimately clutched the wooden carving tightly, declaring, I also need friends. As an empress, what sort of friends do you require? He retorted, I am an empress, but I am not your pet. She shot back. Their previous conflict stemmed from clashing dispositions. But Ruoruo began to realize the generational gap and differing worldviews between them. What is wrong with women? They too deserve a vibrant life. Should a woman be confined to a life as a man's pet? You cannot comprehend me, nor will you ever be able to view matters from my perspective. Do you think that simply because I am your exalted empress, I revel in it? My life in the harem is filled with plots against me, and I am utterly isolated. Do I have friends? I am alone. But you cannot seek friendship with a man, Li Jing insisted. Fine, Ruoruo replied, falling silent, her anger boiling within. Noticing her silence, Li Jing observed a nearby vendor calling out to customers, Dear guests, buy a gift for your lady. His eyes lit up at the prospect. Ruoruo continued onward, waiting for him to catch up. He appeared reluctant, as if the gift were not a present but rather a burden. Ruoruo grasped the octagonal box, feeling overwhelmed. Upon opening it, she found an array of cosmetics, vibrant in hue, clearly beyond her skill to manage. Is this good? She asked, astonished by her own performance. How much did it cost? 10 taels of silver, he replied. In that era, a third-rank court official earned 30 taels monthly, meaning Li Jing spent a third of a month's salary on this peculiar gift. Ruoruo had calculated that 1 tael was approximately equivalent to 680 modern yuan, making Li Jing's expenditure exceed 6,000 on a mere gift. It is nice, but please refrain from such purchases in the future. Do you not like it? It is too extravagant. Ruoruo, uninterested in explaining the currency exchange rates, continued walking, suddenly producing the doll. They stopped at a sweet shop to eat. After adding vanilla to her dessert, Li Jing seized her sleeve, exclaiming, I seem to detect a faint scent of gunpowder. Gunpowder? Initially dismissing it as merely the aroma of the beverages. However, Li Jing tightened his grip, insisting, Here it is. He produced a wooden doll. Ruoruo leaned in to sniff it, astonished. Indeed, it appeared Li Jing had set up a stakeout. After a busy day with no leads, Ruoruo returned to the palace and handed the gift to Qingyu, who was envious. Tomorrow, I want Guanghai to bring me one too. Guanghai was Qingmei's childhood companion, both having entered the palace 7 years prior. Guanghai had risen from obscurity to become the emperor's personal guard, while Qingyu served as Ruoruo's maid. According to palace rules, maids could leave once they turned 26. Their camaraderie had blossomed over the years, with Guanghai often bringing gifts. Ruoruo laughed. If this were not from the emperor, I would pass it to you right now. However, you should only offer 1 tael for this. Do not give more. 1 tael? At most. It should only be 51. It was evident that Qingyu was a shrewd negotiator. Now, back to business. You have my generator. Let us proceed to the prison. Qingyu never questioned Ruoruo's directives. She promptly executed orders without hesitation. Soon, they arrived at the prison, where the air was stifling, damp, and foul. The place was buzzing with mosquitoes, and before entering, Ruoruo had burned mugwort for protection. Approaching the captive, she remarked, Your brother has been killed by your superior. Our lead is now severed. If you're willing to cooperate, I can spare you from suffering and even grant you your freedom. The choice is yours. If you persist in your obstinacy, this device will send you to your demise. Ruoruo seated herself, gently caressing the generator, which she had previously used to torment the man before her. Now, he trembled in fear, clutching his hair. Your Highness, please spare me. Is it that simple to grant you mercy? Ruoruo regarded him coolly. Your Highness, please. Enough chatter. She tossed the generator before him, demanding, Will you speak or not? The man recoiled in terror. Hongyu expertly attended to him, and soon he was weak and defeated. Ruoruo leaned closer, repeating her question. Your Highness, please show mercy. As he continued to plead, she stood and instructed, Hongyu, finish him. The man was utterly terrified. Your Highness, it is Lord Liu. What Lord Liu? At this juncture, Ruoruo believed she had found a breakthrough, yet he fell silent. Despite her orders for Hongyu to continue, the man fainted. Despite this individual not uttering a single superfluous word or revealing any valuable secrets throughout the encounter, Hongyu still hesitated to commit murder. The final inquiry. Are you acquainted with Liu Lijun? No, I'm not familiar with him. Upon emerging from the prison, Ruoruo encountered Li Jing. Noticing Ruoruo approaching, Li Jing deliberately engaged in conversation with Lu Xianfei. Your Majesty, it has been quite some time since I last saw you. I have heard that you have been extraordinarily busy lately. Is there any chance you could spare a moment? Li Jing sighed, acknowledging the overwhelming demands on his time. Nevertheless, he made it a point to visit Ruoruo daily. Initially, onlookers speculated that Li Jing was concerned about the Su family. However, they soon realized that their fanciful conjectures were unfounded. Li Jing's sole purpose for visiting Ruoruo was simply to converse with her. Observing Li Jing and Lu Xianfei engrossed in their discussion, Ruoruo chose not to approach them. With Li Jing's attention diverted, he abruptly interrupted his conversation with Lu Xianfei, declaring, "That will be all for today. We shall continue tomorrow." "Yes, Your Majesty," Lu Xianfei replied, understanding the cue. Only then did Li Jing draw closer to Ruoruo. "What secrets have you uncovered this time?" he inquired. "Secrets?" Ruoruo scoffed. "Your Majesty seems preoccupied with matters of the heart. Why inquire about this? What is this? Is the Empress feeling envious?" It was evident that this person must know Lu Lijun, implying that Lu Lijun was indeed a significant figure, warranting their careful attention. Upon hearing this, Li Jing nodded in acknowledgement. "What other discoveries have you made?" He pressed further. Ruoruo waved her hand dismissively. Chapter 54. Difficult to grasp the roots of the matter. Ruoruo found it difficult to draw closer, opting instead to sit quietly at a distance. In truth, she had intended to leave, but Li Jing sent over a document, revealing that they had been receiving a continuous supply of charcoal and sulfur in the capital. Yet there was no evidence of sales. Even more perplexing was the fact that these materials mysteriously vanished upon entering the capital. Vanished? Are they untraceable? After reviewing the data, she comprehended that while charcoal and sulfur were delivered daily, they inexplicably disappeared within the capital. It soon became clear to her that they were likely hoarded by someone, necessitating immediate investigation. If they were all being stockpiled for gunpowder, the capital would face imminent destruction. Previously, Ruoruo had ignited even a single charge, resulting in chaos. Should countless others explode, it would surely bring calamity upon the capital. Who knows? Suddenly struck by an idea. Given that the Emperor is in need of capable individuals, if I were to negotiate at this juncture, I could offer my assistance in investigating this matter. Once it concludes, I could secure some silver and find a serene haven to live in anonymity henceforth. What a delightful prospect. However, at that moment, Li Jing let out a cold laugh. Do not even think about it. Ruoruo felt vexed. Why? If you do not care for me, why not allow me to leave in peace? Have I not made my feelings clear? Then speak. Go ahead. Ruoruo shouted in frustration, while Li Jing merely shrugged, bewildered. Yet, in truth, Ruoruo felt no joy. As dusk fell, Lu Xianfei arrived, beaming with delight. Last night, the Emperor visited me in Jiaoyang Palace. I was utterly taken aback. Your Majesty, it seems the Emperor is Lu Xianfei's intentions were inscrutable. Ruoruo longed to cast Lu Xianfei out, yet the latter remained unabashed, clearly oblivious to Ruoruo's previous hints. Ruoruo harbored no fondness for Lu Xianfei. Qingyu, sweep the floor. Hongyu, escort Lu Xianfei out. Lu Xianfei chuckled awkwardly. Departing at last. Your Highness, allow me to see you out, Qingyu offered, glancing at Lu Xianfei, who stomped her foot in indignation as she exited. Once Lu Xianfei was gone, Hongyu scoffed. Your Highness, did you see how arrogant she was, thinking a night spent with the Emperor would elevate her status? Everyone knows the Emperor visits every palace daily. Do not grant these concubines any favor, lest they become too presumptuous. What is Lu Xianfei, anyway? Her father is merely a third-rank official. Hongyu rarely exhibited such cynicism, yet today was different. Observing Hongyu's agitation, Ruoruo listened intently. Our old general holds a first-rank title, while the young general is also a third-rank official. Lu Xianfei truly lacks awareness of her place. As they discussed, Lu Xianfei had already begun to quarrel with Qingyu outside. Ruoruo remained unaware of the commotion unfolding beyond. When she stepped outside, she found 2 guards restraining Qingyu. Furious, Ruoruo exclaimed, "Is this a warning to others? What does the Empress mean by that?" Lu Xianfei retorted, What? Is the Empress preparing to take sides? I was simply on my way out when this girl stealthily shoved me. Look at my attire. Look at my arm. Lu Xianfei cried, her face twisted in grievance as she approached Qingyu. Qingyu was utterly bewildered. Moments ago, she had been sent by Ruoruo to escort Lu Xianfei, and just as she was about to exit, Lu Xianfei had fallen. Though she had stepped back, Lu Xianfei had seized her arm to question her. Qingyu found herself at a loss for words. Following closely, two matrons and guards had seized Qingyu, and it suddenly dawned on her that this was a premeditated trap. Hearing the sharp crack of a slap, Ruoruo was momentarily stunned. How dare you teach my maid a lesson in my palace? Your Majesty, Lu Xianfei pointed at herself. Then at Qingyu, this maid deliberately pushed me. Thankfully, I remained steady. Look at my arm. Yet you do not discipline your own maid, but instead blindly accuse me. What is wrong with me teaching her a lesson? The situation had become perilous. One of the matrons stepped forward, addressing Ruoruo in light of these events. I must take Qingyu away without hesitation. Sister, Lu Xianfei smiled. How could you raise such a maid? I shall take her and discipline her properly. No one dares to take Qingyu today. Since Ruoruo's arrival in this narrative, Qingyu had been her faithful attendant. Initially, Ruoruo had been indifferent towards Qingyu, perceiving her as a nagging presence. But over time, she had come to recognize Qingyu's loyalty and diligence. Most importantly, Qingyu possessed high emotional intelligence and an understanding of propriety. With Qingyu by her side, Ruoruo felt secure. Your Highness, I trust you will not harm her. Surely, you are wronged. Let us seek the Emperor. Upon hearing this, Lu Xianfei chuckled coldly. To bring such trivial matters before the Emperor? Shall we ask him to adjudicate? It seems the Empress is seeking trouble. Does she not have better things to do? The Emperor has far more pressing matters to attend to. Lu Xianfei's chilling laughter cut through the air like a knife. You are not the master of the three palaces. Is this something you cannot handle? Release her. Ruoruo cried in desperation. In that moment, she realized how vulnerable she was without Li Jing's presence. Lu Xianfei had wielded her influence in the harem for many years, hardly considering Ruoruo's arrival, especially since everyone knew the Emperor held little affection for the Empress. As Ruoruo pondered ways to persuade Lu Xianfei to release Qingyu, a figure from the Empress Dowager's side, Meisho, arrived. Ruoruo understood at last that she was indeed caught in a web of intrigue. Lu Xianfei was the hunter, poised to ensnare her prey. At this moment, she felt utterly powerless. Any ill-chosen words could implicate her in inciting her maid to violence, while failing to rescue Qingyu would surely lead to her being taken away. Meisho approached Ruoruo and offered a haughty bow. The Empress Dowager declared that if the Empress was unable to handle this matter, she would take it upon herself, for the Empress Dowager was capable of resolving it. The person will be taken to Fengkuan Palace, where the Empress would not make things difficult for her. Ruoruo felt as though she had been struck by lightning upon hearing this. Chapter 55. Being schemed against beside her, Hongyu was infuriated. Meisho, stop bullying others with your power. How can she be blamed for pushing the Empress? Which of your eyes saw that? Watch your tongue. Who do you think you are to reprimand me? Is there still a sense of hierarchy in this palace? Meisho growled. Two guards approached Hongyu. Ruoruo understood that if this situation continued to escalate, it would transform from Qingyu's surprise attack on Lu Xianfei into the Empress instigating Qingyu to commit murder. Not only would she fall into a trap, but Hongyu would also be implicated. Hongyu, Ruoruo cast a sidelong glance at her. How can you speak to Meisho like that? Apologize quickly. Hongyu, whose intelligence and emotional quotient were far inferior to Qingyu's, was enraged at Ruoruo's demand that she apologize to Meisho. Your Highness, do you truly believe Qingyu would engage in such foolishness? She has neither the motive nor the inclination to do so. Hongyu, right and wrong will be adjudicated fairly. The Empress Dowager will resolve this. Your defiance against the lady-in-waiting beside the Empress is already a fault. Hurry and apologize. In that moment, Ruoruo shot a quick glance at Hongyu. Initially perplexed, Hongyu gradually understood and reluctantly approached, apologizing to Meisho in a pitiful manner. Meisho dismissed her with a cold snort, turning to leave with Lu Xianfei and her entourage. Ruoruo, observing Qingyu's troubled expression, seized her hand and said, "Do not admit to anything recklessly. This matter has nothing to do with you. If you confess, I truly cannot save you." We still have a trump card left. Do not fear. Qingyu's gaze darkened. But your highness, if I do not bear the consequences, they will accuse you of murder. Qingyu had already considered this. Ruoruo replied, these past few days you have endured much. They are merely trying to intimidate me. I have a plan. Remember my words. Qingyu could only nod in agreement. Meisho and her group departed. Once outside Weiyang Palace, Lu Xianfei scoffed. Looking for the emperor? Su Vo has the audacity to suggest seeking the emperor, but it was the emperor who sent me to see her today. In reality, she was also looking for an opportunity to deal with Ruoruo. Her maids were meticulous and cautious, ensuring that there would be no mishaps. The reason Ruoruo had come today was entirely due to Li Jing's conversation with her that morning. Their discussion had touched upon a certain elderly consort from the previous dynasty, whose story bore striking resemblance to her own. One might say that it was Li Jing's words that inspired her to take action. You are indeed exceptionally clever, Your Highness. Now, let us proceed to Feng Kuan Palace. Ruoruo watched helplessly as they took Qingyu away. Hong Yu, seething with anger, said, Your Highness, you should have argued your case more forcefully. Argue? They came prepared. How could I stand my ground? This matter could escalate into something severe. At worst, it is a case of a maid, Qingyu, attempting to scheme against Lu Xianfei and failing, leading to her capture. At best, Hong Yu glanced at Ruoruo. Ruoruo took a deep breath. At worst, it would mean the empress inciting the maid, Qingyu, to scheme against Lu Xianfei. This would be a grave offense, leading to total disaster. Upon hearing this, Hong Yu gasped in disbelief. Your Highness fears losing big over a small issue, which is why you sacrificed Qingyu. They had captured Qingyu, which provided them with a sense of security. But who said that she would simply abandon Qingyu? Qingyu was upright and virtuous. How could she possibly commit such an act? At this moment, prepare some pastries. I must go to meet the emperor. Yes, at once. Hong Yu dashed away. The two exchanged glances, and Ruoruo added, Do not make them too sweet. The emperor does not like sweet foods, nor does he eat chestnut cakes. Make sure to avoid those. Understood. A short while later, Ruoruo arrived at Qiankuan Hall. She acted subserviently, massaging Li Jing's shoulders. Your Majesty is exhausted. I have prepared a calming soup for you. Please take a moment to rest. I am the son of heaven, accustomed to labor. You need not accompany me. I am used to it, Li Jing replied. Ruoruo sought an opportunity to broach the subject, but found herself at a loss for words. Today, Lu Xianfei arrived at Weiyang Palace. Oh, what was her purpose? Li Jing finally displayed a hint of interest. Then a series of complications ensued. Uncertain whether Li Jing would listen, Ruoruo thought to herself, Li Jing, why are you still burying yourself in work? You always take time to chat with me when I visit. What is the meaning of your silence today? Li Jing pretended not to hear Ruoruo's thoughts. Anxiously, Ruoruo continued, aware that both the Empress Dowager and Lu Xianfei were ruthless individuals. With Qingyu in their hands, it was akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. The Empress Dowager would surely employ severe measures against her. Your Majesty? Ruoruo waved her hand in front of him. Li Jing seemed to awaken from a stupor. I sense the Empress has something to say. I am choked with words that I must express, Ruoruo replied. Seeing her urgency, Li Jing finally set aside his documents and asked, Speak. What is it you wish to convey? Ruoruo recounted the events of the morning, and Li Jing listened intently. After she finished, he remarked, This is a matter between you and them. I am unable to assist. Besides, why have you brought such trivial matters to my attention? Your Majesty, how can this be trivial? Qingyu's life hangs by a thread. They will surely force a confession from her. If Qingyu is executed, what will I hear then? The innocent will clear themselves, while the guilty will expose their own guilt, he replied. How can you say that? Ruoruo furrowed her brow. Your Majesty, please help me. In the midst of her pleading, she resumed massaging Li Jing's shoulders. He looked perplexed and grasped her hand. Ruoruo made no attempt to resist, allowing him to hold her palm as his piercing gaze scrutinized her. What kind of person is Qingyu? Li Jing asked. Thus, he continued, spreading his hands. You must maintain a broader perspective. At such a time, one must be willing to cut off an arm to save oneself. She may not escape misfortune. At this, Ruoruo ceased her ministrations, staring in disbelief at Li Jing. Your Majesty implies that lowly servants are not human? I believe you need not risk your relationship with the Empress Dowager and Lu Xianfei for the sake of this maid. After all, Qingyu is merely a servant. Su Ruo forced a smile. Is this truly the emperor's perspective? Chapter 56. Negotiating terms, but has your majesty considered that the people of the world are like ants? Without these ants, would there be the peace and prosperity we enjoy today? This sentiment bordered on cynicism, yet Su Ruo had little regard for such thoughts at present. Continue. Li Jing commanded, standing tall before Su Ruo. Fully committed now, she declared, Your Majesty, water can both support and capsize a boat. If this continues, our nation may face ruin. Su Ruo poured forth her concerns, and Li Jing's expression shifted multiple times before finally settling into a look of gentle understanding. I understand, but I will not assist you for free. Do you not enjoy an equitable exchange? If I help you now, I can assure you that neither Qingyu, Hongyu, nor anyone else will be bullied from this point forward. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Yet the tension around her brow began to ease. Your Majesty seeks to make a profit from this arrangement, does he not? Li Jing Nudda. Assist me in investigating the matter of Shenhua Fia. As long as you uphold your promise, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to this. With no outside support left, Li Jing was her last hope. Seeing Su Ruo nod in agreement, he rose. Let us proceed to Feng Kuan Palace. Was this all orchestrated by your Majesty? Su Ruoruo muttered. Li Jing remained silent. Upon arriving at Feng Kuan Palace, Qingyu knelt outside the grand hall, surrounded by shattered porcelain shards. The jagged edges emitted a strange and chilling light under the sun. Upon noticing Su Ruo's arrival, Qingyu bravely straightened her back. Yet cold sweat continued to cascade down her face in relentless succession. Witnessing this, Su Ruoruo felt an overwhelming sense of anguish. She stepped forward, intending to support Qingyu, but Qingyu shook her head, gesturing towards the interior. Su Ruoruo, filled with fury, could hardly contain her hatred for Lu Xianfei. Previously, she had refrained from plotting against Lu Xianfei and Lu Guofei, recognizing them as thorns at her side, yet she had not possessed the resolve for immediate retribution. However, everything changed from this day forth. Gritting her teeth, Su Ruo followed behind Li Jing into Feng Kuan Palace. Inside, Lu Xianfei was lamenting her grievances, explaining the unexpected events of the day, while Empress Dowager Lu appeared to listen, yet seemed lost in her own thoughts, drifting through realms unknown. I have seen Mother, Li Jing stated. Oh, Empress Dowager Lu opened her eyes, noticing Li Jing had moved, a flicker of tenderness rippling through her aged gaze. It is good that you have come. I have seen Mother, Li Jing repeated. Despite her reluctance, Su Ruo was compelled to bow to the Empress Dowager. The Dowager smiled subtly. You have not visited this old one in quite some time. What is it you seek? Li Jing spoke plainly, her request succinct and straightforward. Your Majesty, perhaps you might exercise some restraint. Remember the nuances of subtlety. This approach seems a tad too brazen. Li Jing cast a sidelong glance at Su Ruo, her expression implying that she had already been sufficiently tactful. Su Ruo realized she could engage in brief exchanges of silent thoughts with Li Jing, yet regrettably, she could not hear his inner voice. Otherwise, everything would have been resolved. This girl, Qingyu, serves as an attendant in Weiyang Palace. I have heard she has caused a disturbance today. I implore you, Mother, to show mercy and pardon her. There are but a few maids at Aru's side, and Qingyu is among the finest. Without her, Aru's situation would become untenable. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager's gaze grew progressively colder, the atmosphere tense. Beside her, Lu Xianfei stomped her foot, exclaiming, Your Majesty, how can you say that? She has offended me today. Look at this wound. Lu Xianfei wailed, presenting her arm to Li Jing for inspection. Li Jing motioned for her to come closer. Lu Xianfei hurriedly complied, as Li Jing's lips nearly brushed against her ear. I know when you sustained this injury. I could summon any physician, and they would inform me that this is not a mere bruise, but a scratch. In that moment, Lu Xianfei's complexion darkened significantly, as if struck by an unseen blow. She dared not continue, her gaze drifting to Su Ruo, who regarded her with eyes filled with a desire for vengeance. It was expected that this girl should be taught a lesson for her insolence. The Empress Dowager's expression shifted from benevolence to icy detachment. Your Majesty, do you not agree? Su Du Du Osai. Oh, Empress Dowager, Do you truly believe I am a soft persimmon for you to manipulate at will? While the Empress Dowager's words held truth, they should also reflect reality. A push is a push, and a non-push is a non-push. They cannot be conflated. If my maid truly intended to harm her, there would have been ample opportunity. Why would she need to push her? Ruoruo, previously submissive before the Empress Dowager, had transformed, often speaking with audacity. This made it clear to the Dowager that persuading Ruoruo to fight alongside her was utterly impossible. However, the Dowager was determined to make Ruoruo's experience difficult today, to demonstrate who truly held authority within the inner palace and whose words carried weight. She understood that harming Qingyu might seem inconsequential. It was a profound blow to Ruoruo. At that moment, Lu Xianfei seemed to relent. Should have seen unfold later with the arrival of a physician. She would be left utterly humiliated. Mother, perhaps I simply slipped and fell. It is all in the past now. Let this matter rest. I do not wish to quarrel with this girl and disrupt the harmony between myself and the Empress. Her words were measured, and upon hearing this, Ruoruo's piercing gaze settled firmly on the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager, seeing a mere maid provoke the Emperor, found it unwise to continue. Noticing Lu Xianfei's desire to retreat, she finally nodded. Perhaps it is indeed a misunderstanding. Very well, you may leave. At this moment, Ruoruo could scarcely muster the energy to bow. Once the decree of pardon was issued, she hurried to support Qingyu. Exiting Fengkuan Palace, she spotted Hong Yu, who awaited them with a furrowed brow, clearly consumed by worry. At this moment, Ruoruo was in no hurry to depart. Li Jing, observing Ruoruo's reluctance to leave, felt intrigued. I have assisted you. Why linger here? Will you simply accept your misfortune? Ruoruo was not one to possess such a meek disposition. The events of the day could not simply be brushed aside. Li Jing, opting not to intervene further, offered a brief caution before turning away. Ruoruo, under no circumstances, would seek Li Jing's assistance. She waited by the entrance until, shortly after, Lu Xianfei emerged with a beaming countenance. Chapter 57. A taste of one's own medicine. Lu Xianfei did not expect Ruoruo to lay in wait. She had no intention of bowing. Yet as the distance closed and Ruoruo approached, failing to bow would become untenable. Empress, I thank you for your mercy today, Lu Xianfei said. Expecting Ruoruo to hurl insults, she was taken aback when Ruoruo cautiously expressed her gratitude. Ruoruo pointed ahead. Shall we take a stroll? I have much to discuss with you, yet have struggled to find the right opportunity. At this juncture, the opportunity had finally presented itself. Lu Xianfei followed closely behind. Upon exiting Fengkuan Palace, the two made their way to Fengyao Bridge. Lu Xianfei felt increasingly perplexed, questioning Ruoruo's motives. In the future, let us maintain a more amicable relationship. I acknowledge my previous faults. Not at all, Lu Xianfei replied, glancing around as if seeking Lu Guifei's presence to aid her. However, Lu Guifei was nowhere to be found. As they reached Fengyao Bridge, the vast expanse of Tai Pool lay below them, with the bridge's railings standing about a meter high, while the pool appeared unfathomably deep. A disquieting premonition washed over Lu Xianfei, urging her to leave this place swiftly. Fear arises from the unknown, prepared for any eventuality. She was unprepared for Ruoruo's next move. The two exchanged glances, and then Ruoruo smiled. Today, you have played your cards exceedingly well, dear sister. I have captured the essence of your strategy. What do you mean? Lu Xianfei gasped, clutching her chest in terror. Here it comes, she thought, fully aware that Ruoruo was not one to submit meekly. Sensing the impact of her intimidation upon Lu Xianfei, Ruoruo boldly seized Lu Xianfei's hand. With a sudden cry, Ruoruo plunged into the depths of Tai Pool. Though she could not swim, she calculated that Li Jing, not far ahead, would rescue her. Even if Li Jing chose to ignore her, the nearby guard would undoubtedly intervene. With a resounding splash, several guards rushed over. They were quick, but Li Jing was quicker, swiftly retrieving Ruoruo from the water. Ruoruo sputtered. Having swallowed a mouthful of murky water, her appearance disheveled, resembling a vengeful spirit, her face pale and breath shallow. She pointed accusingly at Lu Xianfei on the bridge. Sister Xianfei, how could you harm me? Empress, what are you saying? Lu Xianfei retorted. You jumped in on your own. What does that have to do with me? Do not slander me here. Li Jing, who had never been fond of Lu Xianfei, seized the opportunity. Lin Quan was already well aware of the situation. He let out a sardonic snort, and several guards rushed forward, swiftly restraining Lu Xianfei. Your Majesty, it was not me. I truly did not push her. Take her away. The emperor had grown tired of hearing her explanations. Qing Yu and Hong Yu had always treated her well, charging into danger whenever needed, and now she could not simply stand by and watch as Qing Yu was mistreated. Do you not enjoy tormenting others? I shall return the favor in kind. The empress had changed. Li Jing held Ruoruo in his arms, his grip strong and unwavering. They had walked 20 or 30 meters without any sense of descent, which reassured Ruoruo. Yet, Li Jing uttered a remark that made her uneasy. Ruoruo forced her eyes open to the dazzling sunlight, glancing at him, but due to the backlight, she could only make out his face shrouded in shadow. What do you mean, Your Majesty? Ruoruo asked anxiously. Li Jing continued. You were once gentle and virtuous, merely going with the flow. But that is no longer the case. You too have become vengeful, repaying eye for eye. Ruoruo sighed, saying, I have never harbored ill intentions towards anyone. However, a defensive stance is less effective than an offensive one. Today, Lu Xianfei is trying to intimidate me with baseless accusations, so I will set her straight. That is an excellent strategy. Hurting others for one's own gain. Ha ha ha. Ruoruo laughed. Li Jing carried Ruoruo in one breath all the way to Weiyang Palace. At that moment, someone brought Lu Xianfei over who was shouting in panic. It was not me. I did not push the empress. It truly was not me. With one party asserting and the other denying, the main witness remained dazed, while those denying the incident were powerless. Li Jing did not torment Lu Xianfei, merely confining her to a room. From this moment on, Ruoruo activated her disguise mode. Your Highness, how could you be so naive? Do you not know what kind of person she is? You have no guard up at all. She is scheming and two-faced. Look at what she has turned you into, Hong Yu exclaimed in distress. Ruoruo smiled. I am quite well, so do not worry. I am merely returning the favor. Upon hearing this, Hong Yu finally understood. But Your Highness, you might be losing more than you gain. If you plan to scheme against someone, at least wait until I am present before you act. I am a water duck, whereas you are a land duck. It could be quite troublesome for you. After hearing this, Hong Yu felt much more at ease. Ruoruo smiled gently, reassuringly squeezing Hong Yu's hand. I am fine. You just focus on attending to Qing Yu. Hong Yu blinked, saying, You have yet to see Qing Yu's knees. It is truly a sight to behold, utterly pitiful. Ruoruo was well aware. By the way, where is Lu Xianfei? Hong Yu frowned in disgust, as if Lu Xianfei was some form of desecration. In the courtyard? Ruoruo nodded. Come here. I have a few words to impart. Hong Yu understood that Ruoruo would not easily forgive Lu Xianfei. She whispered some arrangements, but after hearing them, Hong Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Your Highness, how can this be acceptable? I thought you had some grand plan in mind, but this alone is sufficient to drive her mad. We cannot strike or harm her, so you must arrange it. But Hong Yu hesitated. Ruoruo's expression darkened slightly, and she reproached Hong Yu with a look. Just go and do as I say. Why are you hesitating? Chapter 58, Cold Violence. Hong Yu finally withdrew. Lu Xianfei was confined in the courtyard, and Hong Yu arrived with several robust matron servants, who appeared fierce and intimidating. As soon as they entered the room, Lu Xianfei panicked. What are you doing? Lu Xianfei, looking fierce but internally trembling, pointed at the group, while two maidservants clung to her protectively. Hong Yu smiled, taking the two maidservants away. Knowing her peril, Lu Xianfei clutched the left maidservant tightly, who remained loyal despite the matron servants attempting to pry her away. The other maidservant was quickly overwhelmed. The two maidservants were thrown out. Hong Yu cast a sidelong glance at Lu Xianfei, saying, The Empress wishes to prepare some food for you. Food? Lu Xianfei retreated, anxiously guarding her chest. What could the Empress possibly provide for me? Just wait and see. Our Empress also mentioned that as a noble consort, everyone must comply with your wishes. As they spoke, several maidservants brought over chickens, ducks, and fish. It appeared they were indeed preparing food for her. The stout matron soon delivered a small table, slamming down a cutting board with a thud. When Lu Xianfei looked closely, she saw it laden with daggers of various sizes. A secret slaughter had begun. What are you doing? Lu Xianfei's face drained of color, trembling in fear. Hong Yu seized a red rooster from the cage, gripping its body tightly, then pressed its head onto the cutting board. With a swift motion, the rooster let out a blood-curdling scream as a torrent of hot blood splattered onto the nearby vase. At this sight, Lu Xianfei's legs gave way, collapsing to the ground. Hong Yu shot a glance at the nearby matron, who approached with a smile, saying, "Noble consort, this is the Empress's intention. Come closer and take a good look." Hong Yu brutally disemboweled the rooster. Its entrails spilled out, a terrifying sight for a noble consort within the inner palace. Lu Xianfei screamed in horror. Hong Yu signaled to the two matron servants, who forced Lu Xianfei to watch. Having slaughtered numerous fowl, the blood on the cutting board resembled molten lava, filling the room with a pungent, acrid stench. Hong Yu did not bother cleaning up, merely wiping her bloodied hands on her clothes. "All right, let us leave. More will be brought in this afternoon." Someone appeared beaming with joy, and upon seeing Hong Yu arrive, "Su-vu-vu-mai sopti." Hong Yu recounted the events in the courtyard, and Ruoruo clicked her tongue in approval, saying, "Rest for a moment and then continue." The more gruesome the scene, the better. Ruoruo kindly sent over chicken soup. "Your Highness, this is black-bone chicken soup prepared for you by the Empress. It is from the chicken I slaughtered this morning, simmered slowly to perfection, rich in flavor and aroma." Hong Yu introduced, retreating timidly. Hong Yu raised an eyebrow in jest. "Your Highness, here you have only pickled vegetables and steam buns. Look at this chicken soup, tender and juicy, a delightful experience. It is also prepared with utmost care. Please enjoy." Because Ruoruo had given the order, Hong Yu limited her teasing. Had it not been for Ruoruo's explicit command, Hong Yu would have boldly restrained Lu Xianfei and served her food without a second thought. Seeing Lu Xianfei so frightened, Hong Yu chuckled coldly. Lu Xianfei, unable to eat or drink, sat petrified in the storeroom, calling for help. Aunt, save me. Help." Her aunt had little interest in meddling in such affairs. As afternoon arrived, Hong Yu had various poultry brought in, including a wuchang fish, said to be Lu Xianfei's favorite. She took her time processing these items. "All right, that is enough for now. I see she is still intact. We cannot do anything to her. After all, she belongs to the Empress Dowager." Ruoruo was astute enough not to act inappropriately. She anticipated that the Empress Dowager would arrive early the next morning, and indeed, the following day, the Empress Dowager came in person, inquiring about her well-being and bringing numerous nourishing herbs and gifts, all of which Ruoruo graciously accepted. "Ruoruo, please be understanding. After all, she is the Xianfei." The remaining words, the astute Empress Dowager has chosen not to utter. Observing her abrupt silence, Ruoruo composedly nodded. Perhaps it was an unintentional slip. Yet the son of the Empress, who embodies the virtue of the realm, is still present. Just as Ruoruo was about to speak, a commotion outside caught their attention. Both women exchanged surprised glances towards the entrance. Moments later, a eunuch, having received a slap, rushed in, announcing, "Your Highness, the Zhongshu Ling has arrived." In his 50s, this man had once achieved great military feats in his youth, later chosen by the late emperor to join the cabinet in governance. Notably, in the original narrative, the Zhongshu Ling is a cousin of the late empress, suggesting a web of intertwined interests. This old fellow, Jiang Guizhi, had been stationed at the frontier since the age of 13, wielding formidable martial prowess and driving out the bandits from Hanggu Pass and Jiong Pass. In his heyday, Lu Zhaonai was celebrated as a great hero among the capital's populace. However, following that grand historical era, Lu Zhaonai transformed, his wolfish ambitions gradually revealing themselves. Whispers had circulated for several years, claiming he harbored intentions to usurp the throne. His inaction over the years was merely due to the formidable presence of Li Jing. He had been exceptionally protective of both Guifei Lu and Xianfei Lu, and upon hearing of tension between Xianfei Lu and the Empress, he stormed into the harem to confront them without hesitation. Ruoruo remained unafraid. Lu Zhaonai burst in, brandishing a horsewhip, pointing at Ruoruo, exclaiming, "The Empress is being excessively oppressive. Are you intending to harm my niece?" "And you are?" Ruoruo inquired, feigning curiosity as she regarded Lu Zhaonai's imposing demeanor. She quickly cast a glance at Hong Yu, who understood the signal and discreetly left for the courtyard. "Who am I? Ha ha, Su-du-duo." You little girl barely out of your childhood. When I was on the battlefield with your father, you were still in swaddling clothes. I am a Zhongshu Ling, Lu Zhaonai. Upon realizing he was the esteemed Zhongshu Ling, Suruo's expression visibly relaxed. What brings you to me? It was a mistake on her part. Discipline her as you see fit, but why detain her? She's also a Guifei. Your actions are akin to slapping her face. The Empress Dowager was nearly done resolving the matter when Lu Zhaonai's unexpected arrival disrupted the proceedings. The two exchanged glances, with the Empress Dowager casting repeated glances at Lu Zhaonai, yet he remained oblivious. With a sigh, Suruo stated, "It was the Emperor who sent for her. Since her arrival, she has been well treated with no grievances. Now you, Sir Lu, have come here in a fit of righteous indignation, which seems rather unwarranted. Moreover," Suruo continued at a measured pace, "the Empress Dowager and I were discussing this matter and were prepared to grant her release." Lu Zhaonai appeared skeptical. Noticing his half-believing expression, the Empress Dowager coughed lightly, urging him to withdraw. Lu Zhaonai's accusations were unfounded. However, from the Empress Dowager's confident demeanor, he discerned that she had the power to shift the situation in her favor, and all he needed to do was wait for favorable news. After all, this was the harem. His robust presence felt out of place. Lu Zhaonai stamped his foot in frustration, preparing to leave. "Your Majesty?" he stammered, abruptly shifting from his earlier arrogance to a flustered bow. Suruo found his transformation amusing, realizing that this brutish man had violated significant decorum. Li Jing did not permit Lu Zhaonai to rise. He approached Suruo directly, ensuring her safety before bowing to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager, feeling embarrassed, could only return the gesture. Li Jing maintained an imposing posture, his sharp gaze fixed upon Lu Zhaonai. "So the Zhongshu Ling has graced us with his presence. A truly rare occurrence. This is the harem, and the Empress is in a delicate state. Your uninvited entrance here blatantly disregards protocol. I am deserving of the gravest punishment," Lu Zhaonai admitted. "It was I who insisted on detaining Xianfei Lu, not anticipating your urgency to confront the matter. Nonetheless, I am indeed prepared to grant her release at this moment." Hearing this, Lu Zhaonai's heart raced with apprehension, unaware that Li Jing would come to Suruo's defense. He felt exceedingly awkward and recognized that he had been overly abrupt. Meanwhile, Hong Yu had taken two matronly figures to the storeroom. Xianfei Lu, exhausted from days of turmoil, was startled by the sound of hurried footsteps outside. Hong Yu gestured for Xianfei Lu to change her attire. "What are you planning to do?" "Xianfei, just dress properly. The Zhongshu Ling and the Empress Dowager have arrived to welcome you. Hurry." Xianfei Lu was uncertain of the truth behind this, as the two robust matrons entered without hesitation. After a while, Xianfei Lu had donned a fresh outfit. Only then did Hong Yu creep closer to Xianfei Lu, whispering, "I have something to convey. I have been exceptionally attentive to you these past few days, providing you with the finest food and care, have I not?" The implication of her words suggested that perhaps she could indeed leave this sordid place. Xianfei Lu grimaced in distaste and replied, "Yes. Do not speak recklessly. I possess the skills to scale walls. If you do not grant me some face, I will ensure that gifts are sent your way frequently." As she spoke, Hong Yu produced a box, insisting that Xianfei Lu take a look. Upon peering inside, Xianfei Lu was horrified to find a box filled with bloodied, skinned quails, causing her to retch uncontrollably. Hong Yu smiled quietly, declaring, "Well then, let us properly escort Xianfei Lu outside." Shortly thereafter, Xianfei Lu stepped into the chamber, her eyes brimming with tears as she beheld the long-missed Empress Dowager. Upon seeing the Zhongshu Ling, she rushed to embrace him. Years ago, when Xianfei Lu lost both parents, she became an orphan. Guifei Lu and Lu Zhaonai took it upon themselves to care for her, and over time, she came to regard them as her only family. "Auntie, uncle," Lu Zhaonai had come with intentions of righteous indignation. Yet upon seeing Xianfei Lu's flushed cheeks and her new attire, he found himself at a loss for words. "The matter is in your hands. Please take her away." Xianfei Lu sobbed softly, kneeling closer to Li Jing. His narrowed eyes held a dangerous glint, prompting Xianfei Lu to retreat. The Empress Dowager felt an acute sense of embarrassment and stated, "Enough, quickly apologize to the Empress and leave with your aunt." Xianfei Lu hesitated. Glancing at Suruo, who smiled warmly in return. There is no need for apologies. It was merely an unintentional mistake. I would not wish to hold grudges for such trivial matters. This incident shall be forgotten. The three then exited. Just as they stepped out, Li Jing clapped his hands. A splendid maneuver, turning the tables. It is merely Xianfei, Lu's own folly. Had she not schemed against my Qingyu, would I have retaliated? This is a classic case of using one's own tactics against them. Ruoruo's lips curled into a cold smile. At that moment, however, Hong Yu exclaimed, having picked up a peculiar object from the ground. The object in question was crafted from purple copper, resembling a ritual offering used in religious ceremonies, and also appeared akin to a peculiar key. As she reached out to touch it, she noticed its uneven surface, which struck her as odd. "Dear Empress, what is this? Allow me to take a closer look," Ruoruo expressed her curiosity. Shortly thereafter, Hong Yu delivered the object to her. Ruoruo weighed it in her hands, appreciating its substantial heft. "This is the Sanyu Gong Shou," a eunuch nearby murmured, having never encountered such a bizarre totem. Ruoruo leaned in for a closer inspection and discovered that one side of the handle was shaped like a compass, with the inner disc intricately engraved with the Sanyu Gong Shou design. At that moment, a familiar scent wafted through the air. She gasped, sitting upright. "Your Majesty, this is the fragrance of the divine fire, flying crow." Li Jing began to ponder deeply, while Ruoruo continued her examination of the object, whereas Hong Yu remained oblivious to its significance. Just then, Lu Zhao, the Minister of the Interior, who had already exited the Weiyang Palace and reached the Moon Gate, suddenly froze as if struck by lightning. Oh no, he exclaimed in distress. "What is it?" Lu Taiho shot him a sidelong glance. Beads of sweat streamed down Lu Zhao's face as he urged, "You all go ahead. I have misplaced something of great importance." In his anxiety, he lowered his head, searching inch by inch. Lu Xianfei, now having slipped away like a golden cicada shedding its shell, was eager to depart, disregarding Lu Zhao's turmoil. As for Lu Taiho, she was exceedingly irate, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, and stood her ground. "What can I say about you? You always manage to perform the most unimaginable acts. With your aunt growing frail, how will I protect you in the future?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xianfei lowered her head in sorrow. Lu Zhao searched tirelessly, yet ultimately found nothing. Ruoruo took the Sanyu Gong Shou and began to research related materials. By afternoon, the two arrived at the Shangsha Feng, where they were accompanied by Su Shipa. Renowned throughout the land, this scholar was not particularly noted for his political prowess. Yet his poetic talents were unparalleled in the imperial capital, rendering him a figure of great admiration. Su Shipa, with his refined features, was indeed a promising young talent. Having only met him once, Ruoruo already regarded him as a confidant. "Do not rush. I shall assist you," he said, opening a tome and diligently flipping through its pages. Ruoruo observed him intently, her thoughts wandering. Truly, he was a man of extraordinary beauty beyond compare. Li Jing, upon hearing this, coughed in disdain. Ruoruo hurriedly offered him hot tea, but accidentally spilled it all over Li Jing. With a mix of irritation and amusement, Li Jing bluntly asked, "Has Axie married?" "I wed 3 years ago," Su Shipa replied, his face aglow with a sweet smile. "My first wife is Wang Ruanji, and the second is..." Upon hearing this, Ruoruo felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. "Ah, it seems fortune does not favor me," she thought, just as Li Jing shot her a knowing glance. After a short while, Su Shipa handed over an open book, revealing a rubbing that closely resembled the object in her possession. The three of them were left in a state of confusion. "I shall continue to investigate," he said, thoroughly versed in these classics. After a brief search, he presented another similar item, yet even after half a morning, they remained perplexed. "Your Majesty," observed the annotations. "This is the totem of the Xixia tribe." "What is the Xixia tribe?" Ruoruo wondered, for the original text made no mention of it. Li Jing's eyes darkened with complexity. However, their population is quite sparse. Approximately 7 years ago, the military undertook a campaign against the last of the Lang clan, and that group of scattered soldiers vanished without a trace. General Long searched in vain, and the matter was left unresolved. They may have resurfaced now. I find it curious what this could signify. In truth, neither Ruoruo nor Li Jing comprehended the full implications. However, Su Shipa's explanation brought them a moment of clarity. So that is it, he continued, but I do not claim to have all the answers. This is merely speculation. We must seek further verification. I am curious. For where did you acquire this? Axie, focus on your duties. I have never inquired about your relationship with the silver-haired Ji from Zue Chunlu, Li Jing retorted, causing Su Shipa to fall silent. He resumed his search for information, though progress was slow. Su Ruoruo racked her brain, unable to discern the purpose of the totem. Suddenly, she recalled the imprisoned criminal. The two made their way to the jail, where the prisoner lay on the brink of death. The air was thick with an overpowering stench, a noxious blend of excrement, sewage, and decaying food that repelled all who entered. Su Ruoruo pinched her nose in disgust, while Li Jing followed closely behind. Su Shipa, alongside his wives, appeared harmonious and enviable to others. Su Ruoruo was unsure of Li Jing's intent. Was she being subtly reminded that Su Shipa was already taken? Or was it an indication of his broad-mindedness? In a society where monogamy reigned supreme, Su Ruoruo could only accept such norms. With so many wives and concubines, how could one maintain equality? Their love was steadfast, resolute as stone. Su Ruoruo chuckled, realizing the inappropriateness of the topic within the dim, shadowy corridor. Continuing their forward march, they soon encountered the prisoner. Su Ruoruo gestured towards him, and the jailer swung open the cell door. The man, thoroughly tormented, posed no threat to anyone. The emperor and empress have come bearing gifts. Rise, the jailer commanded, kicking the man. He turned to face the jailer, his eyes landing on Su Ruoruo and Li Jing. Su Ruoruo smiled sweetly, prompting her inquiries. The jailer dealt the prisoner a sharp slap, rendering him compliant. Your Majesty, in the West Palace, please ask away. This fellow only listens after being taught a lesson. Su Ruoruo smiled gently, merely stroking the generator. At that moment, a plump rat scurried by, which the jailer swiftly snatched and tossed into the generator. The rat barely had time to squeal before it writhed on the ground and met its demise. The prisoner gaped in astonishment. Su Ruoruo presented the totem. Have you seen this before? The Sanyugong show? Ha ha ha, they have come. You shall all be reduced to ashes. The imperial capital is doomed. Hearing this, Li Jing's fury ignited, and he seized the man, leveling his gaze. Where have you hidden the items? What items? Ha ha, what do you mean? The prisoner retorted defiantly. Li Jing, exasperated, released him with force. Let's speak plainly. Even without you, we can uncover the secrets. Do you believe we cannot find clues upon leaving your presence? You have a chance to redeem yourself. It would be best to speak the truth. Ha ha, the demon dragon reigns in the heavens. The demon dragon reigns in the heavens. The man declared, then shockingly bit his tongue, ending his own life. Faced with his obstinacy, Su Ruoruo rose. Let's find a place to bury him. They exited the cell, pondering the implications of the demon dragon reigns in the heavens. Was it a code? A secret? A mantra? Or perhaps a signal? Until they could ascertain the truth, all they had were conjectures. It appears we shall have to venture outside the palace, Su Ruoruo suggested. In truth, Li Jing shared the same sentiment. Great minds think alike. After the morning court session on the following day, the two exited the palace. Throughout the journey, Su Ruoruo was engrossed in designing something, a wooden wristwatch, with the strap crafted from first-layer cowhide. As for the watch face, she had previously commissioned it from the Ministry of Works, meticulously drawing the blueprints based on the principles of modern mechanical timepieces. The skilled artisans at the ministry grasped the concept with remarkable ease upon a mere glance. At present, Su Ruoruo placed the polished crystal atop the watch face and leaned in to show Li Jing. What? A wristwatch? Your era is truly lacking. One must rely on roosters to know when dawn breaks. I made one for each of us. Li Jing regarded the peculiar contraption with a sense of trepidation, its unusual shape and apparent lack of practicality causing him to shy away. However, Su Ruoruo was undeterred. She offered the watch to him, but Li Jing coldly rejected it, stating, I have no need for this. Su Ruoruo, noticing the shattered watch cover, felt a pang of sorrow as she picked it up. You may not need it, but you cannot discard it. Observing her vexation, Li Jing remained indifferent. He had never been one to comfort a girl. As their carriage approached a nearby intersection, Su Ruoruo, feeling dejected, declared, Stop by that workshop. I shall return shortly. Her voice was sharp, clearly exuding frustration. Li Jing, seeing her in such a state, could only acquiesce to her wishes. Upon entering the workshop, Ruoruo explained her intentions, but the shopkeeper scrutinized her wristwatch with exaggerated seriousness. Not only did he lack the capability to repair it, but he had never seen anything like it before. Ruoruo clarified, "You only need to cut a piece of crystal the same size as my watch face, then polish and set it. It's quite simple." The shopkeeper replied, "My dear girl, knowing is easy, but doing is another matter. Our craftsmen are unlikely to manage this task." Ruoruo sighed, conceding defeat. Just then, a burly laborer entered, carrying a large sack without uttering a word, heading toward the back of the workshop. Ruoruo found it peculiar that such a robust individual was present in this establishment. As she pondered, another person approached, his muscular shoulders indicating immense strength. He too carried a sack to the back, and Ruoruo distinctly caught a whiff of strong, gunpowder-like scent. "What you all doing?" she inquired curiously of the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, stroking his unkempt eyebrows, glared at her with his sharp, triangular eyes. "What you prying into? We've already stated that we cannot repair your item." Ruoruo glanced around the counter, noticing the dust and dirt accumulating on it. Various signs indicated this might not be a repair shop, but rather a place that misrepresents itself, as no repair shop would be in such a state. She felt it prudent to leave. Just as she was about to exit, several individuals surrounded her. Suddenly, she felt a cloth pressed against her nose. And despite her desperate struggles and cries, they were in vain. Darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness. "Your Majesty, the Empress has gone south alone," a voice reported. "South?" Li Jing Rubia, Surprija. Ruoruo had stormed off in anger, but upon reflection, he doubted it was out of character for her. "Let's search the area." The streets to the south were orderly and devoid of people during the midday hour. The carriage sped along, revealing everything in plain view. Soon, they had circled back. Both a loss. Meanwhile, Ruoruo had regained consciousness, feeling utterly drained, her body languid. A pungent scent akin to mustard filled her nostrils, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. As she focused her gaze, she was horrified to discover she had been bound and cast upon a wooden bed, the dim light suggesting it was night. She could hear a rhythmic thumping, reminiscent of wooden soles striking the ground, but there was nothing else. The stench of decay reached her nose as she turned her head, spotting a severely decomposed corpse suspended nearby, the source of the foul odor. Overcome with nausea, she was soon engulfed by a wave of fear and claustrophobic despair. Suddenly, a series of steady footsteps approached, and she realized it was the shopkeeper with the triangular eyes and unkempt eyebrows, his expression menacing as he loomed before her. In his hand, he held a candlestick, and in the pale yellow glow, Ruoruo recognized the familiar pattern: 3 fish sharing a single head. "You naive girl, who sent you?" His earlier curiosity had now turned to suspicion. "What do you mean?" Ruoruo furrowed her brows. "I came to repair my wristwatch. Please let me go." "Those who come here do not leave." He sighed heavily, pointing to the hanging corpse. "Your fate is no different from hers." "No, please." Ruoruo pleaded in terror. "I will give you whatever you want. Just tell me how much silver you require." "Silver?" He scoffed. "I'm well past 50 without a child. Who do you think I would spend silver on?" "Then what do you desire?" Ruoruo asked, despair etched on her face. The shopkeeper's eyes gleamed with lascivious intent as he inched closer. "Do you not know what I want?" Ruoruo squirmed, feeling trapped and disadvantaged. But in a moment of desperation, she boldly declared, "I can offer you this, but please release me. I'm a natural seductress in matters of intimacy." Regretting her lack of skill, she lamented that had she spent more time learning from Hongyu, she might not be in this predicament. "My lord, your forceful advances will not bring pleasure. Is it not better when both parties are willing?" As she spoke, a playful smile danced across her lips. "Rest assured, as long as you do not harm me, I will ensure your satisfaction." The shopkeeper had never encountered a girl like Ruoruo, her cunning eyes sparkling with mischief, and under the weight of her gaze, he realized he was ensnared. "Very well, I shall untie you." After all, this was his domain, and Ruoruo had nowhere to escape. As the ropes fell away, Ruoruo feigned laughter. "My lord, why are you not coming closer?" "What illness?" "Nothing, my lord. Just moments ago, the lascivious man had been eager to consume her. Yet now, Ruoruo took the initiative, teasing, "Do not worry. This minor ailment is unlikely to affect you. Let us begin. Get away from me," he shouted, pushing her aside, but Ruoruo persisted, countering, "Do you truly find me distasteful?" In the midst of their banter, she deftly opened a colorful enamel box from her sleeve, revealing a medicinal ointment for wounds. It contained various extracts, promoting rapid healing for injuries, while causing rashes if applied to healthy skin. Quickly, she applied it evenly to her neck. The shopkeeper, growing agitated, turned to leave. "My lord, my dear, I am lonely and cold. I seek your warmth." As he walked away, he muttered curses, declaring he had never encountered someone so shameless. Shameless? Ruoruo thought, equally astonished by his audacity. Trapped in this room, she found herself unable to move. After a while, a maid entered with an expression reminiscent of a wicked stepmother. She unceremoniously delivered the contents of the food box, which consisted of rice porridge and some pickled vegetables, accompanied by 2 steamed buns. Ruoruo crossed her arms and pouted in protest. At this moment, she began to establish her persona, aiming to convey that she was a shallow individual with little intellect. In nature, many insects are masters of disguise, and numerous plants that appear weak actually harbor lethal toxins. Their survival relies solely on their ability to perform. Ruoruo was now fully prepared. "Why are you staring at me, you little minx? Be careful, or I shall gouge your eyes out." The maid, annoyed, set down the food and departed, leaving Ruoruo staring after her. Once the maid was out of sight, she racked her brain, pondering whether the original story mentioned the 3 fish with 1 head. It seemed that the tale did not involve divine fire or flying crows, as the empress had dealt with these evils, resulting in their absence from the records. Or perhaps these matters had been brewing without any leaks. After the girl left, Ruoruo settled beside the food. Most girls would have wept in such a predicament. But not Ruoruo. She understood from a young age that tears were futile, making one appear weaker. The best course of action was to consume the food, provided it was not poisoned. After eating, she prepared to find a way out. She discovered that this was an underground chamber, with walls made of granite. This granite was incredibly hard. Even striking it with a pickaxe would be fruitless. In the corner, she found some tools, though they were severely worn. Selecting one to use as a weapon, she realized how heavy it was. Given her petite frame, not only would wielding it be difficult, but merely lifting it was a challenge. She then noticed a porcelain bowl and, without hesitation, smashed one. Selecting 2 particularly sharp shards, she wrapped them in cloth while leaving some exposed. Her remarkable memory suddenly recalled some techniques previously imparted by Hong Yu. Martial arts require diligent practice to advance incrementally. She hardly had that luxury now, and could only sharpen her skills on the battlefield. "My lady, as a novice, you may lack the ability to kill, but you can launch a surprise attack." "How do I surprise them?" "I need a foolproof method," she retorted. Hong Yu nodded, instructing her to find a powdery substance, remain still, and when in close proximity, throw it into the assailant's eyes, preferably dirt or sand. Those spices would be ideal. When they react, you must flee, but don't run too far. "Why not?" Ruoruo felt like a fool being duped by a con artist. Hong Yu smiled. "Because most people assume that someone without martial skills would flee from a skilled fighter, which is a psychological tactic. My lady, find a most exposed place nearby. They will never suspect you haven't left." Understanding dawned on Ruoruo. She was uncertain of the time and could not calculate it. The watch's casing was severely damaged, so she picked up a shard of porcelain and began to piece it together. To her surprise, the watch still recorded the time. It was already 2:30 in the afternoon. But why had Li Jing not arrived to rescue her? "Li Jing, you scoundrel!" she cursed, deciding to take matters into her own hands. "Is anyone out there?" she called, pushing against the heavy door, which was impossibly weighty and unyielding. Peering through the crack, she saw no guard stationed outside. At this moment, Ruoruo was at a loss. She could neither force the door open with her tools nor sit idly by. Frustration boiled within her. As the clock approached 5 o'clock, she sensed her opportunity. Clutching her makeshift weapon, she feigned unconsciousness on the floor. Moments later, the girl delivering lunch returned. Upon seeing Ruoruo lying still, she did not rush, leisurely exiting. Seizing the moment, Ruoruo prepared to escape, but a man entered from outside, holding a soft rope in his hand. Ruoruo's eyes had adjusted to the darkness, allowing her to clearly see the rope. She froze as a wave of recognition washed over her. Before she could react, the rotund man had ensnared the rope around her throat. It dawned on her that he was there to silence her. Meanwhile, Li Jing and the eunuch Lin Quan had searched the vicinity extensively, but still could not locate Ruoruo. Do you think she left out of spite? Elena Quan Pundaret, stroking his sparse beard. It's highly unlikely. The lady is a person of reason, a heroine among women. She wouldn't do such a thing. Li Jing noted Ruoruo's newfound assertiveness. She often quarreled with him and displayed a wealth of imaginative ideas, which he found quite appealing. Your Majesty, Lin Quan stammered. I noticed something peculiar when I arrived at the pawn shop. I believe I saw the emblem of 3 fish with 1 head. Why did you not mention this sooner? I am old and slow-witted. It only occurred to me now. The design was rather abstract and located at the entrance, so I failed to see it clearly. Li Jing nodded, understanding. They soon arrived at the pawn shop, where the emblem had been partially erased but was still somewhat visible, as a maid scrubbed at it with a cloth. Lin Quan had previously shown his face, so now they simply needed to wait in the carriage. Understood. Your Majesty, you may proceed with confidence. Li Jing entered the inn, his attire befitting that of a wealthy scion, often observing the idle rich. What can I do for you, esteemed guest? The shopkeeper inquired, eyeing the tall, graceful figure. Last month, I incurred heavy losses at gambling and stole a jade ruby from my home. If the price is right, I am willing to part with it. With that, Li Jing produced a jade ruby that had been resting in the carriage, a plaything for idle moments. The shopkeeper cautiously accepted the item, squinting with a smile. This is Lan Tian jade, as the saying goes. Lan Tian sun warms jade and smoke rises. This is quite valuable. Do you have anything else? While speaking, the shopkeeper's eyes darted greedily to the back. Li Jing explained, Rest assured, my father has not accompanied me. I came secretly. In truth, my family resides far from the capital, and I traveled here solely to ensure he cannot find me. Do you have anything else? Li Jing smirked inwardly. The jade was not Lan Tian jade, but rather He Tian jade. If the shopkeeper truly dealt with precious metals and gems daily, how could he not distinguish between Lan Tian jade and He Tian jade? Yet, Li Jing chose not to expose this ignorance. Seeing the shopkeeper drooling in anticipation, Li Jing indicated his sleeve, producing a jade pendant. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in astonishment. Ah, this is a fine piece. There are more, Li Jing replied with a smile, his sleeve resembling a treasure trove as he revealed numerous trinkets, prompting the shopkeeper to enthusiastically invite him inside. As twilight descends, Li Jing remains vigilant, fully aware that he might be in the presence of those who would seek both wealth and life. Upon entering the establishment, the innkeeper lets out a contemptuous snort, remarking that while Li Jing may arrive with a fortune, he should not presume he can leave unscathed. Allow me to be frank, the innkeeper adds. My establishment does not engage in pawn shop dealings. Li Jing, trembling with shock, stammers, Are you truly planning to rob and kill me? The innkeeper bursts into laughter. Despite his commendable martial prowess, Li Jing swiftly dispatches the man before him with a few well-placed strikes. However, he soon finds himself encircled by a group of adversaries. In the darkness of the night, with the wind howling, Li Jing leaps and seizes a torch from the wall, hurling it onto a nearby, thatched roof, igniting it instantly. As chaos ensues with others rushing to extinguish the flames, Li Jing coldly smirks and escapes the scene. He surveys his surroundings, uncertain of Ruoruo's presence. Suddenly, he spots a burlap sack on the ground, adorned with a faint totem of 3 fish sharing a single head. Intrigued, Li Jing crouches down to examine it. Is this a navigational marker, or perhaps a symbol of some clandestine organization? The truth remains elusive. At that moment, he notices something glimmering in the corner, illuminated by the moonlight. Upon closer inspection, he realizes it is shattered shards of glass, reflecting the moon's glow brilliantly. Picking one up, he discovers it resembles the material of Ruoruo's wristwatch. Casting his gaze around, he finds the study suspiciously devoid of inhabitants. Questioning why candles are lit in an empty room, stepping inside cautiously, he observes the disarray. Tables and chairs strewn haphazardly, along with discarded curtains, fabrics, and withered potted plants. Just then, he spots distinct fingerprints on a shelf. As he carefully shifts it, a deep, shadowy passage reveals itself. At that moment, two men emerge from the tunnel, gazing blankly upwards. Li Jing immediately senses the gravity of the situation. With a swift leap, he descends into the fray, and the men, caught off guard, feel a searing pain in their throats as blood, as vivid as crimson silk, erupts forth. They collapse lifelessly. The commotion outside captures the attention of the man tormenting Ruoruo, who discards the rope and leaves the matter to a coldly smiling maid. "You handle this," he instructs. Ruoruo feels the constriction of the rope tightening around her throat, and despite her desperate struggles, the pain intensifies. In a moment of darkness, everything fades from her sight. The woman laughs maliciously, taunting Ruoruo. Just then, a man is propelled into the granite wall with a resounding thud, rendering him unconscious. As the woman prepares to scream, Li Jing approaches her, seizing her throat. Despite her feeble attempts at self-defense, she is powerless against him. At that moment, Ruoruo manages to free herself from the ropes. Gasping for air, seeing the woman in Li Jing's grip on the brink of death, Ruoruo pleads, "Please, spare her for my sake." Reluctantly, Li Vink relaces her. The woman, gasping for breath, crawls closer to Ruoruo, begging for mercy, admitting her folly. Ruoruo rises, and Li Jing tosses her a knife, calmly asserting that the woman deserves no compassion. With a swift motion, Ruoruo brings the blade down, a chilling cry echoing as blood spills forth, soaking the walls. Ruoruo feels a wave of nausea wash over her as she gazes into the lifeless eyes of the woman, filled with dread and revulsion. Sensing Ruoruo's distress, Li Jing swiftly moves to her side. In the next instant, she finds herself enveloped in his warm embrace, his gaze tender and reassuring. There is always a first time for everything. "A good beginning is half the success," he murmurs. "I thought you wouldn't come," she replies. "Of course I would." He reassures her with a calm smile. Ruoruo clings to him, feeling as if she has survived a shipwreck, adrift on an endless sea. As she searches for stability, she finds Li Jing's hand extended in assistance. "How solid you are," she muses inwardly. "What do you mean by solid?" she wonders, swallowing hard as she feels the strength of his chest against her. "Ah, I see," she realizes with a soft laugh. Li Jing then states earnestly, "We should not linger here. Let us mark our path for future investigation." Ruoruo acknowledges the urgency of their situation, and they move swiftly, clad in dark garments. As they part ways, a massive fishing net glimmers ominously, beckoning them forward. Li Jing positions himself protectively in front of Ruoruo, preparing for confrontation. "Not yet. We are not at our wits' end," she insists, tugging him back into the shadows of a secluded corridor beneath the pawn shop. There a secret garden unfolds, adorned with vibrant crystals that shimmer enchantingly in the darkness. As their pursuers draw near, they sprint forward, unaware of their destination. Ruoruo notices a sculpture of the three fish at a height of over 2 meters. Lowering herself, she touches the stone beneath it and feels a sudden draft. Understanding dawns upon her. "Your Highness, let me stand on your shoulders. This is a mechanism. Let us see if we can enter." Li Jing lifts Ruoruo effortlessly, and as she perches on his shoulders, she discovers a small opening at the fish's tail. Turning her finger clockwise, a grinding noise echoes as the stone shifts, revealing a passage. With the grace of a feather, Ruoruo leaps and rolls to Li Jing's side. He grasps her hand firmly, their movements synchronized as they slip into another realm, just as their pursuers arrive. They watch as the stone sealing their escape descends, and Ruoruo, still anxious, wonders if the mechanism could be opened from the outside. It appears to be a device. Should we try the same method? Li Jing hoists her up once more. Ruoruo locates the mechanism and turns it counterclockwise, but the stone remains unmoved. Exhausted, they sit side by side, their teamwork seamless and fluid. Breathless, Ruoruo humorously speculates about the presence of martial arts masters in this hidden realm, perhaps capable of imparting divine skills. Divine skills? Li Jing glances at her incredulously, as if questioning her sanity. Realizing her jest may be ill-timed, she shakes her head. After a brief respite, Ruoruo stands, and Li Jing follows suit. The surroundings are shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. However, as the pupils adjust to the gloom, faint outlines of objects begin to emerge. Scattered about are several dilapidated carts and flatbeds. Ruoruo reaches out to touch the black powder resting upon them, deducing that it is the residue of gunpowder. Your Majesty, truly, diligence begets reward. They have discovered it here. She examines numerous flatbeds, each revealing the same black powder, and at that moment, Ruoruo comprehends fully. I knew it. Those items were hoarded here. Li Jing also takes notice, recognizing not only the abundance of discarded flatbeds, but also various other items, such as tongue, oil paper. Straining to see through the darkness, he suddenly produces a fire stick and blows upon it. It is not that Li Jing is foolish. Rather, he has never witnessed the power of gunpowder, leaving him unaware of the peril. Your Majesty, no, please. Yet, the fire stick has already sparked into life, and, sensing the danger, Ruoruo hastily attempts to seize it. In a twist of fate, the fire stick flies into the air, striking the wall with a resounding crack, igniting a brilliant flare of light. Realizing the imminent danger, Li Jing rushes to reclaim it, but despite his exceptional martial prowess, the surrounding darkness hinders his efforts. At that moment, the fire stick tumbles into a nearby trough, extinguishing itself. Heavens, is your Majesty intent on our mutual destruction? I had forgotten. Forgive me, Li Jing replies, looking genuinely remorseful, a rare sight for one who seldom errs. Ruoruo, taking a breath, points out, look here, they illuminate the area with crystal stones. These crystals, sourced from Jiong Pass, are a rare mineral abundant in ancient times. Ruoruo had previously studied one, but remained unsure how these crystals store and emit light. It is said that in Jiong Pass, crystals can be found in abundance, and even though transporting them to the imperial capital diminishes their value, they remain significant nonetheless. As they proceed along the path, they encounter numerous branches. Li Jing observes the ground, noting the imprints of cart wheels, and upon closer inspection, discovers fragments of charcoal. Suddenly, the realization dawns upon him. Hand in hand, they tread forward, and Ruoruo's thoughts wander. If only this Prince Charming were not the Emperor. He is youthful, affluent, wise, and possesses an admirable demeanor, truly a match of golden and jade. Living, Ovadidink Hadmusings, wonders if Ruoruo has genuinely developed feelings for him, but chooses not to confront her. The path below is labyrinthine, allowing them to roam freely. They meander into dead ends and missteps, and after a considerable time, Ruoruo, exhausted, admits, we have yet to find the hoarded Shenhuafia. It is of no concern. It must be here, Ruoruo asserts confidently. She ponders, these routes must bear unique markings. How else could the workers navigate? After a prolonged search yielding no clues, Ruoruo suddenly spots an unusual cave. She contemplates venturing out, but hesitates. Then, Li Jing observes Ruoruo kneeling, loosening her hair and grasping the strands as if testing something. There is wind, Your Majesty. We feel a draft, she exclaims. What does that signify? Where there is wind, there is an exit. At the very least, it suggests the passage below is unimpeded. We should mark this and venture ahead, shall we? Li Jing nods in agreement. They continue onward, emerging into a damp area devoid of any cart tracks, the stench overwhelming. Ruoruo realizes they are in an underground sewer. What lies at the end? Your Majesty? Do you know? I am unaware of this, he replies. Ruoruo paces, theorizing that the exit leads to farmland, an act of waste repurposing. Or perhaps a river or lake. Isn't that so? Li Jing remains unconvinced. At that moment, Ruoruo perceives a sound in the air, akin to waves crashing, and her anxiety heightens. Let us depart. This place feels peculiar. Li Jing firmly grasps her hand. They float downstream, where Li Jing clutches a nearby rivet to stabilize himself. As they proceed, the foul odor dissipates, leaving Ruoruo feeling chilled and exhausted after several hours of hardship. In her weary state, she embraces Li Jing tightly. If only I had not suggested entering. It is my fault. Had it not been for you, I would remain oblivious to the hoarding of Shenhuafia here, and the imperial capital would be on the brink of collapse, while my ministers remain willfully ignorant. Ruoruo, I owe you my gratitude. But how shall we escape? There is no rush. Li Jing gently pats her back, alleviating her guilt. Time drifts by until the tide retreats, and Li Jing's left hand loses strength, causing them to collapse. Thankfully, the water is not excessively filthy. Iapulujiza, Ruoruo fails a shamat witnessing Li Jing's split. Here it comes. Li Jing, however, appears indifferent. They grasp the concept and work together to push the heavy door, which swings open with ease. They re-enter and navigate cautiously. Suddenly, footsteps echo from the opposite end of the corridor, prompting them to hide. Two figures approach, engaged in conversation. One is stout while the other is slender, creating a striking contrast. The thin one speaks, Fat Yuanbao. Do you think they have fled? There is not a trace to be found. Who might they be? You ask me? I shall ask whom. The one called Fat Yuanbao stutters, while the slender one exhibits patience, declaring, never disclose the secret. We must first investigate. They advance further. Ruoruo senses an opportunity and gently squeezes Li Jing's hand, signaling that pursuing them may yield fruitful results. Li Jing leads Ruoruo forward, their pace deliberate. After a prolonged inspection, the duo appears satisfied and prepares to depart. Nothing is amiss. The dog emperor likely remains unaware. Above us lies the city center. Does the emperor know? What do you mean? Historically, the powerful have looked down upon the weak. Once the surface is reduced to ashes, the emperor will comprehend. Haha. The cruel laughter of the man pierces the air like a knife, eliciting a sigh from Ruoruo. They continue forward, soon approaching neatly stacked objects. Ruoruo cautiously lifts the tongue oil paper, revealing dark bamboo tubes beneath. She extracts one and inhales deeply, gaining insight. Your Majesty, this is Xinhua Fia. Elder brother, why do I detect an unpleasant odor? It smells like feces. Fat Yuanbao sneezes violently, rubbing his nose. The slender one glances around, inching closer to a particular spot. As Ruoruo and Li Jing conceal themselves within, she silently prays, Yuan Shi Tianzun, Ba, please do not come near. Yet, what one fears often materializes. The two figures swiftly approach, and Ruoruo curls beneath the tongue oil paper, instinctively grasping a bamboo tube. Just as Fat Yuanbao leans in to sniff, he opens his mouth to call for help, inadvertently exposing Li Jing. In a flash, Li Jing leaps forward, covering Fat Yuanbao's mouth with great swiftness. The corpulent Yuanbao was a man of immense strength, thrashing on the ground with great force. Li Jing, unarmed, could only attempt to squeeze the fellow's throat. Yet the stoutness of Yuanbao's neck rendered his efforts futile. At that moment, Yuanbao's peculiar voice captured the attention of the adversary, prompting Zhu Goner to hastily approach. With a loud crash, his back collided against the wall. Anger surged within Li Jing, igniting a fierce determination. He scooped up a handful of dust and hurled it toward Yuanbao, who was caught off guard. Seizing a weapon from the ground, Li Jing swiftly subdued the man with a few decisive moves. From a distance, Ruoruo observed this unfolding drama. Li Jing quickly made his way to her side, assisting Ruoruo to her feet. How do you feel? He inquired. It hurts, was her immediate response. Li Jing then hoisted Ruoruo into his arms, and they hesitated to venture further. Ruoruo, having just engaged in contemplation, suddenly realized that during morning and evening commutes, wastewater would be discharged, allowing them to shut the stone door. Closing it would sever the dampness from the outside. They had to escape from this place. Indeed, we should not linger here. It felt as though some mysterious force was urging them onward. Would tossing a coin determine their fate? Ruoruo could hardly fathom that even in this precarious predicament, Li Jing would leave everything to the whims of fate. At that moment, an intense pain gripped her abdomen, and she felt like a burden to Li Jing. He nodded and tossed the coin. It glimmered in the air, and their gazes followed the white halo as it descended. Just as they believed fate would offer them a choice, they were left dumbfounded. The coin had landed in the dust. Then I will follow your lead, Ruoruo said, her voice sweet yet resigned. What else could you do now? Li Jing pondered for a moment before retrieving the coin. It seems we have become SC Char Dinger's cat. What should we do? Is descending truly safe? Although Ruoruo had decided to entrust everything to Li Jing, an instinctual worry lingered. Holding Ruoruo, Li Jing hurried, fearing the wastewater might descend again, and thus he moved with great urgency. Ruoruo noticed that his clothing was damp. Under such confined circumstances, One would expect them to be as skittish as startled birds, yet she felt no fear at all. A faint smile graced her lips. In the distance, chaos reigned. Gathering crystals, Ruoruo tore a strip from her sleeve to tie a knot, then cast the luminous crystal inside. She extended her hand, and a soft, milky yellow glow illuminated the path before Li Jing. The air grew more humid, yet there was only one path ahead, and neither knew how long they had traveled. The wind intensified, as if they had entered the eye of a storm. This was a promising sign, indicating that they were not near rivers or seas, but perhaps a vast plain. Ruoruo regained her confidence and insisted on walking on her own. I feel much better. I can walk by myself. She struggled momentarily. Victory is in sight, isn't it? Li Jing, indeed exhausted, needed to conserve some energy for unforeseen circumstances. So he gently set Ruoruo down. She stretched her limbs, expressing her vitality. They walked almost shoulder to shoulder, but as they reached the end, Ruoruo was stunned to discover there was no exit. Or rather, the exit was barred by iron grates. Although the grates were old and dilapidated, wrought iron was inherently sturdier than ordinary cast iron. Ruoruo gasped in surprise as Li Jing began to strike the gate with his body and pry at it with a wooden stick, but to no avail. The iron door remained steadfast. Li Jing pressed on, noticing the wrought iron had softened slightly. You should go. Find someone to rescue me. It was uncertain whether Ruoruo could find help beyond this gate, and she gazed outside, where an unprecedented allure beckoned her. Yet, how could she abandon Li Jing? I will not leave. It was not a matter of affection, but a sense of obligation. They had supported and assisted one another throughout their journey, and she was unwilling to depart first. Go. Only if you leave do I have hope. If you find a few people and work together, we can surely open it. Li Jing shook the iron barrier forcefully, but remained unyielding, merely vibrating slightly. Ruoruo understood that remaining together would lead to mutual demise. Heaven does not forsake those in need. After all, fate had granted her a choice, and she could not resign herself to inaction. Nodding, she said, "Wait for me. I will return." Then she turned and departed. Watching Ruoruo's figure disappear into the tunnel, Li Jing finally felt a sense of relief. Regardless of the outcome, this was a glimmer of hope. He refrained from further action, having expended considerable energy in his previous efforts, and his hands were now sore. Ruoruo hurried forward. The ground slicked beneath her feet. She lost count of how many times she stumbled. Yet each time she fell, she rose again, resolutely pressing onward. She would not abandon nor give up. Continuing downwards, they encountered a steeper decline. The path was smooth, and Ruoruo spotted a light, heading towards its source. Convinced it was the exit, she ran, unaware of how much time had passed, until the cavern opened before her. Squinting, she realized she had arrived in a farmland. The twilight sun dimming overhead, and a breeze swept through. Cold. Ruoruo shivered. As she walked along the fields, she suddenly heard someone weeping in the distance. "Oh, my dear father, you died so tragically." Indeed, the lamentations of the past echoed with a haunting familiarity. Ruoruo traversed the fields toward the gathering of mourners, contemplating how she might convince them to assist Li Jing. However, she could not devise a reasonable and compelling reason that would entice them to help. The crowd soon noticed Ruoruo. She observed that they were clad in mourning attire, the burial ceremony nearing its conclusion. "Are you here too?" "Yes, my cousin." "You died so tragically," Ruoruo replied, her expression one of distress. The mourners, witnessing her profound sorrow, were moved to tears without questioning the circumstances. Farmers were typically straightforward. Who would know of Ruoruo's unexpected intrusion? Soon, an elderly woman approached, scrutinizing the weeping Ruoruo. "Who are you?" "I am Ruoruo," she choked out. The elderly woman suddenly appeared enlightened. "Ah, you resemble the seventh girl from Urshan Bridge. I remember when you were a child. You had such a thick tongue, still stuttering at 7 or 8 years old. It's me indeed." The connection had been forged, albeit not without its challenges. Ruoruo glanced at the elderly woman, who then produced her own crystal. The crowd gasped, "What is this?" "This is a night glow stone I found on the back mountain. There are many more where that came from." A night glow stone? Ruoruo had assumed crystals were common knowledge, but it seemed they were only circulated in the imperial capital, as evidenced by the astonished expressions around her. Realizing the crowd's keen interest in the crystal, she quickly devised another plan. "My husband is here too. We had intended to come from Li village, but got lost. Along the way, we encountered a beggar who claimed he knew a shortcut. Since filial piety is paramount, I foolishly listened to him, and we became lost, but I found many of these stones inside. Since you all seem interested, I would like to share them with you. Some in the crowd reached out to take a closer look, enamored by the stones. Is there more? The crowd exchanged glances, intrigued. Ruoruo pointed towards the distance, gesturing with her lips to indicate the location. To affirm the truth of her words, she implored, "Please, save my husband. He is trapped inside, and I am concerned for his well-being." After a discussion, the group resolved to venture into the cave to rescue Li Jing. Li Jing, waiting anxiously, began to suspect that Ruoruo had fled. However, he soon reasoned that her departure might be prudent, considering the dangers surrounding them. Returning would be tantamount to self-destruction. At that moment, a stream of water began to flow across the slick ground, signaling the onset of waste discharge. Realizing he had merely 15 minutes to escape, he found himself shackled by unyielding restraints that resisted his every effort. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, he heard hurried footsteps and soon spotted Ruoruo rushing towards him. Let us go. Although Li Jing harbored little affection for Ruoruo, he shared her concern. They both understood the perilous nature of the sewage system in the capital, filled with Shunhua Feia. Should these explosive creatures detonate, the consequences would be catastrophic. Thus, even if the Su family were to ascend to royalty in the future, this matter would necessitate resolution. I have come, along with the villagers, to rescue you, Ruoruo declared, pointing behind her. Li Jing turned to see 7 or 8 robust men wielding farming tools, approaching the barricade. You are the husband of the 7th girl from Erxiankyo, known as Huang Lian. Li Jing, upon hearing this, was at a loss for how to respond. Ruoruo quickly spun a fabricated tale. Hearing her words, Li Jing sighed, lamenting the deceit of that wretched beggar who had led them astray. Yet, the villagers remained undeterred. Rallying together, villagers, on the count of 3, pull with all your strength. Ruoruo animatedly encouraged them, and after considerable effort, they finally managed to create a small gap in the iron bars. Exhausted, they were met with the ominous flow of wastewater behind them, prompting everyone to flee. In that instant, Li Jing broke free from the barricade and grasped Ruoruo's hand, leading her to safety. The torrent of sewage surged forth, sweeping everyone away, leaving them panting for breath. Upon confirming Li Jing's safety, Ruoruo smiled. The villagers rejoiced, forgetting about the luminous stones, and invited Li Jing and Ruoruo to a feast at her uncle's home, where they dined joyously. After a refreshing bath, Ruoruo, weary in both body and spirit, sought rest. Barely having closed her eyes, she was stirred by commotion outside. Rising swiftly, she approached Li Jing, who was already peering out the window. A group of soldiers clad in court attire were visible not far away. One wielded a whip, mercilessly striking a child, while another leered at a woman attempting to approach the boy. The scene was grotesque, with lifeless bodies strewn on the ground, an elderly person motionless and bloodied, and a young man with a severed hand, surrounded by pools of blood, resembling a nightmare. Ruoruo, a person of profound moral conviction, pushed Li Jing, exclaiming, "You are the emperor. Observe this. Doesn't the land belong to the ruler? We are merely a mile from Zihua City. Why are the soldiers committing murder?" "How would I know?" Li Jing raturta. "How can you be certain these are soldiers? Their uniforms." Ruoruo pointed to the soldiers. "That is debatable. Many impersonate soldiers. Our court's soldiers bear insignia." Ruoruo recalled having learned about these insignias, akin to identification cards for citizens. Soldiers, often lost in battle, had these bronze plaques forged to ensure their families received news of their fates. Chapter 68. A sudden calamity. These plaques were unique, inscribed with the soldier's name, origin, age, and residence, alongside their identification number. Without these details, one could not claim to be a soldier. As the two argued, the mourning girl and her aunt entered. 7th girl. "Aunt is serious. You must leave through the back door. You must have seen the chaos. Here are some provisions for your journey. Be cautious. I hear danger lurks near Erxiankyo as well. Those beasts. Leave? I refuse to go." Ruoruo was determined to ensure these fiends paid dearly for their actions. She could not simply stand by as they slaughtered the innocent and walked away unscathed. Seeing her stubbornness, her aunt grew anxious. Do you not know why your uncle died young? They came to conscript men last month. It's not 1 in 3. They would capture everyone if they could. Upon hearing this, Li Jing was incensed. Is there no one who resists? Why is there no resistance, young man? His aunt was exasperated, poking Li Jing's forehead. Your uncle was killed for standing up to them. He compiled a list with many from our village, but no one dared to submit it to the court. Somehow, the news leaked, and these monsters arrived. Your uncle was brutally murdered, his body mutilated. I wish I could take vengeance myself. Upon this revelation, Ruoruo's resolve solidified. Can we truly leave like this? Absolutely not. We must find a way to kill a few of these scoundrels to avenge our fellow villagers. Ruoruo declared. Agreed. Li Jing nodded. They had silently communicated their intentions, unbeknownst to those around them. Seeing their refusal to leave, the aunt became frantic. We must go. They will be here soon. Calm down, Ruoruo replied. Despite the soldiers' ferocity, she felt confident in their ability to handle these minor threats. To flee now would be dishonorable. We shall confront them and eliminate them. Oh dear. Ruoruo's boldness alarmed her aunt, who promptly covered Ruoruo's mouth. You can't speak so recklessly. We must keep our distance from them. Fire can spread and consume us all. Do not worry. Do you think we would willingly suffer? Ruoruo stood the solet. In the midst of their exchange, Li Jing's brooding eyes flickered with determination. Rest assured, we will handle this. By the way, the list? Ruoruo, remember to ask. It was a document won through blood and sacrifice. The list was soon presented, and as Ruoruo examined it, she noted the careful, meticulous handwriting. However, there was no time for thorough inspection, and they made their exit. The soldiers who had mercilessly slain the innocent quickly noticed Ruoruo as they approached, their eyes gleaming with interest. Ah, this girl is quite a catch. The master will surely appreciate her. Their crude banter filled the air as they encircled Ruoruo, who feigned terror, clutching her chest while retreating. What do you want? Step back. My dear, I am merely a gentleman who cherishes beauty. Let me take you to enjoy some pleasures. One of them chuckled, drawing closer. Ruoruo, repulsed by his greasy visage, felt fury ignite within her. Her aunt stepped forward to shield Ruoruo, but little did she know that Ruoruo had transformed. Aunt, they say they cherish me. Sister-in-law, what do you mean? Only those who have been trained can be so frivolous. The man was about to resort to violence, yet Ruoruo remained enchanting, saying, I would prefer to accompany you. But I have a request. Please do not trouble the villagers tonight. What do you say? Ruoruo's selfless act immediately touched the hearts of her aunt and the neighbors, who exchanged glances filled with an unspoken understanding of their shared resentment. Seventh girl, this is truly a path of no return. However, Ruoruo smiled, her deep, crystal-clear eyes sparkling like gems. I have another humble request. My husband is currently idle at home, and he hopes to join the military. Could you arrange something for him? The man chuckled. Where is your husband? Let us see. Without hesitation, Li Jing stepped forward. His fair and delicate complexion, along with his charming features, instantly captivated the group of men, who realized that such a handsome figure would thrive in the outside world. Ruoruo, sensing the pleasant negotiations, moved closer to the men, declaring, It is settled then, let us depart. Seventh girl, her aunt rushed over, whispering something in Ruoruo's ear before firmly grasping her hand. Realizing her aunt had given her a short dagger, Ruoruo felt a surge of gratitude. The villagers were skilled in ironworking, and this dagger, though only 3 inches long, was razor sharp. If the opportunity arises, take them down. You go ahead, and the villagers will follow. My dear girl, grateful for this heartfelt advice, Ruoruo replied. Do not worry, aunt. We are off to a better life, and you need not see us off. Please rest well. Surrounded by this group, Ruoruo moved away, with Li Jing trailing behind several soldiers as they wound their way toward the next intersection where a carriage awaited. Rubbing her aching calf, Ruoruo exclaimed, I am tired. Aren't you supposed to cherish me? I wish to ride in the carriage. Of course, of course. Once inside, Ruoruo sprawled comfortably and began a silent exchange with Li Jing. Li Jing, can you hear me? If so, make a sound. Li Jing could hear her clearly, and within a 20-meter radius, Ruoruo's thoughts resonated in his ears. He coughed loudly. I want to kill someone. Those outside are yours to handle. What do you think? Chapter 69. Revealing identities. Li Jing coughed again, and at that moment, another man entered the carriage. The two men gazed at Ruoruo, who smiled sweetly. With her long, jade-like fingers covering her vibrant lips, she flashed a charming smile that was utterly irresistible. These two were the top figures among the soldiers, meaning they could act as they pleased. How about we rest here for a while, before continuing? We could even play a game. A game? The officer chuckled lewdly, oblivious to the nature of the game. Naturally, a most delightful game, Ruoruo replied, noticing the ropes within the carriage. She tossed them before the two men, teasingly suggesting, "Let's play a guessing game. The loser will be bound first by the feet, then by the hands. Once the loser is securely tied, the winner can do as they please. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, the two men exchanged mischievous glances. "That sounds uniquely entertaining. Would you like to go first, Miss?" Ruoruo's plan was simple and her intentions pure, with game rules straightforward. Rock, paper, scissors, a game anyone could play. Having been a champion gamer in her past life, she knew success lay in quick reflexes and psychological strategy. The two men, beguiled by the game's allure, laughed without hesitation. Ruoruo seized the moment, and when the first round ended with both of them losing, she bound their hands together. The officer, taken aback, protested, "You said we would start with the feet. I'm a girl. You must grant me some leniency." The officer fell silent, realizing arguing with a woman was futile. Emboldened, Ruoruo proceeded to bind them further, prompting protest from both men. "Miss, shall we not switch to another game?" "That will not do. Rest assured, though I am formidable, I am merely a delicate girl and will not harm you. This is all in good fun." They believed her, nodding. Moments later, not only were they tied together, but their mouths were also gagged. Realizing their predicament, they panicked as Ruoruo drew her gleaming dagger. "Now you shall understand the meaning of trepidation," she said, peering out the carriage curtain to assess the situation. Outside, darkness enveloped the area, and faint cries suggested Li Jing was making his move. After greeting him, Ruoruo galloped away. Inside the carriage, the two men were terrified, and the officer immediately pleaded, "Miss, what are you doing? It is better to resolve disputes than to escalate them. Do you want money?" Ruoruo ignored their pleas, her unwavering demeanor inciting the officer's desperation. "I was wrong. I will never bully the common people again." His companion echoed, "It was the orders from above that compelled us." Intrigued by this revelation, Ruoruo slowed down. Her penetrating gaze locked onto the two men. "Who exactly is this above you speak of?" They fell silent, as if the answer was too shocking to voice. "The court operates on a system of conscription. Do you think I, a sheltered girl, am unaware? Each family sends one man to serve. Yet you lawless brutes seize whoever you please, disregarding human life. Are you not afraid of retribution?" "Miss, we are merely following orders," one of them replied. Ruoruo seized a wooden plank from the carriage and struck the officer's head, causing a painful lump to swell. Though she wished to keep her hands clean, she realized that in this lengthy narrative, survival often came at the expense of others' rights. Most importantly, the two men before her were despicable, wincing from blows. One of them finally snapped, "Miss, who do you think you are? Do you believe you are powerful? If you let us go today, we will forget this incident. If you continue to torment us, once we are free, we will ensure you regret it." Though the ropes appeared ordinary, they were a specific knot used in the military, a pig's foot knot, which, as the name implies, even a powerful pig could not untie, let alone a human. In truth, the tighter the knot was pulled, the more secure it became. "Do you wish to know who I am?" "I am Ruoruo." The officer frowned, unimpressed. "And what that name?" "It means nothing. The empress," Ruoruo declared bluntly. At this, the man was rendered speechless. "You cannot possibly be the empress. Does it matter? Tell me, who is your superior?" His defiance was audacious. Sensing the damp, salty breeze, they realized they had reached the riverbank. Ruoruo's intent was clear. This fragile girl did not wish to kill, but she would not hesitate to cast them into the river to meet their watery demise. The thought of such a tragic fate sent chills down their spines. Our background is evident, yet unwilling. Ruoruo lifted the board and forcefully struck the table within the carriage. The man beside her appeared timid, and I spoke candidly. "Will the lady spare me?" "Of course. As long as you speak the truth, why would I wish to harm you? I have no grievances with you. Ruoruo was merely probing. She understood that if she relaxed even slightly, these two would retaliate. There was no need to adhere to promises made to those who lack integrity. Furthermore, Ruoruo wished for them to experience the taste of betrayal and harm. It is Lord Lu Ping of the Yushertai. Lu Ping? Because my sister is the unparalleled empress, he acts with impunity, almost as if he can do as he pleases. Li Jing was also powerless against Lu Ping. It was not that Li Jing was oblivious to Lu Ping's actions, but rather that he could not uncover even the slightest evidence of wrongdoing against him. Chapter 70. One wave falls, another rises. Lu Ping, as a second-rank supervising official, is a well-known figure within the Yushertai, and shaking him would not be a simple task. At best, it would alarm the snake and provoke the wrath of the empress and remnants of the former court. At worst, it could lead to unnecessary complications and conflicts, presenting problems in every direction. Thus, despite Lu Ping's frequent misdeeds over the years, Li Jing could only turn a blind eye. Is it truly him? We dare not speak carelessly about this matter, my lady. We have already named the true culprit, and we request your leniency. Upon hearing this, Ruoruo nodded. How many years have you served him? Since mid-June last year. He contacted us through the Military Affairs Office. We are of little consequence, but this matter is profitable, so we complied. At this, Ruoruo understood. After piecing everything together, she smiled coldly. So you have colluded with him. Now tell me, where are those people taken? Is he hoarding troops? The officer wore a frown. At the end of each month, we gather the people to hand over to the leader, but as for where they go, my lady, we truly do not know. Ruoruo had unraveled the situation and now urged the horse forward, which galloped away. She dismounted. This was a cliff, the wind blowing fiercely. Ruoruo found some large stones at the edge, testing their heft. Below the cliff, the waves roared. With a cunning smile, she re-entered the carriage and promptly pushed the two men out. They were bewildered, staring blankly at Ruoruo. Ruoruo bound their ropes to a large stone. Apologies, but as the ancients say, only women and petty men are difficult to nurture. Since you enjoy playing both sides, I shall repay you in kind. When you meet the king of hell, remember to lodge a complaint. Ha ha. Ruoruo did not believe in the existence of demons. If there were truly a judge in the afterlife, evildoers would have met their demise long ago. Having been transported into this narrative, she regarded it all as a game. And since it was a game, it must be played with fervor. With a splash, the two disappeared. Are you injured? Unscathed, Ruoruo nodded. Unbeknownst to her, Li Jing had grown quite concerned for her. However, this was not the reason Ruoruo chose to remain. She could not leave now, as the case of the divine fire and crows in the capital remained unresolved, and a series of bizarre events had now unraveled. The two entered the carriage. Ruoruo unfurled a piece of paper, a record kept by her maternal uncle. Li Jing took it and noticed everything was meticulously noted, with dates followed by descriptions of events and the number of missing individuals, making it quite clear. This should be detailed enough. But how do we investigate where the people have gone and what they are doing? This indeed poses a significant challenge. Li Jing prepared to summon someone for an investigation. But Ruoruo held an opposing view. While that could yield results, have you considered, Your Majesty? It may easily alert the snake. I have a plan. Li Jing stepped forward, quickly approaching the corpse on the ground. Ruoruo was unsure of Li Jing's intentions. Truth be told, she had never held any fondness for corpses. And as Li Jing rummaged through, she gazed at the bright moon in the sky. Having gone through so much, the moon now hung high in the sky. Tonight, its brilliance cast a unique poetic ambience. Moments later, Li Jing brought in a large pile of clothing. This man is Dong Chao, the banner leader of the Divine Mechanism Camp. Ruoruo nodded. What about me? Ruoruo felt a bit useless, and a touch of frustration arose within her. We'll discuss that later. Her aunt smiled brightly, embracing Ruoruo. Since arriving in this alternate time and space, Ruoruo had never experienced the sensation of familial affection. She had no idea what it felt like to be protected by strangers. Now, feeling her back stiffen, she realized that the warm embrace was not merely an expression of emotion. Ruoruo choked back her feelings and hugged her back. Aunt, Li Jing, nearby, was utterly bewildered. Apologies, we need to reassure them. The common people have it tough. Li Jing nudda. Although the two had previously shared moments together, it was different now. As they lay together, Ruoruo noticed that Li Jing had no blanket, so she hurriedly offered hers. You, come closer, Ruoruo tugged at Li Jing. Li Jing cumplía. There was still a divide between them, but the mountain climate shifted rapidly. After just a short nap, the cold crept in through the cracks of the door, and the room lacked heating. Ruoruo soon found her teeth chattering, feeling as if her feet had turned to ice. She quickly wrapped herself around Li Jing. It turned out, had also been unable to sleep well. In a daze, he reached out and embraced Ruoruo, and the two fell into a deep slumber. Upon waking early, Ruoruo felt something warm beside her. Cautiously, she looked and found herself in an ambiguous embrace with Li Jing, growing increasingly flustered. Ruoruo hastily got up. At the same time, Li Jing woke but pretended to be oblivious. Fortunately, her aunt had already called Ruoruo to wash up. Ruoruo nearly fled in a panic, and seeing her run out like that, Li Jing couldn't help but chuckle. Once outside, her aunt took Ruoruo to wash rice and vegetables. Life here was delightful, and upon reaching the riverbank, Ruoruo eagerly volunteered to help, managing to turn a basket of white rice into half a basket. The two burst into laughter. Look over there, the peach blossom pool is 1,000 feet deep. Truly beautiful. Ruoruo pointed to the distance. Chapter 71. The Liu family's arsenal. Ruoruo's aunt, accustomed to the scenery, acknowledged its beauty but struggled to articulate it as poetically. Aunt, you're quite optimistic, Ruoruo remarked, gazing at her. The weathered woman sighed. Understanding the implication, I must be stronger. I need indomitable strength. I must quickly accept all of this. After all, he is gone. What kind of person was my uncle? Ruoruo appeared to engage in trivial conversation, yet she sought to glean insights about the man. Her aunt sighed, her steps becoming heavy and slow. He detested evil and was always eager to champion the downtrodden. Yet, despite his good intentions, he lacked the ability and often overstepped, resulting in this outcome. You must not speak ill of him. He was noble and great, Ruoruo countered. But I wish he were still alive, her aunt wept. However, she cautiously inquired, do you have any plans? They command a vast army, and if you need assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Rest assured, aunt. After their meal, Li Jing shared his plan. He intended to first conduct a reconnaissance, then hasten to the capital to file a complaint with the emperor, followed by coordinating efforts to dismantle the wicked forces. However, knowing such a task was easier said than done and quite perilous, he prepared to enlist a few accomplices. The villagers were severely oppressed. Some expressed reluctance to approach danger, while others volunteered boldly. After gathering a formidable group of 10 strong individuals, Li Jing devised a plan and prepared to lead them to the enemy's stronghold. Would they truly come? Given their manner of operation, it seemed likely. Li Jing nodded in affirmation. Li Jing imparted some secret signals, which involved conveying messages through subtle facial expressions, gestures, or actions during perilous moments, such as the meaning of touching one's ear or how to mark a signal. Once everyone was prepared, Li Jing donned his military attire. He grinned menacingly, striking fear into the hearts of the onlookers. Indeed, he appeared as a quintessential villain. Ruoruo approached with a smile, adjusting Li Jing's attire. Ruoruo, perhaps you should stay here. I'll accompany you, Ruoruo replied, not out of dependence on Li Jing, but due to her curious nature and love for overcoming challenges. The notion of giving up midway was foreign to her. As anticipated, someone came searching for the group of missing individuals from the previous night. Upstairs, this group dared not inquire about matters concerning the Yushur Tai. The man in charge fixed his intense gaze upon Li Jing. Li Jing, embodying integrity, inquired, may I ask who you are? I am Dong Wenlong, brother of Dong Chao. Dong Wenlong? The man scrutinized him closely. Why have I not seen you before? Beside them, Ruoruo seethed with anger, and the bound individuals, resembling grasshoppers, felt trepidation. At that moment, Ruoruo was about to offer a warning when the question was met with a resounding slap, leaving the man disoriented. You! The man trembled as he stood, preparing to attack Li Jing. Yet, Li Jing did not flinch. If you're sent by those above, what role do you play to know of this matter? Observing Li Jing's commanding presence, the man felt a wave of fear wash over him and dared not speak recklessly again. Noticing the man's trepidation, Li Jing declared, let us proceed. The man, silenced, led Li Jing onward. "Hey, don't forget your wife," Ruoruo urgently reminded from behind. Li Jing was indeed in a dilemma. Taking Ruoruo into the enemy camp was akin to knowingly venturing into the tiger's den. He hesitated to leave her behind, fearing for her safety. Together, more people means more routes and support? She inquired. Li Jing could only nod, choosing not to elaborate further. The man, having suffered a silent defeat, dare not ask more as the group departed. During their journey across mountains and valleys, he arranged for a cart, where Ruoruo and Li Jing took a seat. "Remember the route well?" Li Jing instructed. Ruoruo possessed an exceptional memory. The cart veered east and south, traversing for a considerable time until they entered a grove of red pines. She produced a piece of charcoal and quickly sketched their path, which appeared to wind extensively. As the horse-drawn convoy advanced, they soon heard the clanging sound, reminiscent of metal being hammered. Before long, they spotted a distant estate. Although it was her first visit, Li Jing exhibited an uncommon nonchalance. Ruoruo, too, appeared calm. "Is it a military camp?" Based on Ruoruo's previous deductions, the abducted individuals were likely being trained. However, Li Jing held a differing view. While the farmers possessed immense strength, they might not necessarily be suited for battle. Furthermore, it was likely they had been coerced into this situation, each yearning to return home. Transforming such a group into a military force would prove challenging, and those trained would likely escape when faced with combat. Thus, it was improbable that this was a military camp. Understanding each other, they concluded their discussion. Within their group, the leader was summoned. Li Jing raised his chin in an air of rare authority, causing the man to believe that Dong Wenlong was indeed dispatched from above. He led Dong Wenlong and his entourage inside. The group of laborers was escorted away. Ruoruo heard the sound of iron being forged and observed numerous flat carts, even spotting a mine in the distance. "Your Majesty, are you curious? This is an armory. Shall we explore?" Ruoruo, appearing to follow Li Jing, continued to ponder. "I wish to inspect." Li Jing spoke, his voice low and laced with a fierce authority. Chapter 72. The Legion let us go, starting from the raw materials. Li Jing declined water, akin to refusing a bribe. The man, visibly awkward, hastily led Li Jing forward into the mine, where darkness enveloped the surroundings, and crystals hung from the walls. The deeper they ventured, the more the air thinned, and after a short while, Ruoruo felt dizzy. "I cannot go any further. I am feeling unwell," she warned. As she spoke, someone respectfully escorted Ruoruo out. Pretending to be curious, she asked numerous questions, disguising herself as the wife of a superior, which prompted everyone to treat her with utmost deference. "What is this place for?" Ruoruo inquired eagerly, nodding to follow. The man led her to explore, revealing numerous weapons, spears, swords, and more, neatly arranged, glimmering menacingly. Ruoruo picked up a sword, brandishing it with a practiced air. The man, noticing her skill yet somewhat awkwardness, cautioned her to be careful, emphasizing safety. Ruoruo pressed the blade against the man's throat, prompting him to retract his neck. "My dear lady, what are you doing? Where are these weapons being sent? Who is your superior?" Ruoruo pondered, realizing the Lu family was indeed extraordinary, maintaining their own forces. No wonder the Empress Dowager Lu was so haughty, nor why concubine Lu and noble consort Lu were so audacious. "Where is the Legion?" she asked, handing the sword back to the man. He scratched his head, replying, "We operate independently. I am unaware of where the weapons are sent. My primary duty is to ensure the laborers work diligently without idle chatter, nothing more." Ruoruo suddenly grasped the situation, recognizing Lu Ping as a unique managerial genius, capable of orchestrating everything with precision. Who is responsible for loading these weapons, and who delivers them to the Legion? She pressed. "They will come to inspect the goods. As for the aftermath, I am not privy to that information." Ruoruo nodded in understanding. "Show me around." The soldier, not daring to be negligent, bowed and carefully led Ruoruo, explaining when necessary. At one point, someone presented a long knife. "Esteemed lady, please observe, this weapon is crafted from quality steel, with exceptional tempering." To demonstrate the weapon's uniqueness, the man produced a stack of coins and, after instructing Ruoruo to step back, swiftly sliced through them, each coin splitting in two. Ruoruo, was taken aback by the display. As they continued, they encountered numerous arrowheads, with middle-aged men laboring vigorously at the forge on one side, while others meticulously polished weapons, achieving uniformity in shape, size, and weight. The atmosphere was filled with sweat and hard work. Further back were saddles and components for carts. After this tour, Ruoruo concluded that the laborers had honed their skills and established an efficient assembly line. Having completed their exploration, Li Jing emerged from the mine. Both felt a sense of novelty and intrigue from their experience. Previously, Li Jing had heard of iron smelting, yet had never experienced it firsthand. Now, having toured the area, he perceived everything with clarity. This was indeed orchestrated by the Liu family. The court strictly prohibited private iron production, a law as unyielding as iron itself. The existence of this munitions factory was news to him. Clenching his fists in indignation, Li Jing felt a surge of anger. Ruoruo remarked, "Early tomorrow morning, someone will come to inspect the goods before transporting them to other locations, where their troops are stationed. Should we not take a look?" This reminder was indeed timely. On the following day, Ruoruo and Li Jing readied themselves, and shortly after, a group of merchants arrived. Ruoruo's expectations were shattered. They appeared entirely different from what she had envisioned. After all, if a group of soldiers were to brazenly transport cold weapons, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Li Jing urged the laborers to load the items before engaging in conversation with the group. To his astonishment, he discovered they were a bunch of deaf mutes. No matter what he said, they merely nodded or shook their heads. As Li Jing prepared to follow them, the group began to make a ruckus, gesticulating animatedly. At this moment, Ruoruo had placed a golden bell within the cart. This bell was a small gift from Hong Yu in the palace. The golden bell resembled a purple lizard called a SHL Angzi, which did not evoke a sense of dread. These lizards were vibrantly colored and natural trackers, possessing keen senses of smell and hearing. Most importantly, they left behind a scent recognizable to their kind wherever they ventured. Typically, these golden bells came in pairs, which could be utilized for tracking purposes. Having placed the golden bell, Your Majesty, let us not engage with them. We can simply let them pass, Ruoruo advised. Hearing this, Li Jing felt satisfied and cautioned her to be vigilant on their journey. As Ruoruo articulated everything, Li Jing was struck by her keen observational skills, and it was time for them to depart. How shall we proceed? As the two conversed, the official who had previously attended to them hurried in, exclaiming, Your Highness, we have received intelligence that officials from above are arriving. We must go out to greet them. Indeed, what one fears often materializes. Ruoruo felt a wave of anxiety. They were newcomers, and those officials were astute individuals who could easily see through them. The two exchanged glances, and Li Jing calmly stated, I need to bathe and change. You go to the entrance to welcome them. The official departed in haste. Once he left, Ruoruo turned to Li Jing. What shall we do? They will surely see through us. They are undoubtedly on high alert. We need only to slip away amidst the commotion, Li Jing replied. Just then, someone brought in fresh garments. Everyone, please step back. We shall be ready shortly. The others complied and exited. You both must hurry. Offending them is no trivial matter. The group outside grew weary as they waited. Inside, Li Jing approached the 8 immortals table and seized a wine jug. Goodness, Ruoruo exclaimed at such a time. Your Majesty, are you still indulging in wine? No, Li Jing replied with a smile. Ruoruo, please help me splash this wine on the curtains. Ruoruo, quick-witted, understood his intent and became busy like a fluttering butterfly. In no time, the curtains were soaked in wine. Li Jing opened the window to glance outside and pointed to the backyard, where a dozen laborers were chopping wood. Ruoruo approached. Does Your Majesty intend for us to escape from here? Ruoruo, hold on tight to me. Ruoruo observed the difficulty of escaping from this location, but found Li Jing exuding confidence. Light it. The two moved swiftly. It was spring, and a chill breeze wafted in from the window. In a matter of moments, flames erupted violently. A few maidservants and soldiers outside caught a whiff of the burning odor and rushed in. Oh no! A maid exclaimed in shock, hastily darting outside to call for help. Several soldiers, noticing the commotion, rushed in as well, but the room was now engulfed in an acrid stench, and many items had caught fire. The flames danced like spirits. swirling and billowing thick smoke, causing panic among the onlookers. Li Jing hastily presented a damp cloth to Ruoruo. "Do not dawdle. We must go." Ruoruo began to cough, realizing the single damp cloth could only protect one of them. She set aside all else and wrapped her left arm around Li Jing while using her right hand to cover his mouth with the cloth. With a leap, Li Jing transformed into a nimble cat, using the railing to propel himself out. As the group rushed in to extinguish the flames, Li Jing and Ruoruo had already made their escape. His martial prowess was extraordinary, his movements swift and astonishing, akin to lightning as he darted out of the courtyard. Ruoruo gazed at the contours of his profile, captivated by its allure. One must say, this man possesses an astonishing handsomeness. Fearing he might overhear, she quickly corrected herself. "Not that I meant to insult you." At that moment, Li Jing, wary of falling, adjusted his posture and pace, and in no time, they found themselves atop a tree with lush foliage, offering a panoramic view of the surroundings. Ruoruo felt her heart racing. "Ruoruo, we're safe now," Li Jing whispered after they landed steadily. Below them, some woodcutters appeared to have heard something and looked up. Fortunately, it was one of the laborers they had brought with them, who, fearing exposure, gestured towards the distance. "Brothers, there is dense forest over there. If the fire spreads, it could become dangerous. We should lend a hand." Only then did the group depart. Li Jing noticed Ruoruo clinging to him, seemingly afraid of falling. In truth, Ruoruo had completely forgotten she was still holding him. "Your Majesty, we are safe now." The girl exhibited considerable strength. "Oh, all right." She finally released him, realizing the comfort of their embrace. They observed the group below, busy extinguishing the fierce flames engulfing the wooden structure, which was incapable of withstanding the inferno. With a resounding crash, the building disintegrated. Li Jing remained resolute, unwilling to leave. Ruoruo adjusted her position, leaning against a sturdy tree trunk. "Are you afraid?" "Afraid? With your Majesty here, what do I have to fear?" Ruoruo smiled, though internally she thought, "I lack martial skills. Your feats are far beyond my capabilities. If I appear hesitant, it is unlike my usual self. Should I truly fear, then you must hold on to me," Li Jing teased. Prompted, Ruoruo embraced him tightly. After a while, the chaos escalated, and seizing the opportunity, the two inched closer to a wall. Li Jing executed a wall-climbing maneuver, astonishing Ruoruo with his extraordinary agility, which surpassed the realm of normality. Once they descended, Ruoruo finally caught her breath, exclaiming, "That was perilous." "It's nothing to worry about," he replied, though his complexion was pale. As they moved further away, Ruoruo felt hunger pangs, her stomach growling audibly. They soon arrived at a nearby stream, returning shortly with a bounty. Eager to eat, they dug in without hesitation, but afterward, Ruoruo began to reminisce about the delicacies of the palace. At Weiyang Palace, where food was meticulously prepared, she used to be discerning, but now she realized how fortunate she had been. "I feel the same," Li Jing admitted, having never truly experienced the hardships of the common folk until this past fortnight. "By the way, it has been 2 hours since we left. We should track them now." Ruoruo took out the golden bell from her sleeve. The small creature retreated momentarily, revealing a pair of bright and vigilant eyes, before it swayed its tail and dashed away into the distance. Li Jing had previously heard Ruoruo boast about the capabilities of this Jinlingzi, yet remained skeptical. At this moment, as she watched the Jinlingzi race away like lightning, her doubts about its abilities deepened. Could it truly lead the way? This is a special operative Jinlingzi. Worry not, Ruoruo thought with hope. It was unclear whether she was deep in thought or merely observing. Suddenly, it dashed down the hillside. When Ruoruo and Li Jing found the Jinlingzi again, both were in a disheveled state. At this point, not only Li Jing but even Ruoruo began to question the creature's intelligence. However, the very next moment, the Jinlingzi's actions overturned their perceptions. It had arrived on the road. The Jinlingzi first frolicked on the roadside, then approached a patch of grass in front of a vehicle, before lying down in the wheel ruts. Ruoruo examined the ruts and noted their deep patterns, indicating the weight of the vehicle, which likely belonged to the carriage they were searching for. Li Jing wholeheartedly agreed. Just then, they heard a piercing cry in the distance, prompting Ruoruo to grab the Jinlingzi. "Your Majesty, please remain calm." Let us investigate the source of the cries, she suggested. The two followed the sound to a ridge where a young woman was weeping inconsolably. Beside her stood a man of similar age, likely her husband, and behind him was an elderly man, presumably their father. As Ruoruo approached, she noticed the woman cradling a pitifully thin child, whose frail body seemed lifeless. The woman's cries were heart-wrenching. What is the point of living when I cannot feed or clothe myself? The tyrant emperor imposes countless oppressive taxes upon us. Perhaps it would be better to die, she lamented. Ruoruo, upon hearing this, thought, Your Majesty, they speak ill of you. Should we not intervene? Li Jing witnessed this tragic scene and could not simply stand by. As they approached, the woman abruptly stood, only to collide with a large rock, blood gushing forth. Despite Li Jing's exceptional martial prowess, it was too late to intervene. The husband stood frozen in shock, utterly at a loss, while the elderly man collapsed, prompting Ruoruo to rush to his aid, calling out, Sir! Sir! The old man foamed at the mouth, soon ceasing to breathe. The young man, witnessing this tragedy, alternated between embracing his wife and attending to his father, overwhelmed with grief, first wailing uncontrollably, then suddenly bursting into laughter, leaping into the air. Li Jing, seeing his madness, gave him a firm pat on the back. Ruoruo, examining the corpses, realized all three had met untimely ends. We cannot leave them to rot in the wilderness. What shall we do? She pondered. We must burn them, was the grim conclusion. Having no experience in digging graves and lacking tools, they felt despondent. When Ruoruo saw the woman's tattered shoes, her heart ached, realizing the woman had likely not procured new garments for years. As they prepared to clean up the aftermath, a group of farmers wielding tools appeared in the distance, approaching with a fierce demeanor. Lizing instinquito siusu zuzuo. She was startled and instinctively hid behind him. Expecting hostility, they were surprised when the farmers merely sighed in sorrow. This must happen often. They are accustomed to such sights, Ruoruo thought, wary of speaking lest her words be misinterpreted and provoke danger. Upon hearing this, Li Jing grasped her hand. So we're digging a grave, demonstrating the community's solidarity in caring for the deceased family. Elder, I am prepared for any backlash. I see that there is no idle land here. How can there still be starving people? He inquired. Ah, indeed, no idle land. Yet local taxes are set at 50%. We poor folk toil all year in the fields, and even in favorable weather, we often cannot gather enough grain. Last year, locusts devastated our crops. This year has seen severe drought, leaving us in debt for over a year. The county magistrate has threatened that if we cannot repay our debts, our lives are forfeit. One man scoffed, at this rate we are all doomed. If not for my family, I would join them in death. Ruoruo, leaning closer, cautiously asked, Is the 50% what I understand is half? Indeed, replied the old farmer coldly. You wealthy merchants know nothing of our hardships. Ruoruo sighed. We are merchants, and by the end of the year, we too face deficits no less pitiable than you. Why direct your anger at us? She spoke with a hint of indignation, expecting the old farmer to erupt in fury, yet he merely scrutinized her for a long while. You merchants are not as prosperous as you claim. I see your tattered clothes and lack of status, indicating that your lives are not as comfortable as you suggest. Li Jing lamented, we engage in trivial business, barely scraping by. Indeed, the old farmer finally empathized. You too are struggling, merely surviving day by day. When will this suffering end? Observing the farmer's deep sighs, Ruoruo pinched Li Jing. This taxation is excessive. Li Jing, equally frustrated, whispered to Ruoruo, in the imperial capital, even the land is classified by rank. The finest land is taxed at 20%, while the rest is at 10%. Where is this 50% you speak of? What does this mean? Ruoruo furrowed her brow, questioning if the officials were pocketing the difference. Otherwise, how can one explain it? I believe you. The farmer continued, after crossing Dingjiao Bridge. Head north for 2 miles, and you will reach a small town. Inquire along the way, and you will soon arrive at the checkpoint. Upon hearing this, they nodded in agreement. Continuing their journey, their spirits were low. It seemed absurd that this place, named Taoyuan County, was far from the idyllic paradise described in the tales. Instead steeped in suffering. I have taken note. Xiao Hong gritted his teeth, his gloomy gaze lingering on the distance. Here, life was already fraught with challenges, and the local officials further exacerbated their plight, pushing them to the brink. The winding mountain path was arduous, a challenge for Ruoruo, who seldom ventured outdoors. Bidding farewell to the kind-hearted farmers, they walked 2 miles before spotting a small thatched cottage nestled within a bamboo grove. "I am hungry. Shall we seek some food there?" Ruoruo suggested. "Let's go." The mountains seemed deceptively close, yet the journey proved time-consuming, and after a considerable while, they finally approached the cottage. "I shall knock," Ruoruo declared, straightening her appearance. The sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking accompanied the picturesque scene, yet the presence of 2 graves in the yard felt unsettling. It bore an eerie resemblance to a tale from Liao Zhai. As they approached, a robust woman emerged, wielding a sharp iron weapon, her piercing gaze fixed on the visitors, clearly perceiving them as unwelcome intruders. Ruoruo regretted her impulsive decision to knock. "Leave," the woman commanded. Ruoruo stepped back. "Your Majesty, will you stand idly by as others suffer? This is your chance to be the hero," Ruoruo urged. "It is not that Li Jing is unwilling to take action, but rather that he must be adequately prepared. Only under conditions of absolute certainty can he rescue Ruoruo. Let us go." The woman redirected the iron staff and gently prodded Ruoruo. Ruoruo dared not utter a word, as it was evident that this individual had a rather volatile temperament. At that moment, Li Jing sprang into action, managing to subdue the woman with great difficulty. The woman, furious, thrashed about, her strength immense like that of an ox. Although a mere farmer, Li Jing was not to be underestimated, and he was soon sent tumbling away. The enraged woman stepped onto Li Jing's chest, her iron staff poised to strike. Observing the female tyrant's madness, Ruoruo forcefully pushed her away. The 2 were saved. "What are you doing? We have grown weary from our journey and wish to rest here. If you have food and drink, we will be grateful. If not, you should not have attacked us without inquiry. This is utterly unreasonable." The subdued woman, panting coldly, laughed. "Food? I only have roasted sweet potatoes. You may take them yourselves." Had they not been truly famished, Ruoruo would not have chosen to dine here. She cautiously entered the house, fearful of a sudden ambush. Inside, in the corners of the room, lay some sweet potatoes. She selected a few plump ones and tossed them into the fire pit. The defeated woman had ceased her squirming, her gaze vacant. "Li Jing, let her go. It would not be proper for us to bully someone in their own home," Ruoruo remarked, handing some silver to the woman. The woman grasped the silver without even glancing at it, tossing it aside. Ruoruo smiled and gave her a thumbs up. "Sister, you regard wealth as mere refuse. How admirable." Ruoruo then realized that the graves in the courtyard belonged to the woman's husband and son. Had they also perished from hunger? Ruoruo, having experienced much, empathized deeply. The woman then began to sob, her voice wavering as she murmured, "They were eaten by a tiger." "A grave for the dressed dead?" Li Jing glanced at the small mound of earth. The woman nodded through her tears. Ruoruo asked a question she perhaps should not have. Were they eaten on the same day? At that moment, she seemed to understand the woman's erratic emotions. Indeed, encountering such calamity at home, it would be remarkable if one did not crumble. 2 years ago, my 7-year-old son went to pick mushrooms. Upon hearing his screams, I rushed out. I am truly a helpless person. I was a moment too late, and my son was taken. I witnessed that tiger carry him away. Upon hearing this, Ruoruo's heart sank. The roasted sweet potatoes she had just relished now felt difficult to swallow. Li Jing, too, felt the inappropriateness of the situation. You genuinely missed them, so you were reluctant to leave. But no, the world outside is far more tragic. I often hear of people starving to death. Farmers toil year-round in hunger, while the court demands 1/10 of their grain. A single mu of land yields barely over 500 jin, and they require the best and fullest grains. After giving those, what are we left to eat? I now rely on the mountains for sustenance. I do not cultivate land. Even sweet potatoes suffice for survival. And in my spare time, I can hunt. This person attempted to find joy amidst hardship. Ruoruo knew this sister would curse the emperor, and she began. That wretched emperor is truly unreasonable. He has lost his mind, never bothering to see how we live. I have heard the palace is resplendent. Yet how ironic it is that our flesh and blood are crushed beneath, providing for his good life, while he never remembers us. Noticing Li Jing's face darken, Ruoruo realized her earlier words had crossed a line. She hastily tended to the roasted sweet potatoes. Li Jing conversed with the woman. I cannot go out. If I do, I cannot survive. Having tigers here is beneficial. They will not come looking for me. Is it not better to live here, carefree, allowing nature to take its course? She genuinely seemed content. But how long could this self-sufficient existence endure? Ruoruo found herself unable to eat any longer. And Li Jing had lost his appetite as well. After chatting a while longer, the woman suddenly inquired, is it true that people on the other side of Funyo Mountain have starved to death, eating roots and tree bark? Last year, I even went to Funyo Mountain. My aunt lives there, and I would prefer her to live with me. The woman walked to the door and recalled something. Take a few sweet potatoes with you. Just be careful not to let the officials know I live here. This place is remote. As long as I do not go out, they will not find me. Ruoruo realized this was her way of bribing them. The area was surrounded by lush trees, making the small hut difficult to discover. Ruoruo felt a sense of loss, clutching the heavy sweet potatoes. Let's go. Noticing Ruoruo standing dazedly in place, Li Jing reminded her, Your Majesty, you truly ought to engage in self-reflection. Without introspection, how can you discern the crux of the matter? There are tigers here. Chapter 76, Shangxi Aged Vinegar. The tiger consumed her husband and son, yet she still does not leave. Why is that? She fears the outside world even more than the tigers, Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Li Jing nodded. I understand. Ruoruo observed Li Jing's calm tone and felt a surge of anger. Your Majesty, along this journey, we have seen farmers who have taken their own lives and women who prefer to remain with tigers rather than face the outside world. Do you not feel that you have erred? Erred? I have never been criticized before, Li Jing replied. He was initially stunned, then angered. Who are you, Ruoruo, to presume this is my arrangement? I ordered them to pay a tenth, but what of them? Ha ha ha. Your Majesty is indeed blameless. Ruoruo was infuriated, quickening her pace. Li Jing followed closely behind, both in a state of agitation. Li Jing was eager to rush to the imperial capital and apprehend the magistrate of Taoyuan County, intending to make an example of him. After exiting the pass, Ruoruo ignored Li Jing, noticing a horse-drawn carriage ahead and hurriedly approaching. It was a merchant from Shangxi, known for its porcelain, and his cart was laden with many flatbed carts, all bound with straw ropes holding ceramics. Upon seeing this, Ruoruo beamed. Good sir, I have grown weary from walking. Might you allow me a ride? Ruoruo had chosen her target wisely. The young man looked down at Ruoruo. You are all alone? Indeed, I am Ruoruo, she replied, pressing her dry eyes. I am quite pitiful and all alone. The young man smiled and extended his hand, but Ruoruo, noticing Li Jing behind her, quickly withdrew, bowing before boarding the carriage. Li Jing observed everything closely. Recently, there had been many merchants, and Li Jing's handsome features made it easy for him to engage in conversation, soon garnering a free ride into the city. In his carriage, a gaggle of women surrounded him. A few young maidens approached, one of whom, a slightly dazed girl, leaned closer. Young master, I am merely 18. Still waiting for my match. My sister is also unmarried. Do you think we might catch your eye? If there are no obstacles on your side, we would not require the traditional matchmaking process. The road ahead was rough, and the carriage jolted, slowing its pace. Ruoruo also noticed Li Jing. Men are all the same. They speak of remaining unperturbed, yet when they see someone they fancy, they can hardly resist. Li Jing naturally heard Ruoruo's words. How old are you? Oh, young master, I just mentioned it. I am 18. Li Jing smiled faintly. My memory fails, miss, I am destitute, with no carriage or home, and my life is truly unbearable. Alas, my family possesses 3 carriages, and our estate is countless, dear sir. Do not underestimate yourself. I manage everything with meticulous care, so you may simply come to my home and become my esteemed son-in-law. How splendid! Li Jing deliberately raised her voice, intending to provoke Ruoruo. And what of your little sister? How old is she? Li Jing. Oh, Li Jing, this is a buy-one-get-one free promotion. You should quickly marry these two and let them serve as queens in the palace so that I can make my escape. Despite her words, Ruoruo found herself inexplicably drawn to the palace. It was as if she wanted to flee, but could it be that I actually like him? No, no, no. Ruoruo vehemently shook her head. The carriage behind them gradually approached, and the girl from the Beauty Association giggled sweetly, saying that once you marry in, all matters, great and small, would be under your purview, and I would obey your every command. Hearing her tinkling laughter, Ruoruo felt it was utterly grating. Yet, Li Jing continued to jest, expressing her yearning, but one must wonder when the auspicious day shall arrive, for marriage is governed by the old calendar. The girl giggled again, suggesting that as long as there is mutual affection, who cares about the old calendar? If you are willing, tomorrow shall be the most propitious day for our union. Ah, disgraceful, scandalous, how utterly revolting. Her little sister peered curiously at Li Jing. As Ruoruo saw the distance closing between the carriages, she realized that Li Jing could hear her thoughts clearly, so she provocatively remarked, "Your Majesty, do you not resemble a commodity awaiting a buyer?" Li Jing irritably tossed 2 hygiene balls at Ruoruo. Ruoruo noticed that the driver was gazing at her with affection, so she leaned closer, saying, "Brother Liu," her eyes sparkling, pure as agate, causing the man to fall under her spell. "Call me Xiao Tian Tiangu." The man, confused, mixed up their names, and Ruoruo decided to delve deeper into the absurdity, teasing him further, "You ought to stop, or I might just give you a little punch on the chest." The man was thoroughly entertained, exclaiming, "You are quite the whimsical one." Li Jing was furious, not expecting Ruoruo to flirt in front of him. Just as he prepared to confront her, he suddenly noticed several soldiers approaching. Li Jing coughed violently, feigning illness. The 2 girls panicked, with the eldest urgently patting Li Jing's back. "My lord, what is wrong? Do not frighten me." The younger sister leaned closer. Naturally, with Li Jing's previous words setting the stage, the 2 girls regarded him as their fiancé. As for Li Jing, it was merely a performance. Ruoruo observed him acting and praised. What a masterful actor. She could not feign illness, so she smeared a layer of dust from the carriage over her face. The group of soldiers soon approached the carriage. "Who goes there? What brings you to Zhongjing? Speak the truth." A burly man, brimming with authority, bellowed. A young man, nervously smiling, offered a silver coin. "Sir, we are but small traders." The man, resembling a general, seemed pleased, clapping the young man's shoulder. "You are quite perceptive. I shall not inspect you today. Off you go." Chapter 77. Passing the test, Ruoruo glanced at the man beside her, a robust fellow whose face seemed vaguely familiar. Suddenly, she recalled that this was the same person who had troubled her when she had sought charcoal. "Li Jing, our paths cross again. He is a sworn enemy. So be cautious," Ruoruo warned. They had previously agreed to use the sound of striking objects to convey their messages. The rhythmic knocking translated to understanding. "Shall we be on our way?" The man beside Ruoruo inquired cautiously. Since they had offered silver, it was unreasonable to prevent their departure. The soldiers laughed heartily. Go on, Ruoruo silently lamented. Could it be that they would not be discovered so quickly? Facing the blatant threats, she could not help but feel fear. The soldiers showed no courtesy, and the young man hastily alighted from the carriage. "Sir, these are mere ceramics. Our trade yields little profit. We hope you will show leniency." "And what is she to you?" The officer pointed at Ruoruo. Ruoruo smiled alluringly, her smile laden with worldly charm. The young man then realized that the officer was not intent on harassing him, but rather intrigued by the girl in his carriage. He quickly replied, "This lady is my humble wife." The officer nodded, signaling for the weapons to be sheathed, and the carriage was allowed to pass. As Ruoruo's carriage entered the city gate, it felt as though they had crossed into 2 distinct worlds, the inside bustling and lively, while the outside was desolate and quiet. The air was filled with the sounds of vendors calling out their wares: sugar-coated hawthorn, oil-splashed noodles. Don't miss out on these delicious roasted chestnuts. Amidst the clamor, Ruoruo said, "Wait a moment." The man halted the carriage, offering her a water skin. Ruoruo declined, and the man drank himself. That was perilously close. Our humble trade has become increasingly difficult. The capital favors agriculture over commerce, and with these ruthless officials, they demand silver upon seeing your carriage. Today's 5 taels of silver are down the drain. What a disgrace. How little do I earn in a day?" The man grumbled. Hearing this, Ruoruo inquired, "What is the name of the officer demanding silver?" "Yuan Tianba." Meanwhile, Yuan Tianba led a group that approached Li Jing's carriage. Seeing Li Jing cough violently, the two girls turned pale. The eldest sweetly offered a handkerchief. "My lord, how do you feel?" Yuan Tianba stepped back slightly, preparing to conduct a routine check. "What brings you to the capital?" The girl, growing impatient, quickly handed over silver, and Li Jing noticed their swift actions. "We are here to conduct business and simultaneously seek treatment for my husband's ailment." "Indeed, such a pity." The young girl pressed her eyes, trying to hold back tears. The officer lifted Li Jing's sleeve with his whip to inspect him, prompting Li Jing to cough even more violently. "Sir, please let us enter the city. It would be terrible if my husband were left without medicine. His condition is quite serious and contagious." Hearing this, the general was alarmed. Once Li Jing's carriage entered, Ruoruo finally let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, the man prepared to take Ruoruo away, but she leapt down from the carriage, saying, "I have a husband. We quarreled today, and I must find him." The young man was infuriated. Li Jing regarded the two maidens beside him. "Ladies, I am gravely ill and may not have long to live. Surely you can see this. I do not wish to burden you further, lest you be left widowed at such a tender age." With that, he alighted from the carriage. "As long as you are safe," Li Jing smiled. "This is simple." Li Jing soon contacted the chief eunuch Lin Quan. Hong Yu, seeing Ruoruo's disheveled appearance, hurriedly arranged for her to bathe. However, Ruoruo was not in a rush, demanding pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. Quickly, Qingyu hastily brought over the four treasures of the study. As Ruoruo pondered and sketched, she quickly outlined the geographical layout of the arms factory and military corps, her memory still sharp. She meticulously drew a detailed map, marking notable landmarks, clear and unmistakable. "What is this, Your Highness?" Qingyu inquired. "At this moment, you must deliver this to the emperor immediately." Remember, Ruoruo, fearing any mishap on the Qingyu road, took it upon herself to carefully place the items within a wooden box, and, not yet feeling secure, further disguised it. This statement is far from exaggerated. Qingyu hurried away. Ruoruo settled into a tranquil state, while Hong Yu, noticing that the warm water was ready, guided her to bathe. Immersed in the warm water, Ruoruo felt a delightful, tingling sensation envelop her entire body. Hong Yu washed her hair, and a scent reminiscent of sandalwood wafted through the air. Ruoruo inquired, "Is it papaya?" It is said that such a concoction yields an effective anti-dander shampoo. Ruoruo felt utterly relaxed, yet her thoughts drifted to Yuan Tianba. A eunuch, weak and trembling, knelt before Li Jing. "Your Majesty, this old servant deserves death for my transgressions. I had no choice but to impersonate you. Recently, the Empress Dowager has been visiting frequently, and I previously claimed you were ill, but she did not believe me and insisted on seeing you. This paper cannot conceal the fire. Once the Empress Dowager discovers your absence, she will investigate. Therefore, I took precautions for your protection." As the eunuch lamented while shedding his dragon robe, Li Jing was not angered, but rather commended him. Chapter 78. A Fortuitous Encounter. "Rise. Your resourcefulness is commendable. It requires great composure in perilous situations. I shall not only absolve you, but also reward you for your excellent performance." The eunuch, taken aback, was even more terrified. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Observing the eunuch's trembling, Li Jing, now somewhat irritated, urged him to rise, stating he would need him for future incidents. The eunuch stood up, relieved that the emperor's temperament was not particularly harsh. Even the Empress Dowager dared not approach him. At this, Li Jing nodded in agreement. Lin Quan added, "You should visit the Empress Dowager. It is rumored that the Liu family frequently visits Fengkuan Palace, which is quite peculiar." Hearing this, Li Jing commanded his attendants to change his attire. Once he was refreshed, he made his way to Fengkuan Palace. At that moment, Li Jing instinctively thought the Empress Dowager must be at Weiyang Palace. He hurried towards it only to unexpectedly encounter the Empress Dowager along the way. Qingyu, having taken Ruoruo's belongings, was now apprehensive. The more she feared a mishap, the more likely it was to occur. Before she could reach Taya Hall, she spotted the Empress Dowager and her attendants. Qingyu quickly stepped aside, slightly bending her knee to bow. The Empress Dowager had nearly passed by when a thought struck her. "Is that girl a messenger from Weiyang Palace?" she asked Mei Shou. Mei Shou, having served by her side for many years, was renowned for her dexterity and resourcefulness, knowing nearly everything. Upon hearing this, Mei Shou nodded, She is a senior maid from Weiyang Palace named Qingyu. Qingyu? The Empress Dowager pondered. What does she hold? I shall inquire immediately. Meisho's facial muscles twitched. Noticing Qingyu's hurried demeanor, Meisho swiftly pursued her. The two exchanged glances, and Qingyu sensed the impending danger. Earlier, Ruoruo had repeatedly instructed that while she was away, those within Weiyang Palace must remain discreet and avoid offending anyone. Although they adhered to this, they could not withstand the whims of those in power. What is that in your hands? A night pearl? Meisho sneered, closing in on Qingyu. Qingyu, alert, step back. This night pearl only glows at midnight. Why present it to the emperor during daylight? Such a statement was inherently flawed, and Meisho seized upon it. For years, Meisho had maintained her position as a trusted attendant to the Empress Dowager, thriving on her keen insight. With a cold smile, she asserted, "Let me see it." Qingyu, anxious, replied, "Aunt, this is a gift from the Empress to the Emperor. Are you implying that I lack the right to see it?" Meisho advanced, claiming the box. "Our Empress also intends to play with a night pearl, so I must have a look." As they tugged back and forth, a low command resonated from behind. "Release it." Qingyu knelt, exhaling a sigh of relief. This item, entrusted to her by the Empress, concealed a monumental secret. Yet, at this moment, the audacious Meisho had intercepted it. "What is that?" the Emperor inquired. Seizing the opportunity, Qingyu adjusted her tone. "This is a meticulously chosen night pearl for you, Your Majesty, selected by the Empress herself. She instructed me to personally deliver it to you." As she spoke, Qingyu carefully lifted the wooden box, preparing to present it to the Emperor. The elderly eunuch Lin Quan eagerly approached, but just as the handover was about to occur, a crisis ensued. The Empress Dowager arrived. "Night pearl?" The Empress Dowager's voice floated over, halting Lin Quan and Qingyu in their tracks. The Empress Dowager smiled with satisfaction as she approached Qingyu, who trembled in fear, her eyes wide with trepidation. "How fortuitous! I too desire a night pearl. May I have a look?" The Empress Dowager turned to the Emperor, who could not afford to exhibit pettiness in public. He nodded in acquiescence. However, Li Jing was acutely aware that the box contained secrets meticulously arranged by Ruoruo. Otherwise, Qingyu would not have rushed to deliver it. In this moment of contemplation, the Empress Dowager had already taken the night pearl from Meisho's hands, preparing to open the box to unveil its contents. Today is indeed peculiar. If this were an ordinary object, why would Qingyu appear so anxious? Observing Li Jing's demeanor made it clear he did not wish to part with the night pearl. The Empress Dowager surmised that something secretive lay within. At that critical juncture, Ruoruo arrived. "Mother, do you also wish for a night pearl?" Ruoruo feigned illness, speaking slowly and deliberately. Supported by Hong Yu, she approached the Empress Dowager. Seeing Ruoruo's tear-filled eyes and her violent coughing fit, the Empress Dowager exclaimed, "Have you seen a physician? How could you have deteriorated so in just a few days?" Numerous physicians had visited, and countless medicines had been taken, yet the root of her ailment remained. Ruoruo's mind raced as she sought an irrefutable reason to secure the night pearl while preventing the Empress Dowager from claiming it. Chapter 79, Talent. This was obtained from a temple. Ruoruo fabricated a story. It belongs to the Yuan-Shi Tianzuan, and it was sent to the Emperor for blessings. As for us women, the living Buddha at the temple advised against close proximity to such items. I, the Empress Dowager, embody maternal virtue, yet cannot touch a single night pearl? The Empress Dowager's cold smile pierced through. Ruoruo found herself at a loss for words, while Qingyu trembled slightly. Li Jing, seemingly unperturbed, countered, "What I mean is, I will take a look first. If, mother, you like it, I shall return it to you unchanged later." How does that sound? This was a moderate approach. Could the Empress Dowager still be aggressive under such a proposal? Unexpectedly, the Empress Dowager remained relentless. "Ah, so now even the Emperor has become stingy. How pitiful that I have been widowed since 35. I have cared for you and raised you with great hardship, yet now I cannot even glimpse a single night pearl." At this, Ruoruo grew increasingly anxious. "Your Majesty, there is nothing but documents in this box. If the Empress Dowager uncovers them now, our plans will be utterly thwarted. Therefore, it is imperative that this box does not fall into the Empress Dowager's hands." Ruoruo silently communicated with Li Jing, who appeared to have heard nothing at all. "Meisho, there is indeed a ping and talisman in my ancestral altar. Now that the empress is unwell, you must hasten to the Buddhist hall to retrieve it. The talisman I offer is from the esteemed Deming Luan Wang, renowned for its potency. The Empress Dowager's intention is clear. Your treasure is indeed precious, and I am willing to exchange it for something of greater value from my collection. What objection could there be to this arrangement? In this moment of urgency, Qin Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Su Ruoruo. Having served beside Su Ruoruo for many years, they understood each other with but a glance. Mother, I am profoundly grateful. Compared to your treasures, what I possess is trivial, so I shall present it to you. Just moments ago, Su Ruoruo had stood her ground firmly. Now, her stance had inexplicably shifted. Observing Su Ruoruo's hand over the wooden box, Li Jing was left bewildered. Upon receiving the box, the Empress Dowager smirked sinisterly, gesturing for her attendant to take it away. How has the Empress fared recently? Whenever I visit Wei Yang Palace, I find you absent. Today is a rare occasion for you to stroll about. Thank you for your concern, Mother. My health has been steadily improving, and I shall recover soon, Su Ruoruo replied. Nodding in acknowledgement, the Empress Dowager stated, I intended to visit you, but having seen you in good spirits, I shall take my leave. The Empress Dowager, wary of prolonged encounters, deliberately spoke thus. Once the Empress Dowager departed, Su Ruoruo approached Qin Yu and assisted her. You stay here. I shall devise a plan. Witnessing the Empress Dowager leave with a triumphant air, Li Jing contemplated following her. Yet Qin Yu interjected, Your Majesty. I noticed a peculiar glint in the Empress Dowager's eyes, indicating she would demand that wooden box. It is of great significance. It should not fall into her hands. And so, Thus, Qin Yu glanced around for eavesdroppers and continued, I removed the contents of the box, and indeed, it contained a luminous pearl. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoruo reflected, When did you begin to play the role of a cunning fox? Su Ruoruo and Li Jing began to discuss further. There is a divine fire crow lurking underground. That is the crux of the matter, Su Ruoruo asserted. This was planted by Lu Zhao. Although we have evidence, it will be exceedingly difficult to deal with him, Li Jing mused, stroking his chin. Su Ruoruo nodded in agreement. Are there any recent activities? Lu Zhao has been orchestrating matters for some time, but he surely does not act without purpose. Hearing this, Li Jing nodded thoughtfully. Where's the focal point? Su Zuo Inquit. Li Jing replied fluidly. The focal point is on Zhuke Street. Su Ruoruo grasped the implications. The following day, Su Ruoruo visited the Shangshu Fong, perusing books on water conservancy and celestial mechanics. In the afternoon, Li Jing brought a man to Wenyuan Pavilion. This individual was rather unremarkable in appearance, perhaps due to long-standing insecurity, causing him to slouch and exhibit a wandering gaze. Li Jing introduced him. This is Cheng Ming. His father was a former minister of works, who later perished while constructing a mausoleum. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoruo seemed to comprehend the underlying implications. She had read about the gruesome rituals of this era. From the moment the emperor ascended the throne, extensive construction for mausoleums began. Once completed, the laborers would be sealed within, effectively serving both the emperor and as his burial companions. Cheng Ming had been driven to madness by this grim fate. I too had to expend considerable effort to locate him. Su Ruoruo scrutinized Cheng Ming, noting his disheveled appearance and the unflattering mustache that diminished his appeal. He wore a foolish grin, appearing rather dim-witted. Su Ruoruo questioned, Is there truly no skilled artisan within the Ministry of Works? Are we to place our hopes on this individual? Li Jing replied candidly, Ruo, have you forgotten? Many in the ministry are affiliated with the Liu family or maintain close ties with them. If I were to alert them, they might alter their plans. Thus I must act unexpectedly. Su Ruoruo felt defeated. She turned to Cheng Ming, asking, Sir, are you willing to assist us? The fool chuckled, saliva dribbling from his mouth. Su Ruoruo was about to speak again when Li Jing ordered the guards to escort Cheng Ming away. Once Cheng Ming was gone, Su Ruoruo shrugged. The emperor is truly desperate. Can this individual genuinely assist us? In the past, Lu Xuanda judged by appearances and underestimated Feng Chou, only to later discover his remarkable abilities. Su Ruoruo sighed at the thought, but he possesses genuine talent and skill. Ruo, I have investigated him thoroughly and even acquired some of his handiwork. Otherwise, why would I have brought him here without reason? Hearing this, Ruoruo reminded herself to remain calm, intrigued by the prospect of viewing his craftsmanship. What kind of craftsmanship? Let me see. Li Jing produced a small square block of zeton wood from his sleeve, adorned with vibrant colors. Upon seeing this colorful object, Ruoruo was astonished. What? Did the ancients have Rubik's Cubes? Rubik's Cube? Li Jing was taken aback by Ruoruo's extensive knowledge of such peculiar toys. Chapter 80. Following the clue, Ruoruo smiled. I played with one of these in my childhood. It is called a Rubik's Cube with 8 faces. It is a puzzle toy, and the goal is to twist it until all faces display the same color, making it suitable for all ages. Seeing Ruoruo's enthusiasm, Li Jing nodded and handed her the Rubik's Cube. Ruoruo began recalling the algorithms. The cube appeared intricate, yet it followed a logical principle. With mastery of the principles and algorithms, it could be solved effortlessly. After a brief moment of manipulation, Ruoruo had managed to align all the colors. Li Jing watched in astonishment. You truly are remarkable. What else do you have? Li Jing produced several unassuming inventions, seemingly plain yet quite practical. As Ruoruo examined each one, Li Jing remarked, "Do you still consider him a madman?" "Genius on the left, madman on the right," she replied. The next day, the two summoned Chengming, who exclaimed, "What are you doing? What is happening?" Ruoruo ordered that Chengming be bound. The man, struggling against his restraints, shouted profanities at them. Ruoruo approached with a dagger, aiming for his eye. With a swift motion, the blade halted just an inch from his eyeball, causing him to instinctively flinch. This was not mere human instinct but a premonition. Ruoruo dropped the dagger and commanded for him to be untied. Chengming collapsed to the ground, realizing the gravity of the situation. "You're not a fool. Are you willing to cooperate with me?" Chengming remained dazed. Ruoruo instructed Hong Yu to bring her electric generator and commanded her to catch a wild cat. The cat screeched pitifully before meeting its end. Ruoruo clapped her hands. "Would you prefer to do something for the royal family, gaining fame and fortune, or would you rather choose death? The choice is yours." With that, Ruoruo and Li Jing exited the hall. Li Jing expressed his concern he might resort to suicide. These individuals do not trust the court. "Not at all," Ruoruo replied confidently. If he truly desired death, he would have chosen it long ago. With a charming smile, Ruoruo added, "I have food prepared. Let us enjoy it first." Before departing, she re-entered the room, stating, "We could easily find hundreds of craftsmen like you. The reason we chose you is deliberate. Weigh your options carefully. You know the consequences of angering the emperor. Needless sacrifices are not wise." Chengming pondered deeply, biting his lip. "Today, we give you a final deadline," Ruoruo declared, unwilling to waste more time on him. "If you are willing to assist, we shall venture out tonight. If not, I will end your life." This was a blend of grace and intimidation. Chengming felt a surge of fear. After a fierce internal struggle, he ultimately decided to heed Ruoruo's counsel. On the other side, upon entering the Qingquan Palace, Li Jing had already summoned several individuals to attend him. Those who entered the palace to pay their respects were all his informants, including the city patrollers and various officials from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue. Li Jing timed their summons meticulously. And as the crowd gradually departed, a glint of cold ferocity flickered in Li Jing's dark eyes. He mused, "I have long suspected who facilitated the transport of such a large quantity of charcoal and sulfur into the city. The truth has now come to light, and those involved have begun to reveal themselves. In other words, it is now time for us to follow the clues to their source." However, Ruoruo's thoughts were elsewhere. Noticing Li Jing's troubled expression, she cleared her throat and said, "Is there something I should say or not? Speak openly. Why conceal your thoughts?" They had reached a point in their relationship where nothing was off limits. "I may speak amiss, so please show me some understanding. Is it truly my nature to be so unreasonable, to relish in bloodshed?" Li Jing's tone carried a hint of melancholy. At this, Ruoruo smiled. "Your officials are not competent, Your Majesty." Li Jing, taken aback by Ruoruo's unexpected remark, felt a surge of anger. "Ah, indeed, harsh truths are often unwelcome. What more can I say?" Ruoruo thought to herself. Li Jing, sensing her unspoken thoughts, encouraged her, Speak freely. I am listening. Ruoruo replied. Your Majesty may be perceptive, yet I fear you may only hear what you wish to hear. Li Jing nodded solemnly, his penetrating gaze fixed upon Ruoruo. Proceed. With a moment of reflection, Ruoruo continued. While your men are indeed imposing, what does it matter? Their current demeanor makes it easy for them to be exposed while investigating matters. We must cultivate some emerging talents. I am constantly nurturing new talents. Though you may not have noticed, Li Jing countered, initially expecting Ruoruo to offer something more substantial than this unfruitful suggestion. Ruoruo felt a twinge of irritation, her cheeks flushing with color. Every time I speak, you counter my words. These issues trouble you, yet have I caused you any distress? If I am to be silenced, I shall cease to offer suggestions. Seeing Ruoruo upset, Li Jing softened his tone. I was wrong. Please continue. With determination, she warned, this is the last time. Should you interrupt me again, I shall never offer you another piece of advice. Li Jing nodded in agreement. Ruoruo elaborated. What we need are individuals from all walks of life, adept at disguise, who can provide us with more intelligence. However, they're also quite cunning and lack cohesion. Should they be exposed, it would spell trouble. Your Majesty, you speak as if you were dreaming. The true threat lies with you, Ruoruo retorted. Li Jing inquired. Where shall we find these diverse individuals? Ruoruo smirked. There are always ways. Indeed, she planned to visit the West Market. Historically impoverished, the West Market was home to either destitute wanderers or the physically disabled, as well as those abandoned from a young age. The inhabitants were homeless, lacking even shelter. They banded together to construct makeshift dwellings called rolling dragons, living in a state of dignity stripped away. This was Ruoruo and Li Jing's second visit to the West Market. During their first visit, Li Jing was utterly astonished, his worldview shattered. As a ruler of virtue, he could not fathom such squalor existed within his capital, akin to discovering an unsightly scar on a fair maiden's skin. He endeavored to erase this blemish, yet to little avail. The impoverished had grown accustomed to their plight, reluctant to change. If you support them, they will only become more idle, Ruoruo remarked, observing an elderly beggar collapse in the distance. The woman, frail and nearing the end of her life, was grateful when Ruoruo helped her rise. I have food. Please eat something. In truth, the people here were not afflicted by illness, but merely lacked adequate clothing and sustenance. Ruoruo had brought some provisions, though in limited supply. Whereas Li Jing gone? Ruoruo wondered silently, yet he did not appear. She could only wait in place. At that moment, two burly men emerged from a nearby alley, eyeing her with predatory intent. Sensing danger, Ruoruo prepared to flee, but they swiftly cornered her. With a frown, she demanded, What do you think you're doing in broad daylight? What are we doing? One man grinned menacingly, his smile stretching unnaturally. We're just here to have a nice chat with you. I have nothing to say to you, Ruoruo replied, feeling increasingly uneasy as the man on her left began to encroach upon her. My dear, what brings you to the West Market? Why not marry me? I can guarantee you a life of joy and comfort. In response, Ruoruo threw a punch, but the sturdy brute did not flinch, leaving her hands stinging from the impact. Let me go. Release me, she cried, not anticipating their prior preparation of a sack. The bag fell over her, ensnaring her within, rendering her struggles and cries futile. Li Jing, help me. Despite her desperate pleas, Li Jing remained absent as she was jostled within the suffocating darkness of the sack, likely being carried away by the assailants. Just then, two figures charged in from the side, swiftly overpowering her captors with a flurry of strikes. Once the attackers were subdued, the two approached Ruoruo. Guda, and this is my brother. We saw someone bullying you and rushed your aid. Ruoruo nodded appreciatively. Recognizing their commendable skills, she said, You both are quite capable. I have a friend who would like to meet you. Rising to express her gratitude, Ruoruo was interrupted by Li Jing bursting onto the scene. Mistaking the situation, he assumed Ruoruo had been taken hostage and immediately engaged in combat, holding his own against the two attackers. Ruoruo hastily intervened, diffusing the tension. She suggested that Li Jing reward the brothers and mentioned her intention to establish an organization named the Hailonghui, for which they would serve as the inaugural leaders. Li Jing generously offered not only a handsome sum of silver, but also arranged for them to rent a place to facilitate their future endeavors. Before departing, Gu Sang and Guda inquired about their roles, to which Ruoruo replied, "Each month, we will provide you with 1,000 taels of silver. This is not for you to merely look after the impoverished in the West Market, but rather a salary for the work we will engage in together." Gu Sang and Guda, seasoned businessmen, had never encountered such wealth as 1,000 taels. At that moment, Ruoruo took a silver note from Li Jing and handed it to them. "Exchange this at the nearby silver house and swiftly establish the Heilonghui. We require trustworthy individuals who can gather intelligence. They must be active, not idly waiting around. We need them to continue as they have before." Gu Sang, quick-witted, soon grasped the plan. "Rest assured, leave it to me," he assured her as they went to exchange the note. Ruoruo has recently orchestrated numerous clandestine arrangements. Upon observing Ruoruo's impressive capabilities, Li Jing found himself in a rather awkward position, feeling as if his heroism was rendered futile. After bidding farewell to one another, Li Jing entered the carriage. "Do you truly believe they can handle this matter for us? Rest assured, these two have endured much hardship, are eager to assist, and possess remarkable cleverness. They're certainly capable." On the third day, Ruoruo encountered the elderly woman from before. The old beggar appeared unchanged from their previous meeting. Yet there was a notable difference. Her complexion was radiant, indicating she had been well fed. Upon noticing Ruoruo, she hurried over, pleading, "Miss, please, I beseech you." Ruoruo offered her some silver, yet the old beggar did not accept it. "My master, I am from the Heilonghui. Previously, you asked us to investigate who transported the charcoal and sulfur and where it was taken. I have gathered a lead while begging in Dongqing." Hearing this uplifting news, Ruoruo's face lit up with joy. "This is not a place for discussion. Let's move elsewhere." The group proceeded to the Heilonghui. Guda was outside, while Gu Sang, seeing the two enter, quickly presented the clues he had compiled. Ruoruo shared them with Li Jing. Gu Sang, a businessman, had meticulously recorded numerous names on a piece of paper, organized in a grid format, with detailed identity information for each individual. "Did you gather all this information? Is there any inaccuracy?" Ruoruo was astonished at the prowess of this group. She and Li Jing took a seat beside them. "We have many individuals at our disposal. As long as we receive accurate intelligence, I will reward them with 3 taels of silver. Consequently, everyone will be quite eager. Our appearance may be unremarkable. Yet the old woman has been begging at the back door of the Liu family for 2 days without any acknowledgement. However, in this short time, she has managed to acquire a wealth of information." After reviewing, Ruoruo and Li Jing had identified several targets. "You must continue to monitor these individuals and observe their activities." Chapter 82, Concrete Evidence. Li Jing issued commands, and Gu Sang nodded in agreement. Following this lead, the group had traced every clue related to the explosives. These explosives were procured by the Liu Zhao family from beyond the borders, transported in parts, with charcoal and sulfur delivered in batches, subsequently stored at a specific location before being assembled. Once everything was prepared, designated personnel would transport the finished Shenhuofei through a well underground. Li Jing felt a sense of urgency. Soon, information was relayed back, aligning perfectly with the findings of the Heilonghui. These raw materials would be sent to a processing factory on Juke Street, which ostensibly produced paper but was brazenly engaged in the manufacture of Shenhuofei. With everything pinpointed, the two prepared to investigate. That night, under a clear sky and bright moon, Li Jing brought Ruoruo to the factory's exterior, where they discovered that the workshop operated through the night, with workers laboring tirelessly. However, infiltrating the premises proved immensely challenging. Firstly, the location was well concealed. Secondly, there were guard stationed inside. And thirdly, those entering and exiting possessed their own coded language and tokens, making inspections exceptionally stringent. A cart filled with charcoal approached steadily. As Li Jing crouched down to examine the ground, he noticed his palm was coated in a dark residue. Soon, bamboo will be transported inside. We must locate Gu Sang. The two swiftly sought out Gu Sang and Guda, demanding that within 15 minutes, they apprehend the individuals transporting bamboo and replace them with their own in disguise. Gu Sang nodded vigorously in response. Although the Heilonghui was not large in scale, Its manpower was substantial, easily uncovering numerous leads. Before long, Gu Sang and his associates located the cart transporting bamboo. Without hesitation, the driver and several attendants were apprehended. Gu Sang and a group of masked individuals diligently escorted the captives to a secluded alley. "What are you doing? What do you want?" One of them protested. "You'll find out shortly," Gu Sang replied, and upon noticing the man's defiance, he swiftly delivered a barrage of slaps, silencing him in an instant. Shortly thereafter, Ruoruo and Li Jing arrived. Ruoruo gave Gu Sang a thumbs up, impressed by his actions. With a sigh, she noticed Li Jing approaching, who had seemingly transformed the previously defiant man into someone now screaming in fear. "Well done." Li Jing stood opposite the man, his cold gaze swirling with an eerie intensity, as if he could absorb the very essence of the atmosphere. "Do you not wish to speak? I am the emperor. If you confess now, not only will I spare you, but you may also redeem yourself. If you think your trivial skills can deceive me, you underestimate my intelligence." Ruoruo stepped back, intrigued by Li Jing's demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, the man began to negotiate with Li Jing. "I am merely a hired hand, slightly better off than a laborer. Each time I transport extra charcoal and sulfur, they grant me an additional sum." "And what of the commission?" Li Jing inquired, a satisfied smile creeping across his face. "What is your name?" "They call me Lazy," the man replied. "Is that your real name?" Ruoruo asked skeptically. Lazy nodded. "I was orphaned at a young age, and this name was given to me later. I was once called a bastard. In my youth, I lacked funds and was captured to work in a brothel. Later, I encountered a businessman who treated me kindly." Upon hearing this, Ruoruo was reluctant to delve further, realizing the man's past was far more brutal than she could fathom. Li Jing interjected, "Lazy, who is this you speak of? Is it Lu Zhao?" Lazy hesitated but ultimately nodded solemnly. "The Lu family wields immense power. Even if you are the emperor, what can you do against them?" Li Jing clenched his teeth, his gaze fierce and cold, as if the very air around him was chilling. "Indeed, Lu Zhao is inherently cautious. He would not contact you directly. Who is your superior?" Li Jing pressed on. The man mentioned a name, Lu Ran, who had served as the steward for Master Lu years ago, but had inexplicably vanished, only to reappear engaged in these dealings. "Do you possess evidence that Lu Ran is working for Lu Zhao?" Upon hearing this, Li Jing was visibly pleased. At that moment, Ruoruo moved closer to him. "Your Majesty, go tend to other matters. I shall inquire further." As she advanced, she discreetly urged him to depart. Li Jing nodded and walked away. Ruoruo approached Lazy, helping him to his feet, and then produced a vial of medicine from her sleeve. "Do not be alarmed. We will not harm you. Now, I ask you, since you claim to be receiving a commission, you must have a list and transaction records. Provide them to us, and it will serve as evidence." "Certainly, but I fear that if I produce these, my life will be forfeit." Ruoruo found herself disliking such individuals. Despite being destitute, he still attempted to reason with her. Disinclined to continue the discussion, she snapped her fingers. "Gu Sang, Guda, take him to my residence." The two men complied and escorted the man away. At that moment, Ruoruo approached Li Jing once more. His deep-set eyes gazed into the distance, his silhouette exuding an aura of solitary strength, akin to that of a wolf. Ruoruo sensed that Li Jing's pride had sustained a grievous blow. She wished to comfort him, but was at a loss for words. "I am a time traveler, having come from the future. Before my arrival, I was but a useless person, a waste, do you understand?" Ruoruo moved closer to Li Jing, aware that he was being afflicted by a form of loneliness. "What does useless mean?" I initially thought that Li Jing would not engage in conversation with me. Yet unexpectedly, he began to inquire further. Chapter 83. Following the clue to uncover the truth. Ruoruo took a deep breath and gently explained, "The term waste refers to a person who is utterly useless. My exam results are dismal, and the most disheartening aspect is that I have a best friend whose achievements are outstanding. This only serves to amplify my feelings of inadequacy. Nevertheless, I continue to live my life with a cheerful disposition." Upon hearing this, Li Jing's heart softened. This perceptive little one was encouraging him. They exchanged glances, and Li Jing smiled with keen interest, urging her to continue. "I always believed myself to be worthless, but in reality, I had merely succumbed to despair. Others are more exceptional and capable than I am. Eventually, I found myself here, pondering the rarity of human existence. It is a remarkable fortune to have experienced life twice. This realization filled me with joy, prompting me to organize various endeavors. Initially, I thought everything was merely an illusion, treating life as a game. However, I soon discovered that I could manage everything quite effectively. In truth, tracing back to the incident involving Ruoruo had been strategically advancing step by step. Li Jing observed everything closely. Ruoruo smiled, her enchanting eyes sparkling brilliantly. I am not a useless person. Nonsense. Li Jing interjected. How could a ruby be considered useless? Therefore, Your Majesty, do not succumb to sorrow, discouragement, or despair. The strength of the Liu family is not due to your weakness, but rather due to their stable foundation. That is all. Soon, we shall dismantle their influence, shall we not? At this point, Li Jing moved closer to Ruoruo, their proximity intensifying. His dark, profound gaze seemed capable of penetrating her very soul, inducing a sense of panic within Ruoruo, who instinctively wished to flee. However, Li Jing's hand found its way to the back of her head. Just as Ruoruo prepared to escape, Li Jing made his advance. To her astonishment, this audacious man dared to kiss her. The kiss was fleeting, a mere brush of lips, yet it left Ruoruo breathless, her temperature rising. Fortunately, she managed to push Li Jing away. This was my first kiss. Flustered, Ruoruo dashed away, leaving Li Jing bewildered by her reaction. He pursued her, and she pointed towards the distance, exclaiming, "Fireworks!" She resembled a child in that moment. This residence was purchased at a low price. And do you know why? Because it is said to be haunted. This is the estate of General Liu Yuanlu. Li Jing remarked as he entered. Not that. You seem to have a connection with him? Liu Yuanlu was known as a corrupt official who oppressed the common people until he met his demise at my hands. Li Jing gestured with his right hand beneath Ruoruo's neck, and she understood perfectly. No wonder the pawnshop warned me it was a haunted house. A haunted house is perfect for our purposes. It ensures complete safety. The two entered the courtyard, where Hong Yu greeted them. Ruoruo leaned in and whispered something in Hong Yu's ear, who quickly departed. When Hong Yu returned, Ruoruo knew everything had been settled. Did you make him confess? That fellow was thoroughly terrified by the maid and readily complied. I will bring it to you, Your Majesty. Moments later, Lazy arrived. Ruoruo instructed Hong Yu to use a generator to deal with him. Lazy was quickly subdued by the electric shock, and soon enough, he ceased his defiance. According to him, Ruoruo not only located the stash of charcoal and sulfur, but also secured a steady supply. Li Jing was astonished. You have managed to transport 3,000 pounds of charcoal and 1,000 pounds of sulfur? This is truly a grand undertaking. What arrangements have been made? Lazy gasped for breath. I did as instructed, Your Majesty. Please do not blame me for my shortcomings. I deserve severe punishment. I shall devise a plan for you to redeem yourself. Investigate their further plans and report back to me. Upon hearing this, Lazy nodded. Do not expose yourself or resort to tricks, or else we shall dispose of you without mercy. If you can assist us, we shall grant you whatever you desire. From now on, you shall act as our informant, which is far better than being a mere lackey to others. You are an adult. Reflect on this. Eliminating Lazy would be a trivial matter. Ruoruo's approach received Li Jing's approval. The man was taken away. They shared lunch together, and Ruoruo brought something to the table. Before her arrival, the palace had adhered to the traditional custom of silence during meals, yet Ruoruo shattered that decorum. A letter has arrived from Lazy for your perusal, Ruoruo announced as she handed Li Jing the handwritten note. He opened it, and she continued, I have pawned all the items you previously bestowed upon me and exchanged them for silver. I gave this fellow 200 taels. He is driven solely by profit. So we must employ both kindness and authority. Ruoruo had already reviewed the letter. I intended to wait until your morning court session concluded to review it with you, but I was unsure how long it would take, so I took the liberty of examining it myself. He has provided several names, and I believe we should apprehend these individuals today for thorough interrogation, revealing the truth. Ruoruo nodded in agreement. We must venture out of the palace. After lunch, Li Jing could hardly attend to court matters and exited through the back door. He had barely rested the previous night and was now swaying in the bumpy carriage, on the verge of dozing off. Ruoruo noticed his head leaning towards her and quickly supported him, adjusting his position. Yet, Li Jing continued to lean in closer, which frustrated Ruoruo. After several attempts to shift away, she finally surrendered. When the old eunuch Fuxing lifted the carriage curtain, he discovered the emperor's head resting on Ruoruo's shoulder. Li Jing stirred awake and entered the room. After a brief wait, Gu Sang and Gu De returned with the individuals involved in the case. One of them was particularly arrogant, cursing spitefully despite being blindfolded and confined in a sack. Gu Sang kicked him, rebuking, "What are you making a fuss about? Even in your fallen state, you still act so arrogantly." The others were in disarray, with one pleading desperately, "Spare me, good sir. I have silver. Do you prefer silver or beautiful women? Just say the word, and I will ensure they are prepared for you." Another remained silent, bowing deeply. In this tense atmosphere, Ruoruo waved her hand, and Gu Sang and Gu De departed. Li Jing squatted beside the sack and began to unravel it. The man, who had just been spewing obscenities, froze upon realizing the emperor stood before him, rendered speechless. "Continue." "I enjoy listening," Li Jing encouraged, smiling gently, though his dark eyes gleamed with cold intensity. The man, flustered, hastily bowed before Li Jing, wishing to bash his head into pieces. Ruoruo assisted Li Jing in unbinding the sack. The onlookers never expected to witness Li Jing and Ruoruo in such an environment, their fear palpable. Ruoruo smiled cheerfully, while Li Jing maintained a stoic expression. Finally, every individual's sack was removed. Li Jing scrutinized the group, realizing they were all court officials, some from the Ministry of Personnel, others from the Ministry of War. "Do you know why I summoned you all here?" The individuals were terrified, bowing repeatedly yet unable to utter a word. Li Jing stamped his foot. "I have valued you all, never once doubting your integrity over the years. Yet your true nature has now been laid bare before me. Remarkable, indeed." Li Jing forced a bitter smile. The officials trembled, bowing incessantly. Ruoruo stepped forward. "I presume you all have your reasons otherwise. How could you collude with the Liu family? This can be considered a means of retreat for everyone." The man who had just been cursing vehemently was now sobbing uncontrollably, lamenting that his mother and family were under the control of the Liu family. If he did not obey their commands, his loved ones would face dire consequences. Ruoruo, witnessing this theatrical display, felt an intense anger rising within her. At this moment, both individuals were formulating a new plan. Ruoruo initiated her silent communication, expressing, "Your Majesty, let us execute a decisive action to make them aware of the consequences of their failures and successes. Perhaps then they will cease their mischief." Li Jing touched his left ear. The two had previously established a system of subtle expressions. Touching the right ear indicated agreement, while the left signaled dissent, and a touch to the forehead meant Ruoruo should continue speaking. How could they ensure these individuals would submit to their authority? These deceitful characters are duplicitous. Should your Majesty desire their obedience, it may require a firm hand. Ruoruo articulated her plan. Li Jing listened intently, gradually realizing that the seemingly fragile and innocent Ruoruo possessed a ruthless cunning. In her past life, she had a penchant for reading works such as Jingguan, Zhengyao, and Giguzi, which had honed her intellect over time. She conveyed these insights to Li Jing through their silent communication, and he narrowed his dangerous black eyes, slowly touching his right ear in acknowledgement. Time was pressing, and the stakes were high. At this moment, they could not afford to alert their adversaries. In other words, they needed to eliminate the most troublesome individuals among them. Let us dispense with the pretense. Rise, all of you. For many years, I have shown compassion and refrained from exercising my power over you. I believed that such leniency would lead to your good behavior. Yet, it appears that the more lenient I am, the more you engage in nefarious deeds. Therefore, I must retract my mercy. Master Fong, you have been closely associated with him. Let the first strike commence with you." Master Fong, gripped by trepidation, prostrated himself before Li Jing, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I pledge to reform my ways. I shall comply." Li Jing's demeanor was as cold as ice. The ensuing brutality unfolded, and despite Master Fong's eloquence, Li Jing would hear no more of his words. At a command, Master Fong was bound. Upon re-entering the chamber, a putrid stench of blood permeated the air, but Ruoruo deliberately averted her gaze from the lifeless body on the floor. Meanwhile, Li Jing had approached Ruoruo, stating, "Consider this, my friends. No matter how formidable the Liu family may be, can they truly aspire to the heights of emperors and generals? If their legitimacy is flawed, their authority will falter. I, however, am different." Aligned with Su Ruoruo's plan, he intended to wield both kindness and severity. Li Jing released a group of individuals who vanished without a trace. This was undoubtedly a risky endeavor, yet both were willing to take the chance. In the following days, Su Ruo and Li Jing were inseparable, with Su Ruo beginning to discuss her desire to leave. While life in the imperial capital was lavish and abundant, it was also fraught with scheming and exploitation. And Su Ruo was unwilling to remain there for a lifetime. Each time she broached her plan to escape, Li Jing either feigned agreement or diverted the conversation, leaving Su Ruoruo feeling discontented. Su Ruo also prepared gifts for Li Jing, though they were merely commonplace items. Seated in the carriage, Qing Yu and Hong Yu gazed out at the world beyond. Having navigated the ranks of commoners to reach her current position, Hong Yu felt little connection to the bustling masses outside. Her primary concern was self-preservation. In contrast, Qing Yu, having lived in the palace since childhood, yearned for the vibrant life outside. With Hong Yu by her side, Su Ruo felt a sense of joy surpassing that of 1,000 soldiers. As the carriage entered Juke Street, Li Jing disembarked, and the common folk hailed the emperor with shouts of "Long live the emperor." The court officials proceeded in a grand procession. "This year, I have prepared gifts for you," Li Jing declared, deliberately moving slowly to await Su Ruo's approach. Soon, she was near, and Li Jing smiled, remarking that the gifts were thoughtfully prepared by others, and he could only present them as a gesture. The crowd found Li Jing's words peculiar, sensing something unusual. As they continued towards the most prosperous area, Li Jing had arranged for eunuchs to cautiously invite the officials over, where they would indulge in merriment. Numerous coins were laid before the emperor, a tradition that had persisted through the ages, with discussions on policies leading to wagers where losers would be penalized with drinks, while winners collected the coins of the vanquished to be distributed as they pleased in the market. On this day, the weight of the coins amounted to 9,000 taels of silver, a staggering sum when converted into copper coins. As Li Jing scanned the crowd, he noticed the absence of Liu Zhao and Liu Ping. "Oh, Yi San has departed," he mused. He observed the kneeling officials of the Office of Ceremonial Affairs and inquired about Liu Ping, learning that he had not attended due to the anniversary of his wife's passing, a circumstance Li Jing found understandable. The gathering soon erupted into a verbal duel regarding governance, policies, and the various customary regulations that govern their society. As discussions unfolded, some emerged victorious, prompting the distribution of silver to the market. The carriage sped along, and within, the young lord broke open his pouch, sending coins rolling into the fray amidst the revelry. The atmosphere was filled with laughter, for who wouldn't relish in the spoils of ill-gotten gains? The court had deployed numerous soldiers to maintain order, wary of potential chaos over the silver. In truth, the imperial capital thrived, and the lives of its citizens were quite prosperous. Thus, their eagerness for money was merely a pursuit of fortune. Li Jing joined the debate, and his presence commanded attention. Whatever he spoke was met with support, and he directed the soldiers to disperse the silver far from the vicinity, ensuring ample space for the distribution. Su Ruoruo, growing bored, remarked, "Oh, how flattering. I find the emperor's statements flawed. What, pray tell, have I said incorrectly?" Li Jing responded, momentarily pausing to pour wine while subtly leaning closer to Su Ruoruo. She pointedly articulated his shortcomings, leaving him no choice but to invite her into the discourse. Su Ruoruo, a decisive and action-oriented individual, quickly silenced her opponents with her sharp retorts, causing the crowd to regard her with newfound respect. Simultaneously, a contingent of soldiers arrived at Liu Ping's residence under the guise of goodwill, but unbeknownst to them, the emperor had ordered their surveillance before departing. The vast amount of gunpowder buried underground posed a grave threat. Once ignited, Juke Street would be reduced to ashes. Thus far, everything was unfolding according to Liu Zhao's plan. To ensure a more leisurely respite, he had feigned illness days prior. Victory was within reach. Meanwhile, Yi San and his companions arrived at Liu Zhao's residence, where Liu Zhao, surprised by the presence of imperial soldiers, was assisted by his family as he emerged with great difficulty. Master Lu, Yi San bowed respectfully. What troubles you? The emperor is concerned for your health and has sent me to check on you. Lu Zhao forced a smile. Just an old ailment. A bit of rest will suffice. There is no need to trouble his majesty. It is no inconvenience. I shall summon the imperial physician to examine you. Yi San insisted as several physicians approached, prompting Lu Zhao to exhale deeply. Meanwhile, Lu Ping's estate was encircled by soldiers, and although he harbored ulterior motives, he planned to use his servants to send messages to his brother. However, he was thwarted as his servants were driven back inside by the soldiers. Lu Ping understood that these soldiers were brutes and would not challenge the emperor. He could only endure in silence. The guard were merely tasked with monitoring them until word arrived from Li Jing. Li Jing meticulously arranged everything. Oh dear, how tedious. Had I known it would be so dull, I would not have come, Ruoruo thought to herself, appearing somewhat worn due to a restless night. She could scarcely suppress a yawn. Observing her state, Li Jing intentionally engaged a well-spoken minister in a debate with Ruoruo, unaware that all present would soon concede defeat. Initially, the attendees were courteous, but it quickly escalated into a heated argument among the elder statesmen, their faces flushed with exertion. It became clear to everyone the formidable prowess of the empress. Who else could it be? Ruoruo felt as if she were a solitary victor, pondering that while strategy discussions were all well and good, their practical application might not yield success. Today, she was merely engaging in empty rhetoric. As she noticed the others retreating, her boredom deepened. Rising from her seat, she remarked that conversing about strategies was tiresome, and now, with her resounding triumph, the remaining copper coins should be distributed to the 4 city gates, with 1 bag scattered on the ground. The populace was jubilant and ecstatic. The bags were now empty. Lu Zhao, in a state of acute anxiety, stood and gazed at the sundial in the courtyard, troubled by the fact that, according to prior arrangements, the buried Xinhua Fiya should have detonated by noon. Seeing his distress, the physician hurriedly followed him, bowing and gesturing. My lord, your ailment is not beyond remedy. Do not fret. The physician was indeed there to attend to Lu Zhao's health, entirely oblivious to the intricate and subtle machinations behind scenes. As for Yi San, his people had already conveyed the news to the assembly. Li Jing remained impassive. Ruoruo, seated beside Li Jing, noticed him occasionally glancing at the sunlight. The sun continued its slow traverse across the heavens, and the air was stifling. Should an explosion occur at that moment, the gathering would surely suffer dire consequences. Shall we apprehend them? Li Jing touched his right cheek, standing up. Ruoruo felt relieved. Finally, the wrongdoers will face justice. How splendid. Li Jing cast a glance at the attendees. The once bustling assembly had quieted down. Whispers ceased. The sound of a rapid heartbeat filled Ruoruo's ears as she instinctively grasped the armrest of her official chair, stealing a glance at Li Jing, who stood tall and resolute, unwavering in his gaze. I once believed I commanded the loyalty of all, yet a recent event has deeply troubled me, inciting my utmost disdain. What a riveting opening. Come, continue, Ruoruo cheered, smiling. Li Jing furrowed his brow, recalling that historically, the interference of maternal relatives in governance was most dreadful, as even the mightiest dam could succumb to an ant's hole. He had never considered the implications, but now the circumstances were altered. A fine sheen of sweat broke out along his hairline, prompting Ruoruo to rise and dab him with a silk handkerchief. At this juncture, he had piqued their curiosity. Just as the assembly anticipated he would reveal everything, Li Jing unexpectedly fell silent. This silence was equally gripping. Some attendees wiped the sweat from their brows, while others, gripped by fear, pondered whether the emperor had learned of their domestic troubles, or, worse yet, their financial misdeeds. Your Majesty, please show mercy. One trembled. At that moment, Ruoruo presented the mechanical watch she had crafted for Li Jing, which she had previously offered as a gift, remarking that it was far more accurate than the sundial, with clear markings indicating the 12 hours. Upon hearing this, Li Jing glanced at the watch face, now reading 12:10. Rest assured, he said, from the mouths of a few nefarious individuals, they had extracted the time of the impending execution, which would occur no later than noon, yet the hour had already passed. Li Jing finally exhaled in relief. The populace had seized the copper coins, and the capital thrived with vitality. Noticing Su Ruoruo's calm demeanor, Li Jing grasped her hand. She instinctively wanted to pull away, but ultimately restrained herself. I'm immensely grateful to you. There's still more spectacles to behold. Just wait and see. By the way, I have sent someone to fetch Empress Dowager Lu. She should be arriving soon. She is well aware of today as planned. Having often expressed a desire to take a stroll, but this year she suddenly claimed to be unwell and needed to rest. The hour had passed. According to their plan, someone was to don the imperial robes, while others would seek out Empress Dowager Lu to oversee the proceedings. However, as she waited anxiously, news of disturbances outside reached her ears. Ignoring the initial reports, she became increasingly agitated upon hearing. What? The Yulin Wei has surrounded Lu Ping's residence? Empress Dowager Lu was now restless and uneasy. Moments later, another report arrived. Long Jinwei had also cordoned off Lu Zhao's estate, a series of ominous signs. Could it be that Li Jing had discovered something? Yet their plans were meticulously crafted. How could he possibly know their next steps or their grand intentions? Subsequently, Ru Guifei hurried towards Feng Kuan Palace, only to be intercepted by Lin Quan, the chief eunuch of Qian Kuan Hall. Observing Ru Guifei's haste, he obstructed her path. What are you doing? Lu Zhao was Ru Guifei's father, and she was frantic upon learning of the turmoil at home. Turning, she intended to seek counsel from her aunt in Feng Kuan Palace, unaware that she would encounter Lin Quan en route. Lin Quan chuckled derisively, bowing respectfully. He was already aware that Ru Guifei's status would soon plummet, hence his slightly dismissive demeanor. The emperor requests your presence in the warm pavilion for some embroidery. Embroidery? Ru Guifei thought, sensing trouble, yet there was no way to refuse. I am not skilled at embroidery. I am hardly as capable as the other consorts. Perhaps you should summon them. Your Highness. Noticing Ru Guifei's reluctance to accompany him, Lin Quan cleared his throat, blocking her path. He showed no intention of yielding, nor any sign of fear. What do you intend to do? Your Highness, this is the Emperor's command. Would you have me repeat it? You may leave, but do not forget your duty to obey the Emperor. Your father is ill. An ailing elder cannot withstand your capriciousness. You, Ru Guifei, was furious, wishing to kick Lin Quan. However, Lin Quan remained unfazed, embodying the indifference of a pig in boiling water. I shall first go to Feng Kuan Palace and return shortly. Lin Quan maintained an air of inquiry. Ru Guifei found his demeanor intolerable, taking a deep breath and clenching her fists. She resolved to ignore him. Yet he followed her like a shadow. Given this situation, what could she possibly discuss with the Empress Dowager? As this thought crossed her mind, Ru Guifei could only sigh. Let us go. How utterly ridiculous. They seemed to be awaiting some directive, a thought Ru Guifei dared not entertain. Unbeknownst to her, she had no knowledge of Lu Zhao's explosives. All she grasped was that her father was besieged, with Long Jinwei and Yulin Wei surrounding the estate. Beyond that, she was entirely in the dark. Your Highness, please embroider. A matron entered, presenting an embroidery frame to Ru Guifei. Distraught, she requested, could you deliver a message to my aunt? Your Highness, please embroider, the matron reiterated, unwavering in her response. Chapter 87. Rising up in anger, Lady Guifei Lu was infuriated, exclaiming that they had truly overstepped their bounds. In the past, they had eagerly sought her favor, yet now they treated her with such disrespect. It was utterly absurd. Please, Your Highness, indulge in some embroidery. Lin Quan entered the room. Observing Lin Quan's ominous demeanor, Lady Guifei Lu became even more enraged. Meanwhile, Lady Xinfei Lu, having learned that her household was besieged and that there were troubles among her relatives, hurried towards Feng Kuan Palace, accompanied by a trusted wet nurse. This wet nurse, who had been sent by Lu Ping, distinguished herself in the Lu family and was particularly capable. Recognizing her intelligence and unwavering loyalty, Lu Ping had insisted she accompany Lady Xinfei into the palace, and she had been by her side for over 3 years, assisting her in various matters. As Lady Xinfei resolved to visit Feng Kuan Palace, the wet nurse vehemently opposed her decision. Your Highness, you must not go. To approach the Empress Dowager so brazenly could lead to dire consequences if something were to truly go awry with Lord Lu. The Empress Dowager might escape unscathed. but you would certainly be ensnared in a scheme. Why must you willingly walk into such trap? Lady Xianfei, with a sorrowful countenance, lamented, "My family is on the brink of ruin. We shall all suffer the consequences. If we are to perish, we shall do so together. I must seek out my aunt." "Your Highness, please reconsider," the wet nurse pleaded earnestly, but Lady Xianfei remained resolute. As they neared Fengkuan Palace, news arrived that Lady Guifei Lu had been taken away by Lin Quan to engage in embroidery elsewhere. Upon hearing this, the wet nurse grasped Lady Xianfei's hand. "Do you still refuse to see reason? The Emperor is already imposing restrictions on her, yet you remain unscathed. This indicates something significant. It is a blessing, not a curse. We ought to avoid Fengkuan Palace." Seemingly swayed, Lady Xianfei nodded, acknowledging the wet nurse's rationale. "Indeed, you make a valid point. Very well then. Oh heavens, what do you intend to see her for? If all goes as predicted, your sister will be cast into the cold palace this afternoon. We must not only keep our distance, but also ensure we do not add to her troubles. Any plans you had with her must be discarded." Lady Xianfei grew exasperated. "Am I to go mad? Nothing seems permissible." "It is not that nothing is permissible, but we must maintain our distance from them," the wet nurse advised. "Last March, Lady Guifei Lu brutally beat a maid to death and disposed of the body in a dry well. You are aware of this. And there was another maid who met a similar fate. This information will eventually reach the Emperor. Once Lady Guifei Lu falls from grace, you shall rise." Lady Xianfei was bewildered by the implications. The wet nurse had conveyed all that was necessary, sensing that Lady Xianfei was rather obstinate. On the other hand, Empress Dowager Lu, unable to ascertain news of Lu Ping or Lu Zhao, was increasingly anxious, especially upon hearing that Lady Guifei Lu had been taken by Lin Quan to Qiankuan Palace for embroidery. Based on her keen intuition, it seemed that Lu Zhao was about to encounter significant trouble. The Empress Dowager understood that she could not remain passive. "Mei Shao," she called, glancing sharply at her attendant. "Present." Mei Shao replied, "Leave the palace immediately and arrange to find the Emperor at once." "But your Highness," Mei Shao cautioned, "departing the palace without the Emperor's decree may not yield the results you desire, and it might not be prudent to attempt a rescue of the Lu brothers. However, the Empress Dowager could not abide such an action. They are my brothers. I cannot stand idly by." Mei Shao dared not dissuade her further and complied. Soon, a carriage was prepared. In her haste, the Empress Dowager entered the carriage without even changing her attire. Meanwhile, Lin Quan had dispatched news. At the gathering, silence enveloped the crowd. "Your Majesty, instruct Yi San and others not to impede the common folk. Let them witness the spectacle," someone suggested. "Indeed, the more grand the event, the better," came the response. After all, wielded correctly, public opinion could serve as a potent weapon. Before long, the populace had gathered, their attention fixed on Ruoruo and Li Jing. She could communicate with him under the veil of secrecy, and he had signaled his support for Li Jing's continuation. "Recently, I received reports of the illicit transport of charcoal and sulfur. Do you know what these materials are intended for in the imperial capital, where nearly 10,000 souls reside?" The officials, accustomed to mere theoretical discussions, faltered in the face of the pressing situation. After prolonged silence, one finally ventured, "Perhaps for fuel, given the vast population of our capital." The speaker fell silent, unable to respond further. Hearing this, Li Jing smirked, "I too have acquired such fireworks, and I can demonstrate their power to you." The Emperor gestured dismissively. A general presented a bamboo tube, previously retrieved during an underground operation, unbeknownst to the masses, who were now surrounded by identical tubes. Li Jing had 2 bronze cauldrons brought forth, one larger than the other, the former enveloping the latter. The onlookers were bewildered, drawn closer by the peculiar atmosphere. Li Jing ignited the bamboo tube and cast it into the smaller cauldron. Once the tube had burned sufficiently, he placed a larger cauldron over it. In an instant, a resounding explosion reverberated through the air, causing the ground to tremble. The crowd stood in shock, some instinctively retreating, while a few officials froze in disbelief, with one even hiding beneath a table. Yet, amidst the chaos, Ruoruo remained steadfast, protected by Hong Yu, who, despite the tremors, stood firm before her. Li Jing snapped his fingers, and someone lifted the large cauldron, revealing the remnants of the smaller one, utterly destroyed. The crowd gasped in horror. Chapter 88. The sin under the sun. Li Jing rose, furiously pointing at the ashes beneath the cauldron. Those with weak hearts fled in terror, while the bolder ones remained. Transfixed, the officials trembled with fear. Ruoruo giggled, feigning ignorance, though all was orchestrated between her and Li Jing, and the next step was to summon the culprits. Fear not, for I possess keen insight. Some days ago, I collaborated with the empress to investigate this matter, and I have ensured the destruction of the explosives hidden below. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Your Majesty, who could possess such a heart of cruelty? We implore you to capture this villain. Indeed, a traitor among us. This must not go unpunished. Let's eliminate them. The crowd erupted in fervor, and Ruoruo silently reveled in their reaction. This was precisely their aim, for a significant guest was about to make an entrance. And while it may be challenging for Li Jing to eliminate the culprit, public sentiment would turn into a fierce demand for justice. Bring them forth, Li Jing commanded, and those previously apprehended, faces streaked with despair, were brought before him. Before they could utter a word, the enraged crowd began hurling rotten eggs and vegetables, forcing the culprits to evade. Fearing for the lives of the captives, Li Jing gestured for a ceasefire, and gradually the crowd quieted. Speak, what crimes have you committed? The common folk murmured in confusion. At this moment, Ruoruo rose slightly. The atmosphere had been well crafted, but it still lacked a certain intensity. Qing Yu, observing Ruoruo's movement, mistakenly thought she was compelled by urgency. Your Highness, shall you step outside? Qing Yu, On Yu. Ruoruo stated, I prepared quite a few coins yesterday. They are in the carriage. At this moment, gather more people. The more, the merrier. Qing Yu, quick to react, understood Ruoruo's intentions. The two made arrangements accordingly. Li Jing instinctively touched her right cheek, while Ruoruo sat upright, prepared to witness the unfolding drama. The official kneeling before Li Jing was drenched in sweat, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Li Jing's gaze turned suddenly fierce as she scolded, Go die. Ruoruo was almost compelled to whistle in admiration at Li Jing's audacity. The terrified official lost control, and a torrent of urine cascaded down his trousers. Ruoruo sighed, reflecting, regret comes too late. What good is knowing one's faults now? The day's torture was to be witnessed by all. The common folk, accustomed to seeing prisoners executed with a swift blade, had never encountered such a gruesome spectacle. Li Jing ordered him to be subjected to Ling Qi, a torture method renowned for its cruelty, wherein a thin blade would inflict successive cuts, prolonging agony until death. A scene more horrific than any murder. The crowd was petrified. Coins slipped from sleeves went unnoticed, as whispers circulated among them. This time, the emperor is serious. Good heavens. Ling Qi execution. They murmured, realizing it was a demonstration meant to instill fear. Speak less. Beware of calamity befalling you. Ruoruo listened intently to the crowd. Some officials started to vomit, others trembled. They, too, had engaged in corruption, yet their sins had remained hidden. Witnessing Li Jing's wrath, who would not tremble. Soon, the ground was littered with corpses. All evidence pointed towards Lu Zhao, and fearing repercussions, Li Jing spared a few witnesses to remain alive. Bring Lu Zhao. The guards hurried off to fetch him. Lu Zhao, waiting anxiously, had anticipated that the explosives he buried would obliterate half the capital. Unaware that much time had passed without any commotion. At last, he realized Li Jing had unearthed his crimes. Yet, the more pressing concern was that he was trapped within a room, oblivious to the outside chaos, an instinctive terror enveloping him. Is there any news? A servant rushed in, breathless. No news at all. Go inquire again, Lu Zhao commanded, waving his sleeve. The servant's face contorted in distress. Your Excellency, it's not that I refuse to ask, but I simply cannot leave. We are surrounded by soldiers. The Longzhenwei have encircled us. Ah, Longzhenwei. Generally, they were deployed only during home raids. Otherwise, the Yulin guards would suffice. It was clear the emperor was serious this time. He wished to contact his cousin, the Empress Dowager, yet they were confined indoors. Suddenly, Lu Zhao heard the sound of galloping hooves. A throng of guards stormed in, their presence overwhelming. Lu Zhao, realizing the gravity of the situation, stood frozen in fear. The old eunuch Lin Quan approached. "Ah, Lord Liu, I have been ordered to bring you to the assembly. I apologize for the inconvenience." Following closely was a man who resembled a general, named Cheng Wanling, known for his zeal in confiscating properties. "Take him away." A prison cart awaited outside, heavily guarded to prevent any intervention from the Empress Dowager. The Longjinwei answered only to the emperor, disregarding others' commands. Ruoruo felt the tea had grown lukewarm and instructed Qingyu to brew another pot. The emperor also partook. In truth, since ascending the throne, Li Jing had been benevolent, never stirring such a bloody storm. At this moment, not only were the commoners aghast, but the court officials were equally terrified. Yet Ruoruo maintained a stoic demeanor. The tea was served to Li Jing, who took a sip. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, even if we do not execute Liu Zhao, the people will never allow him to go free." As soon as the cup was set down, a group of Longjinwei escorted Liu Zhao into the chamber. Today was different. He appeared thoroughly defeated, with the white strands of his hair visibly illuminated in the sunlight. "Liu Zhao, you are a royal relative, yet you defy the law, intending to use explosives to destroy half the capital. How much can one endure? The evidence is irrefutable, and I have gathered all that is necessary. Just look for yourself." Li Jing gestured, and papers flew from the table, fluttering down before Liu Zhao. He stood in shock, the sun's glare blinding him. "Lord Liu, for many years I have followed your reckless ways. Now I seek to turn over a new leaf. The emperor has extended an olive branch, being a royal relative. Surely he will treat you leniently. I implore you to confess." "Lord Liu, you have doomed me," came a voice of accusation as a fist struck Liu Zhao's face. He stood dazed, seemingly impervious to the pain. The crowd began to shout, "Execute this corrupt official. Kill him. Liu Zhao intended to annihilate our capital. Such treachery cannot be tolerated. Your Majesty, do not show favoritism. We are all witnesses here. Execute Liu Zhao." The crowd's fervor ignited, akin to a bomb thrown into the masses. Li Jing rose and approached Liu Zhao, asking, "Do you confess?" He approached slowly, while Liu Zhao gradually lifted his gaze, examining Li Jing with newfound awareness. No longer was he the youthful figure of memory. Somewhere along the line, Li Jing had transformed into a striking presence. "I have lost," Liu Zhao acknowledged, comprehending that the overwhelming evidence rendered him powerless to argue. "Ha ha! Yet you may not emerge victorious, Li Jing. Ha ha! I shall ultimately prevail. Righteousness has always triumphed over evil." Li Jing waved his hand, summoning the Minister of Justice, who instructed Liu Zhao to sign. Liu Zhao did not resist. The paper was presented to Li Jing, and Ruoruo scrutinized Liu Zhao's signature and seal, feeling a sense of relief. However, she promptly reminded him, "Your Majesty, act swiftly. The Empress Dowager may have caught wind of this. We must complete everything before her arrival. Once she comes, it will be too late to alter the course." "I am aware," Li Jing replied, turning his face slightly. Just as they spoke, the Empress Dowager arrived, staggering towards them. "Your Majesty, are you truly forsaking kinship?" Ruoruo sighed, realizing the inevitable had come to pass. Encountering the Empress Dowager, she recognized the true obstacle of the day. "Oh, I am uncertain how this transpired, or perhaps it was an instinctive feeling." Her intuition told her that Li Jing's delay was to await the Empress Dowager's arrival. But knowing that matters would become convoluted upon her presence, why did he choose to wait? Here is the record of charges. "Mother, would you like to review it?" Li Jing signaled for the eunuch to present it. The Empress Dowager seized the document, swiftly scanning its contents. "This cannot be true. This is impossible. Your Majesty, perhaps we should allow the Minister of Justice to examine these individuals thoroughly. Here are the receipt documents, along with various other items. All evidence is clear. If Mother truly suspects any discrepancies, we can meticulously investigate them now." The Empress Dowager understood that Li Jing had meticulously prepared for this moment. Even the astute and calculating LTIHU seemed to sense that this was a trap. Yet for the safety of her cousin, she resolutely leaped into it. "Hurry and kill him, or else trouble will arise again," Ruoruo urged anxiously. The crowd was in a frenzy, chanting, "Kill LZHO, kill LZHO." The clamor rose and fell like waves. Ruoruo sighed. LJing, why did you not act sooner? Now, obstacles have emerged. LTIHU had contemplated the situation on her way here. She must save LZHO at all costs. Your Majesty, may I summon someone? As you wish. LJing's stance was unwavering. Today, LZHO must be executed. In an instant, LTIHU's people arrived. And upon seeing that a physician had come forward, Suro noticed him kneeling below the platform. LTIHU added, Your Majesty, simply confiscate his property. He is now over 50 and plagued by illness. I implore you to be lenient. The implication was clear. If I were to give a packet of poison to a child, LJing waved his hand and produced a paper package. A child in the distance stepped forward to take the poison, which he then added to the wine. If someone accidentally drank it, it could result in the deaths of hundreds or thousands. We need not hold the child accountable. After all, he is just a child. Hearing this, Ruoruo realized that LJing had indeed made arrangements. She felt entirely at ease, ready to watch the unfolding drama. The duel between mother and son had raged for years without respite, and today, LZHO would become the catalyst between them. As they spoke, the innocent child had already prepared the poison and presented it before LZHO. At this sight, LZHO could no longer remain seated. He cast a pleading glance at LTIHU, who was still formulating a better plan. Just then, LJing glanced down at the physician. Is this physician a fraud? We need someone competent to determine if it is truly heart pain. As he spoke, LZHO suddenly convulsed, followed by a horrified scream as he collapsed. This was, of course, a performance. LTIHU's eyes brimmed with tears at the sight of LZHO's timely act. 11 years ago, he had been a mere middle-ranking general, a trivial figure in the court. He had fought valiantly on the battlefield, rescuing the late emperor from the brink of death, gathering herbs for him while he himself suffered from hunger, always prioritizing the emperor's needs. Thus, the implication from the Empress Dowager was clear. As long as one had previously achieved remarkable deeds, one could act with impunity in the future. If it were not for the discovery of the underground secrets by me and Ruoruo today, the entire army would have been lost. This rekindled the fury of the populace, voices rising in a cacophony. The Empress Dowager quickly fell silent. Hearing this, LJing argued eloquently. According to the Empress Dowager, all prior actions can be disregarded. I have consented, but what about the common people? At this moment, LJing's eyes deepened with resolve. Perhaps I should arrange for someone to show the Empress Dowager. The Empress was eager to buy time. The longer the delay, the greater her chances and hopes. Ruoruo had also discerned who LJing would summon. Shortly after, a dapper young man stood forth, appearing as if he had just emerged from the depths of the earth. Your Majesty, I bow before you. The attendees' gazes were drawn to him, all eyes fixed on the man. His facial features were striking, with sharp contours, and despite his disheveled appearance, one could perceive that he was once a handsome figure. He possessed clear eyes and an air of calm composure. Your Majesty, LJing nodded. You are from a foreign land, and you have reformed. As the saying goes, ignorance is no crime. I hold no grudges. Now, please inform everyone of the secrets below. Ruoruo gazed at LJing, noting his resolute tone and commanding presence, akin to a finely forged sword now unsheathed, gleaming brilliantly. He proceeded with deliberate calmness, unperturbed by the tempest around him. Most importantly, his control over the situation was astonishing. He began to explain, I am from FS-ing, and my name is LJN. They had me concoct gunpowder. Numerous workshops were established within the city, bustling with activity, and soon, countless quantities of gunpowder were produced, now buried beneath your feet. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Yet, the emperor remained steadfast, and not a single official dared to leave, as if they understood that the hidden peril had been averted. Indeed, LJN continued, these people are utterly deranged. I aided them, and we had a prior agreement for payment, but then they plotted to kill me. Fortunately, I encountered Your Majesty and the Empress, who showed me mercy and offered assistance. I sincerely regret my actions and am prepared to cooperate with everyone. Moreover, I discerned their treacherous intentions. Thus I decided to atone for my sins. He spoke fluently, and all eyes were fixed upon him. He continued, with the assistance of the Ministry of Works, The gunpowder underground has been eroded by sewage, preventing an explosion. I have said all I needed to say. Do you wish to see how many secrets lie beneath? Let us wait and see. At this point, several individuals began to emerge from the well. As they climbed out in groups, they tugged at the ropes, and the curious citizens leaned in to see that the ropes were wrapped with numerous bamboo tubes, undoubtedly containing the gunpowder you mentioned. Soon, the tubes piled high like a mountain. Meanwhile, O remained curled on the ground, frothing at the mouth, as if death were imminent. The evidence was irrefutable. The crowd was incensed, throwing rotten vegetables and foul eggs. Ruoruo gradually grasped Ng's intention. Public opinion was the sharpest weapon, capable of killing silently. The emperor gestured, and several physicians approached. Ruoruo observed L's deceit, smirking as she reminded, "Your Majesty, is he not at death's door? We need only to take advantage of the situation and bring forth the poisonous substance to end him." Jing nodded slightly, his voice grave. "Even if he is ill, this matter cannot be abandoned midway. Otherwise, how shall I account for those common people who nearly perished?" The crowd understood that Jing had further plans. A few men resembling physicians boldly approached, kneeling before him. While one physician examined Lho and hastily knelt before Jing. "Heal him." Jing's demeanor was as frigid as ice. While the Empress Dowager pondered deeply, unable to conceive a better plan at that moment, the physician went to prepare the medicine. At this moment, Ruoruo noticed the Empress Dowager slightly moving her feet, seemingly preparing to approach her. She hurriedly took a sip of tea, only to spill it all over herself. "If you seek my assistance, you shall not find it." Flustered, Ruoruo was quickly aided by two maids, but as she stepped away from the gathering, the Empress Dowager found herself isolated. Someone offered a potion. "LDRN, consume this, and you shall feel better." Lzho slowly opened his eyes, but violently pushed the physician's hand away, causing the contents to spill onto the ground, creating a multitude of bubbles. "Ha ha!" Lho, unable to maintain the pretense of illness, began to feign madness, wildly disheveling his hair and rushing toward the Empress Dowager. Witnessing the Empress felt a surge of delight. Could it be that the court would execute a madman? Just then, Ruoruo reappeared. "Execute him. Do not miss this golden opportunity." Li Jing rose, addressing Lu Xiaogui, a royal relative who had engaged in corrupt practices, embezzled funds, and acted with utter disregard for justice, committing a multitude of heinous sins, any one of which could warrant the death penalty. What purpose does his feigned madness serve at this moment? Come, apprehend him. A few guards from the Longjin Way approached, their imposing figures swiftly capturing Lu Xiaogui, who found himself powerless to resist. "Empress Dowager, save me," he cried out. Empress Dowager Lu sighed. "Your Majesty, for the sake of his tumultuous past, having fought valiantly for the realm, please show him mercy." Li Jing replied with unwavering composure. "If all had previously endured peril for the court, does that grant them license to act as they please?" This statement struck a chord, leaving the Empress Dowager momentarily speechless. His transgressions have long overshadowed his past merits. To retain such a morally deficient individual would surely earn the ire of the people. "I have erred in favoring kin over merit," he lamented. Chapter 91. The bitter strategy. Li Jing gazed toward the eastern sky, inhaling deeply as though in a moment of contrition. "I have misjudged those around me, and I accept my punishment." At this, he removed his outer garments, signaling for the instruments of punishment to be brought forth. These plans were spontaneous. He had not previously conferred with Ruoruo, who now stood bewildered as Li Jing prepared to subject himself to severe punishment. Ruoruo felt a twinge of anxiety as she rose to her feet. In the distance, a bald executioner approached with a tray that contained a bundle of thorny juju branches. The executioner held the branches, trembling, as Li Jing declared, "Proceed. Today, I shall demonstrate that I am not a ruler who indulges treachery." Historically, the emperor shares the same fate as the commoners when it comes to wrongdoing. "Come forth." The executioner's hands shook, and he fell to his knees in fear. "Your Majesty, I am but a coward, too frightened to carry out your command." Ruoruo sensed the gravity of the situation. Li Jing's gaze swept over the assembly. "Li Daran, you shall do it." In the court, You possess the greatest courage, often opposing me directly. I admire your bold character. Step forward. Yet even Li Daran was paralyzed by fear. Who would dare chastise the emperor? A light touch might be seen as mockery, while a heavy hand could invoke his wrath, leading to endless turmoil. This was a perilous gamble, a self-destructive endeavor. As Li Jing called upon various officials, they stood frozen, unwilling to confront him. Ruoruo, seeing the dire straits, raised a wine cup, preparing to resort to a familiar tactic. However, it was clear that Li Jing had anticipated her actions. He fixed his gaze upon her, and she lamented her inability to hear his true thoughts. It's time to gather the laundry. I must depart. Yet Li Jing spoke. The fact that no one dares to chastise me does not absolve me of my faults. On the contrary, my elevated position has instilled fear, leading you all to shrink away. Empress, come forth. Before she could object, Li Jing's anger flared, his eyes aflame with indignation. Come now. Ruoruo, left with no other option, approached the trembling executioner, who hesitantly handed her the juju branches. With a swift motion, Ruoruo struck Li Jing across the back. Your Majesty, I am deserving of the gravest punishment. This proclamation left her momentarily speechless, as she understood the weight of her actions. Li Jing aimed to systematically dismantle the power of the Liu family, employing every stratagem at his disposal, and this move was indeed a classic bitter strategy. Should it be perceived as mere theatrics, it might backfire. Therefore, Ruoruo seized the juju branches, silently counting to 3 before delivering a forceful blow, causing Li Jing to sway slightly in pain. Believing she had sufficiently punished him, she prepared to withdraw, unaware that Li Jing was unyielding. I have erred in my judgment of others. Compared to the suffering I have inflicted upon the world, my own pain is trivial. Kulme. Ruoruo resolved to press on, striking him over 30 times until he could bear it no longer. Your Majesty, she exclaimed, discarding the juju branches. Li Jing took a deep breath, his hand gripping hers. Drenched in cold sweat, Ruoruo had indeed carried out the punishment, and the onlookers began to view the once-icy ruler with newfound sympathy. Let us leave, Li Jing urged. Ruoruo assisted him into the carriage, and in the next moment, a throng of citizens surged toward the platform. Officials, fearful of being caught in the chaos, hurriedly retreated. Mei Shou and several eunuchs shielded the Empress Dowager as everyone boarded the carriage. The Empress Dowager gazed at the tumultuous scene, realizing that Liu Zhaogui would soon meet his end. Just days prior, she had accepted this fate, having shared many conversations with him, not foreseeing that they would soon be separated by life and death. My lady, Mei Shou remarked, who among us escapes death? It is merely the cycle of life. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager nodded slowly, her heart heavy with sorrow. Let us depart, my lady, Mei Shou urged, anxious to prevent any ire from being directed toward the Empress Dowager. With no recourse left, the group departed hastily. Meanwhile, in another carriage, Li Jing's back bled profusely, and Ruoruo, filled with shame, reproached him. Next time, you ought to consult me before undertaking such actions. Look at the state of you. We have harmed ourselves while attempting to defeat the enemy. It is a self-defeating strategy. They rushed to the Qian Kuan Hall, where Li Jing remained behind closed doors. Ruoruo, anxious about the timeliness and adequacy of the physician's care, rushed in as the door swung open, only to be met by the imposing figure of the elderly eunuch, Lin Quan, blocking her path. The emperor is resting. Resting? What of his injuries? Have they been treated? Ruoruo demanded. The emperor has instructed me to assure you not to worry, and he wishes to avoid seeing you today, Lin Quan replied slowly. Ruoruo was incensed. Ah, so it is true. I have struck the emperor, and he harbors a deep resentment for me. She could hardly believe that Li Jing would exclude her from his presence. Frustrated, she cast aside the medicine and stormed off. As she left, Lin Quan sighed. In truth, Li Jing had not only barred Ruoruo from entering, but had also dismissed Lin Quan from his side. Li Jing applied the medicine himself, neglecting several wounds in the process. Chapter 92. Easing suspicion the following day, Li Jing did not attend court, leaving many perplexed. Some officials sought Ruoruo for clarification, but she had no answers and could only deflect their inquiries. She was troubled and had intended to visit Li Jing, but ultimately restrained her impulsive desire. I plan to learn embroidery. This declaration startled Qingyu, as Ruoruo had always kept her distance from such feminine arts. "But my lady, you have never shown interest in this before. What choice do I have?" Ruoruo shrugged. "Where else can I go? What else can I do? The emperor is astute. By having me punish him, he has indirectly conveyed to the Empress Dowager that I, Ruoruo, and my family have now been welcomed into his inner circle. You are aware of the treachery that pervades this palace. Though I seem elevated, my fate is fraught with peril. Continuing this way could lead to greater danger. Thus, it is prudent to engage in activities such as embroidery or calligraphy, which may help alleviate the Empress Dowager's suspicions." This, indeed, was Ruoruo's true intention. Qingyu smiled slightly upon hearing this, saying, "Your Highness, please wait a moment. I shall prepare it right away." The mastery of strength in controlling the leaves is of utmost importance. If the force is too strong, the leaves appear rigid. If too weak, they lack vitality and tension, resulting in a slower process. However, given your Highness's intelligence, it won't take long for you to master it. Ruoruo nodded in agreement, suddenly inquiring, "Can this be sold in the marketplace?" "Why not? Our country's embroidery is second to none. The quality of embroidery is graded into 3 tiers, and it is indeed quite valuable," Qingyu replied. However, she appeared puzzled, asking, "Why does your Highness inquire about this?" "I believe in being prepared for any circumstance. If we were to leave the palace to make a living, I would like to know which business would be advantageous." The 2 attendants were taken aback. "Your Highness, you are the Empress. Your life is meant to be spent within the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. I refuse." Ruoruo was indeed exceptionally clever, but seemed to harbor a disconnect with embroidery, perhaps still affected by the sorrow of Li Jing's situation. Hence, she was unable to grasp its essence that morning. Both Qingyu and Hongyu were exceptionally bright. Qingyu discerned the reason for her mistress's unhappiness and suggested, "Your Highness, shall we proactively go and take a look?" "No," Ruoruo replied, her words contradicting her heart. Hongyu prepared the medicinal ointment, saying, "I shall go to Qian Kuan Hall to deliver the ointment to the emperor." Ruoruo pursed her lips. The assassination of Lu Zhao had caused an uproar among the public, and under the leadership of Lu Lijun, an unimaginable quantity of explosives had been amassed, now rendered harmless due to exposure to moisture. Lu Lijun disassembled them and disposed of the remnants. The Ministry of Works was diligently repairing the underground pipelines, and soon the sewage system would be seamlessly integrated. In other words, no one could risk placing explosives underground to endanger the citizens of the imperial capital. Everything appeared to be in order. Yet, Ruoruo felt no joy. Though she longed to inquire about the situation with Li Jing, she refrained from doing so. Hongyu approached her, saying, "The emperor has still kept me at bay, but he took the antidote I sent, which suggests his spirits are low." Deep down, she felt he was strong and resilient, already aware of the situation and that it would improve. Ruoruo consoled herself, though it was self-deception. In truth, she was deeply concerned about Li Jing. Over the past 2 days, he had not attended morning court, due to the turmoil from the previous dynasty. The harem had recently been tranquil. In reality, Ruoruo had little to manage in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. First, the most arrogant and domineering Chen Guifei had been relegated to the cold palace, and secondly, Lu Guifei had also departed. Currently, Lu Xianfei dared not challenge her. The other concubines, who were either younger and naive or older and virtuous, posed no threat to her. Thus, there were no power struggles to contend with at present. In the afternoon, feeling agitated, Ruoruo took her 2 maidens for a stroll in Langrun Garden. The garden was filled with ancient trees, resembling a primeval forest, akin to a nature reserve. Just a few days prior, Qingyu had gathered white mushrooms there, and today, Ruoruo felt disinclined to engage in embroidery. To speak candidly, her mind was in disarray. She had entertained thoughts of leaving on more than one occasion, and lately, these thoughts had intensified, becoming uncontrollable. Upon arriving at Langrun Garden, Ruoruo closed her eyes, taking in the serene scenery. A gentle breeze caressed her, providing immense comfort. "Can we brew tea here?" she asked. "What did you say?" Qingyu replied, having not heard her clearly. "Aren't people in ancient times fond of the elegance of tea brewing?" Ruoruo often admired Song dynasty paintings, which frequently depicted scenes of refined leisure, including tea drinking. Qingyu frowned, clearly disagreeing, and earnestly responded, "This place is damp and unclean. What tea could we possibly brew here? If your highness enjoys tea, we could prepare Longjing tea before and after Qingming festival. Just say the word, and I shall arrange it." Qingyu was not in favor of a makeshift tea session. "Hongyu, go prepare the tea set. Qingyu is such a killjoy." Hongyu smiled brightly and went to prepare. Despite Qingyu's repeated suggestions for Ruoruo to leave, she remained resolute in her refusal. Qingyu, feeling uneasy, suddenly needed to relieve herself. "I will go to the restroom. Can you manage alone, your highness? It is said that there are vengeful spirits here. Over the years, the palace's wandering souls often visit Langrun Garden. Many eunuchs have reported seeing ghostly lights at night and hearing eerie songs. Isn't that frightening?" The more Qingyu spoke, the more amused Ruoruo felt. Frightening? What is there to fear about ghosts? The true terror lies in the human heart. Qingyu nearly fled in panic. Watching Qingyu depart, Ruoruo stood up, appreciating the beautiful scenery. She did not wander far, lingering beneath a tree, when suddenly she heard a woman sobbing. Surely someone was bullying these poor palace maids. Previously, Ruoruo had learned about the backgrounds of these maids. They were often homeless girls, subjected to cold glances and mistreatment upon their arrival. Chapter 93. Witnessing the cold palace was indeed a tale of woe. One could only wonder how many girls had perished from suffering in the harem. Following the sound, Ruoruo exclaimed, "This is outrageous." She quickly moved towards the source of the voice. Moments later, Ruoruo saw a woman sprinting towards her, dressed in tattered clothing and looking disheveled. The girl hid behind Ruoruo, pleading pitifully, "Help me, help me. Who is bullying you?" Ruoruo instinctively sought to protect the girl. The woman sobbed, pointing towards two figures across from them. "It's Jia Guifei and Wang Guifei. They claim I am with child, but that is nonsense. My position is too lowly. How could the emperor allow me to bear a child?" Ruoruo then realized the girl seemed somewhat unhinged. At that moment, two filthy women approached, one appearing to be in her 50s, with a face resembling a dried orange peel, while the other seemed around 40. They approached exaggeratedly, flailing their arms with blank expressions. The girl hidden behind Ruoruo was terrified, her cries echoing. "Sududuo sudeli understo." "Sister," she grasped the filthy woman's wrist, a strong stench overwhelming her senses, and pushed the girl away, stating, "I cannot assist you." From Ruoruo's reasoning, these women were likely escaped remnants from the cold palace. As for the emperor they mentioned, it certainly wasn't Li Jing, but rather the emperor of the previous dynasty. Ruoruo knew she could not intervene in a conflict between two deranged individuals. The best course of action was to leave. The girl continued to wail. Ruoruo observed as the other two women surged forward, shouting, "You shameless wretch! You think you can get pregnant with that plain appearance? Become empress? Ha ha ha! You think you can be empress? Look at yourself." Even before Ruoruo could leave, several more women rushed out, targeting Wang Guifei. "You faded flower! How could you ever be a Guifei? Do you think the emperor even likes you?" A boisterous woman stepped forward, seizing Wang Guifei's hair and uprooting a handful of it while cackling madly. The others joined in with vulgar curses. Ruoruo felt disgusted, retreating a few steps to observe the chaotic scene, before turning and sprinting away to a safe distance. The clamor of the women continued behind her. Ruoruo ran far until she felt her chest loosen. Only then did she notice a few dilapidated buildings nearby. As Ruoruo observed the architecture surrounding her, she finally comprehended the meaning of the ghosts that Qingyu had mentioned. Indeed, the ghosts refer to the group of forgotten concubines, lost to time and neglect within the cold palace. A wave of sorrow washed over Ruoruo just as she prepared to leave. She noticed two women beneath a flourishing tree, clad in garments from years past. These two were intimately leaning against each other, basking in the sun. At that moment, the woman on the left reached into her bosom and retrieved something, while the woman on the right eagerly leaned in to partake. With a crunching sound, the object was consumed, and Ruoruo felt a wave of nausea, suspecting they were feasting on lice. Yet, the two women savored their meal with delight. In a state of panic, Ruoruo sought to escape. This scene was far more repulsive and terrifying than encountering a ghost in broad daylight. Just as she was about to make her exit, she inadvertently heard the low sound of a wooden fish being struck. In the distance, a dilapidated building loomed, and upon peering inside, she was shocked to find Chun Guifei. Once a figure of vitality, she now appeared utterly defeated. Inside the courtyard, Chun Guifei struck the wooden fish while reciting a chant, her body swaying in a dismal manner. The dampness of her clothing and the eerie atmosphere rendered her spirit desolate. Ruoruo, standing at the threshold, noticed the vacant look in Chun Guifei's eyes, devoid of any vitality. Hastily, Ruoruo turned to leave. After taking a few more steps, Ruoruo spotted another adjacent hall, which too seemed on the verge of collapse. Inside, a woman was crouched on the ground, devouring food like a beast, her actions both disgraceful and revolting. Ruoruo caught a glimpse of the woman's profile and was struck by a sudden realization. The woman seemed to sense the gaze upon her and quickly lifted her head. They locked eyes in disbelief. The Empress? It was truly astonishing to see the lofty Empress in such a state. Ruoruo inhaled deeply, recognizing the woman as Lu Guifei. What has become of my father? Lu Guifei was only partially aware of the situation. She knew her father had been captured, but remained oblivious to the full extent of the disaster that had befallen their family. You seek the true answer? Indeed, it may not be what you wish to hear, but I can concoct a result that will satisfy you, lest you find yourself languishing through the endless nights ahead, Ruoruo kindly suggested. However, Lu Guifei had already succumbed to despair, a sinister smile curling her lips. The courtyard, already ominous, took on an even more unsettling quality with a grin. Lu Guifei, rising slowly, lamented, "To the victor belongs the spoils, to the vanquished, servitude. Those who steal are punished, while those who usurp are rewarded. My father was too ambitious, a man blinded by his own talent and arrogance. Thus there will be no favorable outcome. You need not conceal the truth, just tell me plainly." Upon hearing Lu Guifei's inquiry and noting her clarity of thought, Ruoruo could only nod in agreement. The two women exchanged glances, and Ruoruo spoke slowly. "You have no home now, thus you shall remain here. I understand, but what of my father?" Although Lu Guifei had long accepted her role as a pawn in a political marriage, the impending revelation of the brutal truth still inflicted pain upon her heart. "Your father has met a tragic end." Ruoruo spoke candidly. Lu Guifei pressed further. "And my family? They have all perished." Ruoruo turned to leave. But Lu Guifei continued to inquire, "What of my aunt? She is powerful and influential. She cannot have abandoned us. My father is her cousin. She did help, but it was of no avail. The only thing I can tell you is that your aunt is safe and sound." Ruoruo, "You see, this is my fate. I was once vibrant and flourishing, but now your family is formidable, each member more powerful than the last, while I am left as a mere shadow of my former self. What you see now is your future." Upon hearing this, Ruoruo halted in her tracks. It is said that serving a ruler is akin to cohabiting with a tiger. The fervent love of the past can swiftly turn into icy enmity. She scoffed. "Do you truly believe the emperor cares for you? He merely exploits you. You nearly lost your life due to Lin Yi's actions. The emperor is inherently cold and unfeeling." Ruoruo, "I still hold some value. Whisper sweet nothings in the emperor's ear, and I shall aid you upon my release. I possess countless secrets from my aunt's side, any one of which could bring her down, and in turn elevate us both to heights of success." Sister. Observing Lu Guifei's tenacity, Ruoruo sighed. "I require no such assistance. Historically, women in the imperial harem seldom meet favorable ends. Can one truly remain empress for a lifetime?" A chilling voice echoed from within, seemingly a curse. Ruoruo had already distanced herself. After much searching, she finally found the correct path out of the cold palace. Feeling gusts of icy air creep up her legs, soon enveloping her in frost. In the distance, she spotted Qingyu and Hongyu. The two were embroiled in a heated argument, their faces flushed with anger. "How could you neglect the Empress? I explicitly instructed you to protect her, and now where is she? Tell me, where is she?" Hongyu exclaimed in exasperation. Qingyu, furrowing her brow, retorted, "How was I to know where the Empress went? I was just unwell. She is an adult. She can make her own decisions. What can I do?" Ruoruo's timely arrival brought joy to both. Qingyu, with reddened eyes, rushed towards her. "Empress, just moments before, Ruoruo had been deeply affected by the haunting scenes within the cold palace, though they paled in comparison to the gruesome images she had previously witnessed. Those memories now replayed in her mind like an unrelenting slideshow. The plight of those wretched women seemed to foreshadow her own fate, sending a shiver of dread through her, plunging her spirits into despair. "You still do not trust me, do you? You wish to monitor my every move," she remarked. The two girls, perplexed by her tone, could not fathom her reasoning. Qingyu knelt, tears streaming down her face. "Empress, how could you say that? I worry for you. I just mentioned how eerie this place is." Ruoruo remained unmoved. "And you, Hongyu, you report back every few days, detailing my every action and meal, leaving no stone unturned, do you not?" In reality, this was no longer a secret. Hearing this, Hongyu lowered her head, filled with shame. Ruoruo felt a profound sense of loss. She resolved never to seek out Li Jing again, nor did she care to inquire about his actions. 2 days later, Li Jing approached her unprompted. Ruoruo cut to the chase. "I intend to leave the palace." "Very well," he replied, still recovering from his illness. Leaning forward in his seat, wary of his back touching the rest. "Where do you plan to go, Ruoruo?" Ruoruo gazed into the distance, her eyes gradually losing focus as she muttered, "Naturally, I intend to flee this place. With Lu Zhao dead, the Lu family is gravely weakened. Chen Guifei is imprisoned, and Lu Guifei has also suffered. I seem to have no purpose left in the palace. I do not wish to remain here. If the empress is not in the palace, where else could she go? Outside." Ruoruo did not elaborate. Li Jing, unaware of the tribulation she had faced in recent days, remarked, "Have I neglected you, leading you to such thoughts? Leave this place? But to where?" Ruoruo remained silent, her resolve firm. She simply did not wish to remain within the palace. Rising from her seat, she declared, "Ruoruo." The voice behind her was taut, seemingly fearful of losing her, and questioned why she suddenly wished to depart from this place. Was it truly sudden? Li Jing felt vexed and absurd. As a queen, why would she not remain in the imperial palace? From his abruptly frosty tone, Ruoruo detected a lurking danger, reminiscent of the glint in Li Jing's eyes when he had previously ordered executions. She bit her lip, suppressing the fear surging within her. Regardless, Ruoruo intended to leave. Even the emperor could not compel her to stay. Their conversation had not gone well today, and Li Jing regretted not having come to see her sooner. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Ruoruo resolved to take her leave, feeling a heavy weight pressing down on her chest. Exiting the inner court, she headed towards a nearby bamboo grove, where 2 maidservants were laughing and planting flowers in the clearing next to the grove. However, upon Ruoruo's arrival, the two were startled and hurriedly came forth to pay their respects. Ruoruo, in her magnanimity, encouraged them to continue their play, insisting there was nothing to fear. Yet, upon uttering those words, the 2 maidservants bowed deeply, exclaiming their guilt and despair. What more could Ruoruo say? Within this palace, no one could enjoy true freedom. She constantly witnessed the sorrowful faces of those around her, burdened by worry. After Ruoruo departed, Li Jing summoned Qingyu and Hongyu, who were terrified. Li Jing, cold as ice, sternly inquired how they had been caring for the lady, questioning why she appeared so forlorn. The two were unaware of Ruoruo's recent troubles, mistakenly believing she was merely having a disagreement with Li Jing, while Li Jing assumed they had failed in their duties. Hongyu was rendered speechless. Hearing this, Li Jing furrowed his brow. Hongyu would occasionally report Ruoruo's situation from Qiankuan Hall, but that was not surveillance. Now, with circumstances becoming increasingly difficult, he dismissed the matter, stating that he would visit her personally from now on. That would suffice. Hongyu nodded, as Li Jing, in a poor state, stumbled away. Was there not a hint of absurdity in this? A staff member remarked. In truth, Li Jing had intended to reward Ruoruo's family for some time, yet had never acted on it. Now that everything was finally in place, and given the recent events concerning Lu Ping, the empress had been of considerable assistance. Without the empress, Lu Ping would still be at large, making this matter deserving of significant reward. Not only would Su Jiangjun be rewarded, but so too would the empress. Li Jing had never invested so much time in any woman before. Seeing the emperor's determination to bestow rewards upon Su's family, the court officials could only acquiesce. The emperor summoned the Zhongshu province officials, and they deliberated on the appropriate rewards for Su's family and Su Ruoruo. Once the discussions concluded, Li Jing abruptly rose, instructing that the arrangements be made swiftly, with the gifts to be delivered by the end of the day. While Su's family received rewards, Su Jianjun felt no joy. Profound gratitude often breeds profound enmity. He understood this principle all too well. Rather than receiving these numerous gifts, he would have preferred to receive nothing at all. Meanwhile, Li Jing had already dispatched a considerable amount of gifts to Weiyang Palace: gold, silver, jewels, silks, and satins. Su Ruoruo felt no happiness from these offerings, which are all stored away. Qingyu selected some headpieces for Su Ruoruo, but she firmly declined. Everyone sensed Su Ruoruo's unusual demeanor. 3 days later, Su Jiangjuan's letter arrived as expected, conveying a sense of panic. The inexplicable rewards made him anxious for his safety, a feeling only the recipient could truly comprehend. From her father's words, Su Ruoruo discerned his views on the matter and understood the emperor's motivations for the rewards. She relayed the entire situation to him without displaying any surprise or emotions. The following afternoon, Su Ruoruo prepared to exit the palace. Qingyu and Hongyu offered to assist her, but Su Ruoruo resolutely refused, stating she only needed to organize a few personal items. Why not report this to him? She instructed. Su Ruoruo glanced at Hongyu, who felt deeply embarrassed, wishing to vanish into a crack in the ground. This servant is well, Hongyu stammered, standing timidly. Su Ruoruo was resolute in her decision. Her intention in asking Hongyu to inform Li Jing was not to seek his approval, but merely to notify him. Hongyu understood this as well. Upon arriving at Qian Kuan Hall, Hongyu nervously conveyed the situation, and rather than becoming angry, Li Jing spoke slowly and calmly, acknowledging that it had been a trying time for her, and that she wished to take a stroll, instructing them to accompany and care for the empress. The three departed outside. Su Ruoruo felt unwell, but upon stepping out, the lively atmosphere outside gradually lifted her spirits. She wandered the bustling streets, turning round and round. Ultimately, she spotted a nearly bankrupt inn and led her companions towards it. Before disembarking, she instructed Qingyu to carry a wooden box containing miniature writing supplies and silver notes, intending to negotiate a contract should the discussions go well. Inside the inn sat a worry-worn elder. His anxious demeanor was apparent. The room was cluttered with tables, leaving a narrow passage. Su Ruoruo observed the disheveled old man. "I am here to inquire about your inn," she stated succinctly. The innkeeper, upon hearing Su Ruoruo's straightforward approach, smiled warmly, declaring that business was flourishing. "If business is thriving, why are you closing?" Su Ruoruo inquired. The innkeeper, with a furrowed brow, sighed deeply after a moment. "It is all my fault. I know how to manage and conduct business, but I lack culinary skills. Over the past 2 years, my establishment has seen a revolving door of staff. Those who come do not stay long, and after finally training a cook, he demanded an exorbitant wage. I am reluctant to pay them more to work here, and over time, they simply refuse to comply. Some patrons come seeking their favorite dish, but when that cook leaves, the replacements are merely adequate, and thus, 2 years have passed with me unable to make ends meet. Today, I am seeking to rent out the establishment. If you truly have an interest, let us discuss it further." "That would be agreeable," Su Ruoruo remarked, pointing upward. "Do you have a second floor?" The upper area is small and serves as a loft, with inadequate lighting, essentially functioning as our employee cafeteria and dormitory. "Would you like to take a look?" Su Ruoruo, naturally curious, wished to explore every corner, for only through observation could she grasp the entirety. After wandering around the loft, her spirits lifted considerably. She pushed against the outer wall of the loft and discovered it was lined with several wooden boards. The shopkeeper, understanding her intent, smiled knowingly. This layer of boards could be removed to reveal a more open space, suitable for a restaurant. Unfortunately, the reality was disheartening, as people were reluctant to visit even the first floor, let alone this upper level. Su Ruoruo assessed everything meticulously. Before her arrival, she had already researched the shop transfer fees, selling prices, and renovation costs. In this era, 1 tael of silver was roughly equivalent to 680 yuan. Considering the current situation, along with future inventory and labor resources, at least 500 taels of silver would be required to set things in motion. This endeavor is entrusted to me. How much silver do you require per year? A year? The shopkeeper stroked his beard thoughtfully, estimating at least 150 taels per month. If the young lady is agreeable, you may summon your husband to sign the contract together. How does that sound? The elder's expression brightened. Focus on me. I am Ruoruo, and I am the one conducting business here. What do family or husbands have to do with it? Your assumptions reflect a bias against women. Ruoruo exhaled, and the shopkeeper glanced between her and the two maids behind her. Ah, he stammered, realizing that it was rare to find women in business in the capital. Even if a woman handled the accounts, her family often retained control. Furthermore, given the substantial sum involved in this transaction, he felt uncertain discussing it with a young lady. Ruoruo recognized his reservations. She cleared her throat and commanded, "Qingyu, open the box for the gentleman to see." Qingyu complied, and as the old shopkeeper beheld the countless silver coins within, his eyes widened in astonishment. Observing his greedy expression, Ruoruo sat opposite him and declared, "Let us negotiate amicably. Who says women are inferior to men? Who claims that? The management of this establishment is entirely my responsibility, and I will recruit staff for administration. You, however, must provide me with a fair rental price." Seeing Ruoruo's wealth, the shopkeeper assumed she might be unaware of market rates and promptly quoted an astronomical figure. Ruoruo, however, was not inclined to accept such terms. "Are you attempting to inflate the price? Be wary, for I could report you for extortion." Ruoruo's expression darkened, and she turned to leave. Seeing her resolve, the shopkeeper inhaled deeply. "Let us discuss this. Why leave so abruptly?" "I have nothing further to say to you," Ruoruo retorted, offering a price below the market rate, which displeased the shopkeeper. "How outrageous! You seem to expect something for nothing." Initially, he had thought her scholarly demeanor indicated she would be easy to negotiate with, but now he realized she was quite the opposite. "Very well, Qingyu, let us seek alternatives," Ruoruo declared, feigning to depart. The shopkeeper, sensing her seriousness, exclaimed, "My lady, let's discuss this calmly. There is no need to rush." As she sat down again, they ultimately reached an agreement on Ruoruo's psychological price. With the shopkeeper feeling defeated, Ruoruo examined both the first and second floors, contemplating how to maximize the spacious premises. What business should she choose now? She had already explored the bustling city center, where a myriad of ventures thrived. To stand out amidst the countless enterprises, she needed to study the market further. "My lady, what shall we do?" Qingyu paced, seemingly measuring the ground with her steps. Han Yu gazed at Ruoruo. As night deepened, Li Jing departed from the Qiankuan Palace towards the Fengkuan Palace. Since he had decisively executed Lu Zhao, the Empress Dowager had fallen gravely ill. After serving her medicine once, he learned that her condition had worsened in his absence. In truth, Li Jing hoped for her demise. The emperor had to maintain appearances, feigning cordiality. "I understand," he nodded. A staff member cautioned, "The empress may still refuse to see you. You must prepare for that possibility. This is my final attempt to seek her out. If she is willing, I shall meet her. If not, I will no longer pursue her." Having just visited Weiyang Palace to find Ruoruo, he had intended for them to prepare gifts for the Empress Dowager, but recent events had complicated matters. As Ruoruo was avoiding him, as he neared Fengkuan Palace, he spotted Lu Xianfei beneath the parasol tree. "Sister, you are here?" Before entering the palace, Lu Xianfei's family had affectionately called her sister or Meitu. The daughter of a prominent family from Jiangxi, she spoke with a gentle dialect. Lu Xianfei was taken aback by Li Jing's use of her nickname and his unexpected visit, her joy evident. "Ah, your majesty, you have come?" "I came to see my mother," Li Jing replied, observing Lu Xianfei, whose eyes betrayed concern as if she harbored some troubling thoughts. Li Jing, perceptive as always, preempted her, gently probing, "Is something troubling you?" "Ah, I have been preoccupied lately with a matter concerning my uncle and cousin. Sister Lu has been sent to the Cold Palace. We were inseparable, and now I am alone, lacking a confidant." Upon hearing this, Li Jing was inwardly perplexed. Though Lu Xianfei and Lu Guifei were sisters, it was no secret that Lu Guifei had often exploited Lu Xianfei over the years. However, as the saying goes, those involved are often oblivious while outsiders see clearly. Lu Xianfei's maid had previously warned her, "Your Highness, We must be cautious of those around us. Yet Lu Xianfei had dismissed the advice. I will ensure she is well cared for, Li Jing reassured her. That is good, Lu Xianfei smiled. Li Jing had planned to have Lu Xianfei accompany him to see the Empress Dowager. Although he disliked her, it was impossible to sever ties so abruptly. Moreover, despite her advancing age, nearly 2/5 of the court's officials were loyal to the Lu family, making it unwise to alienate them entirely. As he contemplated the situation, an idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps he could use Lu Xianfei as a spy or to investigate certain matters indirectly. With this thought, a subtle smile crossed his face. Lu Xianfei, taken aback by the unexpected smile, stammered, "Your Majesty, why are you smiling?" "I am here to see you tonight," Li Jing reminded her, causing her heart to flutter with excitement. In the palace, who did not aspire to become empress? From the previous Chen Guifei to the current Lu Guifei, and now Lu Xianfei, they all desired a path to ascendancy. As they conversed, they unknowingly entered the inner chamber. Upon learning that Li Jing had come to visit her, the Empress Dowager seethed. "He must be here to see if I am dead. Your Highness, such thoughts." Upon witnessing the Empress Dowager's outrage, the nearby Mama Meisho leaned in, advising, "In these turbulent times, it is best to reconcile with the Emperor. Shall we confront him directly? Let us proceed with caution. A little commotion may suffice without risking greater loss." Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager sighed. "I pity my cousin. He brought this upon himself, unable to act judiciously." Meisho, a seasoned palace matron, comforted the Empress Dowager while gently patting her chest. Initially, the Empress Dowager was genuinely incensed, but she soon regained her composure. "Your words are indeed accurate." Moments later, two individuals entered the room. Upon seeing their arrival, the Empress Dowager feigned a pitiful demeanor, while Li Jing personally prepared medicine and presented numerous gifts, having labored for most of the day. At last, tranquility returned to the Empress Dowager's side. Exiting from Feng Kuan Palace, Li Jing smiled, attributing her good fortune to you. "Me?" Lu Xianfei pointed to herself, claiming she had done nothing. In the afternoon, due to an appointment with Lu Xianfei, Li Jing did not dine in Qinkuan Hall. As night fell, she made her way to Lu Xianfei's quarters. She had devised several drafts but found them unsatisfactory. In a nutshell, Ruoruo needed to enlist the assistance of someone with formal training. She quickly thought of the Minister of Works, Jian Mingli. However, Jian Mingli was rather cunning. He was not inclined to help the Empress, but found it peculiar that she had shifted her focus from embroidery to the study of timber and mortise joints. He was uncertain of the future implications. Being a cautious individual, he suggested that Ruoruo consult the Emperor. If the Emperor commanded him to dismantle his ancestral tomb for Ruoruo's sake, he would willingly comply. Ruoruo was resolute in her determination to open a shop. She began preparing food for Li Jing that afternoon. However, Qingyu visited Qinkuan Hall several times, only to be informed that the Emperor was occupied. By the time of the Yu hour, the Emperor was no longer busy, yet he had seemingly vanished. How could this be possible? Ruoruo and Qingyu exclaimed in unison. It was common knowledge that the two had never been on good terms, yet today the Emperor had behaved unusually by visiting Lu Xianfei. What could be the reason? Ruoruo gazed at the cold dishes on the table, and the warmth in her heart gradually dissipated. Qingyu mumbled, while Hongyu glanced at Ruoruo. "Your Highness, would it not be better for me to directly request his presence?" "No need," Ruoruo replied. "Let us summon those who serve us in the palace to join us for a meal." In a joyful gathering, they devoured the food completely, as the eunuchs and maidservants seldom indulged in such feasts. After Ruoruo retired to rest, the next day, she sought out the Minister of Works again, only to find he claimed to be ill. Ruoruo, who generally sought no one's assistance, was infuriated by his apparent evasion. Hongyu clenched her fists, insisting she would handle it. Although Ruoruo understood that evildoers would eventually face their own kind, she restrained Hongyu, stating, "You are but a servant, and your words carry little weight. Why provoke him now? Resorting to violence is not always the best solution. Let us visit Wenyuan Pavilion and read some books. After all, he learned everything from books. What she needed was merely to renovate, not to construct a new building from the ground up." Ruoruo found numerous books. Rewinding to the previous evening, as dusk fell, Li Jing arrived at Lu Xianfei's courtyard, where Lu Xianfei was elated, almost to the point of losing her composure. Since the arrival of the sisters of Lady Gui Fei at the palace, Li Jing had only stayed with them once. During that visit, Li Jing had entered the room to read, leaving grandly at dawn, leaving everyone wondering about her true intentions. At that time, Lu Xianfei, being young, was blissfully unaware of the intricate dynamics between men and women. She naively believed that the emperor would visit her again the following day. Yet 3 years had passed without a single visit from Li Jing. Today, she was both anxious and excited, filled with exuberance. After feasting, the two entered the inner chamber, where Li Jing did not read any classical text that evening. "Your Majesty, why don't we?" Li Jing nodded and reclined on the couch. And once the lights were extinguished, the room was enveloped in darkness. Lu Xianfei, feeling nervous, remained utterly still. Li Jing glanced at her, and in the stillness of the night, only Lu Xianfei's sparkling eyes shone like the brilliant Ziwei star. Chapter 98, Secrets Within the Room. "Sister, how do you view me?" She pondered, reflecting on how she might have inadvertently offended him. "Your Majesty, you treat your servant very well." "Oh, in what way do I treat you well?" As Lu Xianfei spoke, she removed the silver bell from her neck, shaking it gently, producing a melodious sound. "This was a gift from you on my birthday last year. I cherish it dearly." Upon hearing this, Li Jing nodded. Observing her reaction, Lu Xianfei leaned closer, intending to rest her head on Li Jing's shoulder, but Li Jing sighed. "I have a secret to share with you. If you truly care for me, this secret will be ours alone. Do not disclose it to anyone else." "What do you think?" Surprised, Lu Xianfei responded. In truth, after this brief interaction, Li Jing realized that Lu Xianfei possessed no formidable qualities. She was easily manipulated. Thus, why not use Lu Xianfei as a breakthrough point in solving the armament case? Li Jing elongated her tone. "I truly like you. But there are many women in this palace who are envious of talent. I fear you may become a target. And I am also concerned that your sister might grow jealous and jeopardize your friendship. Consequently, I have refrained from approaching you these past few years." Lu Xianfei was deeply moved by this revelation, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Your Majesty," she exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. "Patience will reveal the truth, and everything has been firmly established." Li Jing, after much contemplation, finally spoke. "There's another secret I wish to share with you. This secret is for our understanding alone, and I wish for no third party to know." Seeing Li Jing's troubled expression, Lu Xianfei found it puzzling. "Your Majesty, you may speak freely. How could I possibly disclose what you tell me?" After much internal struggle, Li Jing finally said, "Sister, I suffer from infertility, hence the matters between men and women." Lu Xianfei was taken aback by Li Jing's admission, furrowing her brow in skepticism. "Your Majesty, how can this be? Surely you jest. I am fully aware. This secret has been guarded for years, known only to my chief eunuch Lin Quan, and now you." Upon hearing this, Lu Xianfei suddenly understood, realizing that the emperor had no children over the years for this very reason. She gazed at Lu Xianfei imploringly, who, after a prolonged moment of sobbing, finally composed herself and said, "I understand now that you have a burden that cannot be spoken of. I will safeguard this secret with my life. Are you willing to be my empress?" Li Jing gradually recognized Lu Xianfei's naivete. Her flimsy excuse was readily accepted as truth. Lu Xianfei, surprised by the question, nodded without hesitation. Li Jing continued, "So far, everything remains under control. I comprehend the situation." That night, the two coexisted in tranquility, and the next day arrived. At dawn, Li Jing attended court. Along the way, Lin Quan followed closely behind. "Your Majesty, the Empress prepared a sumptuous feast for you last night, as you had promised her. I whispered a reminder in your ear, but I seldom break promises. Last night was an exception. There had been too many events yesterday," and Li Jing, troubled, had forgotten this detail. As they neared Qian Kuan Hall, the morning glow painted the clouds in vibrant hues, illuminating the imperial city's architecture in a brilliant radiance. Li Jing seemed lost in thought and inquired, "I visited her once previously. She mentioned she was engaged in business outside. Are you aware of this matter?" "Business?" Lin Quan mused, his throat dry. "I have never heard the Empress mention any business. Could it be mere hearsay? Perhaps," he suggested with a sycophantic smile. "I could investigate further." Upon hearing this, Li Jing cast him a stern and penetrating glance. Lin Quan had followed Li Jing for many years and was adept at reading expressions and discerning words. When Lin Quan noticed Li Jing's expression suddenly turned fierce, his heart raced, and he cautiously stepped back. "You old fool, why aren't you following me?" Lin Quan hurriedly trailed behind. "I will dine with her at noon. You take care of the arrangements." "Understood." Upon entering Qian Kuan Hall, Li Jing took his seat on the Sumi throne, his mind still preoccupied with Ruoruo's face. Several court officials had already arrived. Today's court meeting was to discuss the matter of Zhengguo's scheduled audience. Zhengguo was a small nation situated in a corner, once part of the imperial capital, but having split for various reasons 2 decades ago. Renowned for its exquisite pearls and jade, Zhengguo lay beside the Bohai Sea, separated from the empire by formidable mountains and rivers. Over the years, Zhengguo had established its own identity, likely fearing Li Jing's potential retaliation. Hence they offered tribute annually, presenting considerable treasures of gold and silver. The artisans of Zhengguo possessed remarkable skills, producing intricately crafted items that left the artisans of the imperial capital in awe. The envoy was prepared for departure, comprising Zhengguo's crown prince Yiche Li and princess Yishi. According to established protocol, emissaries from any nation would be met at Furong Pass and escorted to see Fangguan before being given an audience at the palace. The arrangements were extensive, and Li Jing was keen to ensure that no detail was overlooked. "Your humble servant requests to handle this matter," announced Gao Dekai from the Ministry of Personnel. Li Jing glanced at Gao Dekai, who was handsome and dignified, embodying the image of a refined gentleman. Many diplomatic affairs in the past have been entrusted to Gao Dekai, a man meticulous in his duties, whose attentiveness surpassed that of many women. Most importantly, he was loyal to the throne. Chapter 99. Gao Dekai and Su Yu. At that moment, Li Jing fixed his gaze on Gao Dekai. "Do you have any other pressing matters at hand?" "I recently concluded the matters concerning the city moat, and currently, there is nothing urgent." Upon hearing this, Li Jing nodded. "You are thorough in your work, never neglecting the details. Having you handle this is like adding wings to a tiger. Manage it well, and I shall reward you handsomely. Your Majesty, I am honored that you have chosen me from among the multitude. I desire nothing more than to serve with a clear conscience," Gao Dekai replied humbly. Li Jing appreciated Gao Dekai's character. "While you are a civil servant capable of managing this, I have concerns. The capital has been unstable these past 2 years, and given that the visitors are our nation's crown prince and princess, I fear for their safety. I must assign a military officer to assist you." Gao Dekai nodded. Acknowledging the wisdom of the emperor's insight, Li Jing surveyed the court. There were at least 20 significant generals within the capital. In truth, the most formidable figures in the Ministry of War belonged to the Su family. Su Duanyang, a first-rank general, had achieved great feats through years of military campaigns. He was the father of Su Ruoruo, and ever since the passing of his mother and grandmother, he had devoted himself entirely to military endeavors, perhaps as a means of personal catharsis. Over the years, he had secured the 16 prefectures of Yinyun in the Hetao Plain for the imperial family, driving the Xiongnu and Gizi people to distant, desolate lands. Su Duanming, the Minister of War, was Su Ruoruo's uncle. With him in the capital, the empire was as secure as a fortress. Li Jing contemplated the situation. He could not afford to send the likes of Cheng Wanling, a notorious raider and head of the Dragon Guards, nor could he assign Chong Hei who, despite his intelligence and bravery, was hindered by his stutter, which had become a source of mockery among the court. "Your Majesty, I believe you have endured enough difficulties within the palace. I shall arrange for others to handle external matters," Cheng Wanling insisted, oblivious to Li Jing's underlying message. However, a nearby advisor quickly grasped the subtlety and discreetly tugged at Cheng Wanling's sleeve, causing him to realize the gravity of the situation. Chong Hei, who then stepped forward, stammering, I can go." At this, the previously solemn court erupted in laughter, with one person unable to contain themselves, causing a chain reaction. Even Li Jing, usually stern, could not suppress a smile. "You are better suited to remain in the capital. Your words are a constant source of amusement, and I believe this task is beyond your capabilities." Chong Hei Hu fell silent. In the ensuing quiet, Gao Dekai rose once more. "Oh, do you have something to add, Lord Gao?" Li Jing asked, casting a sidelong glance at him. After much deliberation, Li Jing concluded that no one was more suitable for the task than Su Yu. However, there were reasons for arranging Su Yu and the rest of the Su family away from the capital. They were all military personnel, and should they harbor any rebellious intentions, the empire would be in grave danger. Fearing the flames of conflict could incinerate him, Li Jing decided to send everyone except Su Duanming to distant locations, ensuring they were far removed from the capital's intrigues. Su Yu, being the most adept diplomat, would be dispatched to handle urgent matters such as floods in the north or unrest in the south, always at the forefront of any crises, thus preventing him from amassing troops within the capital. As for Su Kai, though it appeared that the emperor had granted him status and rewards, he was not entrusted with significant responsibilities, a subtle form of cold oppression. Ultimately, it seemed that only the young and exceptionally clever Su Yu was fit for this task. For me, this is merely routine. Your Majesty need not worry. Should any issues arise, you may hold me accountable. This is precisely why Li Jing holds Gao Dakai in such high regard. This individual is meticulous in his endeavors, adept at navigating various circumstances, and possesses a commendable sense of responsibility. When entrusted with tasks, the outcomes are invariably exceptional. The discussion for today concludes here. Let us disperse. This morning, Ruoruo arrived early at Wenyuan Pavilion, where a formidable figure named Su Shipa awaited her. Each time Ruoruo visited, he would delve into scholarly discussions on Huang Lao philosophy or the virtues of a gentleman, leaving Ruoruo yearning to distance herself from him, preferring a relationship as simple and unadorned as water. They exchanged glances, while Su Shipa wore a smile of triumph. "What brings you such joy?" Ruoruo inquired, observing him. "The empress has graced us with her presence today, illuminating Wenyuan Pavilion. It is a joyous occasion," he replied. Su Duo not that, feeling a sense of ease at his warm welcome, and remarked, "You old sage, have you managed to gather the books I requested yesterday? I have organized everything for your Majesty, categorized and ready for your review at any time," he said with a smile, leading Ruoruo inside. The collection was vast, encompassing a multitude of texts from various schools of thought, overwhelming Ruoruo with its magnitude. Su Shipa, ever eager, leaned closer and pointed out, "Knowing that your Majesty hurried here to examine these, I have prepared everything for your perusal." He eloquently introduced the designs. "Take a look at the unique concepts within." Ruoruo examined the pages and discovered that Su Shipa's offerings indeed bore remarkable design principles. As she reached for her brush, Su Shipa, ever considerate, handed it to her. She simultaneously referenced the designs while incorporating her personal touches. The architecture displayed an antique charm, yet Ruoruo's design diverged significantly from this aesthetic. "Your Majesty's intention is to expose this wall?" he asked. "No, I prefer glass," she replied. "What kind of glass?" Ruoruo found it challenging to articulate her vision, but continued to refine her design. After about half an hour, she completed her work and stepped outside with her materials, leaving Su Shipa passive. Today, Li Jing specifically sought out Ruoruo, only to learn she had gone to Wenyuan Pavilion. He hurried there, but found no trace of her. What had she be doing? He pondered. The maidservant, uncertain of the details, mentioned overhearing Qing Yu and Hong Yu discussing that the empress intended to start business. A business? Li Jing mused in confusion. He was completely unaware of Ruoruo's recent entrepreneurial endeavors, leaving him in a state of intrigue. Meanwhile, Ruoruo continued her preparations, utterly unconcerned with Li Jing's inquiries. "Let be," she declared. However, the craftsman hesitated to proceed, trailing behind her. "Miss, this design is rather simplistic, lacking ornate details. It may not attract customers," he remarked. "My design emphasizes minimalism. The first floor aims for authenticity. Hence the walls will be made of a mixture of rice husks and clay. As for the tables, simply follow my specifications, ensuring quality," she instructed. The craftsman trailed closely. "For the second floor, we have an abundance of old tree roots outside, yet you wish for them to be cut, polished, and delivered without even a single chair, opting instead for discarded stones? This will appear shabby, and who would patronize our establishment?" Initially reluctant to engage deeply with him, Ruoruo recognized his earnestness and decided to elaborate. "Regarding your hollow windows, with the rain pouring outside, it will be akin to a drizzle indoors. Who would choose to visit? Design as you wish. I will procure glass, she retorted, turning to leave. The craftsman complied with her directives. The design for the second floor was indeed unconventional, and the quest to win over customers posed a significant challenge. Ruoruo soon arrived at a ceramic factory, a small enterprise typical of struggling to survive. When they had orders, everyone worked tirelessly. When they did not, they idled, waiting for sustenance, while the manager berated them. Last month, I requested you to produce pastel ceramics. Theirs are transparent and elegant, while yours appear lifeless, he chastised. And you? Why do you smile when I speak of others? What are you laughing at? If we continue to operate at a loss, I will be the first to dismiss you. The workers were thoroughly chastised. Ruoruo instructed Qingyu to find the manager. The manager emerged swiftly, wearing a bright smile. Esteemed lady, are you seeking custom orders or ready-made products? What can I assist you with? Our craftsmanship is top-notch, and we deliver promptly. Place your order today, and it will be ready within 3 to 5 days. Ruoruo nodded, recalling that a senior from her dormitory had studied fine arts, particularly ancient artifacts and ceramics, instilling in her an appreciation for the intricacies of pottery. She now realized that the firing temperature for ceramics ranged from 1,000 to 1,500 degrees, which coincidentally was also the temperature required for glass production. As this thought crossed her mind, Ruoruo came up with a bold idea. Exchanging glances with the manager, Ruoruo smiled softly and retrieved an ornate bowl from a nearby stand. She expertly inverted the bowl onto the table. Although it was beautifully rounded, one edge inexplicably lifted. She pressed down lightly, exhaling in disappointment. The manager quickly offered a selection he had chosen. Please do try this one, he urged, perspiration beading on his forehead as he recognized he was dealing with an expert. Ruoruo assessed several options, yet remained unsatisfied. A suggestion: incorporate a bit of powdered cow bone into the clay. This will prevent cracking. Adding some wood ash will allow for delicate, translucent results. Are you being overly meticulous? The manager retorted, realizing she was indeed knowledgeable in the craft. Not at all. Ruoruo snapped her fingers, and Hongyu presented a delicate box. Inside lay a 200-tael silver note, causing the manager's eyes to glimmer with greed. Please do not toy with me. Just tell me what you desire, and I shall tailor it for you, he stammered, desperately attempting to conceal his eagerness. If your method proves successful, I will return tomorrow for a custom order. Your ceramics are commendable, yet they lack a certain appeal for my taste. The manager was skeptical that adding cow bone powder and wood ash could yield such extraordinary results. But he could not afford to let Ruoruo leave without securing her business. Please, just make a small deposit. We will eagerly await your return, he implored, his eyes betraying his desperation. Ruoruo recognized the manager's pressing need for business and, having assessed the ceramics, found them genuinely satisfactory. Hongyu, provide 50 taels. We shall return tomorrow. Hongyu documented the agreement and handed over the 50 taels before they took their leave. The manager beamed with gratitude, seeing them out with a smile. As they entered the carriage, Ruoruo said, Now, let us proceed to the city moat. The city moat? Indeed, let us go. Her two maidservants assumed she intended for a leisurely stroll and followed closely behind. Ruoruo purchased 2 bags of exquisitely filtered fine sand, devoid of impurities and soil. On her way back, she discarded the sand into the inn that was undergoing renovations, for she was determined to leave this place. Though she had yet to reach the Weiyang Palace, she noticed not far away a group of attendants escorting a graceful young girl towards the Funkuan Palace. Curiosity piqued. Ruoruo pointed at the slender figure and inquired, Who is she? Possessing a remarkable memory from her 4-month sojourn in the Imperial Palace, she had come to recognize many familiar faces, yet the identity of this particular lady eluded her. This was Princess Anning. The Pingxi Wang was not, in fact, a cousin of the emperor, but rather a king of a different surname. The Pingxi Wang, known as Su Hebelu, was of Khitan descent. At the tender age of 7, he had accompanied his father to the imperial capital to trade camels, only to be left behind in an inn when his father mysteriously vanished. The young lady cast a glance at a restless boy and admonished him, Where do you think you're going? Stay right here, obediently. Since it is your first day, I won't assign you any tasks, but tomorrow will be different. You will rise at dawn to chop wood and fetch water. There will be plenty for you to do. What do you mean? The boy retorted. Who are you? I. The innkeeper pointed to himself. Did your family not inform you? I shall speak plainly. Your father sold you to me. A child like you is worth 10 taels of silver, but seeing as you are as strong as an ox, I purchased you for 18 taels. That's impossible. Suevalu exclaimed, bewildered. His father had always treated him kindly. That kindness, however, had diminished following the arrival of his stepmother. Nalo, a woman who appeared graceful and wise but was, in truth, ruthless. After his mother's death, his father remarried, and since then, Nalo had frequently berated him and assigned him tasks, as she was an elder. Though Su Hebelu complied with her demands, his yielding did not earn him her respect. Rather, she often exaggerated his faults, leading to a gradual estrangement from his father. Yet, he could never have imagined that he would become a pawn in their schemes. From this day forth, he was not only bereft of a mother, but also of a father. Alone in a sea of suffering, what hope was there for him? Feeling a profound anguish, Su Hebelu observed as the innkeeper produced a contract. It may be arduous here, but with time, as you save enough silver, you can soar to new heights. The opportunities in the imperial capital are abundant. You need only seize them to elevate your status. Is what you say true? What is truth or falsehood? Why would I deceive you? That night, sleep eluded Su Hebelu, for he could not fathom the depths of his father's and stepmother's cunning. He was still a mere child, yet he had become a commodity to them. He silently vowed that if this were indeed true, he would exact a terrible revenge on the beasts who had betrayed him. His father and stepmother reveled in their conversation, his father grinning like a fox, assuring, "You need not worry about our child being bullied in the future. He would never dream that I would sell him." To him, this was indeed a stroke of fortune, for serving in the capital would be preferable to his current plight, but he needed to remain vigilant. The tale of the Pingxi Wang and Princess Anning unfolded. Your child may be small, but he possesses cunning, a mind filled with stratagems from the art of war. Enough. Rest now. They have promised to keep a close watch on him. He shall find escape impossible. At that moment, however, Su Hebelu stealthily entered the room, wielding an axe he had found. The boy, fierce as a wolf, committed an unknown act. A chilling scream pierced the air, and when he emerged, he was smeared with blood. The following day, without the innkeeper's urging, Su Hebelu rose early. He had learned to endure his stepmother's cruelty and excelled at various menial tasks. By the time the innkeeper awoke, he had prepared all the necessities for the inn, even the meals. The innkeeper, overjoyed, expressed his gratitude profusely. Initially, the innkeeper and his wife had regarded Su Hebelu as a slave, but as time passed, their relationship blossomed. When Su Hebelu turned 13, they fully embraced him as their son. 7 years later, both passed away, leaving Su Hebelu as the master of the inn. Another 7 years passed, and at the age of 27, Su Hebelu encountered a historical turning point as rebellion brewed. In times of turmoil, heroes emerge, and Su Hebelu began to shine. After 3 years of trials, at the age of 21, he ascended to the title of Pingxi Wang. Throughout those years, he saved the emperor from perilous situations, transforming from an ne'er-do-well into the unrivaled king of a different surname in the imperial capital, a legendary tale unfolding with fervor. When Su Hebelu reached 35, he finally married late in life and father-child, Princess Anning. As she was born in his later years, she was cherished and spoiled, notorious for her mischievous antics. Regardless of her outrageous deeds, Su Hebelu was always there to clean up her mess. Years passed, and now the Pingxi Wang was nearing 60, while his precious daughter was merely 15. An elderly eunuch rambled on, recounting the story to Su Ruoruo, who was not particularly interested in such tales, but found herself inundated with them nonetheless. Princess Anning had recently taken to frequenting the Funkuan Palace. The elderly eunuch shuffled forward, bowing his head to introduce the matter. Su Ruo, newly arrived at the Weiyang Palace, caught sight of Lu Xianfei standing at the entrance, seemingly waiting for an opportunity. Ever since she had taken her place at the emperor's side, Lu Xianfei had grown increasingly self-important, believing she was now the sole object of his affection. Today, she merely intended to observe Su Ruoruo. Having usurped Su Ruoruo's former favor, Lu Xianfei seemed to relish in her perceived triumph, but Su Ruoruo, well-versed in the nuances of psychology, was not oblivious to her intentions. Just as she was about to enter the Weiyang Palace, a smug smile crept across Lu Xianfei's lips, for she anticipated that with a mere step closer, she could assert her dominance. Yet, in a moment of unexpected strategy, Ruoruo waved her hand at a few attending maidens. Understanding her gesture, they swiftly shut the door, leaving Ruoruo hesitating in her advance. This sudden maneuver caught Lu Xianfei off guard, forcing her to chase after Ruoruo in vain. Lu Xianfei had not anticipated Ruoruo's keen insight into her character. A shiver of fear coursed through her as she felt the weight of Ruoruo's penetrating gaze, as if it could draw her into an abyss from which there was no escape. Such an aura of intimidation was instinctual. Though Lu Xianfei had come prepared to confront Ruoruo, she now felt a sense of trepidation. Ruoruo approached her, warmly grasping her hand. "Sister Xianfei, why such formalities?" Ruoruo, having endured a moment of humiliation, slowly rose. "Duo." Yushi intended to deliver a sharp retort, but was abruptly silenced as Ruoruo tightly gripped her palm. Having learned a technique from Hongyu, Ruoruo exerted pressure, causing Lu Xianfei to wince in pain. Let go of me." Ruoruo maintained her composure, deliberately steering Lu Xianfei towards the Tay pool. Lu Xianfei, typically overconfident, had come intending to provoke Ruoruo, unaware of her formidable prowess. With a thunderous splash, Lu Xianfei found herself submerged. "Help! Help me!" Upon witnessing this, Ruoruo quickly signaled Hongyu and Qingyu for assistance. Qingyu extended her hand from shore. Lu Xianfei grasped Qingyu's hand tightly, but the moment she caught sight of the peculiar smile at the corner of Qingyu's mouth, a wave of fear washed over her. Qingyu, with palpable tension, urged, "Your Highness, hold on tight. It's almost here," while intentionally pushing her away. The relentless turmoil startled Lu Xianfei, and just then, Hongyu approached. "Sister, you're also a poor swimmer. What are you doing here? You'll only complicate matters. Allow me to handle this." With a leap, Hongyu executed a graceful somersault and plunged into the water, swiftly embracing Lu Xianfei, who felt an immediate sense of safety. In a trembling voice, she declared, "You have saved me today, and I shall reward you with a fortune of 1,000 gold pieces, ensuring your future will be free from worry." "Your Highness, such words are unnecessary," Hongyu replied as she managed to bring Lu Xianfei to the shore. Overjoyed, Lu Xianfei's relief was short-lived as Hongyu suddenly pushed her down again. After a brief struggle, she finally rescued the nearly unconscious Lu Xianfei. From a distance, Li Jing approached from Fengyao Bridge. Accompanied by Ning, the two were engaged in light-hearted conversation, seemingly lost in endless topics. Ruoruo glanced over, her heart a tumult of emotions. "What is happening over there?" And Ning exclaimed, startled. Li Jing noticed the commotion and saw a group of guards rushing to save someone. He hastened towards the scene and arrived just in time to witness a drenched maid lifting Lu Xianfei, who looked utterly disheveled. Her pallor was ghostly. Chapter 103. Drowning and Misfortune. Ruoruo also noticed Li Jing and hurried to greet him. "Your Majesty, I was merely taking a stroll when I heard cries for help. Hongyu, being from Jiangnan and a strong swimmer, I sent her to assist. I had no idea it was Lu Xianfei. I wonder if she sought to end her own life or simply misstepped." Li Jing approached with long strides. At that moment, Lu Xianfei was gasping for breath. Hongyu bowed to Li Jing. "Your Majesty, before coming to the palace, I lived in Jiangnan, where waterways are abundant. Every family has adept swimmers. In situations like this, immediate rescue is vital, or her lungs may suffer. You must act quickly," Li Jing urged, concern etched on his face as he looked at the woman on the ground. Hongyu hesitated, but this treatment might be rather abrupt. "What does it matter? Saving a life takes precedence over delicate techniques," Li Jing retorted, his frustration palpable. With his approval, Hongyu circled around Lu Xianfei, who had already endured considerable distress from Hongyu's earlier efforts. It felt as though her very soul had departed. Now, crouched behind Lu Xianfei, Hongyu wrapped her arms around her, her left fist pressing against Lu Xianfei's navel while her right arm secured her waist. Without further ado, she began to administer the necessary treatment. After just a few moments, Lu Xianfei felt the tumult within her body. It seemed as though her internal organs were shifting. Just when she thought the ordeal was nearing its end, Han Yu managed to lift her, head down, feet up, suspended in the air. Soon, a bitter liquid began to flow from her nose and mouth. Lu Xianfei had never experienced such turmoil. Once the ordeal concluded, she felt utterly drained. Only then did Han Yu gently lay her on the grass. Your Majesty, the rescue is complete. Lu Xianfei is no longer in danger. How do you feel? Li Jing leaned closer, his tone slow and soft. I feel all right, came the sluggish reply. Observing Su Ruo, who appeared utterly spent, Li Jing commanded the guards to escort Lu Xianfei away. She rose unsteadily, still dizzy. Her lips moved for quite some time, as if to voice a grievance, but ultimately, she could find no words and left in frustration. Watching Lu Xianfei depart, Li Jing smiled faintly. How could he be unaware of the events that transpired? Lu Xianfei, being the most conceited individual, likely sought to assert her dominance over Su Ruo after last night's intimacy with the emperor. The empress would never tolerate such disgrace. And thus, Lu Xianfei's desperate act was born of frustration. Li Jing saw through it all without revealing his insight. Su Ruo approached Ning, observing her closely. She noted that the girl possessed a cool elegance distinct from the women of the imperial capital, creating a sense of dissonance. Despite her smile, it seemed etched upon her face like a delicate line. The girl's eyes were pure, tranquil, and profound, reminiscent of the radiant stars in the sky. Her skin was fair, with a rosy hue, devoid of the ruddy complexion typical of highland dwellers. Such beauty graced her face, delicate and smooth as silk. Glancing at the girl with a prominent nose and deep-set eyes, Su Ruo smiled gently. I have heard much of your name, like thunder in my ears. You must be a Ning. How could that be? And Ning replied, unable to glean anything from Su Ruo's expression. She removed a white jade hairpin from her head and offered it. This is a token of affection for you, as your aura harmonizes beautifully with this jade. Is it truly? And Ning beamed with delight. Following suit, she presented a gift to Su Ruoruo. Upon closer inspection, Su Ruoruo discovered a brilliant luminous pearl within the ornate box. And Ning smiled as she explained, this was given to me by the great Khan of Bohai for my father. Now, I present it to you as an offering. The two women found an instant rapport. Li Jing anticipated a clash between them, yet they conversed as though they had known each other for centuries. Su Duduos my, I have some matters to attend to in the palace, so I must take my leave. We shall meet for tea soon. Certainly, they agreed, their plans set. Li Jing intended to bid farewell to Ning before seeking a private conversation with Su Ruoruo, as their recent closeness had waned, and it had been a while since they had shared an earnest dialogue. Upon reaching Weian Palace, Qingyu frowned. Your Majesty, what has changed recently? Previously, he disregarded Lu Xianfei. Yet today, his demeanor has shifted dramatically. Isn't it peaceful on the Ashuri grassland? Why come to the capital for trivialities? Han Yu grumbled in frustration. Su Ruoruo, however, brushed their words aside as mere background noise. The following day dawned clear and bright. Su Ruo ventured outside, where the shopkeeper awaited her eagerly. Upon seeing Su Ruo arrive as promised, he hurried to showcase the porcelain she had ordered the previous day. Su Ruo inspected the pieces, noting the exceptional craftsmanship. Qingyu, place the order, she instructed. Qingyu handed over the order form, and the shopkeeper, initially unaware that the previous day's order was merely a trial, was now ecstatic about the larger plans unfolding that day. Su Ruo's impending establishment of a tavern required numerous supplies, especially ceramics. Thus, she was well prepared. Once Qingyu and the shopkeeper had finished their discussion, Su Ruo approached the shopkeeper once more. How long will this take? I will inspect each piece upon arrival. There is no need to rush the timeline. Quality is paramount. The shopkeeper, though unaware of Su Ruo's true status, recognized her as a person of considerable means who demanded excellence. He was keen on establishing a long-term relationship with her, knowing she was not one to haggle over prices. It will take about half a month. Normally, it could be done in 5 days, but we intend to create a unique batch of porcelain for the capital, so we must take our time. No rush. I entrust this to you. On you. Please send the deposit. In truth, this was not merely a deposit, but a reassurance of commitment. The shopkeeper was overjoyed, having been on the brink of financial ruin. He never expected Su Ruo to rescue him from such dire straits, and he sincerely wished to create something exceptional for her. I will deliver some items this afternoon. Your task is to help me melt them down. That is our immediate priority. All hands on deck. Chapter 104. The distance of hearts. You all take the afternoon off. Your wages are assured. The shopkeeper intended to take a brief respite before commencing work. Hearing Ruoruo's words, the shopkeeper grasped the fire stick and led Ruoruo forward, simultaneously explaining how to control the instruments and the furnace. Ruoruo, endowed with an exceptional memory, quickly absorbed all the information. By dusk, she had hired several laborers to sift sand by the river, delivering the cleansed sand to the furnace, as she needed it for glass refinement. The furnace's temperature exceeded 1,008 degrees. If the theory proved correct, she would behold the glass she sought by the following day. Imagine, if large pieces of glass could be fashioned, then crafting smaller ones would surely be effortless. In ancient times, such unique items would undoubtedly be in high demand, sought after by the wealthy elite of the imperial capital who delighted in collecting peculiar curiosities. What did you do yesterday? Li Jing inquired calmly, without anger. Ruoruo replied candidly. As I mentioned before, I intended to venture into business. This is my opportunity for fortune. However, I borrowed some silver from you. Once I start earning a fortune, I shall repay you. Ruoruo never contemplated failure, despite her prior unfamiliarity with business matters. In modern society, where temptations abound, conducting business is exceedingly challenging, yet the ancient world, being rather barren, afforded Ruoruo a chance to seize opportunities. Her decision to open an inn had been a long-considered plan. I do not require repayment, Li Jing said, his tone taut. What are you preparing to do? The catering industry, Ruoruo replied. Li Jing nodded, advising her to pay attention to safety. He had been waiting for Ruoruo for quite some time. Upon learning she was embarking on a solitary business venture, his anger flared. Yet, as he waited, that fury inexplicably dissipated. Ruoruo noticed that Li Jing seemed ready to depart, and she remarked pointedly, one should not neglect the morning visitors. Newly acquired beauties should not be taken lightly. While the emperor may embrace a beauty, he must also recognize the perils of obsession. Her gaze was peculiar, enigmatic in its depth. Li Jing intended to respond, but Ruoruo's thoughts echoed. Why hasn't he left yet? Emperor, please depart. This fickle man is as changeable as the seasons. Are you eager to send me away? Li Jing was taken aback that, after finally meeting Ruoruo, she appeared to wish him gone. Shouldn't the emperor be engaging with Lu Xianfei in poetry and philosophy? Ruoruo said boldly. Li Jing, fuming, left in a huff. Once he had exited, Qingyu entered, expressing concern. My dear empress, you have offended the emperor today. The future may be perilous. What are you doing? The future? Ruoruo chuckled, clenching her fist. Is the future not in my own hands? Should I entrust it to a man with multiple wives? That would render my future quite pitiable. Hearing this, Qingyu and Hongyu were taken aback. Hongyu, somewhat foolishly, approached. It is said that a woman's marriage is a second rebirth. Do you imply that everything can be created by oneself? Ruoruo rose. Life is difficult, and this journey is arduous. We only live once. Why not seize this youth to do something more fitting for ourselves? This proverbial wisdom resonated beautifully. Ruoruo took a sip as a gesture of respect, and Ning, maintaining her composure, felt little fondness for Lu Xianfei. Yet, having recently arrived from the border, she required friends. Lu Xianfei, being less astute than herself, was easier to manipulate. Thus she reluctantly befriended her. It is indeed no small feat for me to arrange your presence here, Lu Taifei remarked, her opening statement a well-worn phrase. The two women nodded timidly. Lu Taifei cast a sidelong glance at Lu Xianfei, expressing her disappointment. You have been in the palace for 3.5 years, and only now have you begun to approach the emperor. Impressive indeed. Lu Xianfei stammered. My cousin is in a similar position. The emperor seems to have affections elsewhere. Besides, we are of the Lu family, and the emperor would hardly draw close to us. Lu Taifei, exasperated, pointed out, why was it so easy for Chen Guifei to win the emperor's favor? Why is it so difficult for you? Lu Xianfei fell silent, unable to muster a response. Lu Taifei gazed at Ning with kindness. Arranging your entry into the palace has been a labor of love. Now, you must find a way to replace the empress. Becoming a consort is not a long-term solution, as history has shown that beauty fades and affection wanes. You must understand this. As for me, I have ascended to this lofty position largely due to fortune. At my age, I have finally realized that the times create heroes. You must strive diligently and unite as one, avoiding internal strife. She continued, sisters should support and cherish one another. Do you understand? The two women nodded in unison. However, each harbored ulterior motives, each unable to tolerate the other. Exiting Funkuan Palace, their clasped hands abruptly released. They parted ways, having promised mutual support. Yet as soon as they were out of Lu Taifei's sight, their bonds severed. Ruoruo remained oblivious to this, uninterested in investigating further. Early the next morning, Qingyu and Hongyu had prepared everything. As Ruoruo approached her doorstep, she leaned against the eave, gazing into the distance. It was already mid-April, spring in full bloom, and under the scorching sun, everything appeared droopy and lifeless. Suddenly, she spotted a cavalry troop galloping towards her. The commanding presence and extraordinary energy of the riders indicated they were seasoned volunteers. Leading the charge was a bearded deputy general, holding a dragon flag, followed by two robust, rugged men, all fully armed. Their imposing appearance alone was enough to intimidate onlookers. "Look over there," Qingyu exclaimed, pointing excitedly. "That's the young general. My lady, do you see him?" Ruoruo followed Qingyu's gesture and indeed saw a soldier clad in armor, distinctly wrapped in golden armor that set him apart from the other soldiers. The beautiful armor glimmered in the sunlight, and a knight atop his steed exuded a commanding presence. Moments later, Suyu arrived before Ruoruo, accompanied by a man in purple attire, Gao Dekai. Ruoruo noted that Suyu possessed an impressive demeanor. He was not the delicate type. At first glance, one might not find him conventionally handsome, but upon closer inspection, one could appreciate his charm. Ruoruo intended to descend to greet him, but to her surprise, Suyu and Gao Dekai had already begun to bow. The entourage behind them hurriedly knelt, their faces brimming with joy. Yet, this display of respect created an unexpected distance. Ruoruo felt a pang of sadness. Age. She remembered that in the original tale, Suyu referred to her as Ruoruo, and she smiled affectionately, waving her hand to dismiss the crowd, instructing them to guard the entrance while she reunited with her kin. As the three entered the house, only a few family members remained. The moment they stepped inside, Ruoruo could no longer contain herself. She exhaled deeply, feeling an immediate sense of relief. It was then that she recognized that years of military life, tempered by blood and fire, had shaped her elder brother's stoic demeanor. Although she had expressed her feelings, Suyu remained reserved. "By the way, I prepared a gift for you," Suyu said, looking at Ruoruo. She beamed, attempting to appear at ease, while Gao Dakai awkwardly scratched his chin, feeling out of place as he realized he bore no gifts. Ruoruo secretly wished that this loquacious individual would not depart, for her absence would undoubtedly lead to an awkward silence. This was something she cherished in her youth, something that her elder brother had painstakingly procured. What was it? Ruoruo had long forgotten the protagonist's childhood proclivities. She opened a brocade box and, upon closer inspection, discovered within it a remarkably crafted bird, fashioned in the likeness of a lark, so lifelike that it seemed capable of soaring away with a mere breath. A music box? Ruoruo felt a flicker of realization. The figure nearby stifled a smile, suggesting a trial. Ruoruo was astonished that such an invention could exist in ancient times. As she adjusted the clasp on the base, the bird began to dance within the box, momentarily spreading its gossamer wings, stretching its neck to chirp, and twirling gracefully. The exquisite sound and the intricate design left her utterly mesmerized, and she found herself lost in the moment. However, the music eventually ceased. It was truly magnificent. I have never encountered a music box more splendid than this. The man across from her was visibly excited. "This is for you." He presented a fish-spear sword to Gao Dakai. Gao Dakai unsheathed the sharp dagger, its blade glinting coldly like a tranquil autumn lake. Suyu removed a strand of hair and gently blew on the blade, which, without a sound, severed the hair cleanly in two. Nothing could be more astonishing than this. "How is it?" "It is splendid. I am immensely grateful." Gao Dakai hurriedly approached to pay his respects. From the glimmer in the Major General's eyes, Ruoruo discerned a desire for conversation. Yet Major General Suyu was a man of slow warmth, and she quickly realized that their emotions seemed incapable of influencing him. The reunion she had envisioned was starkly different from the reality of the day. "I shall take my leave now. I have other matters to attend to." Upon seeing Ruoruo rise, Gao Dekai too dared not remain seated and hurried to pay his respects. Suyu stood as well, asking if he would come by in the afternoon. Gao Dekai explained with a smile that the empress had become somewhat of a businesswoman, preparing to open an inn. Ruoruo, those eyes filled with deep affection turned towards Ruoruo, reminded her that one must not lose oneself in triumphs, for as a woman, she should heed the principles of propriety. Acknowledging her brother's admonition, Ruoruo nodded. In truth, she understood him well. To put it plainly, serving the emperor is akin to walking with a tiger. The family's fate hangs by a thread, and Ruoruo was the one holding that thread. Seeing her insist on leaving, the two accompanied her out. As Ruoruo entered the carriage, Qingyu was still lost in thought. Hongyu chuckled, poking Qingyu's head, asking how she could still be pining for someone. "We are of little consequence. The Major General would hardly spare us a glance." "That may not be the case." Just now, Qingyu's cheeks flushed, and she stammered as the Major General looked at her, making her heart flutter with joy. Hongyu burst into laughter. Ruoruo could not help but chuckle as well, noting that compared to the daughters of high-ranking officials, her brother favored virtuous and gentle girls like them. And if she truly liked him, she could help facilitate their connection. At this, Qingyu fell into despair, soon following with tears. "Our family has served others for generations, and I too am destined to marry a servant. That is the only fitting match. The Empress, can you just like this? Your brother is a distinguished general in the capital. What am I in comparison? Just being close enough to catch a glimpse of him fills me with joy. How could I dare to hope for anything more? My brother favors virtuous wives and good mothers. You are precisely the type he seeks." Ruoruo, with keen observation and accurate judgment, noted their reluctance. "I shall maintain my respectful distance from the Major General. I am a mere servant, devoid of shame. Yet the Major General is a dragon amongst men, an existence of such brilliance that I cannot tarnish his reputation." Hearing this, Ruoruo laughed heartily, while the two girls could not muster a smile. The journey continued to the porcelain workshop. The shopkeeper had scarcely slept, arriving at dawn, and upon seeing Ruoruo, he eagerly approached, stating that the fire had been extinguished and that her arrival was perfectly timed, as he had been pondering how to contact her. Ruoruo was filled with confidence. The previous day, she had spread a 2-centimeter layer of yellow sand on an iron plate. Chapter 106, Welcoming Guests. She had also arranged for some pigments to be applied to the iron plate. In the capital, these pigments were derived from minerals, with a high melting point that would not alter in color. At this moment, both maids and Ruoruo gathered close. However, it was previously agreed that the shopkeeper had summoned several workers, who were prepared to open the kiln. Yet before proceeding, he wished to converse with Ruoruo. "We are entirely unaware of what is being fired here, so you must be prepared. Should anything go awry, it cannot be blamed on me. If it does not turn out right, I shall attempt it 3 or 4 times. How could it possibly be your fault? Besides, your assistance brings me immense joy. Now, let us commence without further ado." The shopkeeper squinted his eyes and nodded. Then, with a loud clang, he opened the kiln. A dry, fragrant aroma wafted out. Ruoruo leaned in for a closer look, discovering that the yellow sand placed inside the previous day had indeed melted, transforming decay into wonder. Ruoruo could hardly believe the beauty before her eyes, and none could have anticipated the brilliant treasures hidden within. "What is this?" "This is glass, my good fellows. Allow it to cool before extracting it." Ruoruo rubbed her hands together in excitement, while Qingyu and Hongyu stood in astonishment, marveling at how commonplace yellow sand could forge such nearly transparent and colorful creations. Ruoruo reveled in her success. During the transportation process, some pieces were inevitably damaged, but that was to be expected. Upon inspection, the quantity far exceeded her initial expectations, with even the broken pieces possessing a unique beauty, which Ruoruo found to be of great utility. "Qingyu, Hongyu, please find a transport vehicle to ensure safe delivery to the inn." Shortly thereafter, Ruoruo arrived at the inn, where the decor was progressing splendidly, nearly complete. Upon noticing the proprietor's arrival, everyone hurried to extend their greetings. Ruoruo responded with a smile, and soon the vibrant glass arrived. Per her instructions, they were embedded in the window frames, and the workers, fearing negligence, completed the task in less than half an hour. Gazing at the dazzling glass, everyone was left in awe. "It is truly magnificent," an elderly craftsman approached, entranced as he gently caressed the surface. From the look of sheer wonder in his eyes and his cautious demeanor, it was evident that his admiration was genuine and heartfelt, drawing a crowd that lavished praise upon the glass. Ruoruo's custom-ordered tableware and chairs were also delivered, and everyone worked together to arrange the items. Thanks to their collective effort, everything was set. Ruoruo could not venture out every day, hence she required a partner. She began recruiting and encountered an elderly man named Gong Jian, whose straightforward nature resonated with her. During the interview, Ruoruo learned that 7 years prior, due to the ravages of war, Uncle Gong had lost his family and home. He cherished the capital and wished to stay. "Back then, I exerted all my effort, driven by a desire to remain here, yet fate conspired against me. I never imagined that my endeavors would prove futile, naively believing I could seamlessly integrate into this place. The capital, oh, the capital. In truth, many from distant lands sought their fortunes in the capital, yearning to become inseparable from its essence. Yet the capital? It does not embrace all." Ruoruo regarded the elder, inquiring if he had traveled extensively. "Indeed," Uncle Gong nodded. Ruoruo continued, asking if he had undertaken many different tasks. "I could do everything, but I am not proficient in any, alas." Uncle Gong patted his thigh, and Ruoruo smiled gently. In reality, this all-purpose remedy would not be popular in other industries, and considering your advanced age, how much longer could a man over 50 contribute to the collective? Uncle Gong stood up, sighing with regret. "I am old indeed." Upon hearing this, Uncle Gong was astonished and questioned, "Does the shopkeeper mean I can take the position?" "You are more than capable," Ruoruo replied with a smile. Uncle Gong immediately bowed with reverence, as the remuneration offered by the shopkeeper was twice that of an ordinary establishment. "I will do my utmost here, rest assured." Seeing his sincerity, Ruoruo nodded with a smile. "By the way, as a woman, I cannot be too exposed. My family is unaware that I run this inn. From now on, when people inquire about the proprietor of this establishment, it shall be you. I will provide you with a commission each month, and you may take 1/10 from the revenue as your benefit." "Oh my!" Uncle Gong was taken aback. "We have only just begun. I cannot act so selfishly. If the shopkeeper trusts me to oversee this, I will ensure everything flourishes. For now, let's not discuss money. I only require my salary, and I shall not take a single penny more. I have matters to attend to." Ruoruo had always possessed a keen eye for talent. Qingyu pointed at Uncle Gong and said, "Your Highness, this man is quite aged." "Am I unaware?" Ruoruo pondered. "He may be old, yet his worldly wisdom and understanding of human nature are commendable. One day, you will understand that my judgment is impeccable." Hearing this, Qingyu was not entirely convinced, but slowly nodded in agreement. Ruoruo entrusted all matters to Uncle Gong, eager to test her judgment and observe his abilities. She left without warning, so suddenly that no one realized she had departed. This was also a test of Uncle Gong's adaptability, should he create chaos the following day. Fu Miaoqing would quickly replace him. Conversely, if he managed to organize everything meticulously, Fu Miaoqing could focus on her other affairs. The beauty of the moment was beyond description, as if countless fireworks had suddenly erupted in the air. Ruoruo felt her spirits lift significantly as she continued forward, her two maidservants trailing behind. Qingyu and Hongyu had long grown accustomed to such scenery, finding little of interest. However, Fu Miaoqing was different. She delighted in the rare sight of the sunset. The beautiful evening glow hanging like satin in the western sky, a beauty that was refreshing to the soul. In Chapter 107, The Pearl Girl, Ruoruo yearned for such picturesque views even more. Qingyu, however, was aware of Ruoruo's urgency. "This way, Your Highness. I know a route that offers the shortest distance to our palace. Let us proceed." Following Qingyu, the trio traversed a long street that was indeed less populated, as if the commotion and merriment outside had no connection to this place. They could hear the sporadic sound of firecrackers, see beautiful fireworks bursting in the sky, and inhale the scent of summer carried by the breeze, the spicy fragrance of grass and wood, the scent of damp earth nourished by gentle rain. As Ruoruo wandered through this narrow alley, she suddenly heard someone crying for help. Help! Help! The call for assistance was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for the three of them to hear. Qingyu paused, seemingly trying to locate the source of the voice. Ruoruo moved to the left, but Hongyu grabbed her. Your Highness, where are you going? Someone is calling for help. Ruoruo gestured toward the sound. Hongyu shook her head vehemently. There is no one in distress. Your Highness must have misheard. Yet the cry for help was unmistakably loud, impossible to misconstrue. Help! Help! Ruoruo resolutely headed toward the alley, while Hongyu blocked her path. Your Highness, Hongyu's eyes darkened, her tone warning, we are not equipped to save anyone. We should focus on our own safety. No! Ruoruo pushed Hongyu aside. You are too cold-hearted. Hongyu felt wronged, about to speak, but ultimately held her tongue. Seeing Ruoruo's determination to help, Hongyu had no choice but to follow. As Ruoruo entered the dark alley, she immediately spotted two ruffians accosting a young girl. The narrow alley made it easy for them to overpower a defenseless child. At that critical moment, the little girl noticed the footsteps at the alley's entrance. Their eyes locked momentarily, and Ruoruo saw a look of confusion and helplessness in the girl's gaze. Without hesitation, she dashed forward, while Hongyu, realizing the ruffians were merely two destitute fellows, began to relax. Ruoruo had been practicing martial arts with Hongyu recently, and now it was time to put her skills to the test. The two men, upon seeing three beautiful girls suddenly appear at the alley's entrance, burst into uproarious laughter, grinning widely. Ha ha, what a fortuitous day. Who would have thought I'd get three for the price of one? One filthy man approached. My lady, why not come closer? Good sir, do not rush. Ruoruo replied with a cheerful demeanor. Hongyu had previously taught her that when one acted foolishly, the opponent would underestimate them, leading to a moment of vulnerability. This was the best strategy before launching a surprise attack. Seeing Hongyu remain unmoved, Qingyu grew angry and pushed her. Aren't you going to help the princess? I assure you she will not face any harm. Hongyu smiled faintly, just as the bearded man approached. He attempted to grab Ruoruo, who swiftly countered his move with a technique that used leverage against him. She seized his hand, quickly maneuvered to secure his arm, and executed a shoulder throw, causing him to cry out as he fell to the ground. The second assailant, a wiry man, was clearly more agile than the first. Before Ruoruo could close the distance, Hongyu called out from a distance, reminding her to observe the opponent's weaknesses. Knowing the opponent's strengths and weaknesses made all the difference. As Ruoruo approached, she noted that the man's speed was his advantage, but it was also his flaw. Employing stillness to counter movement, she awaited his attack. When he lunged at her, she retaliated with a powerful strike that sent him sprawling. This was Ruoruo's first encounter with a villain, and she was astonished at her own prowess. The speed of her attacks almost unbelievable. By the time the two men regained their senses, they found themselves sprawled in a puddle. The path was uneven, and they struggled to rise. Once upright, they were greeted by Hongyu and Qingyu, who held bricks, and they promptly fled. Ruoruo approached the stunned girl. The young girl, dressed in red, looked pitiful. As Ruoruo assisted her, she noticed the girl's striking features, high cheekbones and deep-set eyes. Be cautious when you venture out. There are many ill-intentioned people in the capital. Ruoruo advised, preparing to escort the girl to safety. By the way, where are your family? My family? The girl pointed toward the far end of the alley. I got separated from them after I saw a lantern flying around. I was curious. I had never seen one before, so I came to catch it and ended up encountering those ruffians. The girl spoke with a sense of grievance. Where do you live? Are you merchants? Inquired. Where are you staying? The girl seemed somewhat troubled. Observing her demeanor, felt disinclined to press further, stating, I shall escort you out. You can find them on your own. Leading the girl outside, the vibrant lights and sounds of the city enveloped them, rendering the earlier turmoil within the establishment a mere fleeting dream. Thank you, elder sister, for saving my life. I am at a loss to repay you, the girl said, crouching down to do something with her shoes. Upon closer inspection, notice the girl's boots were adorned with numerous pearls, suggesting she intended to offer one to herself. You needn't trouble yourself. I must take my leave now. In chapter 108, Tense Relations smiled graciously. My assistance was merely a trifling matter, of no burden to me. If it were otherwise, I would not have been able to rescue you." Hearing this, the girl rose and presented a plump pearl, saying, "My brother taught me to show gratitude. This is for you. Until we meet again." Her unique expression of thanks hinted at the low probability of their paths crossing again, as her resolute silhouette receded into the distance. Holding the pearl, noted its exquisite quality, pondering how a young girl could possess such wealth. As she contemplated, a group of horsemen approached the girl, one a dashing knight, who reprimanded her in hushed tones. The girl's face fell as she was chastised and subsequently retreated into a carriage, disappearing into the distance, which amused. Upon returning to the palace, night had fallen. The previous was not like this. "Is your inn ready?" "I plan to go for tea," the empress said. "It is your wish to go." "You may do so without charge," replied. "I cannot be so shameless," she mused. "I shall bring silver." Their conversation drifted to trivial matters. The following day visited, inviting her to the archery grounds. Although had firmly declined, citing her obligations, persisted, her demeanor suggesting that refusal was not an option today. Reluctantly, acquiesced. At the archery range, knocked an arrow and quickly hit the distant target. Previously, had imparted archery skills to her. Standing 100 meters away, closed her left eye and aimed with her right. With a resounding twang, the arrow shot forth like a meteor, striking the bullseye. Surprised by her unexpected success, she had not anticipated archery to be so manageable. Approached, advising, "Your aim is good. Use finesse. Ensure your left shoulder remains low to optimize your shot." Nodded and adjusted herself accordingly, soon releasing another arrow. The reasons behind his invitation were twofold. Firstly, to form alliances and assess S standing. After all, as the empress, befriending her was preferable to enmity. Secondly, she sought to leverage his influence to eliminate her rival. Following the misfortunes of the family, had become a favored pupil of the Empress Dowager, and the emperor seemed smitten with her, frequently visiting her quarters. Their archery duel continued until they took a break. After a light snack, invited to ride. Being a native of the Central Plains, where women seldom rode, and having had a fear of horses in her past life, hesitated, seeking an excuse to decline. Yet, this was a challenge she felt compelled to conquer, for its encouragement stemmed from her own inner fears rather than a fear of horses themselves. Found the prospect of riding quite daunting. Meanwhile, laughed mischievously from a distance. The grounds were lush, like a vibrant green carpet, and as the horses galloped away, mounted one under S guidance. However, the previously docile horse suddenly became unruly. Initially attributing the horse's behavior to her riding technique, she made multiple adjustments, yet to no avail. Next, thinking her posture might be the issue, she continued to modify her stance. Observing the horse's distress, swiftly mounted another steed and galloped off. "Come on, sister, hurry," called, her laughter slightly sinister as she awaited. The horse, seemingly intent on throwing her off, became increasingly agitated. "Hold onto the saddle, and keep your body aligned with the horse's back," came's timely advice. "Do not attempt to dismount, as that may lead to injury." Following's instructions, pressed herself closer to the horse, which did slow somewhat, yet remained restless, occasionally rearing and whinnying as if enduring great torment. With her heart racing, narrowly managed to maintain her seat amidst the chaos. Sensing something amiss, sought a lasso, suspecting they had fallen into a trap since she had encouraged to compete with. In the Qian Kuan Palace, the elder eunuch delivered a secret message too. The smoke wafted around him like a predatory beast, enveloping as he reached out to receive the substantial letter from. The document was sealed with wax. After perusing its contents swiftly, understanding the gravity of the situation, provided a match to ignite the letter, which cast into the incense burner. "Our covert agent poses no issues? Rest assured, Your Majesty," the elder replied, carefully covering the burner. "All information is first-hand. The informant has been embedded for many years, and any developments are reported without fail." Nodding, remarked, "I understand." Initially, took charge of this matter, which puzzled me until he recommended. It became clear then. He had expected their actions would align, but they did not. In Chapter 109, Facing Danger, the military officials were aligned with the family, while the majority of civil officials were loyal to the Empress Dowager, rendering the situation precarious. Just then, A report arrived stating an princess had gone to the racing grounds. Was astonished. Had not been averse to riding? The young princess arrived at the Weiyang palace early to invite her. The empress is gone. Instinctively sensing danger, inquired, "Where are they?" Came a reply. This hunting ground was 2 miles from the palace, a royal venue frequently visited for spring hunts. The news that had gone there filled with apprehension. His heart racing as he commanded, "Prepare the carriage, quickly." Upon arrival, he spotted on horseback, flailing about, a clear indication that something was amiss. Noticing his arrival, hurriedly approached, gesturing to the distance and succinctly describing the situation. After a few concise inquiries, galloped off in haste. "Where is?" he exclaimed, filled with fury. A maid hurriedly knelt before Li Jing, weeping uncontrollably. This was undoubtedly a ruse. In a fit of anger, Li Jing struck the maid with a riding whip. Although tears welled in her eyes, she had no choice but to accept it. Li Jing spurred her horse, pursuing Ruoruo in hot pursuit. Hong Yu, wielding a lasso, aimed for the horse's neck, and upon witnessing this, Li Jing gestured for Hong Yu to hand the lasso to her. Ruoruo's hands were painfully constricted by the reins, and the horse had already galloped far away, seemingly yearning for a boundless expanse of freedom. No amount of effort from Ruoruo could alter her fate. She wished to cry for help, but there was no one around. The horse, hearing the thunderous sounds of footsteps, took off like a general charging into battle. "Your Majesty, do not move recklessly. Hold on tightly. I shall come to your rescue." Li Jing shouted towards Ruoruo. "Su not that," attempting to press her body against the horse's back. At last, Li Jing was gaining ground. The distance between the two horses diminished. Though she managed to gain control over the leading horse, Li Jing was met with a powerful recoil that sent her crashing to the ground. Ruoruo fell from the horse as well, and before Li Jing could reach them, both horse and rider tumbled down the steep mountainside. Fortunately, the mountain was like a vast dome, its dense green foliage providing a soft landing. Once they came to a complete stop, Li Jing hurriedly approached Ruoruo. The ground was overrun with thorns and countless stones of varying sizes, and Li Jing felt a dull pain in her back from the fall. Ruoruo, dazed and on the brink of unconsciousness, seemed to drift away. "Ruoruo, how do you feel?" Li Jing's voice descended like a soothing spring, refreshing to the soul. Ruoruo gazed at the figure before her, which appeared as a hazy silhouette, and then her eyelids fluttered shut as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Li Jing attempted to ascend the slope with Ruoruo on her back, but despite numerous attempts, she was unable to succeed. Progress seemed impossible. As dusk descended, the mountains were far less illuminated than the capital, where daylight would linger for another half hour. Here, the sun gradually sank, casting shadows. "Ruoruo?" Li Jing could only gently lay Ruoruo down, shaking her softly. Ruoruo's complexion was ashen, her silence alarming. "Ruoruo, rest for a moment." Li Jing placed Ruoruo on the ground, searching the vicinity for a suitable place to rest, but after a long observation, she could find no ideal spot. Seeing Ruoruo had fainted, Li Jing carefully lifted her once more, wandering through the darkness until, after a lengthy search, she discovered a hollow beneath a cliff. It was serene and quiet. Li Jing set Ruoruo down, surrounded by dry weeds and brush. She quickly gathered wood to start a fire, and soon a warm glow enveloped them. The flames flickered and danced, and Li Jing turned to Ruoruo, noticing her furrowed brow, a deep crease marking her forehead. Lowering her gaze, Li Jing discovered that Ruoruo had injured her calf. Ripping open the leg of her trousers, Li Jing realized it was not merely a simple bruise. It appeared to be a fracture. The external wounds were alarming, but the state of the fracture seemed manageable. She swiftly sought wooden planks to stabilize Ruoruo's injury and made countless trips to the riverbank to fetch fresh water, ensuring Ruoruo was hydrated before finally allowing herself to rest. Yet, Li Jing merely closed her eyes to recuperate. Leaning beside Ruoruo, she draped her cloak over her, while enduring the biting cold wind at Ruoruo's side. The following day, Ruoruo opened her eyes, feeling discomfort in her calf. Memories of the previous day flooded back, and with trepidation, she lowered her gaze to discover her calf intact, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out she had been overthinking. "Your Majesty?" Ruoruo noticed Li Jing. Li Jing nodded, her deep-set eyes revealing no emotion. She always maintained a stoic demeanor, quite unlike Suoruo. How do you feel? Li Jing kirat keenly. I suppose I shall survive, Suoruo replied as she attempted to rise. Seeing her prepare to move away, Li Jing hurried over to assist her, her anxious demeanor reminiscent of the palace eunuch Lin Quan. Suoruo could not help but chuckle. What brings your majesty here? I heard you were racing horses and feared for your safety, Li Jing explained. Suoruo sighed. Your arrival was indeed timely. I found myself in quite a predicament. Li Jing broke a sturdy branch and handed it to Suoruo. Use this for support and take your time. Suoruo cautiously made her way back to the spot where she had fallen, glancing up at the towering cliff, which seemed an insurmountable challenge, even for a healthy person, let alone someone with a disability. She regarded the ascent with trepidation. Li Jing, aware of Suoruo's thoughts, reassured her, do not worry. There is no rush. I often come and go like a dragon, unseen by those who await my return. If they were to act foolishly in my absence, it would merely indicate that I have failed to cultivate a loyal confidant over the years. Despite the reassurance, they both knew they needed to leave this place soon. Suoruo sighed deeply. She paused to observe her surroundings, scanning the area until she finally exhaled softly upon spotting the carcass of a horse not far away. Chapter 110. Isolated yet resolute. Suoruo appeared anxious, hastening towards the corpse. She intended to squat down for a closer inspection. Your Majesty, could you assist me in examining the horse's tail? She proposed, but quickly realized the current state made it impossible for her to squat. Li Jing extended her hand to inspect the tail and suddenly extracted a silver needle from the horse's rear. Upon seeing this, Suoruo's eyes widened in realization, and she broke into a cold sweat. So that is how it is. A smirk of understanding crept onto her lips as she recalled how Hong Yu had repeatedly cautioned her before her departure, urging her to be cautious. Never suspecting that someone would plot against her, nor could she have imagined the danger she would face today. Now, everything became clear. Give that to me. Suoruo reached out for the needle, and Li Jing, taken aback, realized that the palace intrigues surpassed even his imagination. He handed the needle to Suoruo, who twisted it in her fingers, discovering its malleability. She tucked the silver needle into her sleeve and then handed a dagger to Li Jing. We shall feast on horse meat. I share your sentiments. I had the same intention, Li Jing replied, his agreement resonating with Suoruo's suggestion. With swift precision, Li Jing skinned the horse, revealing tender, succulent meat, crimson and inviting. Unfortunately, the limitations of their circumstances meant they could only cook the horse meat thoroughly, without the luxury of preparing a gourmet meal. After partaking in the horse flesh, Suoruo and Li Jing resolved to find a way to leave. Ascending was not an option. They could only continue searching nearby. They made their way downstream, where signs of woodcutters were evident. As they ventured forth, Suoruo soon pointed to the distance. Beyond that rocky pool, there are people living there. Following Suoruo's indication, they beheld a cluster of houses, orderly and close-knit, with wisps of smoke gracefully ascending into the air. It was evident that pastoral folk inhabited this area. Numerous trees adorned the village entrance, their branches lush and verdant, concealing the village from afar. With no other options, the two sought a place to rest, soon arriving at the village entrance. It was a tranquil haven, alive with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers. A gardenia tree stood prominently, its blossoms inviting bees and butterflies. Upon entering the village, Suoruo and Li Jing were welcomed into a home by a sprightly elder. This gentleman, full of vitality, was both cultured and loquacious. Who might you two be, and where do you hail from? Having arrived from Dijing, the carriage encountered some difficulties along the way, leading us to your abode. Ah, Dijing. The elderly man stroked his beard, seemingly rummaging through his memories regarding everything about Dijing. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. I have never been to Dijing. Is the Gao Zhu Huang Di still present? Gao Zu Huang Dai? Ruoruo frowned at Li Jing, questioning what Gao Zhu Huang Di. Li Jing Zhenli Alucidata. He was the first founding hero who established the realm in the Central Plains. However, how could she explain that the emperor of Dijing had undergone 5 dynastic changes? From Gao Zhu to Shizong, and then to him? Ruoruo also took note of their attire and appearance, which seemed markedly different from the present style. Suddenly, Ruoruo comprehended fully. This group had likely resided here for generations. She inquired, "Are you hiding here to escape calamity?" "Indeed," replied the elder. "My great-grandfather once spoke of the chaos outside, where everyone donned armor and wielded weapons, ready for battle. The moment we step outside, we would face death." He described the outside world as a society devoid of humanity. Upon hearing this, Ruoruo cast a sidelong glance at Li Jing, remarking, "I see how they perceive the world beyond." In contemporary Jing, where theft is unheard of and doors remain unlatched at night, the citizens live in peace and prosperity, devoid of the martial fervor and armor-wearing mentality described. "Is it truly like that?" the elder asked, half in disbelief. Li Jing wished to prove a point, but felt powerless. Sensing Ruoruo's slight smile as she gently shifted the topic. "What about your life here? How is it?" "We live splendidly. We have thrived here for many, many years. Not only have we not faced turmoil, but there has never been a quarrel among neighbors. I adore this place." The man's hearty laughter revealed his genuine affection for this land. Moments later, a humble elderly lady entered with food. It was merely a common dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms and other familiar fare. Ruoruo, famished, eagerly prepared to indulge. Bowls and chopsticks were soon offered to her. "Eat, do enjoy." The two exchanged knowing smiles and began their meal. Ingijing. Ruoruo had tasted countless exquisite delicacies, leading her to have little expectation for this simple fare. However, she was taken aback by the exquisite flavors of these unpretentious dishes. After they had dined, the elderly couple led them into a room. This dwelling was constructed over a stream, which meandered gracefully beneath the loft, shimmering like a galaxy in the moonlight that illuminated the crystal-clear waters, creating a dreamlike ambience. Ruoruo also noticed twinkling stars rising amidst the reeds not far away. "Do rest early," the elder suggested. "Here, we live joyfully. Tomorrow, we shall escort you out of the village." The inhabitants embraced a life of contentment amid simplicity. They pursued knowledge, but without a fervent desire for fame or fortune. They cultivated crops, yet half were used for brewing, while the other half was stored. They hunted, but did not annihilate the surrounding wildlife. It seemed that everyone had made peace with their existence. At that moment, Ruoruo noticed two squirrels at the window, playfully swaying their tails like oversized umbrellas. A gentle, fragrant breeze wafted through the room, and Ruoruo, filled with joy, flung herself onto the bed. "I love it here," she murmured, closing her eyes, inhaling the unique scent of the coarse linen sheets, while the melodious chirping of birds wafted in from outside, the gentle sound of flowing water beneath her, and the soft whispers of insects nearby. This commonplace existence, so familiar to others, was for her a rare indulgence and experience. "What's so good about this place?" Li Jing scoffed. Ruoruo chuckled softly. "What the emperor cannot perceive as good is indeed good. What you deem good may not align with my judgments." Li Jing lay across from Ruoruo. Observing her restlessness, Ruoruo provocatively edged closer and asked, "The emperor has recently sought out Lu Xianfei frequently. Now that she is no more, does he not feel a sense of solitary wakefulness?"